Li Baolu had been in a state of stupor for 3 years, but upon awakening one day, she found her home no longer felt like home. Her grandfather and parents had perished in a maritime disaster. In order to survive, her grandmother arranged for her to be a child bride. Though she had mentally prepared herself for a life of hardship, when she arrived at her new home, she was unexpectedly treated with tenderness and care. "Here, you sit and wait for my return, and don't wander off," her cousin instructed, pointing to a stone. Li Baolu complied, sitting obediently on the designated stone, her expression devoid of emotion as she watched her cousin depart to join her friends. Relieved to have a moment of respite, her cousin wasted no time on her seemingly foolish cousin. Left alone, Li Baolu cast a brief glance at her cousin's retreating figure before turning her gaze away. She rested her chin on her hand, lost in thought, unlike most children who would be eager to run about. In this brief moment of clarity, her deepest desire was to bond with her parents in this lifetime. However, they were out at sea with her grandfather, and her grandmother had gone to the vegetable garden, leaving her alone in a house devoid of familiar affection. Rather than confront their coldness and disdain, she preferred to sit quietly and await their return, uncertain whether she would still be lucid upon their arrival, hoping to avoid being swept back into the whirlpool of her former memories. As her eyelids grew heavy, Li Baolu felt herself slipping away, only to find herself back in the small mountain village where she had taught in her previous life. When she finally reopened her eyes, she was greeted by the beaming smile of her grandmother. A surge of joy filled her. She was still aware. Instinctively, Li Baolu beamed back at her grandmother. Wan was delighted, taking her small hand and exclaiming, "Our Baolu is truly remarkable," recognizing her grandmother already. Li Baolu lowered her head, smiling shyly. At nearly 4 years old, she was indeed capable of recognizing people, but that was only when she was fully awake. It was said that in her stupor, she seemed to have lost her senses entirely, unable to respond to calls or even feed herself. This fear of becoming a helpless fool was why she had hesitated to speak. Recently, however, she had experienced more moments of lucidity, and the durations of her awareness were lengthening. Li Baolu speculated that perhaps the memories of her past life were nearing completion. Yet, she was only 24 in those memories, a life cut tragically short, leading her to suspect that her previous death was anything but ordinary. The prospect of witnessing her past lives' memories filled her with both trepidation and exhilaration. As time passed, she began to discern a pattern. She knew she was close to full awakening and needed to gradually recover, shedding her former identity as a fool. Seeing the radiant smile on her granddaughter's face brought warmth to Wan's heart, and her own smile widened as she bent down to affectionately ruffle Li Baolu's hair, saying, "Our Baolu is growing smarter. Remember to smile at people when you see them." Aware that Baolu might not fully understand, she took her hand and led her home, gently instructing her along the way. "When the sun is bright, don't sit at the door, come inside, and drink plenty of water." Li Baolu listened attentively, nodding after a while. Wan's joy was palpable, and she excitedly embraced Baolu, exclaiming, "Baolu, you have truly become smarter, haven't you?" Upon seeing the glimmer of hope in her grandmother's eyes, Li Baolu dared not affirm nor deny, instead tilting her head in feigned confusion. However, Wan's eyes sparkled with certainty, convinced that her granddaughter was beginning to awaken. Previously, Baolu had been oblivious, responding to her only with silence and requiring assistance even to eat. Had it not been for her husband's unwavering belief in Baolu's mental faculties, Wan would have succumbed to despair long ago. Elated, Wan hurried along, eager to share this good news with the family. Yet, as she stepped through the doorway, a commotion erupted outside, followed by the sound of anguished cries, as if a group of people had suddenly succumbed to grief. Furrowing her brow, Wan paused to look back, only to see a woman, pale and breathless, rushing toward the village, shouting, "Something has happened. There's been a storm at sea, and those who went out have returned." Wan's expression turned grave. It was common for fishermen to encounter storms, but if those who returned were not joyful, it meant calamity had struck. Her husband, eldest son, and daughter-in-law were all out at sea. Panic gripped her heart as she dashed forward, seizing the woman's arm, imploring, "Sister Wang, will my husband and eldest son among those who returned?" Sister Wang staggered slightly from the force of Wan's grip, and upon recognizing her, offered a sympathetic glance. "Only Chun Erlang and Wu Dalong have returned." Li Baolu and Li Kong were the pillars of the Li family. If both had encountered misfortune, the family would surely crumble. Wan's face drained of color, and she stumbled back, steadying herself against the wall, forcing a smile. They might have just been separated. Sister Wang shook her head. "That's not possible," she said with compassion. "If you don't believe me, go to the shore and ask Chun Erlang and Wu Dalong. Everyone is gathered there. I must go inform others, so I cannot linger." Clutching her chest, one felt as though her heart was being sliced apart. The odds of surviving a storm at sea were slim. She had mentally prepared herself for the hardships of a fisherman's life, but these were her husband and son. Li Baolu felt a chill run through her body as she turned her pale face toward the sea, her emotions roiling, and in that moment, darkness enveloped her as she fainted completely. One turned in horror, crying out Baolu. As she embraced her granddaughter, grief washed over her. If her husband and eldest son were lost, what would become of Baolu? Upon losing consciousness, Li Baolu was thrust back into the memories of her past life. However, this time, she did not passively absorb them like a spectator. Instead, she fought fiercely to awaken from the memories. Her struggles accelerated the recollection, and in her slumber, Li Baolu felt as though her mind might explode, while in reality, she tossed and turned on the bed. Juan, exhausted, held her tightly, fearful that she might tumble from the bed and suffer further injury. "Mother, this is the calming potion father prepared for Baolu. You should try feeding it to her." Li Hong brought in the medicine, glancing at his sweating, restless niece, sighing. It seems Baolu is not entirely unaware her reaction to the news of her brother and sister-in-law's misfortune is quite intense. Cautiously, Li Hong looked at his mother, probing. "Mother, we must arrange for the funerals of father and my brother and sister-in-law, but the vast sea makes it impossible to find their remains. Let us prepare a burial mound for them," one said, her eyes red. "We should at least bring their spirits home, so they do not wander as lost souls. Should we prepare 2 coffins or 3? After pondering, one replied, "Let us prepare 3. I wish for my sister-in-law and brother to rest together." Li Hong sighed, "But I find myself short on funds." One reached for a key from a box by the bed, handing it to him. "This is the family's money. I must watch over Baolu. You are responsible for the arrangements for your father and brother and sister-in-law's funerals." Li Hong took the key with both hands, affirming, "Rest assured, Mother, I will handle everything." One waved him away, cradling Baolu in her arms, pressing her cheek against her granddaughter's and softly murmuring, "Baolu, you must remain safe. Your parents in heaven will surely protect you." Li Baolu rolled on the bed, clutching her head in pain, tears streaming from her eyes. Juan's heart ached for her, yet there was nothing she could do. In the village spanning a radius of 10 miles, her husband Li Baolu was the only physician. Now that he was in trouble, she found herself without anyone to tend to Baola's head, hoping only for divine protection to keep her safe. Li Baolu suddenly opened her eyes, fearfully surveying her surroundings. When she recognized the familiar furnishings of the room, a sense of relief washed over her, dissipating much of the terror she had faced in her dreams of death. This was her present life, not a past existence. Li Baolu reminded herself that she was merely a 3-year-old child, and thus quite safe. As this thought crossed her mind, her gaze fell upon the white cloth hanging outside the window. A chill ran through her. Memories of her collapse surged back, and her face paled. "Father, mother." In a panic, Li Baolu attempted to rise, but her body, stiff from prolonged lying, betrayed her, causing her to tumble off the bed. Hearing the commotion, Wan Shi rushed in, and upon seeing the small figure on the floor, she hurried over to pick up the child, anxiously asking, "Baolu, are you hurt?" As she checked Li Baolu's forehead and limbs, the little girl grasped her hand tightly, her eyes wide with intensity as she demanded, "Grandmother, where are father and mother?" Wan Shi's heart skipped a beat, and she blinked in confusion, asking, "Baolu, was it you speaking just now?" With tears brimming in her eyes, Li Baolu pressed on, "Grandmother, where are grandfather and my parents?" A mix of shock and joy coursed through Wan Shi, who embraced Baolu tightly, exclaiming, "It truly is a blessing from our ancestors. My Baolu can really speak." She laughed and cried simultaneously as she held Baolu close, saying, "Now your grandfather and your parents can rest easy." But sorrow overtook her again, and she choked back tears. "Baolu, your father and mother," Wan Shi bit her tongue, forcing a smile. "They have gone to heaven with your grandfather, watching over you. You must be good, or else your father and mother will be upset, and so will your grandfather." Li Baolu's complexion turned ashen, realizing that the scenes in her mind were neither illusions nor dreams, but stark realities. Seeing her pallor, Wan Shi feared she might faint again and quickly consoled her. "Do not be afraid, Baolu. You still have your grandmother. Your second uncle will always care for you. Your parents have not truly left. They are watching you from above." As she spoke, Wan Shi, suppressing her grief, carried the child into the yard, pointing to the bright sun above. "Look, your parents and grandfather are up in the sun, watching over you." When night falls, they will become stars. Gently, Wan Shi coaxed her. Our Baolu must be good when you grow up. You will be able to see father and mother again. Li Baolu gazed up at the sun, its rays piercing her eyes, causing a painful blur that brought forth a cascade of tears. Feeling a strong yet tender touch on her back, she bit her lip and whispered, "Grandmother, I will be obedient." Wan Shi, who had been steadfast, could no longer contain her tears, enveloping Li Baolu tightly in her embrace. The two of them cried in the yard, soon attracting the attention of her second uncle's family, Li Hong and Mei Shi. Witnessing Li Baolu not only speaking but also showing less of her previous days, were filled with astonishment. They knew that since her birth, Li Baolu had been somewhat slow. It was only through the compassion of her parents and elder brother and sister-in-law that she had been nurtured, in the hope she would one day become normal. Li Hong approached and scrutinized her for a moment before taking her from Wan Shi's arms, reassuring her, "Mother, this is a blessing amidst misfortune." After this incident, Baolu can not only speak, but has also awakened. The illness that even father could not ascertain. Her recovery signifies the favor of our ancestors. Even though brother and sister-in-law are gone, I will raise her as my own daughter. He added, this must be conveyed to father and brother and sister-in-law to ease their minds. The Li family had been exiled to Cheongzhou, marking a decline in their fortunes. They had simplified the funeral rites, but since Li Bo and Li Kong had perished in a maritime disaster, Wan Shi insisted on holding a 7-day mourning period to invite their spirits back. Thus, even though Li Baolu had been in a stupor for 5 days, she still managed to attend their funeral. At that moment, 3 coffins were placed in the main hall of the Li family home. Li Hong carried Li Baolu into the hall, positioning her on a mat in the center, gently instructing, "Baolu, those above are your grandfather and parents. Come, bow to them." Li Baolu stared blankly at the 3 coffins and the spirit tablets above. The 3 individuals who had loved her most in this life, who had shown her the utmost tolerance, had not even left behind their bodies. Seeing her in a daze, Wan Shi stepped forward to embrace her, holding her small hand as they bowed together, murmuring, "Your grandfather and parents have not departed. They can still see you bowing to them now. Knowing you are well will bring them peace." Li Baolu's lips trembled, her heart aching, rendering her speechless. In both lives, she had been unable to fulfill her filial duties before her parents. In her past life, although her parents were alive, work had kept them apart for a long time, let alone the joy of being cradled in their arms. She remained a child who caused her parents worry. In this life, her parents had only her as their child. Though their lives were difficult, they indulged her completely. Despite her dazed state, there were moments of clarity, during which she watched her young parents clumsily care for her, feeling a deep sense of gratitude. Thus, she endeavored to awaken, not wishing to bring them sorrow. But before she could fully process her past memories or grow up, they had left her. At that moment, Li Baolu profoundly grasped the poignant sorrow of the tree wishes for tranquility, but the wind does not cease. The child longs to care for their parents, yet they cannot wait. Li Baolu raised her head and gazed deeply at the spirit tablets, then broke free from her grandmother's embrace, bowing 3 times in a proper manner. Wan Shi watched with immense pride, nodding repeatedly. "Good, good. Our Baolu is grown up." Turning to Li Hong, she said, "Since Baolu is so understanding, let her be the one to present offerings to your brother and sister-in-law. They only have Baolu as their bloodline. It would please them greatly." Li Hong frowned slightly, glancing at Baolu kneeling on the mat, quietly voicing his dissent. "Mother, Baolu has just begun to speak and is still quite young. She may not understand these matters. Let Jungear handle it instead." Jungear was Li Hong's son and the only male descendant of the Li family at present, 2 years older than Li Baolu. He was originally meant to carry his uncle's spirit tablet during the ceremony. Li Baolu, kneeling at their feet, looked up at her second uncle, resolutely stating, "Second uncle, I will carry the spirit tablet." Though her speech was slow and unclear, everyone present understood her words. Hearing Li Baolu's defiance, Li Hong felt a hint of displeasure. Yet seeing his mother's expression of gratitude, he suppressed his dissatisfaction. However, his second aunt Mei Shi was delighted and stepped forward, saying, "I will prepare Baolu's mourning attire now and teach her the funeral etiquette. Do not worry, mother, I will ensure she learns properly before the ceremony in 2 days. I will teach her the etiquette. You prepare the mourning attire." Although Baolu seemed to have become somewhat cleverer, she was still young, and it would be disheartening if she could not learn well. It would be better for her to teach with more patience, and surely she would grasp it eventually. Despite her challenges in speaking, Li Baolu accepted new knowledge quickly, for she had recalled all her past lives' memories. Within her resided the essence of a 26-year-old soul, allowing her to swiftly learn the rituals Wan Shi imparted. Wan Shi felt both joy and sorrow. Baolu's cleverness offered her some reassurance. It was bittersweet that her husband and eldest son-in-law were not there to witness it. While Li Baolu kept vigil for her parents, she also learned the customs. Aside from communicating with her grandmother, she spoke little to others. Even when her second uncle crouched down to play with her, she did not meet his gaze. She understood that her second uncle did not like her. In the past, when she had been clumsy, he had often looked at her with disdain, making no effort to conceal his aversion. She refused to accept the death of her parents, and as her second uncle's attitude towards her shifted, it became evident that his actions were merely for the sake of their grandmother's observation. It was reminiscent of how he had once appeased her in front of her parents, putting on a facade for their benefit. Others were oblivious to Baolu's resistance towards Li Hong, yet Wan Shi sensed it keenly. She cast a discreet glance at her second son before embracing Baolu, murmuring, "Good child, let us keep vigil here tonight. You are still young, and taking care of your health is the greatest filial piety you can offer your parents. Stay alert tonight, and do not let the lamp extinguish your father and elder brother. Rely on its light to find their way home," Wan Shi reminded Li Hong, as was her custom. Li Hong readily agreed, assuring, "Rest assured, mother." Leaning against her grandmother, Baolu gazed up at the soul-calling lantern. Those who had perished far from home required such a light to guide their spirits back. And since her grandfather and parents had met their end at sea, where their bodies were lost, a lantern had been lit for them as well. It was said that this lantern must remain lit for 7 days. This was the penultimate day. After today and tomorrow, their souls would return, following the light to the graveyard, thus completing their journey and allowing them to be reborn in the afterlife. In her previous life, she would have dismissed this as mere superstition, yet after experiencing death and rebirth, she no longer dared to firmly deny it, especially as it involved her 3 closest kin. "Grandmother, I wish to watch the light," Baolu said, nestled in her grandmother's embrace. Wan Shi gently patted her back, saying, "Your second uncle will keep watch. You are just a child. It is best to heed the words of adults. Look, your older sister and brother have already gone to bed." Instantly, Baolu appeared listless, lying in bed without uttering a word. However, Wan Shi turned to her earnestly and asked, "Baolu, tell your grandmother, do you dislike your second uncle?" Baolu was taken aback, and then lowered her head in silence. "Why do you dislike him?" Wan Shi inquired softly. Baolu remained silent, turning her back towards her. With a sigh, Wan Shi ceased her questioning. The innocent heart of Baolu was capable of discerning good from evil. Had Erlang shown her any malice, she would not have felt such aversion. Moreover, Wan Shi had begun to perceive a subtle change in her second son, but the overwhelming sorrow of losing a loved one led her to refrain from probing further. Yet, Baolu would need to rely on Erlang for her future, and with such a stubborn temperament, how would she coexist with her second uncle? Filled with concern, Wan Shi gazed out at the lantern, unable to sleep through the night. Baolu, too, had scarcely slept, her mind occupied with thoughts of her parents and grandfather in this life. With little time spent in wakefulness, her memories of them were few, but each one was warm and cherished. That young couple had toiled tirelessly to provide her with a better life. She, the most naive child of the Li family, had lived the happiest of lives. Every year, she received new clothes, enjoyed meat every 4 or 5 days, and had a piece of candy daily. Even her brother, the sole male child in the family, could only wear garments altered from his sister's clothes and had to barter for candy by caring for her. They did not believe she would remain foolish forever thus. Even when she seemed unresponsive, they persisted in teaching her to eat, wash her face, and dress herself. As for her grandfather, half of Baolu's well-being stemmed from the conviction of the family patriarch, the former imperial physician, who assured them that she was not mentally impaired but simply yet to awaken to her potential. The elderly man, who often held her in his arms while recognizing herbs, had now departed from her life forever. Tears silently slipped from her tightly closed eyes, soaking into the pillow beneath her. Thus, Baolu spent the night in a state of half-sleep, and before dawn had broken, she arose to accompany her grandmother to the morning hall. Upon seeing her granddaughter's swollen eyes, Wan Shi sighed softly and took her small hand to the hall. As soon as they entered, Baolu darted to the soul-calling lantern. Noticing the oil was nearly depleted, the flame reduced to the size of soybean. She tugged at her grandmother's sleeve urgently, exclaiming, "The lamp! The lamp!" Wan Shi furrowed her brow, scanning the morning hall for Li Hong, but finding him absent. She quickly moved to replenish the oil for the lantern, relieved to see the flame rise once more to its previous height. Baolu knelt on the mat, holding the incense, murmuring softly, "Grandfather, father, mother, please return when you see the light. Come back to see Baolu. I have awakened now, and will only grow smarter from here on." Just as the two of them knelt on the mat, Li Hong rushed in, hurriedly explaining, "I went to the restroom, mother. Why are you both up so early? It's barely dawn, you should rest a bit longer." He then turned to Baolu, asking Baolu, "Are you tired? Would you like to sleep a little more?" Baolu glanced at her grandmother, whose expression was as dark as water, and shook her head. "No, I want." After a moment, sensing her tone was too rigid, she added, "I'm not tired." Wan Shi felt a twinge of displeasure. It was evident that Li Hong had just emerged from his room. She did not expect her second son to keep vigil at the morning hall all night. She would have been concerned for his health had he chosen to do so. However, there were sleeping mats laid out on one side of the morning hall for resting, as one could not leave the hall unattended. Had they not arrived, who could say whether the soul-calling lantern would have extinguished? Chapter 3. Intentions. Now that we have awakened, we must summon someone to prepare the grave. Tomorrow we shall hold the funeral. Despite her simmering anger, one did not express it at this moment, merely issuing a faint command. Li Hong, sensing his mother-esque displeasure, felt a chill wash over him. He lowered his head in acknowledgement and, casting a brief glance at the coffin in the hall, turned and withdrew. One then pulled Baolu to kneel before the spirit, offering paper money. Throughout the day, no one came to pay their respects. Only the Li family remained quietly by the morning hall. Li Baolu was the only doctor within a 10-mile radius, even having served as a royal physician, thus enjoying a fair reputation. However, the residents here were primarily exiles and their families, rendering human connections rather tenuous. Li Baolu's passing primarily evoked thoughts of future ailments that would go untreated. Those who genuinely came to mourn had already paid their respects days prior. At present, nearly half of the fishing village was engaged in funeral arrangements. As Baolu staggered out of the Li household, carrying her parents' tablets, she was met with a sea of white. A wave of sorrow washed over her, and suppressing the sting in her eyes, she resolutely pressed forward. Li Hong and Li Baolu cast the first handful of earth, and the workers began to shovel dirt, soon forming two tall mounds. Li Hong was buried alongside his wife, their coffins nestled closely together. Noticing one gazing vacantly at the mounds, Li Hong hurried to support her, saying, "Mother, it is getting late, we should return." One snapped back to reality, nodded, and took Baolu's hand, walking back step by step. The deceased were gone. Her only solace lay in protecting the living. The deaths of Li Baolu and Li Hong dealt a heavy blow to the Li family, as their income was largely derived from these two. Li Hong, unable to lift or carry, had always been shielded by his father and elder brother, making him unaccustomed to labor, let alone earning a livelihood. Thus, beginning today, they would likely need to tighten their belts until she could secure a better source of income. Their days could not possibly continue as they once did. One contemplated this and intended to summon Li Hong for discussion upon returning home, when a voice called from outside. "Li Hong, the village head has arrived and summoned everyone for a meeting. Hurry." Li Hong was taken aback and quickly glanced at his mother. Typically, such matters were attended by his father or elder brother. One pondered for a moment and replied, "You should go. The time for the summer tax is approaching, and the village head is most likely addressing this issue." Recalling that a new magistrate had been appointed last year, one felt a twinge of unease as she absent-mindedly stroked Baolu's hair. Li Baolu, with her round, curious eyes, looked up at her grandmother, brimming with questions. "I hope I am merely overthinking," one said, gently ruffling her granddaughter's hair. "There remains more than a month until the summer tax is due. Ordinarily, there would be no need for such early notification to the village. These matters were customary, and each household knew their tax obligations and labor duties. Yet, with every new ruler comes a new regime, and even in a mere county, the arrival of a new magistrate often heralds a change in procedures. One could only hope for a just and benevolent leader. One silently prayed. But the grim expression on Li Hong's face upon his return indicated that the village head's visit portended unfavorable news. One sat up straight and inquired, "What has happened?" Mei looked at Li Hong with a sense of urgency. Li Hong, maintaining a solemn expression, replied, "The village chief has announced that this year's summer tax must be paid in advance, along with the corvée." His voice dropped significantly, tinged with resentment, as he added, The penalties for exile have been increased by 30%. To redeem oneself from labor, one must now pay double compared to previous years. One widened her eyes in disbelief. How audacious for the new county magistrate to exploit them so soon. A glint of coldness flashed in Li Hong's eyes as he gritted his teeth. What is there that he would not dare? The Cheongzhou prefecture, apart from the uncivilized savages, is inhabited solely by us exiled criminals. Can we escape to Guangzhou to lodge a complaint against him? Cheongzhou prefecture is under the jurisdiction of Guangdong, governed by Guangzhou. Though termed a prefecture, it is essentially a county, and due to the straits separating them from Guangdong, communication and travel are exceedingly inconvenient. Not only are they, the exiled convicts, restricted from leaving their place of exile, but even the affluent citizens find it challenging to cross the sea. Furthermore, the magistrate does not exploit the good citizens. This increase in taxation specifically targets the exiled criminals. Additionally, children over 1 year old are required to pay half the labor tax. Li Hong lamented, after this, who knows how many children will perish? The exiles are confined to specific areas and, being labeled as criminals, cannot redeem themselves without official documents from the court, nor can they sell themselves into servitude. Consequently, families with many children, in an effort to alleviate their tax burden, resort to abandoning their children in the mountains or even drowning them. One clearly understood this grim reality and felt a surge of indignation. Gritting her teeth, such a heartless act. He will not hold onto his position for long. Yet this is enough to bring about our demise, Li Hong remarked nonchalantly. One fixed a stern gaze upon him, stating earnestly, our family possesses the assets left by your father and elder brother. We can endure for another 7 or 8 years, and we shall not remain idle. What prospects are there in this world? Li Hong replied despondently. Moreover, we are still restricted as criminals. Li Hong's eyes scanned the room, and he sighed deeply. Li Baolu instinctively clutched Wan's arm. Her uncle's earlier gaze had sent her heart racing, making her feel as though she were being stalked by a ravenous wolf. Wan, unaware of the reason, assumed that the somber atmosphere had frightened her and hurriedly picked her up to leave, saying to Li Hong, since the decree has been issued, prepare the tax money. At worst, we shall work harder in the second half of the year, and we will find a way to survive. Li Hong stood silently, watching his mother carry Baolu away. Baolu leaned against her grandmother's shoulder, her round eyes observing her uncle's expression, her heart sinking as he did not respond to her grandmother. If anyone in the family understood Li Hong best, it would be Li Baolu, perhaps alongside her grandfather. Li Hong was charmingly sweet-tongued and adept at masquerading. Before his parents, he was the obedient and dutiful son. In front of his siblings and their spouses, he was the compliant younger brother, and before his wife and children, he was the steadfast and reliable husband and father. However, he showed no pretense in front of Li Baolu. Perhaps he considered her a fool, as he never concealed his disdain when alone with her. Li Baolu's moments of lucidity were fleeting, yet even within this limited time, she could often perceive her second uncle's true nature. Thus, she harbored little affection for him, let alone any confidence. Upon learning that children over the age of 1 were also subject to the tax, Li Baolu began to fret for her own fate. She glanced up at her grandmother, aware that even if the elder sensed the duplicity in Li Hong, she would not fathom this underlying concern. Is something troubling you? Are you feeling unwell? Wan, her grandmother, noticed that Li Baolu had been restless since returning to her room. Grandmother, what if my second uncle no longer wants me? Li Baolu asked earnestly. Wan smiled gently, soothingly patting her head. Silly girl, you are part of our family. How could your second uncle possibly abandon you? But if my second uncle were to reject me, would you still want me, grandmother? Li Baolu pressed on. Of course. Wan affirmed. How could I ever bear to part with Baolu? With a soft sigh of relief, Li Baolu felt reassured. Her grandmother held a significant position within the household. No matter how hypocritical Li Hong might be, he would not dare openly defy her. As long as her grandmother chose to keep her, her future seemed secure. Meanwhile, Mei and Li Hong were conversing about Li Baolu. Mei, counting on her fingers, remarked, now that Baolu has recovered, we needn't keep those medicines prepared by your father. Selling them could yield a tidy sum. The tonics, gathered from the mountains by your father and elder uncle, are reportedly hard to find in the county's apothecaries, which could also bring him profit. Li Hong, resting his chin on his hand as he gazed at the canopy above, replied, "Pack them up, and I will take them to the apothecary when I find the time. As for the tonics, let us keep them. We may need them ourselves in the future." May was taken aback by her husband's immediate agreement, momentarily stunned. Regaining her composure, she hesitated, thinking it unwise to sell them all, considering Baolu had just recovered and might not be fully well. Perhaps it would be better to keep a few days' worth of medicine, lest her mother become upset. "No need to keep any," Li Hong said dismissively. With her condition as it is, continuing the medicine would be a waste. May was jolted by his cold words, her eyes widening in disbelief as she stared at him. Li Hong then turned to her with a gentle smile. "She is the sole bloodline of our elder brother and sister-in-law. How could we not care? Moreover, she suffers from a chronic illness, though she appears to have improved now. Who can predict when her affliction may return? We are not her parents, and she has no biological siblings. If her illness recurs, she will suffer in this world." May's heart sank, feeling as though it were submerged in icy water. She timidly remarked, "Though our circumstances are difficult, we can still manage to provide her with a meal. When she grows up, we could find her a suitable match, and perhaps she might even contribute to the family." Sweating profusely, May struggled to enumerate Li Baolu's virtues, yet she merely saw her as a fool. Having always looked down upon her and held little affection, finding any redeeming qualities in her was indeed a challenge, and she could only repeatedly assert, "After all, she is the only bloodline of our elder uncle and aunt. If it were merely a morsel of rice, I would willingly relinquish it to her without a second thought." However, beginning this year, she is required to pay an annual tax of 8 coins, despite being only a little over 3 years old, and with marriage still a decade away. That amounts to a total of 8 taels over 10 years, assuming the county magistrate does not impose additional taxes. Li Hong inquired, "Do you believe our family possesses such wealth?" May bit her lip, pondering for a moment before softly responding, "Didn't Team Mother give you the keys to the household?" The money in the public account should sustain us for a few years. When Li Hong opened the box to retrieve the money, he did not conceal it from May. Thus she was aware of how much Li Bo and Li Kong had left for the family. The contributions Li Kong made each year to the Li family could easily support not just one Baolu, but even 2 more. She struggled to comprehend why her husband would target Baolu in such a manner. After all, she was his own niece. "The taxes we pay should be sufficient for us to endure for several years, but let us not forget that we also have to redeem our labor. Surely, you cannot expect me to labor in the fields. Do you really believe I could survive such a fate?" Li Hong regarded his wife coldly and retorted, "Moreover, what profit can one expect from fishing and farming? Our family thrived in the past primarily due to the frequent visits from townsfolk seeking my father's medical expertise. Without that, we might scarcely manage to secure our basic needs. Just observe the lives of other families in the village." Yet Li Kong, despite lacking medical skills, managed to earn a considerable sum for the family, didn't he? The thought lingered on May's tongue for a moment before she swallowed it down. How could her husband possibly be compared to his elder brother? Li Kong could brave the winter seas with his fishing net, while Li Hong could barely toil in the fields, even in spring, without needing to rest. Li Hong cast a calm glance at May and said, "Tomorrow, you shall accompany Mother to the beach. You need not concern yourself with the affairs of the household. This matter does not involve you. Just ensure that you keep Mother outside for as long as possible." Chapter 4. Abandonment. Li Baolu noticed her second aunt stepping out with a basket and immediately followed behind her, her round eyes fixed intently on her. "Second aunt, I want to accompany grandmother." May, sensing Li Baolu's gaze, averted her eyes. Her face stiffened as she coaxed, "Baolu, dear, your grandmother is foraging by the sea. Otherwise, we want to have dinner tonight. Why don't you stay at home and play with your siblings?" She had no desire to play with Li He and Li Jun. Li Baolu exclaimed, "Second aunt, please let me go. I promise I'll be good and just sit on the ground waiting for you." May shook her head repeatedly, unconsciously rubbing the basket as she forced a smile. "No, the sea breeze is strong, and you're too young. You might catch a cold if you go there." Li Baolu cast a glance at her fidgeting hands, her suspicions deepening. What had May done to feel so guilty? Over the past few days, May had been unusually kind to her, ensuring that she had all the meals that Li Jun had, and even providing her with things that Li Jun did not have. Although the food was not as good as when her parents were alive, it was still far better than what He and Nyo received. May was never generous, and initially, Li Baolu thought she was simply feeling pity for her due to her young age and loss of parents. However, after realizing that May was avoiding her, Li Baolu began to sense something was amiss, noticing the guilt and unease in May's demeanor whenever she was around. What could she have done that would make her feel so guilty? Li Baolu grew increasingly restless. Being a child, her words were taken lightly by her grandmother, who would not regard them seriously, which left her feeling somewhat powerless. Seeing the discontent etched on Baolu's face, May felt both guilty and sympathetic. She reached in her pocket and pulled out a piece of licorice, coaxing, "It's a piece of licorice for you. It's quite tasty. You stay home and play nicely, and we'll bring you delicious fish when we return." Baolu silently accepted the licorice, and after a moment, she asked, "Second aunt, could you tell grandmother that I miss her?" May reluctantly agreed, muttering a response before hastily departing. Baolu clutched the licorice, her head drooping as she returned to the house. Li Jun had gone out to play, and Li had taken their youngest sister, Nyo, for a walk. The house was now quiet, leaving her alone, which was both peaceful and rather dull. After sitting for a while, Baolu jumped off the bed and ran to the cabinet, rummaging through the small backpack her mother had prepared for her. In the fishing village, every girl had a small backpack specifically for storing trinkets. Although Li Baolu was considered simple-minded, her parents firmly believed she would eventually be normal. Hence, they had prepared everything that other children had, including this small backpack. Baolu pulled out her grandmother's scissors to put inside, then took out a flint. After a moment's contemplation, she quietly slipped into her grandfather's medicine room to gather a few packets of medicinal powder, and then went to the kitchen to stuff 2 wild vegetable buns into her bag. Sitting on the floor, Baolu counted the contents of her small backpack, ensuring she had collected all the essentials for survival before securely fastening it and hiding it in the wardrobe. Better to be prepared, even if it stemmed from a child's misguided intentions, than to remain utterly unprepared. As she crouched on the floor, tucking the small pack away, a voice suddenly broke the silence. "What are you doing?" Li Baolu was startled, sitting abruptly on the ground. As she looked up, she saw Li Hong standing at the door, backlit, with an expression on his face that was inscrutable. A chill crept up her spine, and a sense of crisis enveloped her heart. She made an effort to appear innocent, widening her eyes and cheerfully exclaiming, "Uncle, you're back." Li Baolu happened to be crouching in the shadow of the wardrobe, so Li Hong did not notice her stiffness. Moreover, considering she was merely a child of over 3 years, he found it hard to muster any sense of wariness. Li Hong approached her, looking down with an inquisitive gaze, and asked, "What are you looking for, Baolu?" With nonchalance, Li Baolu opened the wardrobe, pointing at the neatly folded clothes inside and boasting, "Pretty dresses. Grandmother said they were made by my mother." Li Hong glanced over and felt a tinge of disappointment. All that lay within were the belongings of a little girl, evident at a glance, offering no concealment for anything of significance. Yet, he found it hard to believe that his elder brother and sister-in-law had left Baolu without any secret stash of money. Most likely, that money resided in their mother's hands. Realizing he was the only son, he concluded that those funds would eventually belong to him. With this thought, Li Hong felt a sense of calm wash over him, and he smiled, gently coaxing Li Baolu. "Do you miss your parents?" Li Baolu looked at him with wide, innocent eyes. Li Hong laughed and lifted her into his arms, saying, "Uncle will take you to see your parents, all right? They have delicious food there. Once you see them, you can eat whatever you want, and you'll be very happy." As the moment approached, Li Baolu surprisingly composed herself. She wrapped her arms around Li Hong's neck and joyfully asked, "Will Uncle come with me to see my parents?" Li Hong's smile faltered, and he replied, "No, only Baolu can see her parents." Feeling a bit dejected, Baolu inquired, "What about grandmother? Can she not come?" Li Hong shook his head with a smile. "No, because your parents are only worried about you, Baolu. That is why they want to keep you close." He added, "All right, Uncle will take you to see your parents now." Li Baolu shook her head, insisting, "No, I want to wait for grandmother to come back and take me." Li Hong's expression darkened, and narrowing his eyes, he looked at her with a fierce demeanor, saying, "Your grandmother is too busy to take you. Baolu must behave, or Uncle will get angry." "Then I need to take my bag," Li Baolu pointed at the backpack she had just placed inside. I want to walk by myself. Li Hong found her to be quite a handful. However, given that the Li family resided in the center of the village, her shouting would surely draw attention. Carrying her while she was asleep would only lead to future complications. Weighing the pros and cons, Li Hong ultimately set her down, allowing her to walk out on her own. With her small backpack slung over her shoulders, Li Baolu walked at a leisurely pace, hoping to delay the situation a little longer. If she could encounter someone along the way, that would be even better. Even if she couldn't ask for help, at the very least, she wanted someone to notify her grandmother. Li Baolu's mind was racing with calculations, yet they encountered no one on their journey. Li Baolu thought, what terrible luck. No wonder one would be crushed by an earthquake. Li Hong mused. Had he known there would be no one on the road, he wouldn't have wasted time dawdling with the child. Isn't it faster to simply knock her unconscious and carry her away? Li Baolu gazed wide-eyed at the forest ahead, pointing out Li Hong's mistake. Her parents' graves were not here, but over there. Li Hong raised an eyebrow, surprised that Li Baolu, having only passed this way once, had remembered the direction. There was indeed a path leading there, and it was quicker. Without waiting for Li Baolu to speak again, Li Hong lifted her in his arms and made his way into the mountains. Li Baolu, caught between shouting and silence, ultimately chose to remain quiet. Having already left the village, she realized that even if she screamed at the top of her lungs, no one would hear her, and it would only infuriate Li Hong. What if he became enraged and knocked her out? At that moment, Li Baolu had begun to suspect his intentions, recalling his words from a couple of days prior. She could only hope he intended to abandon her rather than to strangle or drown her. Li Baolu obediently nestled against Li Hong's shoulder, striving to memorize the route he was taking. While she was keenly aware of the situation, it did not mean she would yield. The anger and humiliation of having her life in someone else's hands flickered momentarily across her face before she suppressed it. She lacked the power to refuse now. But one day, she would be her own master. After all, it was his first time doing such a thing, and the subject was his own niece. No matter how ruthless Li Hong was or how strong his mental fortitude, he was still sweating profusely and feeling nervous. Thus he failed to notice the overly quiet Li Baolu. Li Hong trudged through the dense woods for quite some time, and when he finally calmed down, he found himself surrounded by towering trees, their thick leaves blocking out the sun, making it nearly impossible to see any light while standing beneath them. Convinced that this place was sufficiently safe, he finally set Li Baolu down. Standing on the ground, Li Baolu looked up at him with her round, glistening eyes, observing him silently. Li Hong, feeling almost embarrassed, averted his gaze, clenching his fists, unable to bring himself to harm such a small child. Yet, thinking of the arduous task ahead, he steeled himself, gritting his teeth as he grasped Li Baolu's neck. Li Baolu's hands and feet turned cold, but she looked up at Li Hong with a broad smile and, in a sweet voice, exclaimed, "Second uncle, I need to pee." Li Hong's courage, which had just begun to swell, deflated halfway. He stood up and glanced around, noticing the forest was eerily quiet, with only the occasional chirp of insects. A thought crossed his mind, and after a moment of contemplation, he looked down at Li Baolu in his own hand, finally saying, "All right, second uncle will find you a spot. You wait here for me, and don't wander off, understand?" Li Baolu nodded obediently, adding, "Second uncle, be quick." Li Hong nodded absent-mindedly, then hurried back along the path they had come. They had traveled quite a distance from the edge of the forest. It was easy for even an adult to get lost here, let alone a child of just over 3 years old. Unable to bring himself to strangle Li Baolu, he decided to leave her behind. However, as soon as Li Hong walked away, Li Baolu let out a long sigh and plopped down onto the ground. She had nearly met her end, and the fright had been overwhelming. She wiped the sweat from her forehead, adjusted her small backpack, and began to retrace her steps back along the path they had taken. Typically, a child just over 3 years old would be utterly terrified to find themselves alone in such a place. But fate has conspired against her as she inadvertently dreamt of a past life and regained her memories. This revelation is akin to harboring within her the spirit of a 26-year-old adult. Until now, she had been nestled against Li Hong's shoulder, observing the path behind them. Retracing their steps to exit is not the challenge. Rather, it is evading the venomous insects, serpents, and ferocious beasts lurking in the woods that poses a true dilemma. The absence of these dangers on the way in does not guarantee safety on the way out. The ancient wilderness is vastly different from the modern world, as evidenced by the dense foliage that obstructs the air. Furthermore, her small limbs make each step merely a fifth of Li Hong's stride, and it is certain that she will not escape before nightfall. Chapter 5. Breaking through, one held a large lobster and tossed it into the basket. Turning around, she noticed Mei lingering, and her brow furrowed as she inquired, "What is the matter with you today? You seem utterly distracted. If you do not hasten, night will soon fall." Mei's hand holding the basket trembled slightly. Juan, oblivious, continued searching for items while admonishing her. "The children are waiting at home for us to prepare dinner. Baolu is finally feeling better, and June is rather helpless. I wonder if she is frightened at home." Mei's complexion paled further. She glanced at her mother-in-law walking ahead, and then at the sea where Li and Kong had perished. Thoughts of her sister-in-law, who had always treated her kindly, and her brother-in-law, who frequently supported their branch of the family, flooded her mind. She found Baolu foolish and resented her for being a burden, yet that did not mean she wished to abandon her. After all, she was the sole bloodline of the main family. Mei gritted her teeth and hastily stepped forward, suddenly kneeling before Juan with a splash. "What are you doing?" Juan exclaimed, taken aback, stepping back and staring at her. Mei, trembling, grasped her pant leg, her face pale as she implored, "Mother, please save Baolu, my husband." Mei's eyes were filled with urgency, yet the sordid matter remained unutterable. Juan's expression shifted drastically as her long-buried fears sprouted into a towering tree. She forcefully pushed Mei's hand away, abandoning the basket to rush home. Mei collapsed onto the ground, weeping uncontrollably, knowing her fate was sealed. If Li Hong discovered her betrayal, she could only imagine the punishment she would endure, and her mother-in-law would surely blame her, rendering her an outcast in her own home. Yet even amidst sorrow, she felt no regret. Panting, Juan returned home, flinging the door open and calling, "Baolu, Baolu." There was not a sound within the house. Juan's limbs turned cold as she stumbled into the room shared with Baolu, only to find the wardrobe ajar and the room empty. Baolu never ventured outside to play. She usually waited at the door for Juan's return. Where could she possibly be? Anxious and frantic, Juan dashed towards the village, and upon exiting her door, collided with Li Hong. Seeing her second son, Juan's eyes filled with bloodshot urgency as she grasped his arm, demanding, "Where have you taken Baolu?" Li Hong paused, panic flashing in his eyes, yet he maintained an impassive facade as he replied, "What do you mean, mother? What is wrong with Baolu?" Juan fixed her gaze intently upon him, pressing, "You took Baolu out. Why did you not bring her back? Where is she? Isn't Baolu at home? Would I take her out?" Li Hong replied with innocent eyes fixed on his mother. A wise mother knows her child, and Juan recognized his deceit. She pressed further, "Someone saw you on the road. Tell me, where did you take Baolu? She is just a child. How could you dare leave her alone outside?" Li Hong's smile faded gradually, revealing a sorrowful expression as he whispered, "Baolu was crying for her parents, and seeing her in such distress, I took her to the cemetery. When she saw the grave, she indeed stopped crying. Seeing her calm, and feeling an ache in my stomach, I left her to wait while I went to relieve myself. When I returned, she was gone." Li Hong gazed sorrowfully at his mother and said, "I have returned solely to seek her, mother. I fear that you might not withstand this news, which is why I initially refrained from telling you." Juan, shaken, felt a pang in her heart as emotions surged within her. She suppressed the metallic taste rising in her throat. Her eyes filled with tears as she glared at Li Hong for a moment before pushing him aside and rushing off to find someone to help search for her. Li Hong, feeling somewhat guilty, maintained a stoic expression. He understood that his mother would harbor suspicions about his words, yet he believed that as long as there was no evidence, he could eventually maneuver his way out of this predicament. In truth, he had a more cunning explanation in mind. Previously, he thought that by taking Baolu out without being seen, he could later claim she had wandered off when they returned to find her missing. Given that this area was bordered by the sea on one side and mountains on the other, it was not uncommon for someone to lose their way. Moreover, Baolu had once been simple-minded. Unfortunately, he had not managed to cover his tracks before his mother returned. This line of thought made Li Hong frown. Had his mother not been delayed by May? Why had she returned so early? As he pondered this, one had already summoned several individuals, rushing up to seize his hand and implore, "Where did you lose Baolu? Take us to find her." Li Hong, with no time for reflection, donned a fade of sorrow and urgency, leading everyone to the cemetery. They spread out from the cemetery, but naturally, no trace of her was found. One quickly realized that Li Hong was likely not speaking the truth. Baolu had always been well-behaved and would not wander far, given their concentrated search yielding no results. It was evident that she was not in this vicinity. However, the only one privy to Baolu's whereabouts was Li Hong. As darkness began to descend, Juan grew increasingly anxious. The wilderness was fraught with peril, especially at night. If they could not locate Baolu soon, she feared for her own safety. Gripping Li Hong's hand tightly, she pulled him to the graves of Li Kong and his wife, crying out, "Hunger, we have wronged your elder brother and sister-in-law. Baolu is their only bloodline. If I cannot protect even this one life, what purpose is there in my continued existence?" Li Hong's expression darkened as he embraced his mother, saying, "Mother, this is my fault. I should not have left Baolu alone here. If anyone is to blame, it is I." "Did you truly leave Baolu here?" Juan asked pointedly, her gaze piercing. "Think carefully. Perhaps she is lost elsewhere." Li Hong remained silent, contemplating her words. Juan continued, "Hunger, you share a profound bond with your elder brother. Since childhood, he has always yielded to you. Whatever you desired, he would strive to obtain for you. Our family has been sentenced to exile, and the journey from the capital to Cheongzhou is arduous. Your frail constitution could not withstand the hardships of the road, and you fell ill along the way. Your father prepared a prescription, but was hindered by the lack of medicine. It was your elder brother who, through humble supplication to the escorting officials, secured an additional 2 days' respite, allowing him to venture into the mountains to gather herbs. In his pursuit of medicine for you, your brother risked his own safety and fell from the mountainside. Upon our arrival here, your father's health deteriorated for the first 2 years. It was only through your brother's relentless toil that we could settle in peace. In his quest to secure a bride for you, your brother toiled day and night at sea. Were it not for you, if not for you, he would not have married your sister-in-law at the age of 27 or 28, nor would he have sacrificed his health to produce a simpleton." Li Hong pushed away his mother, his face contorted with resentment. "Everything is done for me. You all believe he is superior, deeming me incapable. If that is the case, why must his daughter be entrusted to my care? He could simply take her with him." "Beast!" Mrs. Wan, incensed, struck him across the face, exclaiming, "He's your own brother, and Baolu is your niece. How can you speak thus? Moreover, what do you mean by taking care of her? The money your brother and sister-in-law left for the family could easily support not just one Baolu, but 3. You have aspirations, you have dignity. Why then do you still rely on the money left by your father and brother?" With red-rimmed eyes, Li Hong glared at his mother, biting his lip in silence. Mrs. Wan, filled with disappointment, fixed her piercing gaze upon him and inquired, "I ask you again, where have you left Baolu?" Li Hong turned his head away, refusing to respond. Enraged, Mrs. Wan, realizing the truth was out, did not attempt to conceal it any longer. She struck him again, scolding, "You heartless wretch! Are you not afraid of divine retribution? If you do not speak, I shall inform the village head." Li Hong scoffed. "How many children drown in this vicinity each year? Do you think the village head will concern himself with such matters? The reason he turns a blind eye is that the parents or grandparents of the drowned children are to blame. But you, as merely Baolu's uncle, if you harm her, it will be seen as a crime for profit. Do you believe the village head will overlook that?" Gritting his teeth, his eyes ablaze, Li Hong retorted, "I'm also your son. Are you willing to sacrifice your own son and your 3 grandchildren for the sake of one granddaughter? Mother, can you truly do that? Or is it only your elder brother who is your son, while I am a child you picked up from the street?" Mrs. Wan, infuriated, swayed slightly and threatened, "If you do not speak, you shall see how ruthless I can be." With that, she pushed past Li Hong and made a rush outside. He hastily grabbed her, but dared not be too forceful, for had he not noticed the onlookers lingering at a distance, watching this scene unfold? They spoke in hushed tones, unheard by outsiders. But if he made any further moves, the truth would surely be revealed. Li Hong calculated the passage of time and noticed the encroaching darkness. To inform him now would likely yield no results in finding Baolu. Even if they did, she might very well have perished. He had deliberately led her into the depths of the mountains, where a child left alone would either perish from fright or be taken by wild beasts. Meanwhile, Li Baolu, his young classmate, was not dead from fright but was on the verge of dying of thirst. Her backpack was too small after packing her belongings. There was no room left for water, and in the haste of their departure, she had not the time to grab her water bottle. As soon as Li Hong departed, she extracted her belongings from her backpack, carrying insect repellent powder with her and clutching an extra packet for unforeseen circumstances. Navigating the path was not particularly challenging, as Li Hong had left traces of her passage. Baolu possessed sufficient discernment for this task. However, with her petite stature and slender limbs, she found herself almost engulfed by the thick grass, an experience far from pleasant, despite her mental preparations. After traversing a considerable distance, darkness enveloped the surroundings, and hunger gnawed at her insides. She retrieved a wild vegetable bun from her pack, only to grimly realize that she had forgotten to bring the most essential element for survival: water. Baolu felt her throat parched, her mouth full of the bun, and as she glanced around, she recognized that locating a small stream or puddle in this primordial forest was akin to a Herculean task. Thus, she turned her attention to the leaves and trunks surrounding her, summoning the courage reminiscent of Shen Nong, the legendary figure who tasted hundreds of herbs. Baolu cautiously plucked a large, verdant leaf and, from the incision, began to extract its sap. A peculiar, astringent flavor burst upon her tongue. She blinked, hesitated for a moment, then, resolutely closing her eyes, continued to gnaw on a leaf. In her quest for survival, she truly demonstrated remarkable tenacity. Chapter 6. Finding as dusk descended, Li Baolu hesitated between moving forward and halting. Ultimately, she resolved to crawl her way out. Though her knowledge of this era was scant, she was acutely aware of the perils that lurked within the forest at night, remaining meant facing the danger of venomous creatures and fierce beasts, while continuing on risked losing her way, for the darkness obscured many traces, engulfing them in shadow. Both paths bore the potential for peril, yet she was willing to take a chance, wagering that her grandmother would not abandon her, and also betting on her own capabilities. Seizing the twilight, Li Baolu gathered dry twigs to fashion a torch. With utmost care, she extracted a flint and ignited the makeshift torch. Holding it aloft, a diminutive figure carrying a flame nearly as tall as herself, illuminating the path as she trudged onward amidst the obscured traces. Juan's heart plummeted as she beheld the dense and treacherous forest before her, a place notorious for lurking beasts, where locals refrained from gathering firewood during the winter months. Li Hong had carelessly cast a mere 3-year-old child into this perilous expanse. Even a moment's detour could spell disaster. Juan's heart swelled with pain and rage, and disregarding her son's dignity, she turned and struck him sharply, snatching the torch from another's grasp and plunging into the woods. The villagers who followed remained silent, yet one among them, quick of hand and keen of eye, seized one's arm, whispering in caution, "Aunt, the child may not survive. The mountains are perilous. You must also consider your own safety." At these words, Juan's sorrow intensified, and she could not suppress her anguished wails. "Baolu, Baolu. Oh, heavens, how unjust you are! My Li family has always rescued the afflicted, never committing any wrongdoings. Why must you be so cruel, even to such a small child?" Juan collapsed to the ground, her heart aching to the point of incapacitation. The gathered crowd was moved, their gazes toward Li Hong growing increasingly hostile. The search had shifted from the graveyard to this place, and the villagers were not oblivious. It was evident that Li Hong had cast away his niece out of unwillingness to care for her. Such a heartless act condemned the child to a fate worse than death, leaving her to perish without a trace. In this region, drowning a child was not an uncommon occurrence. The harsh reality was that many could not afford to raise their young, and thus resorted to such tragic measures. If it were the parents who had acted thus, it might elicit sympathy for their dire circumstances, but when the uncle was the perpetrator, it inevitably tainted his character. Of course, in this village, every household was comprised of exiles or their descendants, and notions of virtue were scarce. Yet, even the wicked maintained certain boundaries. Furthermore, the Li family had a commendable reputation within the village. It was well known that their banishment stemmed not from personal wrongdoing, but from having offended a favored concubine of the palace while saving lives. Li Baolu, a compassionate healer, would treat the villagers even when they could not afford a consultation fee, often taking it upon himself to provide herbal remedies. Li Kong was equally admirable, outgoing, generous, and honorable, drawing nearly half the youth of the village into his fold. Alas, during the last maritime venture, those close to him perished, leaving none to return alive. Otherwise, Li Hong would not have dared to mistreat the orphan of Li Kong. Although none among the gathered had a close relationship with Li Kong, those who came to assist in the search harbored a modicum of goodwill towards him. Witnessing the profound sorrow of Wan Shi, and reflecting on the fact that Li Baolu was merely a 3-year-old child, one could not fathom how Li Hong could bring himself to such cruelty. It was well known that Li Baolu was cherished and pampered by her parents, Li Kong and his wife, and no one in the village could claim to have a more endearing child than she. If they truly could not afford to raise her, it would be one matter. However, it was common knowledge that Li Kong and his spouse were quite capable and likely left behind a considerable fortune. What could a single child possibly consume? Even the hardest of hearts could manage to provide for her until the age of 13 or 14, marrying her off instead of resorting to such heinous actions. After all, she was the only bloodline left by their eldest son. Many felt that Li Hong was not a man worthy of deep trust. Wan Shi, biting her lip until it bled, lamented her failure to rear her child properly, which ultimately led to the harm of her granddaughter. She cast a glance at the dark, monstrous woods, clenched her fist in anger, and shot a glare at her son before pushing past those who obstructed her and ventured forth. "Aunt!" exclaimed a youth, blocking her path. Wan Shi, however, concealed her anguish, replying coolly, "I am of advanced age, with only a few years left to live. What face will I have to meet a Kong and his wife in death? It is better to pursue Baolu now. I could not protect her in life, but perhaps I can pave a way for her in the afterlife." With that, she brushed aside the youth's hand and, torch in hand, stepped resolutely into the forest. The crowd stood in silence, watching her retreating figure. Li Hong's face turned ashen as he observed his mother walk towards the woods as if to her demise. Anger surged within him. Was he not her son? For the sake of a deceased granddaughter, she had publicly stripped him of his dignity. Had she considered his plight? The remnants of guilt within Li Hong dissipated in that moment as he watched his mother step further into the forest, even knowing she would not return. He reminded himself that this was a place of exile. Offending the favored consort of the court would make their families return to the capital or their homeland akin to chasing a dream. If that was the case, why should he concern himself with the ephemeral nature of reputation? There were no virtuous souls here. If he had to be a little wicked, so be it. Kindness invites deceit. Only by being somewhat ruthless could he command respect from others. Li Hong relentlessly sought justification within himself, forgetting that even the wicked have their limits. As Li Hong stood by, having first harmed his niece and now allowing his mother to march toward her death, he exemplified ingratitude and unfiliality. While the onlookers were reluctant to stir trouble, they subtly began to distance themselves from him. Wan Shi entered the woods, resolute in her fatal decision. Reflecting on the arduous days ahead and burdened by such a son, none dared to stop her, merely holding their torches aloft as they quietly watched her vanish from sight. Wan Shi gazed into the darkened forest ahead, aware that even with her torch raised high, she could only see 5 steps ahead. How frightened little Baolu must be. With a tear glistening in her eye, Wan rose to her feet and made her way inside, murmuring softly, "Baolu, grandmother is here to accompany you. Do not be afraid. Do not be afraid." Meanwhile, Baolu struggled to advance with the dimming torch, laboring to push her way outward. She had just heard her grandmother's voice calling her, but it had only echoed twice before fading into silence, leaving her to ponder whether it was merely an illusion. After calling out twice without a response, Baolu became increasingly convinced that the sound had been a figment of her imagination, and a wave of disappointment washed over her, making her feel as wilted as a frostbitten eggplant. Although she could still discern the trail before her, the distance to the mountain's exit remained an enigma, and the longer she lingered, the more fatigue set in, heightening the risk of missteps. All she had to rely on was sheer willpower. Beyond the circle of light surrounding her, darkness enveloped everything, and the silhouettes of trees, illuminated by the flickering flame, took on ghastly shapes. Had it not been for Li Baolu's steadfast spirit, even a sound mind would have faltered and lost its way. Fortunately, having led a life devoid of wrongdoing, she could boldly reassure herself that there was no reason to fear. When she heard a rustling sound, she momentarily thought she had encountered a ferocious beast, her complexion paling as she crouched low to the ground, hesitating whether to extinguish her torch. Just then, she faintly discerned the sound of someone speaking. Her eyes brightened. Was that her grandmother's voice? Without pausing to discern reality from illusion, she sprang up and shouted, "Grandmother!" In an instant, the voices in the darkness ceased, and the entire forest fell silent for 3 heartbeats. Then, Baolu faintly heard a call, "Baolu? Baolu!" She pinched her thigh, feeling a sharp pain that brought her back to clarity. She could still hear her grandmother's voice, affirming that this was no mere illusion. Elatedly, she responded, "Grandmother, I am here." One was nearly beside herself with joy, brandishing the torch as she rushed towards the sound. The forest was dense with trees and underbrush, so Baolu stood her ground, repeatedly calling out to her grandmother, "I am here," to help one ascertain her location. After a quarter of an hour of weaving through the thicket, Juan's eyes lit up as she spotted her little Baolu with the torch. She hurried forward and embraced her tightly. With Baolu cradled in her arms, Juan's tears cascaded onto her shoulders as she held her precious grandchild close, whispering promises of protection. "Good child, do not fear. Grandmother will always safeguard you." Baolu clung to Juan's neck, pouting as she recounted. "Second uncle said he would take me to find father and mother, and we walked quite a distance. Then he said he needed to relieve himself and told me to wait, but the moment he turned, he vanished. I waited for ages, and when he did not return, I had no choice but to come out on my own." Rather than wait for her grandmother to inquire, she decided to preemptively share her tale. A flicker of anger surged within Juan, and she admonished, "From now on, do not heed your second uncle's words. Do you understand?" After speaking, she found it peculiar, casting a curious glance at Baolu and exclaiming, "Baolu, where did you get this torch?" "I made it myself," Li Baolu proudly declared, emptying her backpack for her grandmother to see. "I can create many things." A peculiar sensation arose within Juan, for Baolu had only recently awakened, and their household had never prepared torches. How could she possibly have done so? Moreover, she had seemingly anticipated the need and stowed such items in her small backpack. She could hardly believe that Li Hong would have arranged these provisions for her. As darkness descended, she found herself lost and engulfed by fear, leading her to create a torch. In that moment, it seemed she glimpsed her father and mother, who guided her forth, yet the fear persisted, for the surroundings were shrouded in darkness. Overwhelmed with sorrow, Juan gazed around and inquired, "Are your parents here?" Baolu shook her head, explaining that they had departed, vanishing at the call of her grandmother. Tears streamed down Juan's face as she embraced Baolu tightly, murmuring, "Your parents are surely worried about you, my dear. Rest assured, I will ensure that Baolu is well cared for. She is your blood, and I shall do everything in my power to protect her." In this revelation, the strangeness surrounding Baolu found its explanation. With eyes brimming with affection, Juan regarded her, contemplating that perhaps the child's newfound intelligence stemmed from Kong Air and his wife. After all, how could it be that Baolu became so astute upon their demise? Having discovered her own explanation, Juan ceased to dwell on the matter, cradling Baolu as they ventured outside. Chapter 7. Curiosity. The crowd remained, torches held aloft, gazing into the woods that had devoured and nurtured countless lives. The burdens of existence and the weight of sins pressed heavily upon them, destined to be passed down to their descendants until they could atone and transform from sinners into virtuous citizens. Yet, how many would possess the means to escape this place by then? Exiled here, they could only hope for a general amnesty to find freedom. Ending this suffering seemed simple. Death would resolve all matters, but taking that step proved exceedingly difficult. One could not help but think that as long as life persisted, hope remained. Yet in death, all was irrevocably lost. At this moment, witnessing Juan's imminent demise, many felt that perhaps death was not so terrifying after all. If one could be reborn, perhaps they could embark on a new journey more swiftly. Amidst this tumult of emotions, a flicker of light appeared at the edge of the dark forest. Drawing closer to them, a torch. The crowd murmured, "So, you have decided not to die after all?" Before they could finish their thoughts, they discerned that one was cradling something in her arms. A hush fell over the group as two of the more perceptive individuals rushed forward with their torches to receive the child she held. Seeing Li Baolu with her eyes tightly shut, they anxiously inquired, "Is the child unharmed?" Baolu, having spent the day in her grandmother's embrace, had drifted into a drowsy slumber. Abruptly awakened by a voice, she opened her eyes, bewildered, gazing at the young man who held her. "She is fine," merely startled, Juan reassured, gently patting Baolu's back. "Do not fear, dear child. These are Uncle Fong and Uncle Lu." The onlookers were astonished at the sight of the unscathed Li Baolu. In this perilous forest, where even adults dared not tread lightly, she had managed to emerge unscathed after a day. Juan looked at Baolu with a face full of relief, stating, "Her parents are looking out for her." She subtly directed her gaze towards Li Hong, whose countenance was grim, declaring, "Baolu is a child under divine protection. She cannot be easily harmed." The crowd followed her gaze towards Li Hong, their eyes filled with disdain. However, they deemed it prudent not to involve themselves in a matter that belonged to another family. With the child found, it was time for everyone to return to their own homes. Although Li Hong had severed ties with Juan, turning away in front of so many was not an option. So he silently stepped forward to take the torch from her. Juan held Baolu close, fearful that Li Hong might pose a threat to her. The entire Li family was enveloped in a cloud of gloom. Juan carried Baolu directly back to her room, while Li Hong, with a dark expression, turned his gaze upon the flustered Mei, coldly inquiring, "What have you been doing today?" Mei bit her lip, fidgeting with her hands, her posture betraying her guilt. A glint of frost flickered in Li Hong's eyes as he stepped forward, raising his hand to swing open the door behind him with a sudden force. Juan turned a blind eye to Mei and coldly scoffed at Li Hong, saying, "If you wish to educate your wife, do so within the confines of your home. Do not assault my eyes here, thinking that with one of you playing the villain and the other the hero, I would simply overlook this. I find it utterly implausible to believe that this matter does not concern your wife. It was she who sought to procure work for me these past few days. And today she has gone to great lengths to obstruct my return." Juan sneered, "Otherwise, I wouldn't have discovered this matter so swiftly." With disdain, Juan cast a glance at Mei, grinding her teeth as she remarked, "You've corrupted a once decent person. It seems that it was only after Li Hong married that he has taken a turn for the worse." Mei's eyes were red, and she held her garment tightly. Remaining silent, Li Hong, filled with suspicion, heard his mother inquire, "What has happened to the family funds? Previously, in my stupor, I entrusted you with the key, but now that I have regained my senses, return the trunk and the key to my room." Li Hong stared at his mother in disbelief. He had never contemplated returning the money once it was in his possession. However, before he could voice his thoughts, one had already turned and stormed back into the house, slamming the door behind her. At this moment, Li Hong lost all interest in pursuing Mei's culpability, furrowing his brow in contemplation of what leverage his mother possessed that allowed her to demand control over their finances. Li Baolu, equally curious, widened her eyes and asked, "Grandmother, will my uncle give you the money?" "Of course not," Juan replied, ruffling her hair. "Once the money is in his hands, he would never part with it. Grandmother does not genuinely seek it." This left Li Baolu even more perplexed. Juan then embraced her and whispered, "Child, your second aunt is not a good person. She is petty, selfish, and indolent. Yet despite her faults, she still harbors a sense of familial loyalty. If it were not for her, grandmother would never have discovered how utterly depraved your uncle is." Juan's eyes glistened with tears as she spoke sorrowfully. "Your second aunt is aware of the goodness of your parents and feels pity for you, her niece, yet your uncle. You are all blood relatives." Li Baolu found herself at a loss for words to console her grandmother. The moment of profound sorrow had passed. Juan was now merely feeling a dull ache in her heart, unlike the earlier fury that had nearly caused her to spit blood. She quickly wiped away her tears and continued to instruct her softly. "Your uncle is capable of inflicting harm even upon you. He can stand idly by as I march to my demise. What kindness can we expect from him towards your second aunt? She risks everything for our sake, and I cannot simply watch her suffer at his hands. My rebuke of her may have saved her life. She surely understands this, which is why she silently accepts this condemnation. However, such a reputation is damaging, even in an era as liberated as the last. Such a reputation would still be enough to cause suffering for those involved. 1. Undeterred, declared, what reputation does our Li family even possess? Besides, those who reside here are all criminals. There is little regard for reputation here. Your second aunt will have to live with your uncle for the rest of her life. Practicality is what truly matters. Otherwise, given Li Hong's current disposition, if he were to discover that Mei had betrayed him, she would suffer greatly, even if she were to escape death. Now, let us not concern ourselves with your second aunt. She is a clever woman. I have built a bridge for her, and she will find her way across it. Grandmother's worry should be directed towards you. 1. Filled with anxiety, lamented, what am I to do with you? She can confidently claim to support Baolu, yet Baolu requires at least another decade to grow up and marry. Today, her anger has caused her to swallow several mouthfuls of blood. She must be wary of the future, uncertain of how much longer she has to live. Her intuition suggests that her time may be limited. If she were to pass away, Baolu would truly be like a sheep entering the tiger's den, as Li Hong would become her guardian, and who could possibly restrain him then? She is determined to preserve the lineage of the eldest son, not only for Baolu and her future daughter-in-law, but also for the continuation of the Li family bloodline. Given Li Hong's current disposition, one cannot help but wonder how Junior will turn out. A husband who has lived a life of integrity, yet leaves no worthy descendants? The Wan family is unwilling to see their branch severed from the lineage. Although Baolu may not be the ideal candidate in light of the present circumstances, she at least possesses a righteous heart. For a physician, the utmost priority lies in medical ethics, while all else must take a back seat. One has made it clear that she must plan for Baolu's future. The first priority is that Baolu must grow up safely. The second is to ensure her character is commendable, and the third is to impart her grandfather's skills. However, given the current situation, even the first priority is difficult to guarantee. One lies in bed, clutching Baolu, her hair turning gray from worry. The Li household has returned to a semblance of calm, as if nothing had transpired, yet changes are evident. For instance, one no longer goes to the sea, but instead watches over Baolu daily, taking her to the village to meet more people or to the seaside to teach her about various marine products. Li He and Li Jun, unaware of the underlying issues, observe their father's grim demeanor and their mother's anxiousness, leading them to restrain their playful antics and instead assist with household tasks. The youngest, Nyonyo, remains blissfully unaware. At just over a year old and unable to speak, her life is simple, revolving around eating and sleeping. Sometimes, when Baolu looks at Nyonyo, she sees a reflection of her former self. Just as Baolu laments Nyonyo's innocent happiness, Li Hong sets down his chopsticks and declares that due to the family's hardships and the impending summer tax, he intends to send Nyonyo to become a child bride. Mei's chopsticks clatter to the ground as she scoops Nyonyo into her arms, her face flushed with anger as she glares at Li Hong, exclaiming, "Have you lost your mind? Nyonyo is your own daughter." One, gripping her chopsticks with visibly strained muscles, coldly retorts, "You needn't look at Baolu and me. If Nyonyo is truly cast aside, the fault lies not with Baolu but with your ruthless heart as a father. I am fully aware of our financial situation. Even if the county magistrate raises the taxes, we have enough. Ultimately, it is your inability and selfishness that drive you to sacrifice your own daughter for survival." With that, she tosses her chopsticks aside and scoffs. "Do not force my hand. Baolu's future is mine to arrange, and no one in this household shall meddle in her affairs." While Wan cherishes Baolu, her deepest affections have always been reserved for the endearing Nyonyo. After all, Baolu cannot even care for herself, and Wan feels a greater sense of pity and responsibility towards her. Meanwhile, Nyonyo, a chubby and adorable bundle, is simply too lovable to be disliked. At the dining table, Li Hong broached the subject of child brides, suggesting that rather than finding a match for Nyonyo, it was more about securing a suitor for Baolu. This was a means of compelling the Wan family to choose between the two. Baolu, curious, raised her gaze to her uncle across the table, whose countenance was ashen. She felt an urge to peer into his mind and discern his thoughts. She was aware that her uncle harbored disdain for her, but who could genuinely cherish a fool? Yet, it seemed excessive to harbor such animosity as to wish her harm. Initially, she thought his aversion stemmed from a desire to evade taxation, which was somewhat understandable given the pursuit of self-interest. However, observing his current demeanor, it appeared that his feelings were not solely motivated by gain, but rather by a personal vendetta. He seemed averse to her very presence in the home. But why? She was merely 3 years old, and in her recollections, she had not done anything to offend him. Chapter 8. The request Li Hong could not tolerate Li Baolu under any circumstances. Initially, his disdain stemmed from a desire to save a trifling sum of tax money, but it later evolved into an obsession. Li Baolu had become a thorn in his side, a source of unbearable irritation. Her eyes bore an uncanny resemblance to those of his elder brother, Li Kong, and whenever she gazed at him, it evoked an unbearable sensation of being scrutinized by Li Kong himself, a thought he found intolerable. From a young age, his parents had favored his elder brother. Yet Li Hong believed himself to possess equal merit in all respects. He may not have had a natural talent for medicine, but neither had Li Kong excelled in that area. Why, then, did their father always regard him with that look of incredulity, as if questioning his intelligence? After their exile, this sentiment intensified. Li Kong had assumed control of half the household's affairs, his words falling on deaf ears among their parents. Li Hong could not fathom where he fell short. When their father and sister-in-law perished in a maritime disaster, Li Hong felt a pang of sorrow. But that sorrow quickly morphed into a sense of liberation. With the individuals who had once constrained him now gone, he felt as if he could soar freely. Although he remained confined within the borders of Cheongzhou Prefecture, he possessed resources that opened up numerous possibilities. His first course of action was to seek out his grieving mother and assume control of the family's finances. With newfound ambition, he suppressed his sorrow to its lowest ebb. Glancing at his slumbering niece, whom he held no affection for, he resolved that for the sake of his elder brother's legacy, he would ensure she was raised to adulthood. Once she reached maturity, he could marry her off, thus fulfilling his duty as a brother. However, much to his dismay, Li Baolu seemed to have grown more astute, her eyes sparkling with a vitality so reminiscent of her father's. Li Hong loathed the way Li Baolu stared at him with her wide eyes, for it made him feel as though his brother had not truly died, but had instead been reincarnated through his foolish niece. Though he initially tried to ignore her, unforeseen circumstances arose. The newly appointed county magistrate imposed excessive taxes, not only increasing levies, but also demanding half the tax from every child over the age of 1. Upon closer inspection, the family found themselves burdened with double the taxes of previous years. Even the wealth left behind by their father and brother could not withstand such expenditures, and Li Hong found himself in dire financial straits, as his ambitions required substantial funding. Various arrangements and favors demanded monetary compensation, leaving him in a precarious position. Faced with mounting pressures and the humiliation inflicted by his mother in front of others, he deemed it necessary to abandon any pretense. Ultimately, he resolved that Li Baolu could not remain in their household. Though the family fortune rested in his hands, anxiety gripped him. As the head of the household following the deaths of his father and brother, he would bear the consequences if the tax collectors arrived to collect the summer taxes and found that Li Baolu had not paid her dues. Thus, he must send her away before they came. Since he could not eliminate her, he decided to send her off to become a child bride. Her fate, whether life or death, would no longer concern him. With a profound gaze fixed on his mother, he stated, "That family is respectable and honorable, not like us, the wretched. It will be a blessing for Baolu to marry into such a household. Perhaps you should reconsider your decision." Li Hong cast a glance at Baolu and blandly threatened, "A mother cannot always keep watch over Baolu. After all, she must eventually grow into adulthood." Wan's expression darkened. The exiles and their families are all marked by their crimes. Unless they encounter extraordinary circumstances, there exists only one path to escape this taint. For men, it is to enlist in the military, achieving merit and rising to at least the rank of an 8th-grade military official to transition from criminal to military status. Yet this is a perilous gamble where success is a rare jewel among hundreds. For women, the only recourse is to marry a reputable man. Upon marrying into a good family, their offspring would be of respectable status, allowing them to leave the place of exile. However, this is an even more daunting challenge. Young gentlemen, no matter how impoverished, would seldom wed a woman marked by crime, while those of better means often seek out the young and beautiful wives of exiled officials as concubines, which is a fate even more disheartening. Families with any sense of dignity would rather marry their daughters to those of similar misfortune than allow them to become concubines. Thus, the reputable families Li Hong might find are unlikely to be virtuous, and one wonders what drives them to seek child brides. One would never part with Baolu, yet how long could she protect her? As Li Hong threatened, she could not remain by Baolu's side at all times, and there would inevitably be moments when she could not keep an eye on her. When the time comes, if Li Hong were to take her away, what could she do? Would she resort to murder for Baolu's sake? Moreover, she could not watch as Li Hong ensnared Nyonyo. Juan gazed at Baolu, pondering for a long while, before finally gritting her teeth and saying, "Baolu, tomorrow, grandmother will take you out. You must sleep early tonight." Noticing the unease in Juan's demeanor, Li Baolu anxiously inquired, "Where are we going?" "To a distant place." This revelation only intensified Baolu's anxiety. Although it was described as a distant place, it was merely a little over 20 miles from their fishing village. Baolu, slow of foot, took nearly 3 hours to arrive with one carrying her. They set out before dawn, and by midday, they beheld a smaller fishing village. This village was even tinier than theirs, and from their vantage point on the hillside, only a few scattered households could be seen, distanced from one another. The village was nestled near the sea, with the beach just a short walk away. In this era, people generally avoided building homes close to the ocean due to the various natural disasters that threaten life. Yet the inhabitants of this little fishing village seemed unconcerned by such dangers. From the information she had gathered, this area was also a gathering place for exiled criminals. Whom, then, was grandmother bringing her to meet? Surely, the Li family did not have relatives or acquaintances still residing in this place of exile. As these thoughts flitted through her mind, one had already begun descending the mountain with her, purposefully heading towards one of the courtyards. Baolu could only see the high walls made of blue bricks and recalled the layout of the houses she had glimpsed from the hillside. Realizing that the main building of this courtyard was obscured by several trees, leaving her unable to discern the specific arrangements within. Whether this was mere coincidence or the result of the owner's design remained unclear. Juan set Baolu down, anxiously adjusting the bundle at her chest. Sensing her grandmother's tension, Baolu instinctively took her hand, her eyes sparkling with curiosity as she gazed up at her. Juan held her granddaughter's hand, casting a glance at her before taking a deep breath to muster the courage to knock on the door before them. Instantly, a weary voice inquired from within, "Who is it?" Juan was taken aback, clearly not expecting such a swift response, leaving her momentarily flustered. Grandmother, Baolu gently shook Juan's hand, prompting her to awkwardly respond. "Is it Madame Chin? I am from the Li family, and I humbly request you to open the door." Almost as soon as Juan finished speaking, the door swung open. Li Baolu looked up and was immediately struck dumb by the sight of the woman standing inside. With a face as luminous as silver and a gentle smile gracing her lips, she wore a simple gray garment, yet stood with a dignified posture. Upon seeing her, Li Baolu felt an immediate warmth, her defenses lowering significantly. A shiver ran through Baolu. She was acutely aware of her own circumstances, possessing a lifetime of memories and having recently regained her senses. Thus, she had remained cautious to avoid revealing her true self, even around her closest kin, her grandmother. Yet, in the presence of this woman, Baolu felt a fleeting moment of complete trust. Li Baolu widened her eyes in curiosity, clearly intrigued by the unique qualities of this woman. Hizipe noticed Baolu at first glance, a small, fair bundle with round eyes brimming with wonder. That single look endeared the child to her instantly. She smiled at Juan, saying, "It is Madame Li. Please come in. It has been 5 years. How is your health?" Juan felt an inexplicable sense of relief wash over her, her face breaking into a genuine smile. "Thank goodness. I wonder how Mr. Chin and Madame Chin are faring. Last time my husband returned, he asked me to prepare some medicinal pills for Madame Chin, but I have not had the opportunity to deliver them. The pills provided by Dr. Li are still a bit left. She has improved considerably." Even if you hadn't come, we would have sent for Dr. Li again to check on her health, Wan said, her tone tinged with bitterness. I fear I must apologize to you, madam. My husband. Wan choked back her emotions, forcing a smile. He encountered storm at sea and has not returned. Madam Qin will need to seek another physician in the future. Hizipei's expression shifted, her mouth slightly agape, and after a moment, she murmured, "It is my fault." Wan gently shook her head. Hizipei then turned her attention to the little girl in Wan's grasp, contemplating for a moment before speaking. Though Dr. Li has passed, he had ties of gratitude with my Qin family. If you face any difficulties, do not hesitate to speak. We shall assist in any way we can. She had only met Wan once 5 years prior during her sister-in-law's delivery, and thereafter, Dr. Li had attended to their family's medical needs, while Wan seldom visited. The current visit surely held more significance than merely delivering medicine, especially with a child in tow. Hizipei held great respect for Li Bao's character and would not hesitate to offer help whenever possible. However, Wan found herself at a loss for words. Yet, glancing at Baolu, she summoned her courage once more, stating, "I genuinely have a matter to discuss with Mr. and Madam Qin." She pulled Baolu closer and continued, "She's my granddaughter. In the recent maritime disaster, her parents were among those lost. Though they have perished, she still has an uncle, and surely she will grow up. I'm not afraid of your ridicule, my lady, for it is my failure in raising my child that has led to this predicament. Our home no longer has a place for this little one, and I must entrust her to others." Once said, "She is of an age comparable to the young master in your household. If you find her to your liking, you may keep her as child bride. However, if arrangements have already been made for the young master, please consider my visit merely as one to deliver medicine." Hizipei was taken aback, her eyes widening in astonishment, and it took her a moment to lower her gaze to the little girl resting beside Wan. The child was clearly startled as well, her eyes wide as she looked up at her grandmother, filled with tears and evident reluctance. Seeing those glistening eyes softened Hizipei's heart, and the rejection she had intended to voice faltered for a moment. Finally, she said, "This matter carries great significance, and I cannot make a decision unilaterally. If you are not in haste, please stay the night, and I shall confer with my family before providing you with a response." Wan, perceiving her lack of outright refusal, felt a surge of joy within her. She had come with only the faintest glimmer of hope, and if this path proved unviable, she would have to seek alternatives. Chapter 9. Discussion. Li Baolu found herself struggling to connect with her grandmother's intentions. Had her grandmother traversed mountains and rivers only to arrange for her to become a child bride? Moreover, did she need to worry about not securing this position? In a daze, Li Baolu followed her grandmother and was settled into a guest room by Hizipei. It was only upon passing through the second courtyard that she regained her senses. The Qin residence was vast. The Li family had a large quadrangle with 5 grand rooms at the front and 2 side rooms on each side, which Baolu thought was already quite spacious. To her surprise, the Qin estate was even larger, for it was a 3-courtyard dwelling. Even if this family were made up of exiled criminals, their lives could hardly be deemed miserable, and Baolu began to grasp something of the situation. As it turned out, Li Baolu's understanding was still rather superficial. No sooner had the two settled down than Wan Shi began her lecture. Baolu, the Qin family upholds a virtuous family tradition, steeped in scholarly pursuits for generations. Originally, your grandmother had no such aspirations, but time is of the essence, and she could find no better match than the Qin family. Wan Shi sighed. If you are fortunate enough to enter the Qin household, you must be obedient and learn from Madam Qin, for such virtues will bless your descendants. With the Qin family's esteemed reputation, Wan Shi felt reassured about Baolu's engagement to their son. Curiously, Baolu inquired, "Grandmother, why were they exiled?" Her own grandfather had fallen afoul of an untouchable noble in the palace, resulting in his banishment. What about the Qin family, whose status surpassed theirs? Wan Shi sighed again. Like our family, they offended a noble and were thus ensnared in misfortune. Surely, it cannot be the same noble? Wan Shi nodded solemnly. Li Baolu was struck with horror. If that were the case, could she leave Qiongzhou? Did she dare to? Thus, our families share common interests, Wan Shi continued, and your grandfather and father have rendered favors to the Qin family. After a moment's contemplation, Wan Shi decided to share the backstory with her granddaughter. regardless of whether she could comprehend it fully. It might prove useful in the future. When Mr. Qin's family first arrived in Cheongzhou, they encountered bandits, and the officials escorting them abandoned them to flee for their lives. It was then that your father, accompanied by the village's young men, happened upon the scene while hunting. He drove away the bandits, thereby saving Mr. Qin's family. Mr. Qin's sister, frightened to the point of a difficult labor, was assisted by her father, who had rushed back to fetch me. Incidentally, it was I who personally delivered that young Master Gu. One sure smiled at Baolu, though somewhat frail. Your grandfather remarked that he was remarkably handsome, even more so than his uncle. You must know that Mr. Qin is renowned for his striking looks in the capital. Li Baolu interjected, but grandmother, he is only 3 years old. Furthermore, both Madame Qin and young Master Gu were of reputable lineage. While Baolu was uncertain why Madame Qin accompanied Mr. Qin to this place of exile, it was a decree of the court that the crimes of a married woman could not extend to her husband. Since she was wed, the affairs of the Qin family no longer pertained to her. Therefore, young Master Gu also belonged to a good family. If the Qin family consents to this marriage, then upon marrying young Master Gu, you two will join the ranks of respectable lineage. You will be able to depart Cheongzhou with him, as his family resides in the capital and would surely not remain here for a lifetime. Since his father's family resides in the capital, why did his mother bring him here? Li Baolu felt a sense of unease, yet her grandmother, possessing a wealth of experience and wisdom, remained silent on matter. Thus, she could only suppress her questions, repeatedly reminding herself that she was merely 3 years old. The Qin family was the most reputable household the Wan family could find, as both sides were well acquainted with one another. Long before, in the capital, Li Baolu had already established connections with the Qin family. As the chief physician of the Imperial Medical Institute, he was frequently sought after by influential families for medical assistance, and naturally, the Qin family belonged to that esteemed circle. After their exile, the two families grew even closer, not only due to the fact that the Li family had saved the Qin family, but also because they shared a common adversary, aligning their values and perspectives. Li Baolu and Mr. Qin shared a deep friendship, transcending age differences, and their bond was quite strong. Therefore, Wan's familiarity with the character of the Qin family allowed her to entrust Baolu to them with utmost confidence. She felt assured enough to close her eyes forever without worry. Similarly, the Qin family's understanding of the Li family was profound as well. Li Tai frequently visited their home for consultations, and through their interactions, Zipe was also aware of the Li family's circumstances. Initially, she was inclined to reject the proposal brought forth by Wan, yet upon further reflection, she felt a slight inclination towards acceptance. Given the current perilous political climate, which was highly unfavorable for them, their return was uncertain. Thus, it was prudent to make arrangements for her sister-in-law and nephew. As Zipe pondered this, she glanced up to see Qin Wenin lost in thought by the window, prompting a sigh that deepened her willingness. When Qin Xinfang returned with her nephew, Gu Jingyun, he met the piercing gaze of his wife. Both Qin Xinfang and Gu Jingyun felt a tightening in their spines. Qin Xinfang feigned calmness, releasing Gu Jingyun's hand, and with a forced smile, addressed Zipe, "My dear, have you come to fetch me?" Zipe shot him a reproachful glance before turning to Gu Jingyun with a smile. "Jingyun, we have a little guest at our home. Would you go play with her?" Gu Jingyun frowned, raising his brows like a miniature adult. "I do not like playing with little children." Zipe couldn't help but laugh. "You are still a child yourself. She is our guest, and, as the host, you must properly entertain her. Off you go now." The little girl is in the guest room. Upon hearing that it was a girl, Gu Jingyun's initial excitement quickly faded. He despised whiny little girls. However, seeing his aunt's threatening gaze upon him, he begrudgingly made his way to the guest room. Qin Xinfang watched his nephew advance with the determination of a warrior, ready to tease him, but a sharp look from his wife silenced him. He quickly wiped the smile from his face, stuffing his hands into his pockets, and walked solemnly with his wife to the flower hall, inquiring along the way, "What guest do we have, and why is there a child?" Their acquaintances in the place of exile were few, and those suitable for interaction even fewer. Qin Xinfang truly could not fathom who would bring a child to visit. "It is the wife of Li Tai who has come with her granddaughter," Zipe replied softly. Li Tai encountered a shipwreck, and his eldest son and daughter-in-law were among those lost. Qin Xinfang was momentarily taken aback, his smile gradually fading as he said solemnly, "We have received not a single piece of news. The Li family has not retrieved the body. If you truly care, perhaps you should go to the seaside to pay your respects." A hint of melancholy crossed Qin Xinfang's face as he nodded. "Madame Li must be facing difficulties if she has come to us. Please invite her to the flower hall. We shall extend our assistance where possible." He Jipei then spoke. "She has already confided in me. She wishes to establish a union between our families." "Which families are to be joined?" He reacted instantly, furrowing his brow. "Her granddaughter with Jingyan?" He Jipei confirmed. "I have seen the child. She is plump and healthy, with bright, round eyes. Not only is she robust, but she also appears quite intelligent." However, Qin Xinfang frowned. "Our family has never engaged in arranged marriages for children. It is not an arranged marriage." He Jipei shot him a glance. "Madame Li wishes to keep her granddaughter in our household as a child bride." At this, Qin Xinfang's face flushed with anger. "This is utterly absurd. How could she act so foolishly so soon after Brother Li's passing? Only families impoverished to the point of being unable to support children would send their daughters to become child brides. Such girls, without dowries, would find their sustenance and expenses entirely dependent on their in-laws. How could Madame Li not see the implications?" He Jipei chided him with a glance. "I do not believe Madame Li is motivated by greed. It seems her younger son is unwilling to care for his niece." With a sigh, He Jipei added, "This is a place of exile, devoid of familial constraints. If Li Erlang does not wish to raise his niece, there are countless ways for him to abandon her." She lowered her voice. "I noticed Madame Li's health is quite poor. Her complexion is pale, and when I opened the door for her, her hands and feet were trembling." Qin Xinfang looked at He Jipei in astonishment. "Do you wish to proceed with this engagement? Otherwise, you would not defend her so fervently." He Jipei, maintaining a serious demeanor, nodded. "I do have such intentions, but this matter is of great significance. I must consult you and Wenin." "Why?" Qin Xinfang challenged. "Children are often frail. Families like theirs, to avoid the stigma of a child bringing misfortune to its kin, would never hastily arrange marriages unless absolutely necessary, let alone engage in child brides. Once Jingyun returns to the capital, the mere fact that he is married to a child bride would suffice to become the subject of ridicule." Yet, He Jipei remained more composed than Qin Xinfang on this issue. She inquired, "Are you certain we can return to the capital?" Qin Xinfang fell silent. He Jipei pressed on, "Are you certain that if Wenin and Jingyun return to the capital, they will survive? Junda, our adversaries are formidable. Remember, when Wenin was pregnant and unwell, she insisted on accompanying us to Cheongzhou Prefecture, precisely because she knew she would not have long to live in the capital. Do not forget, Jingyun bears the surname Gu. If he returns to the capital, how do you think a treacherous family like the Gus will arrange his future?" A glint of cold determination flashed in He Jipei's eyes as she asserted, "Even in this place of scarcity and discomfort, Jingyun has been nurtured in our hands, and he carries the bloodline of the Qin family. Why should he live in dependence on others, bowing to their whims?" However, for someone of Jingyun's status, it is indeed exceedingly challenging to find a suitable wife. We do not seek an illustrious lineage. Rather, we desire a partner of exceptional character and talent. Yet, among humble households, how many can cultivate such refined young ladies? He Jipei asserted boldly, "If that is the case, let us take on the responsibility of her education. What is wrong with a child bride? As long as we bestow her with respect, she will possess self-esteem and dignity, and she shall not be inferior to others. Is it merely the absence of a maternal family that poses a problem? The Qin family can serve as her maternal kin." Qin Xinfang remained silent. "Elder brother, let us proceed as sister-in-law suggests," Qin Wenin weakly interjected, leaning against the doorframe. Qin Xinfang immediately rose to assist her, exclaiming in annoyance, having just begun to recover, "Why are you outside in the cold again? Do you not value your health?" He Jipei hastily poured her a cup of tea, reaching out to touch her hand, which felt icy. With concern, she said, "If you are unwell, merely call out. Why must you exert yourself?" I grew weary of being indoors and longed to take a stroll, and fortuitously overheard elder brother and sister-in-law conversing. Qin Wenin replied with a smile, "Elder brother, I believe sister-in-law's words hold truth. Unless the crown prince ascends the throne to vindicate our Qin family, Jingyun shall never aspire to marry into a reputable family. What suitable daughter-in-law can someone like Gu Huaiqin offer my son? Rather than await the day Jingyun returns to the capital to be maneuvered by the Gu family regarding his marriage, we should establish everything now. A child bride is not without merit. With elder brother and sister-in-law personally nurturing her, why should we worry that Jingyun will lack a virtuous wife? Qin Wennin's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Chapter 10 Consent. Qin Xinfang opened her mouth, yet ultimately could not refrain from saying, after all, Jingyun is Gu Huaiqin's son. In terms of blood relations, he is closer to us. Surely, he wouldn't engage in such self-destructive behavior if he has any sense. Qin Wennin replied with a cold, cutting laugh. Does elder brother truly believe him to be a person of sense? Contemplating the actions taken by the Gu family following their disgrace in the Qin household, Qin Xinfang fell silent. Given Qin Wennin's attitude, he Zipei scoffed, do not underestimate the fools of this world. There is nothing they cannot accomplish in their folly. Only things you might not conceive of. Given the Gu family's disposition, I cannot possibly rest easy allowing a child I raised to return to the capital alone. It would be prudent to nurture a formidable wife for him, so that should he ever return, he at least has someone by his side. Qin Xinfang gazed at the two determined women, feeling a headache coming on. Do you truly believe that the young lady from the Li family is so formidable? He Zipei replied confidently. How could I not know the girl I have raised? She is malleable, and I can transform her into a jewel. Qin Wennin nodded vigorously, having unwavering faith in He Zipei's words. After much contemplation, Qin Xinfang ultimately consented, acknowledging that it would be beneficial to have another child in the household, ensuring that Jingyun would not feel lonely. Yet, she pondered whether they would get along. At this point, all three adults in the household felt a headache coming on. Although the village had only a dozen families, there were numerous children, 4 or 5 of whom were of similar age to Gu Jingyun. Yet, none of them could get along with him. Whenever he ventured out alone, he either faced bullying or ended up bullying others. Meanwhile, the two children at the center of the discussion stared at each other with round, glossy eyes. Li Baolu felt quite grown-up, having been a teacher in her past life. Despite the rebellious demeanor of the child before her, she felt compelled to teach him well, for they might end up living together in the future, which necessitated building a rapport. Thus, Li Baolu beamed and cheerfully inquired, "What is your name, little friend?" Gu Jingyun regarded her from a lofty position for a moment before responding haughtily, "When did I ever say I wanted to be your friend? Do not flatter yourself. Furthermore, should you not introduce yourself first when visiting my home?" Li Baolu remained unperturbed by his tone, continuing her cheerful self-introduction. "My surname is Li, and my name is Baolu. You may call me Baolu from now on." Gu Jingyun scrutinized her from head to toe before sneering. As it is said in 9 chapters on the mathematical art, by the bright moon, pay Baolu. However, I do not perceive you as fine jade, but rather as dogtail grass. Who named you? Li Baolu's eyes widened in astonishment. What a cheeky child, capable of such sharp wit at such a tender age. She pouted and replied, "It was my father who named me. In his eyes, I am indeed a precious gem, unparalleled in this world." With a proud sidelong glance at him, she asked, "And what is your name?" Gu Jingyun's expression darkened momentarily, but soon straightened as he declared, "My name is Jingyun, bestowed upon me by my uncle." He cast a disdainful glance at Li Baolu and inquired, "Do you know the origin?" Li Baolu gritted her teeth in frustration, yet she genuinely did not know its origin. Nevertheless, she retorted defiantly, "I haven't read that yet." Gu Jingyun felt satisfied and nodded his head, saying, "The name Jingyun derives from 7 discourses? False discourses. When the tiger roars, the valley winds arise. When the dragon rises, the auspicious clouds come forth." Li Baolu read it over a couple of times and remarked, "Your uncle wishes for you to be the colorful clouds beside the divine dragon." She tilted her head, thought for a moment, and exclaimed, "I understand now. Your uncle wants you to become a prime minister." Gu Jingyun looked at her with disdain, retorting, "The position of prime minister has long been abolished in our dynasty. Now we only have the cabinet assisting the government, followed by the ministers. Where would I find a prime minister to serve me? Moreover, that was not my uncle's original intention." He raised his chin proudly and continued, "My uncle hopes I can disperse all clouds and mist, shining brightly and joyfully like colorful clouds, to drive away all the gloom in life and illuminate his existence. Gu Jingyun recalled the words he had overheard earlier, and his mood dipped slightly. This name carries a beautiful meaning, yet it seems utterly mismatched with the child before him. Li Baolu, initially eager to challenge his name, suddenly felt a pang of embarrassment upon seeing his downcast expression. Despite his sharp tongue, he was still a child, and as someone with memories from a past life, she thought it unnecessary to hold grudges against him. Truly, she was regressing with age. Li Baolu generously decided to forgive him, promptly taking his hand and smiling. Since you introduce your name, let's play together. Gu Jingyun furrowed his brow at her small hand and reluctantly asked, play what? Whatever you wish to play, I can accompany you. Gu Jingyun scoffed. You children only play in the mud or hide and seek. I have no interest in such games. Alas, if you could read, we could play poetry chain. Li Baolu responded. Are you truly a 5-year-old child? Or do you, like me, possess memories from another life? She scrutinized him with wide eyes, scanning him from every angle. Gu Jingyun, thinking she was angry, felt a surge of anxiety and, after weighing his options, conceded, then let us play hide and seek. As your older brother, I must take care of you. His demeanor appeared quite reluctant, yet his eyes sparkled with excitement. Li Baolu couldn't help but chuckle. It was evident that he was the one eager to play. Familiar with the Qin residents, Gu Jingyun had an innate advantage, but having never played hide and seek himself, only witnessing others do so, he had merely theoretical knowledge, lacking practical experience. In contrast, Li Baolu, with her past life memories, had enjoyed the game since the age of 3, accumulating vast experience over the years. Thus, even when Gu Jingyun quickly found hidden spot, Li Baolu soon located him. When it was Li Baolu's turn to hide, Gu Jingyun nearly lost his mind searching for her. The house was not particularly large, and with the stipulation of avoiding the guest rooms, where could she possibly be concealed? Li Baolu had hidden just behind him as he counted with his eyes covered. She watched as the little boy rushed out and then hurriedly returned, his handsome brows furrowed in frustration as he scanned the entire Qin residence, seemingly quite displeased. In her heart, Li Baolu sneered, you sought to mock me with my name. Now, let us see how long it takes you to find me. In the courtyard, Xiao Jingyun stood deep in thought, furrowing his brows as he contemplated every possible hiding spot. He systematically excluded the places he had already searched, ultimately directing his gaze back to the courtyard itself. Pondering the situation, he circled the yard and inspected 2 locations before meandering towards where Li Baolu was concealed. Li Baolu looked up, her eyes locking with those of Gu Jingyun, tears welling in her heart. Was this the quintessential case of triumph lasting but 3 seconds? However, Gu Jingyun perceived that Li Baolu was not entirely foolish. Indeed, he had come to regard her with a modicum of fondness. He mused, reality may be concealed within illusion. An illusion may be rooted in reality. I could never have guessed you would hide here. If Li Baolu were a few years older, a boy possessing the same extraordinary cleverness, he might have realized this sooner. Yet she was merely a 3-year-old girl, whose appearance belied her intelligence. Shouldn't such a child in a game of hide-and-seek endeavor to conceal herself further away? Though Gu Jingyun found himself slightly outwitted in this first game, he did not feel disheartened. Rather, it ignited his competitive spirit, causing his eyes to sparkle with renewed enthusiasm. When Qin Xinfang and He Zipei entered, they were greeted by the sight of their nephew, his eyes aglow with excitement, animatedly addressing the little girl before him. Let's play again. This time, you shall hide, and I shall seek without restrictions. You may enter any room. Let us see if I can find you. Li Baolu shook her head with grave seriousness. That would not be appropriate. It is impolite to trespass into rooms without the permission of an adult. Even if you claim it was your idea, I would still be disliked. Moreover, as a guest, it would be discourteous to invade the host's private quarters. Gu Jingyun, however, asserted his authority. I am the host. If I say it is permitted, then it is. You shall follow my lead. Now let us see where you hide. It was the first time Qin Xinfang witnessed such a vibrant display of spirit from her nephew, momentarily taken aback. He Zipei, on the other hand, felt a sense of satisfaction and whispered to her husband, it appears they are getting along splendidly. Children should indeed play together. Qin Xinfang nodded slightly, stepping forward. The 2 bickering children turned at the sound of approaching footsteps. Li Baolu stood somewhat bewildered, while Gu Jingyun hurried forward, pouting, "Auntie, uncle, I wish to play hide-and-seek with Sister Baolu, but she is too timid to venture into the rooms. Could you please tell her that we can use the rooms in the house?" Qin Xinfang gently tapped his head, smiling. "Your sister is simply well-mannered. How can you call her timid?" With a warm smile, she turned to Li Baolu, who, with her chubby cheeks and round eyes, looked ever so endearing. Just as she was about to greet the little girl, Li Baolu, having carefully considered her address, beamed up at her and said, "Uncle Qin, Auntie." Qin Xinfang nearly choked on her own saliva, unsure how to navigate the situation with the two little ones before her. Their generational titles seemed somewhat awry. Qin Xinfang and Li Bo shared a friendship that transcended age, having affectionately referred to each other as Brother Li and Brother Qin for over 5 years. Each time Li Bo visited to check on their family's health, Gu Jingyun would affectionately call him Uncle Li. However, Li Baolu is the granddaughter of Li Bo, which means he should belong to her grandfather's generation. Qin Xinfang felt somewhat disheartened. What should he do now that his friend, upon his nephew's engagement, has become akin to an uncle? He Pei cast a glance at her husband and discerned his thoughts. It was a rare occasion to witness him in a predicament, which delighted her. She took Baolu's hand and chuckled, saying, "Why call us uncle and aunt? You should follow Jingyun and address us as uncle and aunt by marriage." Li Baolu's mouth fell open in astonishment. So, their betrothal is indeed valid? Hadn't her grandmother mentioned there was only a 1% chance? She thought the Qin family would deliberate for quite some time, yet it was settled in less than an hour. Unable to contain her surprise, Li Baolu scratched her head and softly called out, "Uncle, aunt." He Pei beamed with joy, scooping the little one up and asking, "What about your grandmother?" Chapter 11. The dowry Madame Wan was asleep. Overwhelmed by excessive thoughts the previous night, she found it impossible to rest. And after carrying Li Baolu for nearly 3 hours at dawn, her concerns were somewhat alleviated after conversing with He Pei. Regardless of the appropriateness of her actions, she had taken the most challenging step by speaking up, leaving the rest to fate. Thus, once Madame Wan relaxed, she fell asleep in the guest room. Originally, Li Baolu intended to rest as well, but before she could succumb to slumber, she heard footsteps. Upon stepping out, she encountered the serious visage of Gu Jingyun, who feigned adulthood. His expression conveyed a sense of ownership, as if he were graciously attending to her presence, rendering Li Baolu hesitant to retreat back to her room. Moreover, she wished to glean insights about the Qin family through Gu Jingyun, for this was the sanctuary her grandmother had painstakingly arranged for her. Regrettably, before she could inquire, Gu Jingyun disparaged her from various angles, prompting Li Baolu to decisively abandon her original intentions. She reasoned that it was not her fault, considering she was merely 3 years old. Children are often forgetful. As for her selective amnesia regarding her past life memories, it slipped her mind. Although she found herself slightly outmatched in her verbal sparring with Gu Jingyun, she remained courteous in her dealings with He Pei. Thus, she cordially invited the three to sit in the outer chamber while she hurried back to the inner room to awaken her grandmother. Seeing Li Baolu's earnest demeanor as she formally requested them to wait, He Pei couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. A glimmer of amusement flickered in Qin Xinfang's eyes as he cast a sidelong glance at his nephew, who, much like Gu Jingyun, always delighted in pretending to be an adult. However, while Gu Jingyun's adult facade was excessively stern, robbing him of youthful innocence, Li Baolu's endearing Navet endeared her further to both He Pei and Qin Xinfang. "Grandmother," Li Baolu gently nudged Madame Wan, leaning in to whisper her name softly. Madame Wan struggled to open her eyes, feeling sore all over and slightly dizzy. Yet, she maintained her composure and managed to smile, inquiring what was the matter. "Uncle Qin and Aunt Qin have arrived," Li Baolu replied. Instantly, Madame Wan became alert, surprised that Qin Xinfang had returned so early. Typically, one would not return until after sunset. She adjusted her appearance, intending to take Li Baolu outside when she suddenly sensed something amiss and paused to ask, "Why do you refer to them as uncle and aunt?" Qin Xinfang and his wife were childhood friends, and even if she refrained from having Li Baolu call him Sherbois, she believed it appropriate for her to address him as grandfather. "It was Aunt Qin who instructed me to call them that," Li Baolu explained. Aunt Qin said I should call them alongside Brother Jingyun. Madame Wan's eyes sparkled with excitement as she grasped Li Baolu's hand, applying gentle pressure and exclaiming, "They have agreed." Joyfully, Madame Wan led Li Baolu outside, where they exchanged formal greetings once more. Qin Xinfang had wished to address Madame Wan as sister-in-law, but glancing at the two little ones, he opted instead to say, "Madame Li, your intentions have been communicated to me by my wife. The two children are of comparable age, and I have no objections. My sister has also given her consent. However, since the engagement is a significant matter, even though Baolu will serve as a child bride, the Qin family shall not allow her to be wronged. Therefore, it would be best for you to take her back for now. We shall select an auspicious date to formally present our intentions and then come to escort her." Wan's gaze lingered on Baolu with a touch of affection, shaking her head as she replied, "I appreciate your kind intentions, but time is of the essence. To mitigate any unforeseen circumstances, it will be best to finalize arrangements soon. Ideally, if we could settle on tomorrow, that would be splendid." Qin Xinfang, though displeased internally, maintained a pleasant demeanor as he assured her, "Rest assured, even if you take Baolu back, my wife and I will swiftly confirm a date for our visit." He presumed Wan was apprehensive about their potential indecision. Wan paused momentarily, then comprehended his misunderstanding, responding with a hint of bitterness, "You are mistaken, sir. It is not that I am eager to push my granddaughter away." After a brief hesitation, she continued, "Forgive me for my candidness, but I'm truly uneasy about Baolu remaining at home with a wayward child." Qin Xinfang furrowed his brow, as did he Zipei. They had only one nephew, who was likely the sole descendant carrying the Qin family bloodline in this generation. Thus, they cherished him dearly. To have him marry a child bride was already a concession, and if the engagement were to be rushed, it would be an injustice to him. One seemed to have considered this as well. She wiped away her tears, rising to return to the inner chamber, from which she emerged bearing a small bundle. "I understand the intentions of both you and your wife. You do not wish to impose upon the children. I am not opposed to a grand engagement ceremony, but it cannot take place at the Li family residence." She caressed the bundle in her hands, stating, "Before coming here, I contemplated that if you were to disapprove of this union, then that would be that. But if you consent, we might as well finalize the engagement, for I have already prepared Baolu's dowry." With that, she unwrapped the small bundle, revealing a pair of bracelets, several pieces of silver, and 4 books. Upon seeing the books, Qin Xinfang and he Zipei straightened in their seats, their expressions turning grave. Wan, with a sense of nostalgia, touched the 4 books and remarked, "These are medical texts penned by my ancestors of the Li family. My husband, at a young age, attained the position of court judge largely due to the wisdom contained within these volumes. Henceforth, let them serve as Baolu's dowry." Why would a mother with sons and grandsons choose to bestow such treasures upon a mere 3-year-old child, especially one destined for marriage, they mused. Such familial legacies, particularly in a family like the Li's, were typically reserved for male heirs, with certain texts and artifacts deemed unsuitable for female hands, regardless of a girl's scholarly achievements. Upon marriage, she would belong to another family. Yet, one had chosen to forego her lineage for the sake of Li Baolu, earning Qin Xinfang's admiration, albeit with a sense of curiosity. However, Wan harbored no convoluted motivations. She expressed, "Li Hong lacks the aptitude for medicine. My grandson, at the age of 3, was taken by his grandfather to learn about herbs, and he too showed no talent. Thus, these medical texts would merely collect dust in their possession. It is far better to pass them on to Baolu." One solemnly addressed Qin Xinfang, "Therefore, I have one more request of you, sir. Please, do not hesitate to speak." He encouraged, "If, in the future, Baolu matures and the Li family still stands, I would like her to transcribe a set of these texts to be returned to the Li family. At that point, whether they choose to preserve the legacy or sell, it will be their decision." One side, the efforts of generations of Li ancestors cannot be solely entrusted to Li Hong and his descendants. This collection of medical texts was painstakingly brought to Cheongzhou Prefecture by her and her husband, who had to navigate a treacherous path while evading pursuers. Consequently, they had to bribe officials with nearly all their wealth along the way. For the Wan family, the question of whether the heir to these medical texts would be a descendant of the Li family had become inconsequential. What truly mattered was the preservation of this knowledge, regardless of who the heir might be. After the abandonment of Baolu by Li Hong, One no longer trusted him and naturally could not entrust the text to his care. Qin Xian Fong, a close friend of her husband, had maintained a close relationship with them over the years. By bringing the text along, she had resolved to entrust their safekeeping to him, irrespective of his agreement to the proposed union. Wan's open-mindedness surprised Qin Xian Fong, who immediately grasped that her insistence on swiftly arranging the betrothal for the two children stemmed not from fear of any change of heart on their part, but rather from the undeniable fact that her son was unworthy of bringing Baolu back home, making even such a family heirloom seem too risky to leave in his hands. No matter how precious a bracelet may be, it is merely an inanimate object. Both Qin Xian Fong and He Zipei were indifferent to it. Yet, the value of books is boundless, especially those meticulously compiled by a family, containing rare medical knowledge that embodies the wisdom of generations of the Li family. Indeed, Baolu's dowry was substantial. Qin Xian Fong was not one to cling stubbornly to his opinions. Upon realizing the true reason for Wan's urgency, he agreed to the betrothal the following day, declaring that Baolu need not return to the Li household. This exemplifies the advantage of child brides, where the ceremonial rites can be exceedingly simple and the rules are open to interpretation. Although the betrothal ceremony was somewhat simplified, Qin Xian Fong solemnly produced a sheet of paper to draft a list of Baolu's dowry, signing it with care. He assured Wan that this document would be made in triplicate, one for himself, one for Jingyun, and one for Baolu, which he would personally hand over to her when she matured. Wan respectfully performed a gesture of courtesy towards Mr. Qin, who quickly stepped back, saying, "Since our families are engaged, I must be considered a junior to you, madam. Would it not be a disgrace for you to bow to me?" This was a matter rightfully belonging to the gentleman and the lady, and with teary eyes, Wan replied, "These medical texts are the labor of our ancestors. Even if it is merely a token of goodwill, you are deserving of it, even if it were a grand gift." The three adults joyfully settled the marriage arrangement for the two children, while the two young ones, who had been listening, were thoroughly bewildered. Gu Jingyun gradually came to the realization that he was to have a bride. He turned to look at Li Baolu, only to find her in a daze, prompting him to express his disdain with a slight curl of his lips. However, upon recalling that she was an orphan and not entirely foolish, he begrudgingly accepted the situation. Meanwhile, Li Baolu was transfixed, staring at the silver ingots concealed within her bundle. It was her first time discovering that her grandmother possessed such wealth. If her grandmother had money, why then was she sent out to become a child bride? They could simply pay their own taxes. At worst, she could live independently away from her uncle. A fire ignited within Li Baolu. She was willing to heed her grandmother's wishes to become a child bride, but only in circumstances where there were no alternatives. Rather than being hastily married off by her uncle or abandoned altogether, it would be preferable to comply with her grandmother's desires. Yet, her grandmother was wealthy. Why would they choose to sell her into a child marriage when they possess wealth sufficient to pay the taxes themselves? Do they presume that her tender age renders her gullible? Although she has encountered little silver in her life, she can certainly recognize the 4 ingots of silver in her bundle, each weighing 10 taels. A total of 40 taels would suffice for her and her grandmother to live together in comfort until adulthood. Li Baolu gazed at her grandmother with a sense of bewilderment, unable to comprehend why, despite their considerable fortune, she would consent to send her into such a union and even provide her with a dowry comprising all that wealth. Overwhelmed with sorrow, Li Baolu fell silent, her lips pressed together. To Gu Jingyun, it appeared as if she too was astonished at the prospect of their impending marriage. While the Qin Xin Fong and He Zipei, the child's wide-eyed expression exuded an adorably naive confusion, clearly indicating her lack of understanding regarding their conversation. Chapter 12. Betrothal. With the wedding arrangements finalized between the two families, a heavy weight lifted from Wan's heart, leaving her in high spirits throughout the day. However, her gaze fell upon Baolu, who sat listlessly nearby, seemingly burdened by unspoken worries. Amused, Wan approached and gently lifted her onto the bed, softly inquiring, "Have you quarreled with Brother Jingyun? I've noticed your melancholy. You scarcely touch your dinner." Baolu looked up at her grandmother and asked, "Grandmother, with all our wealth, why must we go to the Qin family? Can't we live on our own, just the two of us?" At her words, Wan felt a pang in her heart. Her eyes moist as she gazed at Baolu. She opened her mouth to speak, but instead embraced her tightly, murmuring, "Silly child, grandmother cannot bear to leave you either. But this is a necessary path. Being betrothed to Gu Jingyun and gaining the protection of the Qin family is the best outcome we could hope for. You will understand when you are older. But I want to know now," Baolu insisted stubbornly. "Grandmother, I don't want to leave you. Let us speak to Uncle Qin and take our silver back to live on our own. We need not dwell with second uncle any longer." Hearing this, one smiled bitterly. If it were possible, she would gladly endure any hardship to raise Baolu, but it was not feasible. After a moment's hesitation, she said, "Though you may not comprehend my words fully, since you wish to hear them, I shall share with you. Remember this, and in time you will understand. The Qin and Gu families are prominent households, and it would not be detrimental for you to engage with the ways of the world early on. We are exiled criminals, and it takes 3 generations to be absolved of our crimes, allowing us to leave this village of shame. However, without the court's permission, we cannot depart from Cheongzhou. Your grandfather was the head of our family, and it was expected that your father would succeed him. Your second uncle relied on your father for survival, but alas." One sighed deeply and continued, "Thus you, and indeed I, cannot escape the clutches of your second uncle. All taxes and labor must be paid through him to the court. Our rights and obligations are contingent upon him. Even if we wish to keep our distance, merely paying our dues, we could not survive in this village of disgrace." One sighed again, child. "Apart from the natives and the few merchants who have no choice but to reside here, everyone else in Cheongzhou is an exiled criminal or their descendants. Among them, a scant few, like your grandfather, were wrongfully accused, but they are exceedingly rare. Their nature is inherently flawed, and living in such a place, where one must fight to survive, only magnifies this. We are too weak. If we were to move, even a handful of thieves or ruffians could strip us of our modest assets." There was one thing one did not reveal to Baolu. If they were to insist on living independently, they would find themselves unable to take their money with them. Li Hong was no fool. In her grief, she had entrusted him with the key to the family's silver, for he was her son. Though he was somewhat indolent and overly proud, she believed these were flaws that could be rectified. She had trusted him, relied on him, never anticipating the hardness of his heart. The money she brought forth as a dowry for Baolu was a sum specifically bestowed upon her by her husband, a secret stash he had set aside. Li Baolu felt an enduring sense of guilt for the suffering his wife endured by accompanying him into exile. Thus, each time he embarked on a medical visit, he would discreetly retain a portion of his earnings to provide Wan for her private funds. Once a sufficient amount was accumulated, he would exchange it for larger silver ingots, which were easier to conceal. After all, only he was privy to the amount he earned during each consultation, and the household finances were jointly managed by him and his wife, alleviating any concern that their son and daughter-in-law might discover his provision for Wan. Li Baolu acted out of caution, for despite his son's filial piety, he had his own family to care for, and there might be times when Wan could inadvertently be overlooked. Little did he know that after the tragic fate that befell him and his eldest son and daughter-in-law, this money would become the very foundation for Wan and Baolu's survival. Li Hong remained oblivious to the substantial fortune her mother possessed. Had she known, she would never have allowed her to venture out with Baolu. Wan entrusted the entire ingot of money to Qin Xinfang to serve as Baolu's dowry, while the smaller silver coins were carefully placed in a pouch and handed to Baolu. "I initially intended to give this to you tomorrow, but since the matter has arisen today, I shall present it to you now. Although the Qin family is well regarded, you are a child bride, and there will be moments when it is inconvenient for you to speak up. Keep these coins safe. They may prove useful in the future." Baolu stared blankly at the pouch in her hands, astonished by the harshness of survival in their place of exile and the immense pressure her grandmother had endured. With tear-filled eyes, she pressed the pouch into Wan's embrace, gazing up at her with a damp expression. "Grandmother, take this back and buy some meat to eat. You must be healthy and watch Baolu grow up. Come to see me often, otherwise I will be sad." She understood that Wan's health had deteriorated, which explained her urgency in sending Baolu away. As Wan was about to smile and refuse, she caught sight of Baolu's tear-streaked face and hesitated. Her lips parted slightly, but in the end, she accepted the pouch. "Good child, shall we share it equally, you and I?" Baolu shook her head, but Wan chuckled and said, "If you refuse, then I shall refuse as well. Tomorrow, I will give it to your Uncle Chin as your dowry. Only then did Baolu relent. One then loosened the pouch, poured out half of the coins, and placed them in a separate bag, keeping the original pouch for Baolu to safeguard. Do not spend this money frivolously. It is to be used for important matters, understood? She feared the child might squander it on snacks. However, Baolu was no longer a mere child. Upon hearing this, she nodded earnestly. With the weight of her worries lifted, Baolu, in her youthful form, soon succumbed to slumber. One leaned against the bedside, observing her, unable to resist caressing her cheek. After all, she was the flesh and blood of Kong, reminiscent of him in his youth with those glistening eyes. One felt that every sacrifice she made was worthwhile. In her haste to return home, one realized that even Qin Xinfang's intent to hold an elaborate betrothal ceremony was too late to execute. Consequently, Qin Xinfang was left with no choice but to procure half a pig from the village butcher, Wang, to prepare a feast, inviting the entire village to partake. Now, everyone was aware that Qin Xinfang had acquired a child bride for his nephew, one of the descendants of a condemned family. The townsfolk scoffed, with some unreservedly questioning Qin Xinfang. Is the esteemed Qin planning to settle in Qiongzhou for a lifetime? In such a place, to seek a bride for his young nephew seemed quite absurd. Qin Xinfang remarked with a smile, I find Qiongzhou Prefecture rather appealing. Its picturesque landscapes and temperate climate make it an excellent place for long-term residence. The other man scoffed, you officials are fond of such empty rhetoric. If you weren't exiled here, I doubt you would ever come. Qin Xinfang leisurely cast a glance his way and replied, were time on my side, I would indeed visit. For unlike you, I have long resided in one place and cannot help but yearn for the beauty of the mountains and rivers. You dare insult me, the man shouted, slamming his hand on the table and leaping to his feet, fully aware that he had once dwelt as a bandit amidst those very hills and streams. Qin Xinfang, with a polite bow, responded, I would not presume to do so. Gu Jingyun, noticing the escalating commotion that threatened to erupt into violence, let out a disdainful snort and stepped forward. The village head is coming. Uncle, aren't you going to greet him? The feigned seriousness of his youthful voice effectively quelled the impending brawl. Zhang Dachui, the former bandit leader, recalled Qin Xinfang's amicable rapport with the village head and begrudgingly swallowed his anger, glaring at Qin Xinfang while also directing his ire at the stout little boy. Gu Jingyun, seemingly oblivious to the hostile gaze, leisurely approached his fiancée, Li Baolu, who was a head shorter than he. Qin Xinfang had already risen with a beaming smile to welcome the village head, the highest official in the area. Li Baolu slowly closed her mouth, turning to Gu Jingyun and remarking, it seems everyone here is rather unfriendly. Gu Jingyun nodded expressionlessly, explaining that there were only 19 households in this village, and their relationships were rather strained. Then why invite them to the feast? Li Baolu asked, her eyes wide with curiosity. Isn't it customary to invite those with whom one shares a good rapport or family ties on such joyous occasions? Gu Jingyun, however, countered her inquiry with surprise. Could one possibly refrain from inviting them? As I recall, whenever someone had a significant event, the entire village was invariably invited. Even during the new year, everyone gathered for a meal together, despite the frequent quarrels and brawls that ensued. Gu Jingyun, with wide eyes, questioned, isn't this a tradition? Does your village not adhere to such customs? Li Baolu, crossing her arms in resignation, replied, who told you this is a custom? Who would establish such an absurd tradition? Our village does not operate this way. Gu Jingyun then inquired, which number of the crime village are you from? 5. Li Baolu answered, recalling how the Wan family had taught her to memorize the address before her arrival, in case she needed to be found later. In truth, their addresses were quite easy to remember. It was unclear who had named them, but all the villages where exiles resided in Qiongzhou Prefecture were referred to as crime villages, numbered sequentially, and it was said that there were now as many as 19. The descendants of exiles, after 3 generations, could choose to leave the crime village to reside in the virtuous village, where the offspring of exiles also lived, similarly arranged by number. Naturally, they could opt to remain. And once all the residents of a crime village reached their 3rd generation, the village could be renamed. The authorities impose lax restrictions on these individuals, permitting them to apply for alterations to the village names. Yet, It remains a mystery whether it is sheer laziness or an ingrained familiarity with such names that compels them to adhere to the numerical order of Xiangshan village when considering a name change. Thus, it suffices for them to remember the numbers, ensuring they never lose their way home. For instance, if Gu Jingyun were to venture out and forget the route back, he could simply inquire about the location of the nearest Zue village, a query so straightforward and memorable. Gu Jingyun furrowed his brow, pondering. Perhaps the customs of each village vary? Perhaps, Li Baolu conceded, unable to conjure an alternative rationale. She glanced at the ravenous children at the table and nudged Gu Jingyun, asking, "We're your good friends. Should we not go speak with them?" "No," Gu Jingyun replied, his expression impassive. "You need only converse with me. There is no need to pay attention to the other children. What are you two doing here?" He Pei turned to see the two children huddled together whispering and approached with a playful smile, saying, "You ought to hurry and eat. We will be greeting soon." Chapter 13. Cohabitation. Li Baolu and Gu Jingyun knelt respectfully before Qin Xinfang and He Pei, offering them tea together. As they gazed up at the two children with their innocent expressions, Qin Xinfang and He Pei felt their hearts soften immensely. They quickly accepted the tea and took a sip, after which Qin Xinfang and He Pei presented a pair of jade pendants to them. "This is your grandmother's dowry, the betrothal gift your uncle presented when he sought my hand in marriage. Now, I bestow them upon you, hoping that you will cherish and love one another, growing old together." He Pei carefully fastened the pendant around Li Baolu's neck. Gu Jingyun, with a serious demeanor, accepted the gesture. Li Baolu eagerly nodded, her eyes darting to the jade pendant, which was said to be exquisite mutton fat jade. She never imagined it would one day adorn her petite waist. Wanshi's eyes welled with tears at the sight of the Qin family's deep regard for Baolu, allowing her to depart with greater peace of mind. As Wanshi left, she did not greet Li Hong, harboring some concern for her home. Thus she had resolutely decided to return. Li Baolu was taken aback by the sudden prospect of parting from her grandmother, clutching the jade pendant in a daze. Wanshi gently caressed her small face and advised, "Baolu, take good care of yourself. Be obedient and listen to your Uncle Qin and Aunt He, and get along well with Jingyun, understood?" Li Baolu trembled her lips and inquired, "Grandmother, will you come to see me?" Of course, the distance between Wu village and Yi village is not far. Grandmother will visit you often. You must be well, otherwise I want to come, Wanshi replied, though her heart was heavy with reluctance. She understood that separation was inevitable, and it was better to endure a brief pain than a prolonged one. With that thought, she gently pushed Li Baolu into He Pei's embrace and turned to leave. Li Baolu ran a few steps after her, only to see her grandmother's figure vanish around the corner, and tears could no longer be restrained, streaming down her cheeks. He Pei, noticing her tear-streaked face and her suppressed sobs, felt a pang of compassion and immediately enveloped her in a warm embrace, saying, "Baolu, dear, would you like to play with your aunt?" Qin Xinfang, feeling somewhat helpless, turned to retrieve a book to amuse her, saying, "Baolu, dear, how about your uncle teaches you to read?" Gu Jingyun, with an air of disdain, slowly returned to his room to fetch his cherished set of wooden horses, reluctantly stating, "I'll lend them to you." He Pei swiftly snatched the toys and placed them in Li Baolu's arms, admonishing her nephew, "You're being too stingy. Just give them to your sister. If you want another set later, your uncle can make you one." Gu Jingyun was taken aback that his usually doting aunt would snatch his belongings, and that he had been outdone by a child who had only just arrived at his home. After a moment of surprise, he scowled and dashed off, reclaiming his wooden horse set, exclaiming, "I won't lend them to you anymore." He Pei could not help but mutter a playful curse under her breath, her tone laced with affection. Qin Xinfang and He Pei, fearing that Li Baolu would cry even more, quickly reassured her, "We don't want your brother's toys. We will make you a lovely set too. All right?" Li Baolu, still sniffling, glanced at Qin Xinfang, then at He Pei, and cautiously nodded in agreement. The Qin family treated her with great kindness, with the exception of her future mother-in-law, Madame Qin, whom she had yet to meet. However, the mere fact that Madame Qin consented to the engagement between Gu Jingyun and her, a solitary orphan, spoke volumes about the character of the Qin family, suggesting she was indeed a remarkable woman. It seemed that her entire life would be spent here, and Li Baolu was determined not to irritate them. Thus, She stifled her sobs, her voice gradually diminishing in volume. In a fit of pique, Gu Jingyun stormed back to his study, sulking as he dismantled the assembled wooden horse, watching the pieces scatter across the floor. Only then did he feel a slight lift in his spirits, thinking to himself, if you're so capable, why not assemble it yourself? If you wish to play with something ready-made, you shall find no such luck. Seeing Gu Jingyun's temper flare, while Li Baolu remained so gentle and docile, He Zipei grew worried. Would Gu Jingyun bully Baolu in the future? Qin Xinfang raised an eyebrow. He Zipei continued, initially, I was concerned that Baolu might feel uneasy about leaving her grandmother, so I intended to keep her company while she slept. However, when I asked her, she insisted she could sleep alone, as she did at home. I believe it would be best for her and Jingyun to share a room. They are still young, and there is no need for them to be separated. They should spend time together while they are still children to foster a bond, preventing discord in the future. Qin Xinfang glanced at Li Baolu, who was sitting on the floor, engrossed in her reading of the three-character classic, and nodded in agreement. Very well. Let us partition Jingyun's room with a screen, allowing each child their own side. He understood that his wife was concerned about Baolu's future. In this era, women faced numerous constraints, particularly in a place of exile. Moreover, Li Baolu was not only born of a criminal background, but also a child bride, which placed her several rungs beneath Jingyun in status. His wife hoped that by allowing the two children to bond, Jingyun would treat Baolu with more kindness in the future. However, Qin Xinfang did not entirely share this belief. Despite having known her for merely 2 days and considering she was only a 3-year-old girl, he discerned numerous qualities within her. The child was both intelligent and forgiving. Her intelligence was evident. Yet it was her capacity for forgiveness that Qin Xinfang held in the highest regard, as it indicated her ability to tolerate Jingyun's bad temper. A parent knows their child best, and he was aware that Jingyun was exceptionally gifted. Not only was he outstanding in this remote village, but he also ranked among the elite in the capital. Yet, such brilliance was coupled with an arrogance that rendered him dismissive of others, alongside a foul temper and a brooding disposition. Had they remained in the capital, the Qin family would have retained its former glory, and being born into the Gu family would have been seen as an advantage rather than a flaw. With his protective role as an uncle and the Gu family as a support, these traits might not have posed a significant issue. But now, the Qin family had fallen from grace, and the Gu family had cast aside his mother. Growing up in Xiongzhou, those flaws transformed into ominous harbingers of doom. From the moment he recognized the child's unsavory character, he sought to rectify it. He even wrote to a friend, requesting the books he had stored with him, hoping that through reading, Jingyun might cultivate an open mind and overcome his inner demons. Alas, as the child delved deeper into literature, her intellect approached the brink of the supernatural, and her vengeful tendencies only intensified. The children in the village ostracized him solely because of his uniqueness and inability to fit in. He incited the village children to brawl, nearly resulting in serious injuries. Qin Xinfang's swift agreement to the marriage proposal stemmed from witnessing Jingyun willingly engage in the childish game of hide-and-seek with Baolu. He hoped for Jingyun to interact more with Baolu, not necessarily to adopt her open-mindedness, but merely to temper his radical tendencies. The couple, each with their own intentions, one for the future relationship of the young couple, the other for the character development of Gu Jingyun, took matters into their own hands. The two children only learned of this disheartening news as they prepared for their afternoon nap. Gu Jingyun widened his eyes, feeling that his uncle and aunt no longer favored him since Li Baolu's arrival, and in his frustration, he glared at her. Despite having sympathized with her for being orphaned, he felt betrayed by her presence, which seemed to threaten his possessions. Li Baolu, too, stared in disbelief, burdened with the weight of her past life's secrets. She had hoped for some solitude during the night, only to find herself sharing a room with an insufferable child. Both children were far from pleased. However, Qin Xinfang and He Zipei remained resolute, denying them the opportunity to protest. They promptly ushered the children back to their rooms, pointing to the two small beds positioned close to one another, declaring, "The beds have been arranged for you. Baolu will sleep in the inner one, while Jingyun will take the outer one. There isn't time today, but tomorrow your uncle will return from the mountains with a screen for you." Gu Jingyun solemnly addressed his aunt, Aunt, there should be a distinction between genders. Even if I am engaged to her, we cannot share a room. You're only 5, and Baolu is merely 3. What distinctions are there? You are both young children. Hurry and wash your faces and prepare for bed this afternoon. You will accompany your sister Baolu to serve tea to your mother. He continued, your mother is unwell and currently taking medicine. Do not disturb her, lest she become overly anxious and her condition worsens. At this, Gu Jingyun fell silent, though his face remained a portrait of reluctance. With Gu Jingyun quieted Li Baolu, now part of the Qin family, felt even less inclined to voice her dissent. Yet, both children remained discontent, exchanging glances of mutual disdain. Qin Xinfang, however, was pleased. Despite his nephew's various shortcomings, his filial piety stood out as his greatest virtue. He hoped that Li Baolu would influence Jingyun, helping him to cultivate more admirable qualities. Whether Li Baolu could indeed affect Gu Jingyun remained to be seen, but Gu Jingyun had already impacted her. As Li Baolu dutifully climbed into bed, pulling the blanket over herself in preparation for sleep, Gu Jingyun languidly retrieved a book from the nearby shelf and sat cross-legged on his bed, engrossed in reading. Li Baolu couldn't help but glance at the cover. Xuanzi, she thought, if I recall correctly, the child across from me is only 5 years old this year. Why does he seem as wise as a 25-year-old? Faced with such formidable intellect, how could she, armed with memories of a past life, compete? Li Baolu resolved that even if she were to lose, she would not do so disgracefully. And thus she climbed back up to retrieve the 3-character classic that Qin Xinfang had given her earlier. After all, she was illiterate. Fortunate was she to possess the memories of a past life. Although the script varied, she could decipher much through a combination of intuition and guesswork. Her speed in recognizing characters was commendable, yet the knowledge slipped her mind, and when presented with the characters anew, she found herself at a loss once more. Li Baolu felt a profound sadness, as if she were the true child, while the individual across from her was the one endowed with an extra lifetime of memories. Gu Jingyun was deeply engrossed in his books and remained oblivious to the impact he had on his roommate. He was always disciplined and methodical, with fixed times for reading, sleeping, and rising. Even when an unexpected visitor had entered his space, he restrained his discomfort and adhered to his routine. Once one immerses oneself in literature, the outside world ceases to intrude, and his inner discontent gradually faded away. While Li Baolu was still sweating as she struggled to recognize characters from the 3-character classic, Gu Jingyun set aside his book, placing it beside his pillow, and lay down, pulling the quilt up to his chest. Within moments, he fell into a deep slumber. Li Baolu stared in astonishment at the softly snoring Gu Jingyun, patted her head, and finally gave herself a gentle tap on the forehead, realizing how foolish she was. Even if she aspired to strive for excellence, there was no need to rush. At merely 3 years old, she had ample time ahead of her. After glancing at the peacefully sleeping Gu Jingyun, she tidied her book and settled down to sleep herself. Chapter 14. Training Qin Wenin was truly unwell, confined to her bed and unable to rise. Her condition was such that it could not tolerate exposure to drafts. Thus, the window by her bed was tightly shut. However, she could not seal off all openings, lest her ailment, though not grave, be exacerbated by stifling air. Therefore, the door remained ajar to allow for ventilation. Yet a large screen partition stood between the entrance and the inner chamber, gently diffusing the air that flowed in. Nevertheless, as Li Baolu stepped inside, she was immediately struck by a feeling of heaviness, the scent of medicine saturating the air. Having often accompanied her grandfather, she was familiar with medicinal aromas. Yet those were merely the fragrance of sun-dried herbs, while the odor in Qin Wenin's room was overwhelmingly pungent and far from pleasant. Gu Jingyun furrowed his brow, filled with concern as he approached his mother. On this sweltering day, Li Baolu found comfort in exposing her little feet while sleeping. Yet Qin Wenin was swathed in a thin blanket, pulled up to her neck, her eyes tightly shut, her complexion pale. Li Baolu began to understand why her mother had not appeared for such a significant occasion as her son's engagement. It was not a matter of desire, but rather one of necessity. Zipe, upon seeing the 2 children enter, gently urged them. Your mother has just taken her medicine and fallen asleep. Why don't you go play for a while? Come back later to greet her. Glancing at his mother's ashen face, Gu Jingyan turned to leave, and Li Baolu hurried to follow. He quickened his pace, his expression growing increasingly somber, prompting Li Baolu to trot after him, inquiring, "Why are you upset?" "I'm not angry," Gu Jingyan retorted, his lips pressed into a thin line. "Your mouth is all pursed. How can you claim to be unperturbed?" Li Baolu continued to trail him, calling out, "I'm still young. Stop and talk to me." He halted, pressing his lips together even tighter, casting an irritable glare back at her. "Who told you to follow me?" "My grandmother did," Li Baolu replied unabashedly. "She said that I will be your wife in the future and must stick close to you, so as not to lose you." Gu Jingyan rolled his eyes at her and found a stone to sit upon. Li Baolu let out a sigh of relief, promptly settling on the grass beside him. Although she was in good health, she could not withstand such exertion. It was exhausting, and she was only 3 years old. Gu Jingyan, however, was even less resilient. After merely a brisk walk, he was now gasping for breath, his chest heaving. Li Baolu appeared oblivious to his condition, continuing her seemingly innocent inquiry, "Why are you upset?" Gu Jingyan stared at the grass beneath his feet in silence. Just as Li Baolu thought he would not respond, he spoke softly, "Your grandfather has passed away." Li Baolu blinked in surprise. "My mother's illness has always been treated by your grandfather," Gu Jingyan elaborated. "My uncle and aunt said that it was your grandfather who saved both her and me. She faced complications during my birth, suffering severe hemorrhaging that nearly claimed her life. Your grandfather exerted great effort to bring her back. Over the years, her medicinal regimen has been unceasing. For 7 days out of 10, she could not venture outside to face the wind. Yet even so, my uncle remarked that had it not been for your grandfather, no eminent physician in the entire Cheongjo prefecture would have been of any help." Gu Jingyan turned to Li Baolu and said, "Your grandfather was a master in gynecology, primarily responsible for the ailments of the imperial concubines during his time in the palace. Even when Cheongjo prefecture suffered from a shortage of physicians and medicine, he managed to save my mother's life. But now that he is no longer with us, how much longer can my mother survive?" Li Baolu opened her mouth, but found herself at a loss for words. For her limited memories, she recalled that her grandfather ventured out every 10 days, staying away for a night, likely to visit the Qin family. She was aware of her grandfather's medical prowess, as officials and wealthy landowners in Cheongjo prefecture would often summon him for treatments, which had contributed to the accumulation of the Li family's wealth. If even he could not cure certain ailments, it would be perilous to seek help from the local physicians. Was it possible that her future mother-in-law was on the brink of passing away so soon after she became child bride? What dreadful luck! The two children fell into a contemplative silence. After a while, Li Baolu finally spoke. "What about the prescriptions your grandfather left for you?" "My mother's health has been steadily improving. The prescriptions change periodically, and we cannot rely on a single formula." At this point, Gu Jingyan's eyes sparkled with determination as he looked at Li Baolu and said, "Therefore, I have a request of you." Li Baolu tilted her head in curiosity. "Didn't your grandmother pass down the family's medical texts to you? Please lend them to me." Li Baolu gazed at him helplessly. "That's fine. But you're still so young. Is it really beneficial for you to study medical texts at this age? Cramming knowledge at the last moment is hardly effective. You're only 5 years old. How many years of study would it take to attain your grandfather's level of skill? Moreover, practicing medicine requires more than just reading. One must also grasp the concepts and accumulate substantial experience with various conditions. Your grandfather was a renowned gynecologist who spent time in the palace, amassing a wealth of knowledge to reach his current expertise. How can you, at the tender age of 5, aspire to take over his legacy?" Li Baolu expressed her skepticism towards Gu Jingyan, yet he looked down upon her and others with such ordinary intellect, confidently asserting, "Others may falter, but I do not necessarily have to." Where could such arrogance in a child possibly stem from? "The books are with Uncle Qin," Li Baolu replied. Gu Jingyan stood up, declaring, "The books belong to you. As long as you agree, that suffices." Since they were part of Li Baolu's dowry, her consent would ensure that her uncle would not oppose. Gu Jingyan pulled Li Baolu to the study in search of the texts. Uncle Qin was seated at the desk, furrowing his brow as he held a pen. Upon seeing the two children rush in, he waved his hand dismissively and said, "There's no class today. Feel free to find a book to read and, when you have the time, teach Baolu some characters." "Uncle, I want to read the Li family's medical texts. Gu Jingyun stated earnestly, lifting his small face. Qin Xinfang frowned at his nephew and then glanced at Baolu, who was holding his hand. After a moment of contemplation, he sighed and agreed. All right, but you must not deceive Baolu again. She's still a child. It was evident that he suspected his nephew had obtained reading privileges through unscrupulous means. Li Baolu, with wide eyes, defended him. I willingly offered to let brother Jingyun read. Qin Xinfang looked at Baolu with even more sympathy, as if he were witnessing a child being sold yet still counting the money. It was truly a pitiable situation. Li Baolu, feeling the weight of her uncle's unabashed sympathy, decided to remain silent. Gu Jingyun was utterly indifferent to being misunderstood. He took the book from his uncle's hands and turned to leave, while Li Baolu hurriedly followed behind with her short legs. Qin Xinfang observed his nephew striding ahead with determination, while the petite Baolu trotted along in pursuit, inexplicably filled with concern for Baolu's future. He had hoped that Baolu would positively influence Jingyun, nurturing him into a better person, yet it seemed that Jingyun was having a far greater impact on Baolu. What was to be done? Upon returning to their room, Gu Jingyun began his search through the first medical book, focusing solely on the symptoms that matched Qin Wennin's ailments, dismissing all others with a mere glance. His pages turned swiftly, lingering no longer than 5 breaths on each, and whenever he encountered a relevant symptom, he would mark that page with a bookmark for further examination. Meanwhile, Li Baolu could only stare in astonishment. It was hard to believe that Gu Jingyun, at just 5 years of age, could read with such speed. Even in her previous life at 25, she had never flipped through a book so quickly. Within 5 seconds, he had absorbed the content of a page and made an accurate assessment before turning to the next. At that moment, Li Baolu found herself beginning to believe Gu Jingyun's assertions. His intelligence was indeed unparalleled, leaving her feeling an overwhelming sense of pressure. If all went as expected, they were destined to spend their lives together. Once a model student in her past life, Baolu now doubted her own intellect, realizing that she had previously considered herself quite bright. Observing the serious Gu Jingyun as he read rapidly, she glanced down at the 3-character classic in her hands and decided that it would be best for her to diligently learn the characters. If she couldn't even recognize the words, all would be in vain. Soon, she immersed herself in the text, painstakingly deciphering each character of the 3-character classic while drawing upon her memories from a previous life. The room fell silent, save for the occasional rustle of pages turning. When Zipei peeked through the window, she was greeted by this serene tableau, her expression softening into a smile. It was delightful to see her son Jingyun, an avid reader, paired with a little wife who shared the same passion. Not wishing to disturb their concentration, Zipei quietly retreated to prepare dinner. In the evening, Qin Wennin awakened briefly, and Zipei swiftly guided the 2 children into the room to pay their respects and offer tea, fulfilling their obligations before ushering them outside to supervise Qin Wennin's medication. Gu Jingyun's mood darkened further. He turned to Li Baolu and remarked, "Mother's condition has worsened. Just a few days ago, she was able to get out of bed and walk, and in the past, she could even summon your grandfather for a visit." Li Baolu was left speechless. Yet, Gu Jingyun seemed to have opened the floodgates of conversation, coldly remarking to Li Baolu, "Uncle and Aunt believe I am too young to understand, concealing the truth from me. But I'm not a fool. I can tell from Mother's complexion. Furthermore, they used to insist on keeping me in Mother's room, but today they are eager to push me away. In the future, do not engage in such foolish acts of deception. Always keep me informed. Do you understand?" Li Baolu could only shake her head. "Child, you're but 5 years old." She weakly defended her uncle and aunt, asserting that they were acting in her best interests. Gu Jingyun scoffed. "If they could truly deceive me, that would be genuine concern for my well-being. But have they succeeded in their deceit?" Li Baolu could only shake her head in response. "They ought to inform me, lest I be left with unnecessary doubts. I am aware of my mother's deteriorating health, yet the extent of her condition remains unknown to me. Does this not cause me distress? Henceforth, you must not emulate them." Li Baolu nodded solemnly, asserting that she would not follow their example and would share everything with him. But respect must be mutual. He too must disclose matters to her. Gu Jingyun regarded her with disdain, questioning her comprehension. Li Baolu earnestly replied that even if she did not fully understand, he could still teach her. even if he ultimately failed to convey the message. She merely wished to be aware of the situation, as it was far preferable to being left in fear and anxiety. Fearing she could not sway him, she resorted to a threat. Should he refuse to inform her, she would withhold her own matters from him in the future. Furthermore, she posed a rhetorical question, suggesting that if he lamented his uncle and aunt for not revealing the truth, had he ever confided in them? For instance, she hesitated before stating that she had asked Qin Wenyin to act as a mother, as their mother's health had declined, causing her to worry to the point of losing her appetite, sleeping poorly, and failing to concentrate on her studies. Gu Jingyun fell silent. Li Baolu then quietly remarked that they were to meet with their uncle today to obtain some books. He must surely understand the reason for Gu Jingyun's interest in medical texts. Yet why did he refrain from asking? Gu Jingyun replied that it was because he never spoke up. Li Baolu noted the peculiarity of their behavior, questioning why they were so reticent when they had matters to discuss. Gu Jingyun glanced at her, explaining that they were all intelligent individuals, and certain truths need not be articulated explicitly. Do you understand now? Li Baolu inquired without hesitation, for instance, concerning our mother's illness. Gu Jingyun remained silent for a moment before haughtily scoffing and making his way to the flower hall. Li Baolu followed him helplessly, reflecting on his insistence that she be open with him, despite his own reluctance. Fortunately, despite his sharp intellect, he was still young. She could not believe that with her additional memories, she could not guide him. After all, they were destined to live together for a lifetime. How could she not teach him well? Chapter 15. Ideals. Gu Jingyun hesitated for a moment, then earnestly addressed Li Baolu. You may return now. I have matters to attend to. Li Baolu, indifferent to his affairs, turned and made her way back to her room. Gu Jingyun exhaled in relief and proceeded towards his uncle's study, where he could see a light glowing from within. After a brief moment of contemplation, he finally pushed open the door to the study. Seated at the desk, Qin Xinfang looked up upon noticing his serious nephew standing before him, raising an eyebrow in inquiry. What is it? This lad had just taken the medical text from the Li family, according to his usual habits. He would not re-enter the study unless he had thoroughly read them. Was it possible that his nephew had miraculously managed to digest 5 medical volumes in a mere half-day? Qin Xinfang's heart raced, while Gu Jingyun maintained a solemn expression, lifting his gaze to meet his uncle's. Uncle, I wish to inquire about my mother's health. Qin Xinfang was taken aback. However, Gu Jingyun felt a sense of relief wash over him, realizing that broaching the subject was not as daunting as he had anticipated. His expression softened considerably. What was the current state of his mother's health? Qin Xinfang opened his mouth to question why Gu Jingyun suddenly wished to discuss this. But upon reflecting that it was the first time in many years that his nephew had voluntarily mentioned the matter, he chose to forego this inquiry and instead engaged in a serious discussion regarding Qin Wenin's condition. Though Qin Wenin appeared gravely ill, her situation was not perilous. The primary issue stemmed from her having spent an extended period outside a few days prior, compounded by the emotional upheaval of resolving her son's lifelong concerns, which led to a restless night. Consequently, she was unable to rise the following day. However, the Wan family had sent over the medicinal pills that Li Bo had previously prepared for her, and with proper care, recovery was certainly attainable. Qin Xinfang's concern lay in what would follow. His sister's condition would inevitably fluctuate. They could not perpetually rely on the prescriptions provided by Li Bo, as those pills would eventually run out. Furthermore, Qin Xinfang held little faith in the physicians of Cheongzhou Prefecture. They had previously relied on imperial physicians, and the thought of entrusting their sister's health to a group of practitioners lacking systematic training filled him with trepidation, fearing they might worsen her condition. Thus, he contemplated writing a letter back to the capital, sending along the pulse records and prescriptions left by Li Bo to seek assistance from a trusted friend in procuring a proper physician's recommendations. Although the lengthy correspondence could result in discrepancies, the involvement of an imperial physician would undoubtedly instill a sense of reliability. As his nephew had finally approached him with sincerity, Qin Xinfang took the opportunity to divulge the entire truth, concluding with, I understand that your study of those medical texts is for your mother's sake. Yet medicine is unlike other skills. To become a physician of Li Bo's caliber, one requires not only innate talent, but also a wealth of medical resources and extensive practical experience. Qin Xinfang continued, You are intelligent. But that does not necessarily imply a natural aptitude for medicine, particularly since you have only perused 4 volumes from the Li family. He chuckled lightly, shaking his head. Do you believe that Li Baolu ascended to the position of chief physician solely based on the Li family's texts? Gu Jingyun felt a flush of embarrassment. Qin Xinfang gently patted his head in reassurance. The reason I entrusted those books to you is not to transform you into a physician overnight. That is no simple feat, but rather to deepen your understanding of your mother's ailment. Moreover, possessing knowledge of medical principles can only serve to benefit you, never to harm. 2 hours prior, Gu Jingyun still harbored grand ambitions of becoming the most formidable physician in the realm of the Chu. Though disheartened by his uncle's words, he remained resolute, albeit somewhat affected. His pursuit of medicine was driven by a desire to honor his mother. Yet if mastery in the art could not be achieved swiftly, what purpose did it serve? By the time he became proficient, she would be long gone. What then was the purpose of his studies? He had no intention of becoming one of those doctors who heal the world. Jingyun, one's energies are finite. Thus, one can only truly focus on a single endeavor throughout life. Take Li Baolu, for instance. His medical expertise is unparalleled, particularly in gynecology. As for myself, I specialize solely in the classics. While I cannot claim to be the best in the world, few can challenge my knowledge in this realm. However, beyond this, I falter. Qin Xinfang regarded him intently. You must now contemplate which path you wish to excel in. Ideally, this decision should await your 12th year. But given your precocious intellect and extensive reading at such a tender age, there is no need to be bound by age restrictions. This boy is exceedingly clever and too eclectic in his studies. Without proper guidance, he may become a tragic figure like Zhongyong. Gu Jingyun frowned. Upon seeing this, Qin Xinfang chuckled heartily. Very well, this is a significant matter, not to be hastily decided. I shall grant you 1 year to ponder. After that, you may inform your uncle of your chosen pursuit. What did he wish to learn? What did he yearn to study? Gu Jingyun returned to his room. Burdened with these questions, Qin Xinfang, stroking his beard, observed his departure with great satisfaction. He Zipei stealthily emerged from the study, exclaiming, "It is remarkable that Jingyun has openly sought our counsel. It clearly indicates his growth." Qin Xinfang, with a twinkle in his eye, praised her. "It is indeed due to your excellent arrangement of his betrothal." The nephew had always been bright. Even in his early speech, he was a fountain of questions, presenting them with a delightful yet endless source of vexation. However, since he began to read, his demeanor shifted. Initially rummaging through drawers, he fortuitously uncovered their letters, revealing his lineage. Subsequently, he absorbed knowledge beyond what was typical for his age, thus maturing further. Who would have thought to guard against a mere 3-year-old? Consequently, they did not regard the letters he had dismantled with any seriousness, and in discussions regarding the state of affairs and the Gu family in the capital, they never shied away from his presence. It was Li Baolu who first discerned the anomaly and alerted them, leading to the realization that Gu Jingyun's brilliance and precocity were indeed alarming, bordering on the extraordinary. Had they been in the capital, and had the Qin family not fallen from grace, he might have cultivated a youthful prodigy. Alas, in this dire situation, his exceptional intellect became his affliction. Here, he lacked mentors, companions, and even sufficient literature. The void within him was daunting. They were ensnared in this confined existence, devoid of freedom. Exile not only shackled their physical liberty, but severed the tether of their souls. Thus, it is often said that there are those who face execution and those whose spirits are extinguished by exile. Qin Xinfang had tirelessly sought a return to the capital, not for himself or his wife, but for the sake of Jingyun, this child. He and his wife had lived a full life, having lost their only daughter. To continue living felt merely like enduring the passage of time, while death promised liberation. On a particular day, Ku Wenyin and Jingyun found themselves in a precarious situation. Their demise would spell ruin for both mother and daughter. Qin Xinfang's countenance, once adorned with a smile, gradually transformed into one of solemnity as he turned to his wife with gravity. "Tomorrow, I shall commence lessons for the 2 children. Please keep a close watch on Baolu. Even if we provide them with a path, it is imperative that they possess the capability to traverse it steadily and far." He Pei nodded earnestly, responding softly, "Rest assured, I shall ensure she does not fall too far behind." Qin Xinfang sighed, reflecting, to catch up with Jingyun is an unattainable aspiration. It suffices as long as she does not lag behind the average. As he uttered these words, a pang of doubt gnawed at his heart. In the past, he had been resolute in his belief that diligence eclipsed innate talent. Yet after witnessing his nephew's abilities, he recognized the weight of natural gift. Could he, in 2 years, consume half the library of books as his nephew had? Contemplating the feats his nephew accomplished at the tender age of 5, in contrast to his own endeavors, Qin Xinfang found himself questioning his own intellect. Only in such moments did he harbor less animosity towards Gu Huaijin, for his commendable intelligence had given rise to a remarkably gifted nephew. While Qin Xinfang and He Pei deliberated on the educational prospects for the children, Gu Jingyun returned to the room, still uncertain about her own future path. Upon glancing up, she spotted the child in the small bed sprawled in slumber. An annoyance washed over her. She approached and poked the child's face with her finger until she finally stirred awake. Rubbing her eyes, Li Baolu sat up, gazing at Gu Jingyun with a dazed expression, devoid of any irritation. Satisfied, Gu Jingyun returned to her small bed and inquired, "What do you wish to pursue in the future? My uncle has urged me to choose a singular path to excel in, yet I perceive myself as exceptionally gifted, possessing unparalleled intelligence. To limit myself to one discipline seems too confining." Li Baolu, yawning and half asleep, seemed on the verge of dozing off once more. Gu Jingyun, frustrated, leapt from her bed to grasp her chubby face, squeezing it playfully, seemingly enjoying the sensation, and tugging at it a couple more times. With tear-filled eyes, Li Baolu looked at her and said, "I heard you. Is that not merely an ideal?" Having endured rigorous training in high school, where standing could lead to sleep and sleeping could occur during lectures, she may not have fully grasped Gu Jingyun's sentiments, yet she retained them for a fleeting moment. With tear-streaked eyes, she asked Gu Jingyun, "What is your ideal?" "An ideal?" Gu Jingyun lowered her head in contemplation, her expression shifting to one of ferocity. "My ideal is to vindicate my uncle, to bring my mother to the capital and trample the Gu family beneath my feet." Li Baolu stared in astonishment at Gu Jingyun's clenched teeth and fierce demeanor. A glimmer of cold light flickered in Gu Jingyun's gaze, as if a monstrous entity resided within her small frame, as she coldly declared, "Let them endure the same suffering my mother has endured." Li Baolu scratched her head, unable to articulate the notion of revenge being a cycle without end. As an uninvolved party, she remained oblivious to the events that had transpired. Noting Gu Jingyun's menacing glare and recalling her temperament, she could only wearily caution, "Is the Gu family truly so powerful?" Gu Jingyun responded with a disdainful snort. "It seems you must exert considerable effort. At the very least, you cannot allow your power to wane in comparison to theirs. Otherwise, not only will vengeance be out of reach, but even exonerating your uncle will prove exceedingly difficult." Gu Jingyun lowered his head in contemplation, taking a while before he spoke. "Am I to become an official? Yet, to what extent must one ascend in rank to overshadow the Gu family? Furthermore, the Gu family holds significant influence." Li Baolu, with her straightforward demeanor, shook her head in earnest. She was unaware of which dynasty they belonged to, let alone the path ahead. Gu Jingyun had no intention of seeking advice from Li Baolu. Once he had a direction in mind, he propped his chin in thought. After a while, he noticed the surrounding silence was almost oppressive and lifted his gaze to find Li Baolu had drifted back to sleep, curled up on her side, peacefully slumbering. Gu Jingyun furrowed his brow in mild disdain. Yet, considering her earlier suggestion, he reluctantly pulled the small blanket over her, and before retreating to his own rest, he playfully pinched her cheek, feeling a sense of satisfaction as he settled down to sleep. Chapter 16. Enlightenment after a night of contemplation. Gu Jingyun remained uncertain about the means by which he could vindicate his uncle and outmaneuver the Gu family. However, this did not hinder him from establishing clear objectives. First and foremost, he must attain power. There are only a few avenues to acquire such power. One is through the imperial examination, gradually ascending to an official position. Though slow, it is a reliable path. The second is military service, as military merits have always been among the most effective routes to advancement, especially if one could command troops. Yet, Gu Jingyun did not entertain this notion, swiftly dismissing it, for his physical constitution was not suited for such endeavors. Unless he could reincarnate, A military career was out of the question for him. The third method, relying on the favor of the imperial family, was superior to the first two. But it too seemed futile for him, as no royal would venture to this desolate place of exile, and he lacked any opportunity to connect with nobility. Returning to the capital, he feared that the moment he entered the city, the Gu family would conspire to eliminate him. Although only 5 years old, Gu Jingyun did not underestimate the Gu family, capable of forcing his mother into exile while pregnant. Thus, after much deliberation, the imperial examination appeared to be the most reliable option. To pursue this path, he must diligently study. Next, he required connections. He could forget about the resources from the Gu family. After the Qin family's exile, their friends and allies had chosen their own paths, and there were few remaining who could be considered his uncle's acquaintances. Therefore, he needed to cultivate his own network. Lastly, he needed money. This final point was a suggestion generously offered by his classmate, Li Baolu. Upon hearing Gu Jingyun's plans for retribution and vindication, Li Baolu, with a complex expression, eagerly joined his cause and proposed a significant idea. Money is one of the most wonderful things in the world, she asserted seriously. You need money for food, clothing, shelter, and transportation. You need money to purchase books and writing materials. You need money to participate in the imperial examination. You need money to make friends, let alone the matter of vindicating your uncle. Moreover, if the first two avenues, examinations and connections, prove unfeasible, we can still rely on money. Li Baolu bluntly stated, everything in this world, except for birth and ideals, can be acquired with money, provided you have enough of it. Gu Jingyun looked at her skeptically. How could she know? She was even younger than he. Li Baolu, with a serious expression, replied, this is based on my own experiences. Trust me. You cannot go wrong with this advice, and be sure to include it in your plans. Although Gu Jingyun had never worried about money before, he reluctantly added this third point, yet he did not take it to heart. It was merely out of respect for Li Baolu as his conspiratorial partner. Indeed, this matter still belonged to the conspiratorial phase of two children, a shared secret between them. With this secret, the bond of friendship between Gu Jingyun and Li Baolu grew rapidly. At this moment, Gu Jingyun no longer minded Li Baolu sleeping in his room and perusing his books, though he still strictly forbade her from touching his desk and writing materials, which became her next target. When Qin Xinfang entered with a pot of tea, she found the two little ones once again huddled together, whispering secrets, prompting a shake of her head and a smile. Once, I perceived Jingyun as remarkably mature, behaving with the gravitas of an adult. However, I now observe a childlike essence within him, likely a consequence of previously lacking companionship. Qin Xinfang harbors the hope that his nephew will grow increasingly cheerful while also acquiring a solid foundation of cultural knowledge. Thus, he merely sighed inwardly before sauntering to the lectern, clearing his throat to interrupt the children's discourse, and with a serious demeanor, proclaimed, all right, let us commence the lesson. Gu Jingyun and Li Baolu immediately straightened their postures, sitting upright. Qin Xinfang felt a sense of satisfaction as he first examined Li Baolu's handwriting, which, as anticipated, appeared as an inky mess, yet he remained unperturbed. Gently ruffling her hair, he encouraged her, you are still quite young, and mastering the pen takes time. There is no rush. Jingyun only began practicing calligraphy with a brush after turning 5. Li Baolu, wearing an expression of disbelief, turned to Gu Jingyun, who had in front of him his own calligraphy, clean and elegant, exhibiting an early semblance of a refined style, far beyond what one could expect from a novice. Qin Xinfang then produced a willow twig from a box, smiling as he suggested, at your age, practice with the willow twig dipped in water for now. You may also occasionally use a brush, but do not overextend your time. Otherwise, you risk injuring your hand, which would be counterproductive. Jingyun practiced in this manner as well. It could be said that the children of the Qin family are all instructed in this way. From the moment they can speak, they are taught to recite the 3-character classic and the 1,000-character classic. As they grow older, they learn to recognize characters, using willow twigs or other wooden sticks dipped in water for practice. This method conserves paper and ink while effectively safeguarding the young one's wrists. Mastery of brush calligraphy hinges significantly on wrist strength. Gu Jingyun, being both intelligent and diligent, has made remarkable progress. However, Qin Xinfang is careful to ensure that he does not hold a brush for extended periods until he turns 5. Yet, intelligence often manifests in various domains, including writing. After merely 6 months of practice, Gu Jingyun's calligraphy began to show promising depth, much to Qin Xinfang's delight. After instructing Li Baolu on using the willow twig for writing and teaching her a few lines from the 3-character classic, he allowed her to study independently, dedicating the remaining lesson time to Gu Jingyun. Possessing an exceptional memory and the ability to draw inferences, Gu Jingyun had already skimmed through the 4 books. According to the teaching plan, Qin Xinfang was to introduce him to the 5 classics. However, considering his nephew's tender age, Qin Xinfang postponed this endeavor, opting instead to provide a cursory overview of the historical records. Following that, he would cover Spring and Autumn, Book of Han, and Book of Later Han, among others. For the time being, he would rely on historical narratives, planning to delve deeper into the 4 books and 5 classics as Gu Jingyun matured, alongside a thorough exploration of various dynastic histories, not to mention subjects such as mathematics, rites, music, astronomy, and geography. Even with Gu Jingyun's brilliance, mastering these disciplines would require no less than a decade or more of dedicated study. With an intelligent and ambitious nephew, Qin Xinfang's teaching responsibilities were considerable, compounded by the fact that Li Baolu could not yet recognize characters, which inevitably led him to sometimes overlook her. Meanwhile, Li Baolu reveled in her freedom, repeatedly flipping through the 3-character classic, familiarizing herself with the characters and diligently practicing her strokes with the willow twig, dipping it in water as she drew on the desk. Tired from her studies, Li Baolu propped her chin on her hand and tilted her head back to listen to Qin Xinfang recount historical tales to Gu Jingyun. Although she often found herself unable to grasp the classical dialogues, the back-and-forth exchange between Gu Jingyun and Qin Xinfang allowed her to infer the general context. Moreover, Qin Xinfang frequently encouraged Gu Jingyun to translate, making it difficult for her to remain completely bewildered. However, as she accompanied these two in their learning, Li Baolu felt profoundly disheartened. After all, she had attended university in her previous life and had even spent 3 years teaching in rural areas. Why did she now feel as if she were utterly illiterate? This sense of inadequacy struck a devastating blow to her confidence, and she walked out of class with her head bowed alongside Gu Jingyun. Glancing at her with indifference, Gu Jingyun remarked, "There's no need to be disheartened. Some things are innate. I do not harbor any disdain for you." Li Baolu inquired, "How do you know what I'm thinking?" "It's written on your forehead," he replied, turning towards the backyard, his stomach growling in anticipation of a meal. Li Baolu caught up with him and said, "Such detestable and infuriating remarks are fine among family, but you must refrain from inciting animosity outside. People will come to dislike you." Gu Jingyun scoffed, "They're not my kin. Why should I extend them any kindness? So, your earlier remarks weren't a derision of my intellect, nor an exhibition of your own cleverness, but rather an attempt to console me?" Li Baolu's good-natured demeanor nearly faltered as she widened her eyes in disbelief. Unfazed, Gu Jingyun urged her, "Hurry up. If you dawdle, the food will get cold. You're already quite slow-witted. You cannot afford to neglect your health." Determined, Li Baolu resolved to finish all the dishes without leaving him a morsel. Zipe had long prepared the meal, and their teacher, Qin Xinfang, who had left early to let them finish their assignments, sat at the table. Upon seeing the 2 children enter, he gestured towards the basin for them to wash their hands before dining. With adults present, Li Baolu ultimately had no opportunity to consume every dish, yet she managed to eat a substantial portion. Qin Xinfang and Zipe prioritized health and had modest appetites, setting down their chopsticks after a small bowl of rice. Gu Jingyun, in contrast, nibbled his food daintily, counting each grain of rice, a stark difference from Li Baolu's approach. From a young age, Li Baolu had always been able to eat heartily. She devoured whatever was placed before her by her grandfather and parents, so even if she were considered foolish, she was at least a plump and robust one. However, following the passing of her grandfather and parents, her standard of living plummeted. Her daily fare consisted of porridge or wild vegetable bread. Even though Li Baolu was not picky, her appetite had diminished significantly, resulting in noticeable weight loss. Despite her reduction in size, she remained the heaviest among the slender Qin family. At the table, with fish, meat, and fresh vegetables laid out, deliciously prepared, she adhered to her principle of not wasting food and swiftly cleared the dishes. Gu Jingyun stared at her, wide-eyed in disbelief, while Qin Xinfang and He Zipei shared their astonishment, which quickly turned to delight as they exclaimed, "How wonderful! To eat heartily is a blessing. Baolu, you truly are remarkable." He Zipei tenderly embraced the child, playfully stating, "You relish the dishes prepared by your aunt. This evening, she shall prepare even more for you." Qin Xinfang turned to instruct her nephew, urging Jing Yun to consume a bit more, lest his younger sister surpass him in both height and strength. Gu Jingyun slowly closed her mouth, responding nonchalantly, "Such attributes are innate to my sister. Envy cannot conjure them." Li Baolu interjected, feeling a surge of frustration. "What should I do if I want to unleash my wrath?" A glimmer of amusement flickered in Qin Xinfang's eyes as she opened her mouth to speak, only to be interrupted by He Zipei, who playfully tapped her nephew's head and defended Baolu, saying, "What nonsense are you spouting? Baolu is still young and in the midst of growth. She must eat more. Besides, her constitution is frail and requires nourishment." Gu Jingyun observed the plump Li Baolu in silence. Li Baolu defiantly glared back, asserting, "My health has indeed declined compared to before. What of it? Do you have an objection?" Gu Jingyun turned away, choosing silence. Chapter 17. By the seaside after the midday rest, the afternoon was left entirely to their discretion. Gu Jingyun took out a book, intending to read, but Li Baolu approached and pulled him outside, insisting, "You shouldn't always be reading. It's not good for your eyes. Let's go have some fun." Gu Jingyun, feeling irate, struggled to free himself from Li Baolu's grip. "When did my affairs become yours to arrange? Let go." However, despite his flushed face and agitated demeanor, he could not shake off her persistent hold. He stared, somewhat astonished, at her small hand that clutched him. Yet, Li Baolu resolutely continued to drag him along, stating, "My grandfather says that exercise is essential for good health, and only with good health can one pursue their desires. Just look at how frail you've become. You eat like a cat, barely managing a third of my portion, making it quite embarrassing for me to serve you. I feel like a glutton wasting food." Gu Jingyun furrowed his brow and stood his ground, but it took all of Li Baolu's strength to pull him just a couple of steps. Annoyed, she placed her hands on her hips and glared at him. "You still talk of the imperial examination? With such a weak body, how can you possibly take the test?" Gu Jingyun scoffed, shaking off her hand and walking away. After taking a few steps, he noticed she stood there, still glaring at him, and irritably said, "What are you waiting for? Didn't you say you wanted to go out and play?" A glimmer of joy flashed in Li Baolu's eyes as she immediately leapt up and dashed back, exclaiming, "I'll go get the basket. Let's head to the seaside together." Qin Xinfang leaned against the window, watching the two children walk hand in hand into the distance. Turning to He Zipei, he smiled, "It seems we really should find a companion for Jingyun. He has always been reluctant to go out, no matter how we encouraged him." He Zipei also smiled as she observed the two children's retreating figures. However, the seemingly idyllic interaction between them was not as joyous as it appeared. Indeed, the happiness was fleeting and primarily belonged to Gu Jingyun. Li Baolu, considering herself the adult in this scenario, viewed Gu Jingyun much like a kindergarten child, exhibiting boundless patience. Regardless of whether Gu Jingyun was sulking, she cheerfully tried to coax him. This left Gu Jingyun feeling rather peculiar, for being intellectually advanced and precocious. He had always held himself above others, and never had he been treated like a child in need of soothing, especially not by someone younger than him, like Li Baolu. This experience was decidedly unpleasant. Thus, after a moment's hesitation, Gu Jingyun finally broke free from her chubby little hand and strode forward, for he did not appreciate that soft, cuddly sensation. Li Baolu, clutching her small basket, quickly caught up with him, her excitement palpable as she asked, "Have you ever been to the seaside? Is the sea fun here? Are there many treasures washed ashore?" "I do not know," Gu Jingyun replied with seriousness. "I have never gone to gather at the sea, but the scenery by the ocean is quite lovely. The sunrises and sunsets are particularly breathtaking." Li Baolu blinked, a sense of foreboding creeping into her heart. "You've never been? What about your uncle and aunt?" Gu Jingyun responded uncertainly, "My uncle has collected shells by the seaside. Does that count? Li Baolu inquired. But don't your uncle and aunt go out fishing? Gu Jingyan looked at her, speechless. Do you really think my uncle looks like someone who would fish? Since his earliest memories, he has been learning to swim by the seaside, and now he can swim approximately 100 meters, frolicking in the nearby waters without issue. When did you begin to form memories? Gu Jingyan proudly retorted, 10 months. What's so impressive about that? I was already recalling things while still in my mother's womb. However, it takes over 4 years to swim just 100 meters? How poor must Uncle Chin's athletic prowess be? Gu Jingyan cleared her throat. Defending her uncle, our family's livelihood does not depend on this. Why suffer through the hardships of fishing? Then where does our family's income come from? Li Baolu is still a physician, often receiving patients from the county, yet he still has to venture out to fish, just to ensure that he has a fallback in case there comes a day when no one seeks his medical services. She had been at the Qin residence for 3 days. As for Qin Wenin, it was understandable given her illness that kept her confined indoors. But Qin Xinfang and He Zipei never ventured out to work either. He Zipei was solely responsible for preparing the daily meals, brewing tea, reading books, painting, and playing chess, allowing the day to pass in leisure. Qin Xinfang spent the mornings teaching them to read and write, filled the afternoons with fetching water and washing clothes by the well in the backyard, and later joined He Zipei in brewing tea, reading, painting, and playing chess, leading a life of exquisite tranquility. She found it curious. With such leisurely days, what was the source of their family's sustenance? Gu Jingyan explained. Silver is sent from the capital, and Uncle writes a few calligraphic pieces, covering our annual expenses. Why would he need to endure the hardships of the sea? There's even the risk of never returning. Do we have relatives in the capital sending us silver? Not relatives, but rather close friends of my uncle, Gu Jingyan elucidated. Uncle Lu and Uncle Wan were both taught by our grandfather. They are Uncle's fellow disciples. Shortly after we arrived in Xiongzhou, Uncle Lu sent someone to assist us and provided us with some silver. For years, both Uncle Lu and Uncle Wan have ensured that silver is sent to us annually. Otherwise, do you think our family could live so comfortably? She continued, even if the silver from the capital is delayed and we momentarily find ourselves short. Uncle can write a calligraphy piece to give to the village head to exchange for money in Xiongzhou, and we can always manage to obtain 40 taels from 100. Li Baolu's mouth fell open in astonishment. Is Uncle's writing truly that valuable? Gu Jingyan beamed with pride. This is nothing. Aunt says that in the capital, Uncle's calligraphy is worth its weight in gold. In Xiongzhou, it only sells for 100 or 200 taels, which is a reflection of the region's poverty and the scarcity of educated individuals. Li Baolu's eyes began to sparkle. When we return, I shall keep Uncle's drafts safe. Once we are back in the capital, we can sell them for 1,000 taels each. Gu Jingyun. Little did he know that his fiancée, he was also a money-minded individual. Approaching a small beach near the village of Zue, it was modest in size. Yet the marine bounty washed ashore was far richer than that of the fifth village. Moreover, due to fewer collectors, they easily found treasures. As Li Baolu stepped onto the beach, arms outstretched, taking a deep breath to marvel at the ocean's azure expanse, a wave surged forth, crashing against her, then quickly receding. Leaving behind a crab flipped onto its back, struggling in vain to right itself. All of Li Baolu's exclamations dissipated as she deftly seized a large crab and tossed it into the basket. Gu Jingyun observed the sparkle in her eyes, reminiscent of someone beholding a rare treasure, and couldn't help but chuckle, gesturing toward her back. Do you enjoy this? There are even more over there. Following his gaze, Li Baolu indeed spotted several crabs struggling clumsily on the sand, and with a jubilant cheer, she dashed towards them. Gu Jingyun had no choice but to follow. As the waves receded, they left a plethora of marine life on the shore, which Li Baolu eagerly collected. In her previous life, she had visited the seaside, but the beaches in her memories were crowded with throngs of people. Although the retreating tides occasionally revealed treasures, they were mostly refuse. This was her first experience gathering such an abundance of seafood without competition. While there were also children and adults combing the beach, they were primarily focused on catching fish, often overlooking the crabs. Li Baolu even discovered a few large lobsters among the rocks, and with exuberance, she placed them in her basket. Noticing Gu Jingyun lounging idly on the sand, she waved him over. Will you help me look? Gu Jingyun lazily replied, You can play by yourself. Li Baolu settled opposite him, holding her basket, and curiously inquired, Don't you like crabs and lobsters? He responded, I am frail. My aunt forbids me from eating such things. You are still a child. Your aunt surely doesn't allow you to indulge much either. No matter how many you collect, it would be a waste. It's better to return them to the sea and let them grow fatter before feasting on them. Li Baolu had not considered this perspective. She glanced at the crabs and lobsters in her basket. There were only 3 lobsters, and they were quite substantial, not needing to be released. After some deliberation, she decided to return 2 smaller crabs to the water. Watching them disappear beneath the waves, a hint of sadness washed over her. In truth, these crabs were sufficiently large. Perhaps they could take some seawater home to nurture them, allowing her aunt to prepare them when the craving struck. Her love for seafood was genuine. In her previous life, such delicacies were exorbitantly priced, and she had only been able to indulge during seaside vacations. Now, encountering such natural, untainted, and free ingredients, she felt an overwhelming sense of joy and greed, wishing to devour them all in one bite. Gu Jingyun, lacking her appetite, expressed a hint of exasperation. These things are abundant along the shore. If you wish to eat, you can collect more later. He added, while catching fish may be somewhat challenging, crabs, shells, and lobsters are indeed plentiful. Li Baolu, not convinced, pointed to a struggling fish on the sand, insisting, There are plenty of fish too. Why can't I catch them? Gu Jingyun replied nonchalantly, Because you are too weak to compete with them. Just as he finished speaking, the very fish Li Baolu had pointed to was snatched up by a child, only to be swiftly intercepted by another person who dashed in and seized the fish from the child's hands. Li Baolu stared blankly, while the child, quick to react, bent down, picked up a stone, and hurled it forward, shouting loudly. Several other children rushed toward the one who had stolen the fish. As it appeared that a violent altercation was about to ensue, Li Baolu anxiously grasped Gu Jingyun's arm and implored, What should we do? How can we stop them? They are armed with stones. A cold smirk played on Gu Jingyun's lips as he casually patted her small hand. What is there to fear? They are at a distance. And this matter does not concern us. They cannot reach us. It was then that Li Baolu recognized Gu Jingyun's unusual indifference. She gazed at him in bewilderment, then turned her attention to the writhing children engaged in a scuffle, only to realize something was amiss. The children on the beach were grouped in 3s and 5s, and despite their prolonged presence, some cast furtive glances their way, while others openly mocked and derided them. Yet, not a single one approached them, nor did anyone seek Gu Jingyun's company. Could it be that Gu Jingyun had no companions here? Chapter 18. Bullying Gu Jingyun held no interest in the children's quarrels, so he swiftly rose and took Li Baolu by the hand, leading her away. Li Baolu suppressed her curiosity and obediently followed Gu Jingyun, her basket in hand. Distancing themselves from the fray, Gu Jingyun felt a sense of satisfaction. Although the little girl was somewhat foolish, a bit plump, and rather greedy, her obedience was, to him, the most admirable quality. He guided his young fiancée, disregarding the glances of other children on the beach, directly towards her favorite giant crab and lobster. As they passed a cluster of limp seaweed, Li Baolu broke free from Gu Jingyun's grasp, eagerly grabbing some seaweed to place in her basket. She looked up at him with a radiant smile and exclaimed, This can be used for soup, and it's delicious in a salad too. Gu Jingyun, taken aback, pondered whether it was too late to reconsider the engagement. No sooner had Li Baolu placed the seaweed in her basket than she discovered a sea cucumber. And with a joyful shriek, she dashed over to pick it up, marveling, What luck I have today. She completely forgot about the children fighting behind them. Gu Jingyun walked ahead with a stern expression, stating flatly, There is no need for such excitement. During high tide, these things are abundant. Li Baolu furrowed her brow and inquired, Why are there so many things washing up here? In our village, it's not like this. Everyone struggles just to find a bucket full. Yet here, I'm so young and have only wandered for a short while, and my basket is already full. If our village had a beach like this, resembling a treasure trove, perhaps my grandfather and the others wouldn't need to rush out to sea. Gu Jingyun contemplated her words for a moment, then shook his head. I'm not certain, but there are likely a few reasons. Perhaps our village has more fish, or our waves are stronger and higher, or maybe it's simply because there are fewer people here, making the bounty on this beach seem more plentiful. Zhang Dachui approached with a large fish basket, raising an eyebrow at their conversation. He patted Gu Jingyun on the shoulder and laughed heartily. No wonder you are well educated. You certainly have a wealth of knowledge. What you say is all true, but there is one crucial point. From outside this sea, looking in, it resembles a half-gourd opening. Our village is situated right at this outlet. When the waves crash in, they become more vigorous, and with the surging tides, they retreat swiftly, leaving behind many slow-moving sea creatures. He proudly continued, currently, with the winds calm and the waves gentle, just wait until the tide is at its peak. Coinciding with the season when fish are plentiful, the beach will be teeming with treasures washed ashore. Our village could survive without venturing out to sea, merely relying on gathering from shore. Ha ha ha. Seeing Gu Jingyun's pallid complexion, Li Baolu stepped forward, positioning herself protectively in front of him. She gazed up at Zhang Dachui and asked, "Uncle Zhang, don't you go out to sea?" Zhang Dachui lowered his head to meet the little girl's gaze, then glanced at the pale-faced Gu Jingyun, smiling gently. "Of course, I must go out to sea. I do not possess your uncle's good fortune. No one sends me silver, and without venturing out, I cannot provide for my children. Then Uncle Zhang should hurry and gather fish. Look at how many they've collected." Li Baolu pointed to a group of older children returning with their bountiful catch. Zhang Dachui could not resist pinching her chubby little face, lamenting, "What a pity. A beautiful flower planted in a pile of dung. Little girl, if you find it unbearable at the Qin household, come to Uncle Zhang's place. I have 8 children, 6 of whom are boys. You may choose freely." With a disdainful glance at the frail and precariously weak Gu Jingyun, he added, "Any of them would be better than your little husband." Li Baolu, witnessing an adult bully a child so shamelessly, felt displeased and retorted, "Can they recite poetry, possess knowledge of astronomy and geography, paint beautiful women, or write elegantly?" Zhang Dachui was momentarily taken aback, replying, "But can those skills fill one's stomach? They can fish, chase the tide, and even help you in a brawl." Li Baolu nodded seriously, affirming, "Indeed, there is much to be gained from books. They contain the promise of abundant harvests and golden houses, as well as the beauty of jade-like appearances." Zhang Dachui remarked, "Are today's children truly so insufferable?" Gu Jingyun's pale face appeared somewhat improved, yet he remained resolute, lifting his chin defiantly to meet Zhang Dachui's gaze without yielding an inch. Zhang Dachui, unimpressed, shrugged and remarked casually, "Being too obstinate can be quite off-putting, young lad. Make sure you don't become as bothersome as your uncle." With that, he turned and hummed a tune as he walked away. Li Baolu hurried to support the swaying Gu Jingyun, her brow furrowed with concern. "Brother Jingyun, are you all right?" Zhang Dachui's grip had been too forceful, leaving her apprehensive. Gu Jingyun shook his head, rubbed his shoulder where Zhang Dachui had struck, and said coldly, "Let us return." Li Baolu nodded repeatedly, regretting having insisted on bringing him out to the beach, realizing that he could have simply exercised at the Qin household. However, Gu Jingyun gazed thoughtfully at those on the beach, digging for seafood and frolicking, finally turning to Li Baolu with a serious expression. "You are right. Only by maintaining good health can we pursue many things we desire." Observing her struggle with the small basket, he extended his hand to assist her, and together they carried their bounty home. Upon witnessing Gu Jingyun personally carrying the basket, the adults in the household were astonished, re-evaluating Li Baolu with newfound seriousness. This child had only been here for 4 days, yet Gu Jingyun had changed so much. Uncle Qin, consumed with jealousy, found himself coaxing his nephew each time they ventured to the beach. Not only did he need to persuade him, but he also displayed disdain for anything he found in the sand, his fastidiousness mirroring that of his mother. Was it possible that cleanliness was selective? As soon as they entered, Li Baolu exclaimed, "Uncle, Aunt, we're back. Come out quickly. We found so many delicious things." Izipe glanced at her envious husband, stifled a smile, and called out cheerfully before stepping outside. Approaching, she noticed the contents of the small basket and sighed helplessly, "Baolu, why do you bring everything home?" With pride, Baolu replied, "These are all treasures, Aunt. Tonight let us feast on big lobsters and crabs. The kelp can be used for soup." and the rest we can soak for a cold dish. She swallowed hard and asked, "Do we have any osmanthus at home? It would be delightful to stir-fry it." Gu Jingyun shot her a glance and replied, "If you eat more, you'll become quite the chubby one." He Zipei chuckled, playfully tapping her cheek. "Our Baolu knows how to stir-fry osmanthus with crabs and lobsters. It seems her culinary skills will be exceptional in the future." Li Baolu promptly closed her mouth, having momentarily forgotten that she was only 3 years old. He Zipei, mistaking her silence for shyness, paid it no mind. Turning to Gu Jingyun, she furrowed her brows in concern and asked, "Why does your complexion appear so pale? Have you caught a chill?" Gu Jingyun calmly shook his head, responding, "I'm fine. Aunt, I'll return to my studies now." Li Baolu could no longer hold back and complained. Brother Jingyun was bullied by Uncle Zhang. He is so wicked. Brother Jingyun is so small, yet he slapped Brother Jingyun on the shoulder with his big hand, almost knocking him over. He Zipei frowned in displeasure, while Qin Xinfang stepped out, pulling Gu Jingyun closer and gently squeezing his shoulder, asking, "Does it hurt?" Gu Jingyun's face flushed slightly, after shooting Li Baolu a glare. He shook his head. Li Baolu disregarded him and answered on his behalf, "It hurts." Brother Jingyun's face turned pale from the pain. Qin Xinfang paused, then scooped him up and headed indoors, instructing He Zipei, "Please fetch some hot water. I'll take a look at him." Gu Jingyun felt his face heat up. Having learned to walk, he had grown averse to being carried. Yet here he was at 5 years old, still being taken to the house by his uncle. Li Baolu, however, found no issue with it and happily trailed behind. Qin Xinfang did not intervene, but Gu Jingyun shot her several disapproving glances, which Li Baolu completely ignored. The adage "a crying child gets the milk" rang true. Despite being merely 5, the adults treated Gu Jingyun as if he were much older, all because of his early maturity and seriousness. Yet, children ought to embody the essence of youth, embracing joy. Why should he be so precocious? At merely 5, if he acted like a little adult, wouldn't he become an old man by 20? She certainly did not wish to spend her life with someone resembling an old man. A normal life was the most beautiful. Qin Xinfang, disregarding Gu Jingyun's resistance, undid his shirt in front of Li Baolu, and upon seeing the bruise on his shoulder, her expression darkened. Li Baolu, shocked by the severity, immediately wiped the smile off her face, unable to contain her anger. Gu Jingyun, however, remained unfazed. After feeling embarrassed, he calmly allowed his uncle to apply a hot compress and then medicinal alcohol. Qin Xinfang's demeanor cooled for a moment, but she soon returned to her cheerful self, rubbing the medicinal alcohol into his shoulder, ignoring his pained grimace, and gently patting the injured spot. "Remember to tell an adult next time something like this happens. You mustn't keep it to yourself. If Baolu hadn't spoken up, would you have intended to hide it forever?" Gu Jingyun lowered his gaze and remained silent. Qin Xinfang felt quite helpless. Gu Jingyun was already capable of taking care of himself. He bathed, dressed, and fed himself, so unless an injury was visibly apparent, they would remain unaware of whether he had been bullied. Last time, a group of older children cornered him and gave him a beating. He returned home in silence. And had it not been for his subsequent instigation that led to another brawl among those children, injuring several to the point of near death, their parents would not have come to confront him, and he would have remained oblivious to his nephew's earlier plight. Qin Xinfang felt exhausted by the burden of raising a child. Glancing at the obedient and demure Li Baolu sitting nearby, his weariness deepened. Why couldn't his nephew be as well-behaved as Baolu? Indeed, girls seemed to be easier to manage than boys. Sighing, Qin Xinfang affectionately ruffled Gu Jingyun's hair, saying, "Rest well for a while. I will call you for dinner." Turning to Li Baolu, he smiled and instructed, "Baolu, please keep an eye on your brother. Do not allow him to read or run outside, understood?" He feared that his nephew might turn around and bully the few kids from Zhang Dachui's family. Li Baolu nodded vigorously, thumping her chest in assurance. "Uncle, rest assured, I will take good care of Brother Jingyun." Qin Xinfang chuckled, ruffling her hair again. "No need to call him Brother Jingyun anymore. Just call him brother. It feels more intimate." Li Baolu hesitated. After all, Gu Jingyun was not her biological brother, but her fiancé, where she became accustomed to calling him brother. Gu Jingyun, too, displayed his distaste, exclaiming, "No way. I refuse to call her sister." He then regarded Li Baolu with further disdain, reluctantly adding, "Just call me Yunge." Li Baolu. Qin Xinfang. Nephew, are you certain you are not flirting? Yet Gu Jingyun wore a serious expression, clearly conveying a literal meaning, devoid of the convoluted intentions that might plague two individuals with complex feelings. Chapter 19. Memories when the children of the household were bullied by outsiders. Qin Xinfang could not let it go unaddressed. However, he refrained from articulating his intentions for retribution, instead sternly instructing Li Baolu to keep a vigilant eye on Gu Jingyun, prohibiting him from stepping outside. Clearly, the previous incident where Gu Jingyun instigated a brawl among the village children still haunted him. That skirmish nearly claimed the lives of 3 youngsters. And it was only through Qin Xinfang's intervention in summoning Li Bo for treatment that their lives were spared. It was after this incident that Qin Xinfang recognized the flaws in his nephew's character. Following this event, Gu Jingyun gained notoriety throughout the village. Not only did the children fear him, but even the adults were reluctant to provoke him lightly. This child was simply too ruthless and astute. Should anyone offend him, they would find their household beset by misfortune without understanding the cause. Had it not been for the severity of the situation, the adults might never have discerned that Gu Jingyun was the puppeteer behind all. When they stormed in to confront him, he calmly remarked, "Are they dead? If so, I shall offer incense to them," allowing them to reunite peacefully in the afterlife. Those who find themselves exiled are seldom of virtuous character, and even someone as seemingly gentle as Qin Xinfang concealed a sharp edge beneath his amiable demeanor. In that moment, the adults were rendered speechless by Gu Jingyun's indifference. He truly appeared unconcerned about the loss of life, for to him, death was merely death. Qin Xinfang was taken aback by his nephew's audacity. Thereafter, he began writing to a friend, requesting an abundance of Buddhist scriptures to aid in cultivating his nephew's character. He became increasingly attentive to Gu Jingyun's upbringing, almost wishing to keep him tethered at his side. The arrival of Li Baolu significantly alleviated Qin Xinfang's burdens. He had not anticipated that this 3-year-old child could exhibit even greater maturity than Gu Jingyun, a maturity grounded in socially accepted moral values. Moreover, Gu Jingyun was willing to accept Li Baolu's presence, which alone rendered him worthy of Qin Xinfang's trust. In order to prevent Gu Jingyun from engaging in further extreme actions, Qin Xinfang entrusted the formidable task of overseeing him to Li Baolu. Upon receiving her instructions, Li Baolu rested her chin in her hands and gazed earnestly at Gu Jingyun. He was seated at the head of the bed, lost in thought. Noticing her scrutiny, he furrowed his brow and inquired, "What are you looking at?" "My uncle told me to keep an eye on you, forbidding you from going out to seek revenge on Uncle Zhang," Li Baolu responded, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. "Are you really that formidable? Does Uncle Zhang fear you so much?" Gu Jingyun scoffed derisively. What use is strength without intellect? They wouldn't even know how they met their demise. But Uncle Zhang could easily strike you with a single blow. If you were to exert a bit more force, what would you do if you lost consciousness? Li Baolu silently mused, realizing that sheer strength could easily overwhelm intellect. Gu Jingyun's expression faltered momentarily as he tilted his head in contemplation. Had he not been bullied in the past precisely because of his frail physique? Despite the possibility of retaliating later, more often than not, they remain unaware of his involvement. Although it is gratifying to outsmart them, the thought that he was the initial victim diminishes that satisfaction. Moreover, he is consistently on the receiving end of violence, unable to evade it. If only his physical condition were better. Gu Jingyun lamented as he gazed at his frail arms. Li Baolu, relieved to see him absorbing her words, feared that Gu Jingyun might become overly confident in his intelligence, ultimately causing him self-harm. While Zhang Dachui's bullying is indeed despicable, Gu Jingyun must also take some responsibility. Uncle Qin mentioned that one of the 3 children nearly killed in the brawl belonged to Zhang Dachui's family, and he is still recuperating at home. Though this incident occurred over 2 months ago, Gu Jingyun continues to suffer its repercussions, particularly at the hands of the seemingly brutish Zhang Dachui. This is why Li Baolu subtly advised him not to underestimate others simply because of his superior intellect. Mindless strength can easily overpower him, rendering his wisdom futile. Casting a worried glance at Gu Jingyun, who lay on the bed, She noted with concern how his physique was considerably weaker than hers. This is undoubtedly a recipe for being bullied. As his fiancé, Li Baolu felt compelled to take action on his behalf. Aside from ensuring he exercises regularly and gets ample rest, she considered seeking external assistance. Given his inherent limitations, no amount of nurturing would likely yield significant improvements. He would only surpass the average person slightly. Thus, the matter of physical prowess would fall upon her shoulders. With a sparkle in her eyes and eagerness in her demeanor, Li Baolu inquired, "Brother Jingyun, does martial arts exist in this world?" Gu Jingyun's train of thought was interrupted by her question, yet he remained unperturbed, simply asking, "What prompts your inquiry?" "I wish to learn." Gu Jingyun clarified. "Our village consists of 19 households. Aside from ours, 3 are comprised of officials, while the remaining 15 contain a variety of individuals. For instance, Zhang Dachui was once a bandit, and prior to that, a tenant farmer with exceptional agricultural skills. He is the best farmer in our village. While he lacks formal martial arts training, he knows a few moves, and his ascent to the role of the bandit as second-in-command was solely due to his brute strength." Gu Jingyun, evidently well-informed by Qin Xinfang, knew the identities of the village's outcasts intimately. Li Baolu's curiosity was piqued, and she asked, "Uncle Qin mentioned that Zhang Dachui has 8 children. How can his wife bear so many?" Gu Jingyun replied, somewhat exasperated, "Who told you those 8 children belong to him?" He continued, "He has no children of his own and has never been married. Those 8 are all his sworn brother's offspring." With a slight smile, Gu Jingyun added, "This is no secret in the village. Although Zhang Dachui was a bandit, he did not take any lives. Thus, when the government cracked down on banditry, all his brothers were executed, and he alone was sentenced to exile. The children from the bandit camp were hardly innocent, especially since the eldest was already 10 years old and had begun wielding a knife to steal. Several children claimed that Zhang Dalong had blood on his hands. Ultimately, if Zhang Dachui did not acknowledge them, these children would face banishment to various locations, each determined by the severity of their offenses. One child might perish before reaching their destination, prompting Zhang Dachui to assert to the county magistrate that they were all his children. As they were a family, it was only natural for them to be exiled together. The magistrate, weighing Zhang Dachui's crimes, sentenced them all to be sent to Cheongzhou Prefecture. Gu Jingyun scoffed, lamenting that even exile could not erase the inherent bloodlust in their lineage. With 8 children in their family, they banded together, instilling fear in the village. When they ventured to the sea, they brazenly seized whatever they could find, compelling the village's children to address them as their leaders. Anyone who dared to defy them would face a beating. You'd best keep your distance from them. I have sworn enmity with them, and our encounters will only ever lead to conflict." Li Baolu remarked, "Are these truly children? Why are they so vicious?" Aside from Zhang Dachui's martial prowess, only Bai Yitong from the west of the village and Hua Wuyan from the east posed any threat. Gu Jingyun frowned, stating Hua Wuyan is no good. My uncle described him as a flower thief. Such a person deserves execution, yet I wonder whose patronage allows him to be merely exiled. You should steer clear of him. As for Bai Yitong, though not virtuous, he was somewhat better than the rest. His crime was theft, yet he claimed to rob the wealthy to aid the poor. A smile crept onto Gu Jingyun's face as he remarked, "This fellow has a decent disposition. If you wish to learn martial arts, seek him out, but keep it a secret from my uncle and aunt." Li Baolu immediately inferred that Gu Jingyun had a favorable rapport with Bai Yitong, as his assessment of him was quite generous. "Can he fly?" she inquired. "Indeed," Gu Jingyun replied, resting his head on his hands while gazing at the tent above. "With the aid of stones or branches, he can soar swiftly. However," he added, turning his gaze toward the plump Li Baolu, hesitating, "your weight may hinder your ability to take flight." Li Baolu protested, "I'm not fat. I am healthy." Gu Jingyun remained silent, observing her. She bit her lip and declared, "I will lose weight." Only then did Gu Jingyun seem satisfied, shifting over to make room for her. With no opportunity to go outside or read, conversation was their only option. This was perhaps the most Gu Jingyun had ever spoken, and he felt a flicker of excitement within him. Conversations with his uncle had always revolved around serious matters, while peers outside were either dim-witted or lacked common interests. Whenever there was common ground, it usually led to fights, unlike with Li Baolu. Though younger, she seemed to grasp everything he said, displaying a cleverness akin to his own. Moreover, she was obedient and discreet. As long as she promised not to inform the adults, her lips would remain sealed. For the first time, Gu Jingyun found a confidant with whom he could share his innermost thoughts, and he spoke freely without restraint. Having once been a teacher, Li Baolu was well-versed in such dynamics. With a little guidance, the child's feelings would emerge. Thus, Li Baolu turned to face Gu Jingyun and asked, "Did my uncle say that Uncle Zhang bullies you because his Dalong was bullied by you? Isn't he just a petty bandit? How could someone so formidable be bullied by you?" Gu Jingyun scoffed. "He is even more foolish than his adoptive father. To claim that I am bullying him is to greatly overestimate his own worth." Li Baolu furrowed her brow, disliking the tone in Gu Jingyun's voice, as if he were speaking of a mere dog rather than a person. In truth, Gu Jingyun was indeed referring to a dog. He continued at 14. He is no longer a child, neither in the village nor outside it. Yet he revels in ruling over the younger children, alongside his own. Stationed at the beach to seize any treasures washed ashore, while mercilessly alienating the other children in the village. These matters would not concern me, and I would typically remain indifferent. However, he was born without the capacity for reason. The other children conspired to teach him a lesson, but lacked the courage to confront him directly, instead plotting to use me as a pawn to suppress Zhang Dachui's child. Gu Jingyun sneered. "They believe I am merely a 5-year-old child, who upon being beaten would only cry and not think." Yet, Li Baolu felt a chill in her heart, unable to refrain from grasping Gu Jingyun's hand. If their intention was to use Uncle Qin's influence to deal with Zhang Dalong, it would not merely result in a beating for Gu Jingyun. The situation was likely far more perilous than she had anticipated. Chapter 20. Heartfelt joy. Gu Jingyun glanced at the small hand of Li Baolu holding onto his, and warmth surged within him. These matters were never shared with anyone, not even his uncle and aunt. He refrained from doing so for 2 reasons. First, he did not wish to burden them with worry, and second, he believed it was a matter solely between them, unworthy of adult intervention. Thus, he acquiesced to the children's narratives, allowing the adults to think that he had orchestrated their downfall out of long-held grievances. Yet he alone knew the truth. Even when his disdain for them was at its peak, he never intended to harm them. They had merely robbed him, pushed him to the ground, or struck him playfully. His loathing, while profound, did not extend to thoughts of murder. However, on that occasion, they had played with his life as a pawn against his uncle. Gu Jingyun was no naive boy. Since they disregarded his existence, he felt no obligation to value theirs. How had they conspired against him? His uncle maintained a good rapport with the village head, and Ronghuan along with Guan Lu had instigated the Zhang children, convincing them that his uncle intended to seize control of the village's beach, demanding a share of their future catches. Li Baolu's eyes widened in disbelief as she asked, "Did they really buy such nonsense?" Gu Jingyun chuckled, for it was hardly nonsense. Such machinations were common in other villages, and indeed, the village head had broached the subject with his uncle, although his uncle had successfully dissuaded him. It was not just the foolish and impulsive Zhang children who would be swayed. Even the adults might harbor doubts upon hearing it. With a cold smile, Gu Jingyun remarked, "Ronghuan and Guan Lu seized this opportunity to counsel Zhang Dalong, suggesting that if he retaliated against me, it would demonstrate their strength and deter my uncle from colluding with the village head." Though Gu Jingyun seldom ventured out, when he did, adults typically accompanied him, making it exceedingly difficult for Zhang Dalong to confront him. Yet, fate dealt him a cruel hand that day. Feeling vexed, he stepped outside his home, only to be ambushed by a group of children around the corner. Zhang Dalong, not particularly astute, was consumed by a smoldering hatred, having long sought an opportunity for vengeance. When he finally encountered Gu Jingyun, he lost all restraint and kicked him away. Fortunately, Gu Jingyun was no fool. He rolled upon landing, disregarding the pain in his chest, and swiftly got to his feet to flee. This only served to infuriate Zhang Dalong further, prompting him to signal his brothers, who rushed to administer a beating to Gu Jingyun. Despite his physical capabilities, even when driven by the instinct to survive, he could not entirely evade their blows. However, what distinguished him was his unwavering composure. At merely 5 years old, he remained calm amidst the chaos. Following the trajectory of their strikes, he rolled towards a nearby stone, for the first time mustering the courage to push away his assailants. With a swift turn, he slipped into the crevice between the stones. He had been here before, driven by curiosity to explore its depths with a torch. His remarkable memory allowed him to navigate the area effortlessly, and even in the darkness, he was able to locate another exit. This natural formation of stones stood resolutely, leading to gentle hills that connected to the grand mountain at the village's entrance, while the alternate exit from the stone crevice lay just beyond the hills, partially excavated by human hands. Gu Jingyun had deliberately studied this authentic passage and was aware that the narrow crevice, barely wide enough for a child to pass through, was naturally formed over the years. However, the tunnel that connected to the hills behind it was excavated by human hands. He was uncertain whether Zhang Dalong and his companions were cognizant of this distinction. Thus he climbed out without pause, swiftly retracing his steps back to the village, fearful of being cornered. He stealthily slipped to the back door of the Qin residence, and seeing that the surroundings were devoid of onlookers, he lifted a stone to retrieve the key and entered through the back entrance. At that moment, his entire body ached, the feeling of being on the brink of death still lingering in his heart. He profoundly recognized that had he not squeezed through the crevice, he would undoubtedly have been beaten to death by Zhang Dalong and his associates. It was not in Gu Jingyun's nature to suffer indignities without retaliation. However, he always distinguished between gratitude and resentment. If revenge was to be taken, it was only prudent to first gauge the severity of the offense. The foremost priority was to ascertain the reason behind Zhang Dalong's aggression. Previously, Zhang Dalong had bullied him, but that had stemmed from mere disdain and jealousy, lacking such ferocity. This time, Zhang Dalong aimed to eliminate him. Rong Huan and Guan Lu, aged 12 and 10 respectively, were not particularly astute in their actions. With a few candies, Gu Jingyun managed to glean some insights from other children in the village, and coupled with his deductions, he came to grasp the situation's intricacies. He was not a magistrate requiring evidence. He merely needed to understand the origins of the conflict and the roles each individual played within it. For several days, Gu Jingyun refrained from studying in the afternoons, instead sequestering himself in the study to devise his plans. He continued to approach some garrulous and gluttonous children with a few candies, feigning childish innocence as he played with them for half the afternoon. Before long, Rong Huan and Guan Lu rallied others to confront Zhang Dalong and his brothers. Gu Jingyun merely altered their plan and returned it to them, informing two children closer to Rong Huan that Zhang Dalong was already aware of their scheme and had intentionally let him go. He warned that Zhang Dalong's apparent inaction was merely a prelude to a plan to deal with them. Conversely, he advised several children closer to the Zhang family that the plot to beat him was orchestrated by Rong Huan and Guan Lu, asserting that should he sustain any injuries, his uncle would not spare the Zhang family. Everyone knew that Qin Xinfang favored this particular nephew and that he held considerable influence, with the village head showing him great respect. It was incredibly easy to target a household of wrongdoers. As Gu Jingyun spoke of these matters, his eyes sparkled with excitement, while Li Baolu listened in astonishment. Gu Jingyun was quite pleased with her expression and continued, explaining that Rong Huan and Guan Lu, being young and impatient, were easily frightened by Zhang Dalong. Upon hearing that Zhang Dalong was scheming against them, they panicked and ceased to discern the truth of the information. Zhang Dalong, even more foolish, believed whatever Rong Huan and his group claimed. When it was his turn, he naturally believed whatever message I conveyed. The discord and suspicion between the two parties escalated, and with a gentle push from behind, they inevitably clashed. Gu Jingyun lamented, regretting that Zhang Dazue, being careless, had returned home midway to fetch something, coincidentally encountering their brawl. Otherwise, the three would have undoubtedly met their demise. Gu Jingyun truly felt regretful, yet he acknowledged that fortune also played its part. After all, who could blame them for their good luck? Li Baolu felt a chill rising from her feet, causing her to shudder involuntarily. Gu Jingyun noticed this, released her hand, and asked with a smile, "What is wrong? Do you find me terrifying?" Li Baolu shook her head and, pulling his hand to manipulate his fingers, asked in a grave tone, "Why don't you tell uncle and aunt? If they knew, they would surely defend you. Why endure this alone?" Upon hearing her, Gu Jingyun raised an eyebrow, warmth glimmering in his eyes, allowing her to play with his hand. He spoke with pride. Only those lacking abilities resort to complaining to adults. Why trouble uncle and aunt with matters I can resolve myself? Yet, This was a matter of life and death, and facing Gu Jingyun's eyes, Li Baolu found it difficult to voice her thoughts. Their lives were indeed precious. Did Gu Jingyun's life hold any less value? They had disregarded his life first, and he merely returned the favor. Why then did the villagers relentlessly accuse Gu Jingyun of being ruthless? Li Baolu did not find Gu Jingyun frightening. Rather, she perceived that this child had been warped by reality. She could not fathom the terror a 5-year-old must experience when confronted with violence. Gu Jingyun possessait une mature disposition. Remarkable intelligence and psychological resilience managed to escape thanks to his familiarity with the terrain. Yet, had he lacked even one of these attributes, perhaps Gu Jingyun would no longer exist in this world. The thought pained Li Baolu, and how could she ever fear him? A child should be joyful and carefree. And thus she resolved to cherish Gu Jingyun more, at least to help him revert to a healthier mindset. Li Baolu did not regard him with disdain, which pleased Gu Jingyun. Since the incident, villagers had looked at him as if he were a monster. Even uncle and aunt gazed at him with eyes filled with guilt, pity, and concern. He understood that in their hearts, he was deemed flawed, yet he felt no wrongdoing. He merely mirrored their actions, albeit with greater intelligence and meticulous planning. Gu Jingyun, brimming with pride, asked Li Baolu, "Do you think I'm impressive?" She nodded earnestly, acknowledging his prowess. Her own intellect could not achieve such feats. However, she cautioned, such actions are not worth tarnishing your hands for these people. Seeing Gu Jingyun dismiss her concern, she continued, "Look, they were the ones who bullied you first. Your retaliation was merely a tit-for-tat response. Logically, you should be in the right. Yet who in the village sees you as innocent? Everyone avoids you as if you were a viper, as though you were the true villain. But you are the one who has suffered the most injustice. Why must you bear the blame?" Li Baolu gently guided him. "You are so clever. Can you not devise a plan that benefits you while also serving as retribution?" Gu Jingyun frowned, replying, "If they choose to ignore me, then let them. I find solace in my solitude." This was a small village with only a handful of households. And with uncle in a position of power, it was easy for him to remain unconcerned. But could they maintain such an attitude in the outside world? Gu Jingyun furrowed his brows in deep contemplation. Li Baolu reached out to touch his forehead, chuckling as she said, "It's fine to think, but don't frown too much. What if you turn into a little old man? You're only 5 years old. I really don't want to marry someone with a forehead full of wrinkles." Gu Jingyun swatted her hand away and remarked, "It seems that ever since you came to my home, I am plagued with endless questions every day. It's quite bothersome. Had I known, I would not have become engaged." Despite his complaints, Gu Jingyun found great pleasure in this way of life, at least now. He had someone to converse with in a normal manner. Chapter 21. Exercise. Li Baolu kicked off the covers and turned over, groggily opening her eyes to glance at the opposite side before closing them again. Suddenly, she opened them wide once more. The small bed across from her was neatly made, and Gu Jingyun seemed to have vanished. Turning her head toward the window, she noticed the sky was faintly brightening, yet devoid of morning light, indicating that it was still early, well before their usual rise. Li Baolu lifted the small blanket and climbed out of bed, scampering outside. Upon stepping out, she spotted Gu Jingyun half squatting on the ground, swaying back and forth like a cat. Curiously, she asked, "What are you doing?" Startled, Gu Jingyun turned to see Li Baolu and immediately formed his hands into claws, playfully growling at her. Li Baolu burst into laughter, clapping her hands in delight. "How adorable! But did you really get up early just to imitate a cat?" Gu Jingyun's expression darkened as he straightened up and earnestly replied, "This isn't a cat. It's a tiger. I'm practicing the 5 animal frolics." Li Baolu was taken aback, scratching her head in confusion. Gu Jingyun assumed she was unfamiliar with the 5 animal frolics and explained, "The 5 animal frolics, created by the renowned physician Hua Tuo, are designed to strengthen the body. You mentioned that my health is poor, so I intend to practice this. If I don't succeed in a year, I shall train for 5 years. If 5 years prove ineffective, then I'll practice for 10. Surely, I will see results." Li Baolu gazed at him with sparkling eyes, surprised by Gu Jingyun's determination. The little chubby one rolled up her sleeves and declared, "Then I'll join you in practicing." Gu Jingyun glanced at her small arms and legs and concurred, "That's a good idea. You're rather plump. If you don't exercise, you might end up becoming quite the little chub." Li Baolu. Gu Jingyun had found a manual for the 5 animal frolics in the study and was following it to practice. With an impeccable memory, he executed the movements with precision, mimicking the illustrations perfectly. In contrast, Li Baolu struggled to replicate his actions. Her shoulders slumped or her feet were improperly positioned, causing Gu Jingyun to frequently halt to correct her. "But I feel comfortable this way," Li Baolu mumbled. "As long as it's somewhat correct, I can gradually improve." How can one learn the proper form all at once? Without proper form, how can one expect to see results? Gu Jingyun replied sternly. "This is my first time doing these movements, yet I can perform them correctly." Li Baolu, flustered, retorted, "Are you even human?" Gu Jingyun raised his chin defiantly. "If you wish to consider me a deity, I have no objections. However, before that, you must get your movements right. If you continue to err, I shall have to discipline you." In a fit of mock anger, Li Baolu mimicked a tiger, shaking her head and tail before suddenly turning to him with a fierce growl, her eyes glaring as if she wished to tear him apart. Gu Jingyun coldly pointed out her mistake. "You turned your head too much. Do it again." With tears in her eyes, Li Baolu looked at him, utterly exhausted. A light laugh resonated nearby, and as she maintained her tiger pose, she turned to see Qin Xinfang standing in the corridor, beaming at them. Li Baolu instantly sprang up in excitement, exclaiming, "Uncle, we're learning the 5 animal frolics. Do you know how? Would you teach us?" After all, elders tend to be more patient than children, and having him teach would surely be far better than enduring Gu Jingyun's relentless corrections. Qin Xinfang gently ruffled Li Baolu's hair and remarked, "Baolu, your leaps are splendid, and your movements are flawless. Simply observe the essence of animals more closely, for your uncle has little to teach you." Conversely, he noted that Jingyun needed to start anew, stating, "You have only learned the form without grasping the meaning behind it. Thus, your practice yields little benefit." Gu Jingyun, feeling indignant, retorted clearly, "My movements are more precise than Baolu's." Qin Xinfang chuckled. To be overly reliant on books is less wise than to be without them. He led Gu Jingyun back inside, wiping his sweat as he continued. The 5 animal frolics embody both motion and stillness, a practice that harmonizes the internal and external. However, each person's interpretation of the frolics varies, resulting in a unique expression for everyone. You need not strive for an exact replication of what is written. As long as the broad movements remain unchanged, the finer details should resonate with your own essence. For instance, while you may perceive Baolu's squat is too low for her, that angle is ideal, allowing her body to reach its limits, achieving relaxation with each breath, thus facilitating her training. Qin Xinfang patted his head, saying, "You have sweated profusely today. Further practice is unnecessary. Tomorrow, your uncle will guide you." Turning to Li Baolu, he added, "You performed admirably today. Tomorrow, maintain this expression, ensuring to keep your entire body relaxed. Focus on your lower abdomen, breathe evenly, and visualize the 5 animals. It is not imperative to achieve a perfect likeness in spirit and form." Li Baolu nodded eagerly, thrilled to realize she had surpassed Gu Jingyun in some aspects. She resolved to prioritize her physical education, determined to outshine him, and to possess the strength to stand her ground should he ever bully her. After attending to his nephew, Qin Xinfang fetched a basin of water to assist Li Baolu. However, she turned away, insisting on washing her face and hand herself. Qin Xinfang felt a twinge of regret. His nephew was so sensible that he rarely needed to intervene in his daily affairs. It was a challenge to find a moment to indulge in the joys of fatherhood, with the younger child being just as self-sufficient. Once they had finished their morning routines, Qin Xinfang took both children to breakfast. Zipe had prepared porridge, steamed a basket of small buns, and served a plate of fried small fish along with a dish of pickled vegetables. Gu Jingyun eyed the pickled vegetables several times, prompting Zipe to explain with a smile, "These were sent by your Uncle Zhang this morning, as he felt remorse for accidentally injuring you yesterday and brought 2 jars of pickles as an apology." Qin Xinfang nodded approvingly, acknowledging his thoughtfulness. Both Gu Jingyun and Li Baolu could hardly believe that Zhang Dachui would willingly offer an apology. However, the adults had no intention of elaborating further, leaving the children to ponder the extent of Qin Xinfang's influence. The fact that he could coax Zhang Dachui into a humble apology was a feat not easily accomplished. Having tasted the sweetness of this victory, Gu Jingyun's eyes gleamed with mischief, while Li Baolu discreetly nudged his foot under the table, signaling him to behave and refrain from causing trouble. Gu Jingyun glanced at her, then used his chopsticks to offer her a small bun, encouraging her to eat more and jokingly suggesting she might grow into a plump figure. Zipei and Qin Xinfang were unaware of their nephew's inner thoughts, but upon witnessing the scene, they were filled with delight. The bond between the two children was indeed heartwarming. Li Baolu clumsily picked up a small steamed bun and, with a hearty bite, devoured a third of it. Before long, she had consumed 3 buns and a bowl of porridge, and, after patting her belly, she felt she could still indulge further. Zipei, her face radiating joy, privately remarked to Qin Xinfang, "With Baolu around, you two have certainly developed a much better appetite." Today, Jingyan managed to finish an entire bowl of porridge, which is remarkable, considering he usually struggles to eat even half a bowl. Chapter 22. Diplomacy. Upon learning that his adoptive father had sent 2 jars of pickled vegetables to the Qin family, Zhang Dalong felt an intense surge of resentment. Gritting his teeth in fury, "Once I recover, you shall not provoke the Qin family even then," interjected Zhang Demei. Tossing the neatly folded clothes she held onto the bed, her expression icy. "You are well aware of their close ties with the village head. Why would you stir trouble with them?" Zhang Dalong furrowed his brow as he regarded his sister. She offered him no sympathy, her voice cold as she continued. "Do you think our adoptive father sent pickled vegetables to the Qin family out of goodwill? It is all for your sake. You are a man with blood on your hands, and your presence here is only due to the county magistrate's leniency. Remembering how we grew up in a den of bandits. In another's shoes, your execution would be deemed light punishment. So, it would be wise for you to keep your head down." Fury ignited within Zhang Dalong. "Who do you think I'm doing this for? It is to ensure your well-being. And have we truly fared well?" Zhang Demei retorted without hesitation. "You have taken the children from the entire village. Yet for a few bags of seafood, we have gained little in return, only earning the enmity of the entire community. The Qin family neither goes to sea nor engages in fishing. What concern is it of theirs? Why provoke that frail scion of theirs?" He spoke the truth. "You have been ensnared and yet act as if you were counting riches for another. Can you not use your wits?" Her eyes glistening with unshed tears, Zhang Demei choked back her emotions. "It is already arduous for our adoptive father to support us aid. Are you intent on making his life more troublesome? Do you wish for us to suffer even further?" Zhang Dalong fell silent, his face ashen. "From now on, keep your distance from that frail scion of the Qin family. They are not a clan we can afford to offend. Fortuitously, they have a broad-minded disposition. Otherwise, given your reckless deeds, it would not suffice to merely end your life. They could very well demand the lives of all 8 of us as atonement." Zhang Dalong's chest heaved violently, a fierce light flashing in his eyes. Observing this, Zhang Demei felt a pang of concern, recognizing that he had entrenched himself in a stubborn mindset and feared he would remain obstinate. Zhang Demei, being the second eldest after Zhang Dalong, had been just 8 years old at the time of their exile. As a girl, her father had been wary of her suffering in the bandit stronghold, teaching her from a young age how to discern people's character, who could be of use, who could be befriended, and whom to avoid at all costs, even instructing her on the qualities to seek in a future husband. Thus, in terms of intellect and worldly wisdom, she was the most astute in the Zhang family. In her eyes, the Qin family was indeed a respectable household. They possessed wealth and influence, their resources flowing in from the capital, and their power derived from their favorable relationship with the village's top official. Yet, they never abused their position. Whenever a family in the village faced hardship, they would extend a helping hand. Had the only remaining heir been beaten and blocked, another family, such as theirs, might have torn the aggressors apart, but the Qin family merely demanded an apology and even covered their medical expenses. In her opinion, it would have been better had Zhang Dalong succumbed to his injuries. Living on would only bring them trouble. However, recalling the hardships they had endured together, she could not dismiss her brother's various shortcomings, for he had always treated his adoptive siblings with kindness. Thus, she resolved to suppress her thoughts and diligently prepare medicine for him. Zhang Demei made a silent vow to ensure that her family would refrain from provoking the frail scion of the Qin family in the future. At this moment, the 2 youngest children of the Zhang family, Zhang Ermei and Zhang Lulang, lay in ambush outside the Qin residence, armed with sticks, waiting to pounce on Gu Jingyan the moment he emerged. How dare he pilfer their family's pickled vegetables? Had he forgotten their family's lineage? They had always been the ones to seize from others. Never had they experienced being robbed themselves. Li Baolu crouched against the wall, intently observing the figures concealed in the grass below. She glanced at Gu Jingyun, who sat on a stone bench, engrossed in his book. Pressing her lips together, she picked up a small stone from the wall and tossed it towards the children. Startled by the sudden attack, the two youngsters fell to the ground, wide-eyed and apprehensive as they looked up at Li Baolu. Li Baolu smiled at them and lowered her voice to ask, "What are you doing here?" The children, relieved by her lack of a loud outburst, immediately scowled at her, declaring, "You mustn't make a sound, or we will beat you." Indeed, they were mischievous little rascals. Li Baolu pulled out her pouch from her waist and, with a hint of regret, produced 2 candies. "I had intended to share these with you, but since you are so fierce, I shall withhold them." The children froze, their eyes fixated on the candies in her hand. They had tasted the sweetness of candy once, but that was long ago, back when their biological father was still present. They swallowed repeatedly, their gaze glued to Li Baolu's hand, until the older child, Zhang Lulang, finally spoke up, "If you give us the candy, we won't hit you anymore." Li Baolu shook her head. "Brother Jingyan will protect me. You cannot touch me. Besides, resorting to violence makes you bad children, and I refuse to play with you. If I do not play with you, I shall certainly not give you any candy." Zhang Lulang, in a fit of frustration, shouted, "That sickly wretch cannot even protect himself. How could he possibly protect you, whether you give it or not? If I see you again, I will hit you every time." Li Baolu regarded him with an impassive expression before popping one of the candies into her mouth, silently savoring it in front of them. Zhang Lulang and Zhang Ermiai stared at her in disbelief. Li Baolu smirked inwardly, thinking, "Can I handle 2 little brats?" Zhang Liolong's eyes reddened with anger, yet he dared not utter further threats, fearing she might consume the other candy as well. Zhang Ermiai, with a crafty glint in her eyes, attempted to charm Li Baolu, saying, "Little sister, you are truly beautiful. Could you share the other candy with me?" "Not a chance," replied Li Baolu, her gaze fixed on the stick in the girl's hand. "Do you need such a large stick to catch crickets? If you don't tell me the truth, my uncle says that lying children are not good children, and bad children do not receive candy." Zhang Ermiai, somewhat dazed, asked, "If I tell the truth, will I get candy?" Li Baolu nodded earnestly, stating, "I keep my promises. My uncle says that children who do not uphold their commitments are also not good children and do not get candy." Before Zhang Lulang could intervene, Zhang Ermiai exclaimed, "We are waiting for the sickly wretch. As soon as he comes out, we will beat him." "Why did you hit him?" Li Baolu furuit herburoth, questioning how such a young child like Gu Jingyun could incite such animosity. Zhang Lulang, realizing his secret had been unveiled, unabashedly proclaimed, "All of you from the Qin family are no good, having stolen my family's pickled vegetables." In truth, those pickled vegetables were willingly given by Uncle Zhang, not pilfered by her family. "You speak nonsense," Zhang Lulang retorted, glaring. "My father would never give you any pickled vegetables. It must be that you bullied him into doing so." "It is true," Li Baolu replied earnestly. "Uncle Zhang learned of your prior mistreatment of Brother Jingyun and deemed your actions unjust. Thus, he intended to bring some gifts as an apology. But since your family had nothing of value, he resorted to bringing 2 jars of pickled vegetables. If you doubt this, you may inquire of Uncle Zhang. When he delivered them, did my aunt not initially refuse? He simply set them down and left. Did he not just leave them? She feared that lingering too long might provoke her to confront Qin Xinfang in a brawl." Li Baolu managed to leave the 2 children momentarily stunned before she sighed. "Never mind. Our families are at odds. No amount of explanation will change your minds." She produced a handkerchief, wrapped a piece of candy within, and tossed it to Zhang Ermiai, saying, "Here is some candy for you, but you must return the handkerchief washed clean." Zhang Ermiai rushed to retrieve the handkerchief, opened it, and discovered a piece of brown candy nestled inside. Quick as a flash, she bit off a large portion and then stuffed the remainder into Zhang Liolong's mouth. Zhang Lulang gaped in surprise, not expecting that despite their earlier threats, Li Baolu would still offer them candy, leaving him momentarily contemplative. Li Baolu leaned over the wall and said, "The older sister spoke truthfully. While violence is wrong, I must honor my promise to give you candy. However, you must not bully Brother Jingyun again, or I shall not play with you. Zhang Ermiai hesitated, asking, will there be candy if I play with you? Li Baolu replied with innocent laughter, if we are friends, I shall share my treasures with you. Zhang Ermiai and Zhang Lulang exchanged glances, eagerly watching as Li Baolu vanished from the wall. Carefully, Li Baolu descended the wooden ladder and boasted to Gu Jingyun, I have successfully made 2 friends. Gu Jingyun scoffed, is it a friendship founded on candy? Li Baolu, unfazed, replied, I do not seek deep bonds of shared fortune and adversity. I merely wish for them not to cause us trouble when we are out. After all, it is just a few pieces of candy. Then who do you intend to share fortune and adversity with? Of course it is you, Li Baolu asked with wide eyes. Will you not share both fortune and adversity with me? My aunt says we are to be husband and wife in the future. Gu Jingyun's lips curled into a slight smile. You need not worry about adversity. Simply accompany me and enjoy the good times. Also, do not grow too close to them, lest you become foolish. Having found a peer who could comprehend her words, Gu Jingyun did not wish to lose her. Li Baolu pulled out her 3-character classic and declared earnestly, I am not foolish. In just 2 days, I have recognized 2/3 of the characters in the 3-character classic. I shall finish it by tomorrow. Gu Jingyun replied nonchalantly, by the age of 3. I had already perused the 4 books. Li Baolu respunda. Are you even human? Thank you for the compliment. This was a retort Gu Jingyun had learned from Li Baolu, which left Li Baolu momentarily speechless. As Qin Xinfang strolled over to assess the 2's academic progress, he found himself pausing in dismay. What was to be done about the ever-thickening skin of his nephew and future niece-in-law? Chapter 23. The first step, Li Baolu initiated a diplomatic relationship with the Zhang family children through a single piece of candy. From that moment on, a brief quarter of an hour in her extracurricular time was often spent in the company of Zhang Ermiai and Zhang Lulang. During this period, Li Baolu generously gifted them 4 pieces of candy and a bowl of sour plum soup, adhering to the principle of reciprocity. In return, Zhang Ermiai and Zhang Lulang bestowed upon her a bounty of fresh vegetables and a large coconut. Feeling a tad guilty for having gained the upper hand, Li Baolu took the initiative one day to propose teaching them to read, pulling the reluctant Gu Jingyun along with her. When adversaries meet, the tension is palpable. Though Zhang Ermiai and Zhang Lulang refrained from attacking Gu Jingyun out of respect for Li Baolu, they were equally unwilling to acknowledge his presence, treating him as if he were invisible. Gu Jingyun, however, was even more proud. In his eyes, the siblings had grown tall without the corresponding intellect. Although they were 3 years his senior, their mental acuity resembled that of infants, rendering them incompatible conversational partners. Yet, as Li Baolu's only friends, Gu Jingyun, self-proclaimed gentleman, found himself reluctantly obliged to engage with them, albeit with an unpleasant demeanor. Li Baolu, undeterred by their attitudes, introduced her newly acquainted friends to Gu Jingyun, saying, This is my 2nd sister, and this is my 6th brother. They are quite skilled at beachcombing and can even venture in the mountains to forage for wild vegetables and gather firewood, climbing 3 mountains in a single day. Zhang Ermiai and Zhang Lulang sensed something amiss, yet they stood proudly with their chests puffed out, casting disdainful glances at the frail Gu Jingyun. Although shorter than them, Gu Jingyun's gaze upon them was as if he were a deity looking down with disdain. This sensation was indescribable, while Zhang Ermiai remained unfazed. Zhang Lulang seemed to explode like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. He detested the way the sickly boy looked at him. Just before he could react, Li Baolu hastily introduced Gu Jingyun, stating, This is Brother Jingyun, my future husband. Her emphasis finally managed to calm Zhang Lulang, though his gaze remained fiercely fixed on Gu Jingyun. Li Baolu continued, Brother Jingyun is remarkable. Although he is only 5 years old, he has already read the 4 books and can be said to possess knowledge of both astronomy and geography. In the future, if you have any questions, you may certainly ask him. Zhang Lulang scoffed. Can he farm? No, Li Baolu replied, but he understands agricultural matters and will be able to predict the weather when he grows older. Can you do that? Uncle Qin's extensive library contained not only tomes on astronomy and geography, but also on agriculture. While other subjects may pose a challenge for Gu Jingyun, Reading and comprehending written knowledge came easily to him. She believed that, given time, he would come to understand everything. With unwavering confidence, Li Baolu brought the three together, proclaiming, Confucius once said that among three people, there must be a teacher for me. We four can certainly be teachers for one another. Brother Jingyun has the most knowledge and can teach us to read and write. Brother Lulang can teach us about trapping and hunting, as well as beachcombing. And Sister Ermiai can help us identify wild vegetables, shall we? The Qin family appeared to be isolated within the village, as Qin Wenin was so ill that she seldom ventured outside, while Zipei, unlike the other women who toiled daily, remained confined within the home, rarely stepping beyond its threshold. Qin Xinfang rarely ventured outside. The Qin family's vegetable garden lay within the innermost courtyard, alongside a well, from which the village head would deliver fresh eggs and meat every few days. Even staples like rice and flour were procured by the village head, illustrating just how reclusive the Qin family had become, growing up in such an environment. It is hardly surprising that young Gu Jingyun transformed into a homebody at such a tender age. In the past, he would occasionally wander outside, collecting leaves in the mountains, observing rice paddies, or playing with shells and crabs by the sea. However, after he was ambushed and nearly lost his life, he ceased to venture out alone. From then on, it was only under the insistence of Qin Xinfang that he would accompany her outside, and later, with the arrival of Li Baolu, it became a matter of her throwing tantrums to persuade him to go out. This situation was perilous. Even in a previous life where people were generally wary of one another, there was an instinctive effort to maintain good neighborly relations. How much more so in the tightly knit society of ancient times? The Qin family's detachment from the village posed a risk. As long as both parties could maintain a balanced relationship, all would be well, but otherwise, danger loomed. What good were the connections the Qin family had? The capital was leagues away from Cheongzhou, beyond even the reach of the emperor, let alone others. Relying on others was less dependable than relying on oneself. Thus, Li Baolu resolved to take the initiative and lead Gu Jingyun into the fold of the village children. As the children began to mingle, the Qin family's isolation would naturally dissipate. The immediate benefit of this endeavor was evident. Now, when Li Baolu held Gu Jingyun's small hand for a stroll, the village children no longer ran away at the sight of them or pointed and whispered, but instead went about their business, some even nodding and smiling in a friendly manner. The dynamics of their relationships had taken a significant leap forward. Gu Jingyun's stubborn nature was starting to reveal itself. Yet he could not withstand Li Baolu's exceptional skill in throwing tantrums. She shamelessly laid her pride aside, pleading and crying before the 5-year-old, even resorting to the melodramatic ploy of pretending to weep over dreams. This coaxed Gu Jingyun to reluctantly take a step forward, making awkward attempts to engage with Zhang Lulang and Zhang Ermiai. Li Baolu understood that despite being a child, his defenses were formidable, especially given that the Zhang siblings had previously caused him harm. His willingness to take this step was largely due to the significant influence she had over him. Hence, she cherished this opportunity, remaining highly vigilant to avoid any chance of conflict, ensuring that they all felt at home together, hoping that after one playdate, they would wish to gather again. Yet, such a hope proved elusive. Gu Jingyun attempted to teach Zhang Lulang and Zhang Ermiai how to write the simple numbers 1 through 10. However, the siblings struggled not only to write, but even to recognize the full set of digits. After patiently instructing them 3 times and witnessing their continued inability to identify beyond the first 3 numbers, he tossed aside the stick he had been holding, standing upright to mockingly address them. If you cannot master such simple characters, what do you plan to learn? You may well remain illiterate until your dying day. Zhang Ermiai, filled with shame, lowered her head, while Zhang Lulang's face flushed with indignation as he cast aside his stick, glaring angrily at Gu Jingyun. You sickly brat. If you don't want to teach us, just say so. No need to insult our intelligence with your roundabout taunts. Gu Jingyun raised an eyebrow in surprise. What do you see me being indirect? I am merely speaking plainly. Must I explicitly utter the words utterly foolish for you to comprehend? Zhang Lulang, lacking eloquence, felt his temper flaring, ready to lash out in frustration. However, Li Baolu, sensing the tension, swiftly intervened. positioning herself protectively in front of Gu Jingyun and forcefully pushing Zhang Lulang back a couple of steps, commanding, "Enough of this noise." Gu Jingyun and Zhang Lulang exchanged glances, both responding with a disdainful huff before turning away. Li Baolu took a deep breath, directing her reprimand at Gu Jingyun. "They are novices and naturally, their progress will be slow. Do you suppose everyone in this world is a genius like you? Just because they are not prodigies does not preclude them from studying and taking the imperial examinations. Your words offend the majority of humanity. What benefit do you gain from mere verbal sparring? You only invite resentment." She continued, "I understand your frustration. It is not his lack of intelligence that irks you, but rather his perceived lack of seriousness, which undermines your efforts, correct?" Inwardly, Gu Jingyun thought, "No, I simply find him insufferably foolish. His stupidity squanders both his time and my own." Yet, upon witnessing the warning and plea in Li Baolu's eyes, he could only begrudgingly nod in agreement. This left Zhang Lulang and Zhang Ermiai, who had been observing them, in a state of astonishment. The siblings exchanged glances, feeling somewhat embarrassed as they scratched their heads. It seemed that Gu Jingyun had initially been quite patient, only becoming exasperated when they failed to grasp the material. They had earnestly tried to memorize the characters. During the process, it felt straightforward, yet upon review, they couldn't recognize them. Were they truly not applying themselves sufficiently? As they pondered these thoughts, Li Baolu turned to chastise Zhang Lulang once more. Respecting teachers and valuing knowledge is fundamental, even if one does not study. Just because a teacher calls you foolish does not grant you the right to strike them. Who would dare to teach under such conditions? If a teacher reprimands you, you should listen and, if you disagree, present your arguments. If they refuse to heed your words, that is their fault, but resorting to violence over a disagreement is unacceptable. Zhang Lulang, feeling ashamed, lowered his gaze, his face flushed as he muttered, "He speaks so irritatingly, and I couldn't argue back. What else could I do but hit him? By striking him, you render any justification you might have moot. It is hardly a grave matter." Li Baolu retorted, "In any case, should you dare to bully Brother Jingyun again, I shall confront you each time. But you cannot defeat me," Zhang Lulang mumbled, his lips moving but unable to voice his thoughts. "Furthermore, you are not to call Brother Jingyun a sickly wretch. From now on, he shall be referred to as young master." Zhang Lulang clamped his mouth shut, expressing his dissent through his eyes, while Zhang Ermiai, no longer feigning silence, shook her head vehemently. "That's unacceptable. He is younger than us." "Then let us call him Brother Jingyun," Li Baolu suggested generously. "My dear Jingyun will not mind." Gu Jingyun, standing behind Li Baolu, wished to voice his discomfort. He had merely come to teach them once out of respect for Li Baolu and had no desire for prolonged interaction. Such familiarity seemed unnecessary. Yet, seeing her enthusiasm, he suppressed his words, offering only a soft grunt in response. Li Baolu, perceiving his silence as acquiescence, continued, "You have learned the characters today. Make sure to record what you have grasped and review at home. One must balance study with leisure. Thus, let us venture to the foot of the mountain to forage for wild vegetables and set traps for hunting." Zhang Lulang and Zhang Ermiai felt a surge of excitement. For at last, they had an opportunity to look down upon Gu Jingyun. Zhang Lulang proudly declared, "The art of trap setting I have mastered from my second brother. None of my other brothers can compare. Among 10 traps, 1 or 2 are sure to catch prey. Just wait and see once we venture into the mountains." Zhang Ermiai chimed in with a smile, "I am well acquainted with all the wild vegetables that grow around here. All the wild greens we consume at home are foraged by me." The duo was resolute in their determination to showcase their skills, eager to impress Gu Jingyun and make him bow before them, so they rushed home to gather their tools. Li Baolu and Gu Jingyun leisurely stood at the crossroads, waiting for their return. Once the others had wandered far, she turned to him and said, "Jingyun, do not underestimate them. Although they may be illiterate, they possess skills that we cannot learn or master. Just wait and see." Gu Jingyun lowered his gaze in contemplation. Chapter 24. Knowing oneself, the 4 children had spent half a day in the mountains and forests, emerging covered in dirt. Zhang Lulang and Zhang Ermiai were accustomed to such a state, often finding it normal to see each other in such a disheveled appearance. However, it was the first time they had seen Gu Jingyun in such a condition. While toiling diligently, they had not noticed it. But now they could not help but steal glances at him, thinking to themselves, "Ah, it turns out the sickly one is just like us." Unaware of any disarray in his appearance, Gu Jingyun's eyes sparkled as he clutched a bundle of wild vegetables. Li Baolu was even dirtier than Gu Jingyun, her face smeared with mud. Yet she joyfully waved goodbye to Zhang Lulang and Zhang Ermiai, proposing to visit the traps they had dug the following afternoon. This time, Gu Jingyun did not object. Instead, he graciously nodded to Zhang Lulang, thus joining in on the agreement. Indeed, play was the most effective means for children to dissolve misunderstandings and barriers. Li Baolu silently commended herself as she happily held Gu Jingyun's hand on their way home. He Pei, however, was dumbfounded, staring in disbelief at the two filthy children before her, wondering if they truly belonged to her family or if there had been some mistake. Qin Xian Fong was momentarily taken aback, but upon regaining her composure, she cheerfully waved at the two children, asking, "Are you hungry? The village chief sent over a chicken today, and your aunt has stewed it. Hurry and wash up. Dinner is nearly ready." Gu Jingyun handed the wild vegetables in his arms to his aunt, proclaiming proudly, "These were dug up by Baolu and me. Aunt, please cook them for dinner tonight." Pei looked at the large handful of wild vegetables in dismay, pondering how such a small quantity could suffice. "You can blanch them in the chicken soup," Li Baolu suggested, licking her lips. "Aunt, why not wait until I finish washing up before cooking?" Amused, Pei gently patted her head, saying, "All right, you're still so young and already thinking about cooking. Quickly go wash up. Your aunt will not waste your wild vegetables." Feeling relieved, Gu Jingyun took Li Baolu's small hand and headed towards the backyard. Pei watched their diminutive figures retreat and sighed, noting how much more lively Gu Jingyun had become with Baolu around. Qin Xian Fong smiled and remarked, "Isn't this a good thing?" "Indeed, this is something we should share with Wen as well, to bring her some joy," Qin Xian Fong replied, nodding thoughtfully. "We should also engage more with the villagers. I'll find a hoe tomorrow and tend to the fields while arranging the children's studies. Farming should become a compulsory subject." Pei raised an eyebrow at her husband, who was less industrious, and nodded in agreement. Previously, they had deemed it unnecessary. Their children did not know how to farm or fish, and with their skills for making a living and connections in the capital, they had no reason to toil in the fields or risk their lives at sea. Even their occasional forays to the shore were driven by enthusiasm rather than necessity. However, here, being different was the greatest sin. Qin Xian Fong had been striving to balance the relationship between the Qin family and the village, and until now, he had succeeded reasonably well. While the Qin family had not fully integrated into the village, they had maintained amicable relations. Yet, he had not anticipated the adults' understanding would be met with such hostility from the children towards Gu Jingyun. The balance between the Qin family and the village of Zue was disrupted following the incident of brawling and fighting. Qin Xinfang was incensed by the bullying of his nephew by the local children, leading him to shut the doors to visitors and declare the Qin family independent from the village. However, today, the sparkling eyes of Gu Jingyun reminded him that complete detachment from society was an impossibility. Qin Xinfang scolded himself for his previous naivety, realizing that, at his age, he still failed to grasp such a simple truth. He introduced a new subject, farming, into their curriculum, which inevitably reduced their study time. Typically, the best time for agricultural work is in the morning, which coincided with their class hours. Ironically, while Qin Xinfang imposed this time-consuming subject, he did not encroach upon their afternoon leisure, instead shortening their morning study period from 2 hours to just 1. Despite the lofty ambitions and enthusiasm for learning exhibited by Gu Jingyun, even Li Baolu frowned at this change. Yet, neither child voiced their dissent. Instead, they returned to their room with forlorn expressions. Li Baolu asserted, "Uncle must be doing this on purpose. Is it because we are too intelligent? He fears he cannot teach us, hence deliberately compressing our study time." Gu Jingyun scrutinized her with earnest, twinkling eyes. "Are you serious?" "Of course, I'm jesting. Can't you tell?" Gu Jingyun, maintaining a stoic expression, replied, "So, are you willing to forfeit your study time and embark on an unwise path?" He regarded her with disdain. "You are merely a tad more clever than the average person. If you do not strive, you may end up as foolish as the rest." With a sigh, Li Baolu lamented, "Thus, we must resort to utilizing our afternoon free time. Initially, I envisioned traversing the ends of the earth and exploring mountains and seas. But it appears I will have to allocate half of that time to study instead. Gu Jingyun remained silent, gazing at Li Baolu's short limbs, pondering how one might traverse the world in just half a day, scale a mountain, return home by nightfall, and repeat the journey the next afternoon. However, Li Baolu had already shifted topics, pulling out a large sheet of paper to draft a schedule. The first item each morning was to practice the 5 animals play with Gu Jingyun, followed by agricultural work. Her plan was meticulously detailed, even specifying the time allocated for washing up. After a midday rest, she intended to dedicate half of her free time to reading and practicing writing, reserving the remainder for leisure activities. Given the multitude of skills to be learned, Li Baolu crafted a different arrangement for each day, ultimately outlining a week's plan, which could be adjusted based on actual execution. Standing beside her, Gu Jingyun observed the paper filled with ink blots, furrowing his brows in discomfort. After a prolonged stare, he managed to decipher her writing and, after a moment's reflection, said, "Let me assist you with this." Gu Jingyun was also capable of planning, but his approach diverged entirely from Li Baolu's. Confident in his intellect, he would formulate his plans each night before sleep, committing the tasks for the following day to memory and execute them methodically come morning. Since Li Baolu's arrival, unexpected events have continually arisen, yet he adeptly adjusts his plans. Regardless, the daily books he reads and the characters he practices remain abundant. Even if he fails to complete a task, he compensates for it later. This is a skill he has mastered without formal instruction. At the tender age of 5, his ability to achieve such a feat is truly remarkable. It is evident that Li Baolu could not possibly devise such a meticulous schedule without the memories of a previous life. However, Gu Jingyun is even more astute than Li Baolu anticipates. Upon witnessing Li Baolu create a 7-day plan, he ponders whether he might extend the schedule. For instance, he could first establish a grand objective, followed by intermediate goals, and finally smaller, manageable tasks. The plans could then be tailored according to these varying objectives, allowing for adjustments based on real-time circumstances. In this manner, his mastery over time management would undoubtedly become more precise and detailed, bringing him closer to his aspirations. While Gu Jingyun contemplates these ideas, his hands are simultaneously busy copying Li Baolu's plan, as her handwriting is exceedingly difficult to decipher, so much so that even she struggles to read it. Once she joyfully affixes the copied plan to the wall, a sudden realization strikes her. She is merely 3 years old. Such a detailed plan might lead others to perceive her as extraordinary. With a hint of anxiety, she glances at Gu Jingyun and softly inquires, "Brother Jingyun, do you not wonder whom I learned this from?" Gu Jingyun furrows his brow, responding, "Is there need to learn this from someone? Isn't it quite commonplace? Why would one need to consult others about planning their tasks for the following day?" The ever-brilliant Gu Jingyun does not view this as a remarkable skill. Rather, he simply hadn't considered planning so far in advance before. Now that he is aware, it merely seems a natural progression, not particularly impressive. Relieved, Li Baolu beams at him and replies, "This certainly isn't my own invention. I learned it from my grandfather. He always lists the tasks for the coming days, and I found this method effective, so I adopted it." Gu Jingyun nods dismissively, suggesting, "Time may not be perfectly precise. Perhaps you should observe for a couple of days and make some adjustments." If Li Baolu benefits from the education of a previous life, it is important to note that no educational system would typically incorporate such imperial strategies into compulsory schooling. At home, her parents and older siblings prepare schedules for her, while teachers at school require students to draft their own plans. After graduation, she became a volunteer teacher, responsible for all subjects across 4 grades, necessitating even more detailed planning to ensure her students' performance did not decline. Thus, her familiarity with this practice is as innate as the need to eat and sleep, and she unwittingly exposes herself in the process. Had Gu Jingyun been replaced by either Qin Xinfang or He Zipei, she would not have been able to deceive them. They are aware of what constitutes normal behavior for children, having witnessed their own nephew's extraordinary abilities from a young age, although they may be astonished. They would not doubt his capabilities. Yet, Li Baolu is not in such a position. Moreover, the concept of a schedule is quite uncommon in this era. Even Qin Xinfang has not imparted such knowledge to Gu Jingyun at this time. In this world, the only person who does not question Li Baolu's origins is perhaps Gu Jingyun, regardless of how much she has revealed. To him, this seems entirely ordinary. For clever individuals can often learn without instruction, intuitively grasping complex matters, and he considers himself to be such a person. Since his birth, he has resided in this small village, interacting solely with the villagers of this impoverished community. No matter how much he reads, he remains oblivious to the realities of the outside world and is unaware of the typical intelligence of children in general. Most of the children from the impoverished village, unlike him, are illiterate. If one were to say that the children of the village can only see 3 steps ahead, Gu Jingyun possesses the ability to deduce the circumstances beyond the distant mountains from the path beneath his feet, which fosters within him a feeling of overlooking the masses from a great height. Ironically, his uncle, who stands even higher and gazes further, continually urges him to descend, warning him against standing too high lest he suffer from the chill of elevation. He has expressed on numerous occasions that he does not feel cold. Rather, he relishes the sensation of standing against the wind. Yet his uncle consistently regards him with a mixture of pride and deep concern. Gu Jingyun gradually learns to conceal his thoughts, refraining from engaging with his uncle on matters that might incite conflict. However, the arrival of someone of similar age and intellect, who does not adopt a condescending elder's approach, leads Gu Jingyun to perceive her as a kindred spirit. As a confidant, he applies his own understanding to her, believing himself to be exceptionally clever and intuitive, and naturally assumes that Li Baolu possesses similar qualities. Thus, regardless of how mature her speech or meticulous her actions may appear, far beyond those of an ordinary 3-year-old, he harbors no doubts, considering her equally brilliant. Qin Xinfang and He Zipei, wishing to avoid inciting their nephew's aversion and to foster a bond between the two, largely refrain from interfering during their moments alone. In the presence of the 2 adults, Li Baolu instinctively suppresses her brilliance, revealing only what is necessary. Consequently, the careless Li Baolu, despite her numerous disclosures, continues to thrive alongside Gu Jingyun, both robustly growing in their companionship. Chapter 25. The method the Qin family possessed no arable land. To put it more accurately, they held no cultivable fields. As part of the punitive measures for exiles, reclamation was a significant labor reform policy, and thus the Qin family was allocated 3 substantial plots of wasteland alongside mountain. At first glance, it seemed quite prosperous. The imperial court appeared to treat exiles fairly well. However, upon observing the 3 barren plots, Li Baolu realized the adage that there is no such thing as a free lunch held true. The wasteland was indeed desolate, never having been cultivated, with wild grasses towering above her in dense patches and shrubs spreading thickly. In this village devoid of machinery and lacking even oxen for plowing, the prospect of reclaiming the land was daunting. Just contemplating the sheer volume of labor required made Li Baolu feel faint, while Qin Xinfang cheerfully explained to the 2 children, "Once we cultivate this land, it shall belong to our family, to be passed down through generations. However, should we abandon this village to seek refuge in a benevolent one or receive clemency, the land will be reclaimed by the authorities. Regardless of whether we cultivate it or not, we must pay taxes on these 3 plots annually. Thus, for the past 5 years, we have essentially paid taxes in vain. To prevent further waste of our resources, let us cultivate the land and grow our own food." Gu Jingyun silently regarded his uncle, yearning to inquire, "Do you possess the knowledge of farming?" Yet, he understood that his uncle's focus lay elsewhere, and thus, whether they were adept at farming or not, they were compelled to cultivate the land. Only Li Baolu continued to struggle, timidly raising her small hand to suggest, "Uncle, what if we were to reclaim the land near our home? The grass there is sparse, and most importantly, there are no shrubs." Qin Xinfang shook his head, stating, "The areas designated for reclamation are strictly regulated. We must first cultivate the wasteland under our name before we are permitted to work elsewhere. Moreover, the land nearby is designated as residential property and cannot be cultivated for crops." Li Baolu felt a twinge of disappointment, but persisted in racking her brain for a way to lessen the burden of labor. Gu Jingyun prodded her gently with his finger. Do not dwell on it. Uncle has made up his mind and will not change it. Instead, we should focus on how to clear the wasteland before the new year. Li Baolu widened her eyes, glancing at their small arms and legs, and asked, Is it just the two of us? We cannot possibly clear the shrubs alone. Gu Jingyun looked towards their uncle, who stroked his short beard and chuckled. Rest assured, Uncle will certainly assist you. Thus, each child was handed a sickle to cut the grass. While Li Baolu remained silent, Gu Jingyun, being frail, had only ever performed the heaviest task of fetching water for washing his face. As the sickle landed in his hands, he froze, utterly unsure of how to wield it. Li Baolu fared slightly better. During her time as a volunteer teacher, she had not only observed the villagers using various farming tools, but had also tried her hand at it. She was the first to crouch down cautiously and begin cutting the grass. However, her small stature and lack of strength, coupled with the abundance of stones on the ground, made her anxious about the possibility of slipping and injuring her hand. With her grandfather gone, it was nearly impossible to find a competent doctor within 10 miles. Therefore, she remained vigilant, constantly reminding Gu Jingyun to slow down and avoid injuring his hands, lest he be unable to write. Gu Jingyun furrowed his brows, pondering for a while before learning to use the sickle. However, unlike Li Baolu, who was cautious, he worked with greater speed. However, the two children, embarking on their agricultural endeavors for the first time, found their progress quite limited. After half an hour, they had only managed to advance approximately 3 meters. Their daily toil was confined to this brief interval. With a keen sense of time, they observed the sun timidly rising from the foot of the mountain to the mid-slope, prompting them to sheath their sickles and return home. Qin Xin Fong emerged, drenched in sweat, having only managed to fell 2 shrubs in that same half hour, a rather meager accomplishment. The 3 of them returned home, perspiration glistening on their foreheads. Along the way, they encountered several villagers setting out for work in the fields, who regarded the trio with widened eyes. Qin Xin Fong, undeterred by their stares, cheerfully greeted them while hoisting his hoe, yet the villagers merely nodded stiffly and, after the family passed, looked up at the sun in the sky. Indeed, it was still in the east. The sun had not ventured westward today. Upon arriving home, the family washed off the grime of their labor before partaking in breakfast, thereafter dutifully attending their lessons. After such a vigorous morning, both children found themselves consuming significantly more rice at lunch and indulging in a particularly deep slumber during their midday rest. Zi Pei felt a twinge of regret, realizing that she should have urged Jingyun to clear the fields earlier. After all, they were eating more, sleeping soundly, and engaging in physical activity, which would surely enhance their health over time. It was not too late, however. Qin Xinfang took her hand and said, Today, I exerted myself a bit. Although I feel fatigued, my spirits are quite high, and my neck and shoulders feel considerably better. I suggest you also partake in some exercise. The agricultural tasks do not require your involvement, so why not join Jingyun and Baolu in practicing the 5 animal frolics each morning? A little movement before bed would suffice as well. If you persist, remarkable benefits will surely follow. Qin Xinfang lamented, Brotherly had advised me earlier, yet our family has been plagued by persistent ailments. Li Bo, a close friend of Qin Xinfang, had long encouraged them to engage in moderate exercise for their health. Yet, Qin Wenyin struggled even to rise from her bed, let alone partake in physical activities, as a mere breeze could unleash a bout of illness upon her, leaving her drenched in ineffective sweat. Zi Pei, raised with an emphasis on modesty, was naturally reluctant to join in the 5 animal frolics. However, witnessing the increasingly vibrant Jingyun and the seemingly inexhaustible energy of Baolu stirred a sense of vitality within Qin Xinfang, making him feel rejuvenated by several years. Determined to adopt a regimen for maintaining his health, he resolved to follow through, even if Zi Pei initially resisted. Guided by her husband, and inspired by the enthusiasm of the 2 children, especially Baolu, who would often leap in front of her, playfully roaring like a tiger when she hesitated, she found her heart melting. Zi Pei soon ceased to regard these movements as ungraceful, joining Baolu in an engaging dance of activity and stillness. Qin Wenyin, propping herself against the window, could not help but smile as she ambulated around her room until a sheen of sweat adorned her brow. With everyone striving so earnestly, she felt compelled to keep pace. The villagers of the village were left with the impression that the Qin family had consumed some elixir of vitality, as each day, while they trudged into the fields with their hoes, Qin Xinfang and his 2 children returned from theirs. You rise so early each day, yet labor for merely half an hour in the fields. Do you not realize how much time is squandered? It has been 3 days, and barely a third of the wild grass on that barren land has been cut. By the time you finish mowing the grass, it will have grown back again. The Qin family, consisting of 3 members, remained oblivious to this pressing issue until Zhang Lulang, unable to bear it any longer, took them to inspect the traps they had dug the previous day. With a scornful gaze directed at Gu Jingyun and Li Baolu, he remarked, "Do you not realize you are working in vain?" Gu Jingyun maintained his composure, seemingly anticipating the situation, while Li Baolu, troubled, scratched her head and asked, "What then should we do?" Zhang Lulang, exasperated, looked at her and replied, "That small plot of land, could you not finish it in a single day? Working merely half an hour a day. When will you ever cultivate it? It suffices to have it ready before spring next year," Li Baolu asserted confidently. "Regardless, autumn is fast approaching this year. Even if we clear it, we cannot plant anything." Zhang Lulang scoffed, "Even those who study are not much different. Once the land is cleared, it must also be enriched. Moreover, that plot is barely over an acre. My family can manage it in half a day." "How long has it taken your family?" Li Baolu retorted, "We still have to study. How can we spend the entire day in the fields? After cutting the grass, we must also clear the bushes, uproot their roots, gather all the stones from the land, and then till the soil to remove the roots. Once all that is done, we still need to deeply till and enrich the soil. Your family takes half a month just to cut the grass," she argued. Zhang Lulang, counting on his fingers, could not determine the exact time, but firmly stated, "At this rate, you may not have the land ready by spring. Cutting grass is the simplest and quickest task. When my family cleared land, we managed to cut all the wild grass on our 18 acres in just 2 days, and that was with mostly children helping. If adults were involved, the speed would have been even greater. They toil in the fields regardless of the scorching sun, unlike the Qin family, who only labor for half an hour before sunrise. However, their reasoning is lofty. They prioritize their studies. But can you not engage in productive work in the afternoon? In the past few afternoons, they have spent half their time playing with us, which, in Zhang Liulang's eyes, amounts to shirking responsibility and a lack of diligence. We balance work and rest. The Qin family does not rely on that acre of land for sustenance. She dared not voice this bitter thought. Gu Jingyun remained composed, retreating to the study upon returning home to search for agricultural literature. Li Baolu followed him, asking, "What are you looking for?" "I seek methods to eliminate weeds swiftly," Gu Jingyun replied, his expression serious, though Zhang Liulang's tone was laced with mockery regarding their laziness. The truth remained that unless they could swiftly clear the weeds and proceed to the next step of land cultivation, they would remain stagnant at this stage of cutting grass. Li Baolu scratched her head and inquired, "Will the book contain such information?" "I do not know. Let us search and see." Gu Jingyun selected a few agricultural books and settled down on the ground to read. Li Baolu could only assist him in searching, having already recognized numerous traditional characters. Thus her reading speed was relatively brisk. She picked up a book to browse through while rapidly recalling knowledge from her previous life. The quickest method for weeding? Naturally, it would be herbicides. However, this era lacks such chemicals. Looking further back, the alternatives would be cutting grass, hoeing, or even setting fire to it. Suddenly, Li Baolu's eyes lit up, and at the same moment, Gu Jingyun paused, pointing to the words on the page and exclaiming, "Using fire?" This was an ancient method of land clearing, fraught with numerous drawbacks, yet it is still employed by a diminishing number of people. At the very least, the villagers of Zhuai village had never resorted to this technique. Chapter 26. Consent. The practice of clearing land with fire is fraught with numerous disadvantages, the most significant being its propensity to ignite uncontrollable wildfires. With only 4 members of the Qin family available to manage the blaze, 2 of whom are mere children, it becomes exceedingly arduous to contain the flames, even with the establishment of fire breaks. Indeed, the ancients were adept at creating such barriers. However, the likelihood of accidental fires remains alarmingly high. In order to safeguard their own lives and spare innocent bystanders from potential calamity. Qin Xinfang resolutely dismissed the proposals put forth by the two youngsters. Consequently, the astute yet reckless Gu Jingyun resolved to act independently, enlisting the only ally at his disposal, Li Baolu. After a moment of serious contemplation, Li Baolu decided to accompany him to the wasteland. She was intimately familiar with that expression. It was reminiscent of a mischievous child determined to pursue a course of action that not even 8 horses could restrain. To avoid being left behind and to monitor the situation closely, Li Baolu reluctantly agreed to spend the afternoon laboring in the desolate area. Upon learning that Gu Jingyun and Li Baolu had eschewed the mountains in favor of swiftly and efficiently clearing the land, Zhang Lulang promptly abandoned his hunting endeavors to observe their efforts. Zhang Ermiai, who shared a deep bond with her brother and was inseparable from him, eagerly joined him. Thus, as Li Baolu and Gu Jingyun toiled under the sun, sweat pouring down as they wielded their sickles, Zhang Lulang and Zhang Ermiai stood nearby, unburdened by fatigue, offering unsolicited advice. "You're moving too slowly. Can't you work any faster? Angle the blade downward, closer to the ground. Don't keep it horizontal. It's not only slow, but also risks cutting your hands." Furrowing his brow, Gu Jingyun rose to examine the sickle in his hand and the wild grasses beneath his feet, perplexed. "I don't believe I'm doing it incorrectly. Would you care to demonstrate?" he inquired. The normally self-assured Gu Jingyun, seeking guidance, caused Zhang Lulang to swell with pride as he took the sickle from Gu Jingyun's hand, declaring, "Then watch closely." After observing for a moment, Gu Jingyun's brow furrowed even deeper. "I didn't catch that. Please demonstrate once more." While wiping the sweat from his brow and intending to return the sickle to Gu Jingyun, Zhang Lulang squatted down to provide another demonstration. Li Baolu cast a disapproving glance at Gu Jingyun, her eyes revealing her dissent. Inwardly scoffing, Gu Jingyun chose not to mock Zhang Lulang further, instead taking back the sickle with a touch of arrogance, proclaiming, "Such a simple task. I had mastered it long ago." Zhang Lulang retorted with a smirk. "That was my instruction. You ought to address me as teacher." Gu Jingyun regarded him calmly and queried, "Are you brave enough to respond if I were to call you that?" Zhang Lulang opened his mouth, but under Gu Jingyun's unwavering gaze, he faltered. The frail and cunning Zhang Lulang feared retaliation should he be compelled to accept such a title. Satisfaction gleamed in Gu Jingyun's eyes as he resumed his task of cutting the grass. Zhang Lulang gazed at the sea of wild grass, then at the two children, now nearly indistinguishable from the earth beneath them. A stirring sensation washed over him. He had always held Gu Jingyun in contempt, perceiving him as a bookish lad incapable of practical labor. So delicate he seemed that a gust of wind might carry him away. The notion of farming was foreign to him, as he had never witnessed Gu Jingyun lift anything of weight. Such a child was typically subject to jealousy and disdain. Yet now, the once exalted Gu Jingyun finds himself on the ground, drenched in sweat as he diligently cuts grass. His efforts are not aimed at securing a bountiful harvest for the coming year, nor merely to fill his belly. Rather, he seeks to validate the methods outlined in his books and discover a more efficient way to cultivate the land. Zhang Lulang, rationally, finds such individuals irksome. While others struggle for mere survival, he spends considerable time on such pursuits. However, emotionally, Zhang Lulang cannot help but feel a sense of admiration. After a moment of contemplation, he reluctantly decides to return home with Zhang Ermiai, but soon reappears, wielding a sickle and casting a reluctant glance at Gu Jingyun, uncertain of how to proceed. Gu Jingyun is taken aback, clearly unprepared for Zhang Liulang's unexpected action. Li Baolu, filled with joy, nudges Gu Jingyun, asking, "Did you not draw a plan?" Gu Jingyun, puzzled, glances at Li Baolu and then turns to Zhang Lulang and Zhang Ermiai, saying, "Follow me. I shall draw the lines for you, and you may cut accordingly." The 4 children then enthusiastically swing their sickles until the sun sets, only returning when they hear the adults in the village calling for the children. Zhang Lulang, gripping the sickle, informs Gu Jingyun, "My family has no work tomorrow. After the tide recedes at noon, I will go fishing. I will come in the morning to help you cut." Gu Jingyun declines, explaining, "We will only work for half an hour in the morning, as we still have school to attend." Zhang Lulang, exasperated, retorts, "You scholars are truly bothersome. With such a small task, you could finish it in a couple of days without attending school." Gu Jingyun pauses momentarily before, for the first time, offering an explanation. Tomorrow and tomorrow. How many tomorrows there are? Since the plan has been set, it cannot be easily altered. Agricultural work can be squeezed into other times. But the time for studying and practicing writing must not be diminished. Li Baolu interjects, "You have already learned quite a few characters with us. Would you like to borrow a couple of books to read? Perhaps you could come to our home tomorrow, and Brother Jingyun could find 2 simple books for you." Zhang Lulang is stunned, sweat suddenly forming in his palms as he incredulously gazes at Li Baolu and Gu Jingyun. "You're willing to lend us books?" Li Baolu looks at Gu Jingyun, while Zhang Liulang's eyes remain fixed on him, involuntarily swallowing several times. Gu Jingyun replies calmly, "As long as you cherish the books." Joy radiates from Zhang Liulang's face as he eagerly promises, "Rest assured, we will not soil the books." Zhang Ermei also expresses her happiness, albeit with limitations, to her. While it is certainly good for a girl to be literate, it is not of utmost importance. However, for boys, literacy signifies the acquisition of skill, providing more means for livelihood and greater opportunities. Despite Zhang Liulang's frequent disdainful remarks towards Gu Jingyun, often mocking him as frail, he secretly harbors envy and jealousy. Gu Jingyun's literacy stirs a sense of inferiority within him, and thus, when Gu Jingyun offers to teach him to read, he quickly sets aside his prejudices and eagerly teaches him how to dig traps and hunt. To him, although they are exchanging knowledge, Gu Jingyun is the one at a disadvantage. In this era, not everyone possesses the gift of literacy. Zhang Lulang returned home with great delight, resolved to treat Gu Jingyun with more kindness in the future. He had vowed to protect him in the village, ensuring that no one would dare to bully him again. However, upon his arrival, he was swiftly besieged by his brothers. Zhang Xilang and Zhang Wulong dragged him to the bedside of Zhang Dalong, who regarded him with a grim expression and spat bitterly, "You traitorous wretch. If it weren't for your return home today to fetch a sickle and assist him in mowing the grass, I would have remained oblivious to your collusion with that weakling." The other brothers glared at Zhang Lulang with discontent. Although they had been beaten not by Gu Jingyun's hand, it was indeed his machination that had led to their predicament. They were compelled to apologize to him, and such enmity could not simply be dismissed, without the need for Zhang Dalong to intervene. The other brothers were ready to unleash their wrath upon Zhang Lulang. In desperation, he shielded his head and exclaimed, "He is teaching me to read, and he intends to lend me books." Their fists hesitated momentarily, and seizing the opportunity, Zhang Lulang added, "Moreover, the sickly boy is not as malevolent as we presumed. His previous actions were provoked by our initial aggression." As he spoke, a flicker of guilt crossed his mind. Li Baolu had previously unraveled the situation for him, and he recognized that they had indeed acted rashly, attacking a mere 5-year-old child, which was undeniably excessive. Zhang Lulang had been an active participant, and even from the periphery, he could sense the brutality of his elder brother at that time. His brother had previously joined their uncles in robberies, even committing murder. Had Gu Jingyun not cleverly slipped away through the crevice of a stone, he might very well have faced a grave fate. Kneeling before the bed, Zhang Lulang looked earnestly at Zhang Dalong and said, "Brother, we were at fault in that incident. Now that he has retaliated, let us consider the matter settled between our families." Zhang Dalong, observing the earnest gaze of his younger brother, scoffed internally and glanced at his other brothers, asking, "Did he truly teach you to read?" Zhang Lulang nodded vigorously. "He even invited me and Ermei to his home tomorrow to play, and he is willing to lend us books." The eyes of the other brothers in the Zhang family lit up, glancing expectantly at Zhang Dalong. Zhang Dalong tapped the bed thoughtfully and after a moment of contemplation said, "If that is the case, we shall consider this matter settled for now. Since he is willing to teach you to read, make sure to pay attention and later teach your brothers a few characters." Zhang Lulang nodded repeatedly, joyfully proclaiming, "Rest assured, brother, I shall strive to learn. Inform our adoptive father about this as well, to bring him some joy." Zhang Dalong, irritated by the sight of Zhang Liulang's beaming face, waved his hand dismissively. "Quickly go out and let Ermiai come in. Though he trusted that the sixth brother would not lie, he wondered if Gu Jingyun, being so astute, might be deceiving him. It was likely that Zhang Lulang, in his naivety, could overlook certain details. Thus, it would be prudent to inquire further with Ermiai. Zhang Ermiai was currently extolling the virtues of Gu Jingyun and Li Baolu to Zhang Damiai, with a particular emphasis on the praises of Li Baolu. Sister Baolu is exceedingly generous. She always shares her treats with me and sixth brother, and it was she who encouraged the sickly boy to teach us to read. Zhang Ermiai said cheerfully. It was also her suggestion to borrow books today that prompted Gu Jingyun to agree. Zhang Ermiai, possessing a keen intuition, had long discerned the connection between Gu Jingyun and Li Baolu. Although Gu Jingyun typically exuded dominance, compelling Li Baolu to heed his every word, there were moments when she spoke, and despite his evident impatience, he would still listen. Zhang Damiai was astonished by Li Baolu's influence. How could a frail girl command such attention? Wasn't she referred to as a child bride? In the village, rife with all manner of characters, Zhang Damiai had heard numerous lamentable tales of child brides since her youth. Yet, the Qin family cherished her. She was always treated with kindness and given sweets. And although Gu Jingyun was haughty, he would still indulge her. Zhang Ermiai was envious, pondering aloud, "Sister, did you not say that being a child bride meant enduring hardship and deprivation? Why does she seem to thrive?" This left her contemplating the prospect of becoming a child bride herself. Zhang Damiai, in deep thought, replied, "It is because she has encountered a benevolent family." Conversely, Zhang Dalong held a differing view. After listening to Zhang Ermiai's detailed accounts of recent events, he scoffed, remarking, "The Qin family appears fortunate to have found such an admirable child bride." In his eyes, the Qin family was a nest of treacherous individuals. Having purchased a child bride of such remarkable virtue, akin to a toad fortuitously encountering a swan. Nevertheless, both Zhang Dalong and Zhang Damiai ceased to dissuade Zhang Lulang and Zhang Ermiai from associating with Gu Jingyun, for they understood that literacy distinguished one's prospects profoundly. Once one could read, even if circumstances became dire, they would be better equipped to seek opportunities beyond their current situation. Take Qin Xinfang, for instance. His confidence in the village stemmed from the fact that even without farming or fishing, he could sustain himself by creating art and writing for sale. A single painting or written piece could yield income sufficient for several years. Chapter 27. Arson after 2 days of diligent effort. The 4 children finally divided the remaining wasteland into several sections according to Gu Jingyun's plan, each separated by a firebreak of approximately 3 meters. Li Baolu felt that the wild grass was both dense and tall, rendering this modest firebreak potentially ineffective. Gu Jingyun concurred, stating that the firebreak would not completely prevent a fire, but would merely serve to slow its spread. Thus, it was imperative to select an opportune moment to ignite the flames. What constitutes an opportune moment? When the wind is gentle and the dew is heavy. Therefore, Gu Jingyun designated the time for ignition to be the early hours of the day after tomorrow. Zhang Lulang and Zhang Ermiai appeared perplexed. How do you know that the wind will be light in the early hours of the day after tomorrow? As for the heavy dew, isn't it always present at dawn? Gu Jingyun proudly raised her chin and replied, "My uncle told me." The 2 children, undeterred, pressed on with their inquiries. "How does your uncle know?" Gu Jingyun replied with a sense of pride, "He calculates it." She added, "At my young age, I have yet to master the arts of mathematics and metaphysics. Otherwise, I would have deduced it myself." Zhang Lulang and Zhang Ermiai gazed at her with admiration. After spending several days together, they had been thoroughly captivated by Gu Jingyun's extraordinary intellect. It is one thing to feel envy towards someone who is merely a shade more capable than oneself. But when faced with someone whose brilliance is so far beyond that one can only see a distant speck, submission becomes the only option. Although Gu Jingyun's personality remained somewhat irksome, it did not hinder Zhang Lulang and Zhang Ermiai from respecting her. Even Li Baolu wore an expression of admiration. The previous night, Gu Jingyun had sought out Qin Xinfang to inquire about the timing of light winds and heavy dew. Instead of providing a direct answer, Qin Xinfang took the 2 children up to the rooftop to observe the stars, teaching them how to identify constellations, gauge wind strength, and predict the weather for the next 3 days. Lacking precise instruments to measure wind strength and modern calculations, Qin Xinfang merely used a piece of ribbon to feel the wind. Yet Gu Jingyun was able to deduce that the wind would be at its calmest around 3 o'clock in the early hours of the day after tomorrow. Li Baolu, having spent the entire evening engrossed in astrology, felt her mind muddled, grasping only fragments of the knowledge imparted. Indeed, even with the memories of her past life, she could not attain genius status, especially in the presence of Gu Jingyun. Li Baolu did not realize that she had never doubted Gu Jingyun's calculations, which made Gu Jingyun's gaze towards her increasingly tender. Were it not for the certainty that the two were still children, Qin Xinfang might have felt like the Milky Way separating them. As it turned out, Gu Jingyun's calculations were indeed correct. Before the appointed hour, Gu Jingyun arose to rouse Li Baolu. The two little ones dressed quickly and ventured out hand in hand. The seaside, usually known for its strong winds, was surprisingly calm at this hour of the early morning, and the coolness of the night air alleviated any discomfort from heat. Gu Jingyun picked up a lantern at the entrance with one hand while firmly holding Li Baolu's hand with the other. "Let's go." Zhang Lulang and Zhang Ermiai leaned against their doorstep, yawning, and upon seeing the two approach, they whispered anxiously, "Is it really just the four of us? What the fire spreads? Who says it's only the four of us?" Gu Jingyun replied nonchalantly, "You need not concern yourself with such matters. Simply heed my instructions." Li Baolu glanced back at the path they had traveled. In the distance, a flickering light followed them, and she couldn't help but smile. Although Uncle Qin opposed their use of fire for land reclamation, he never hindered their research in this area and would naturally provide support from behind. Gu Jingyun had evidently anticipated this, allowing him to proceed with bold confidence in setting the fire. After days of effort, the moment of fruition was finally at hand, and even Gu Jingyun, known for his prudence, felt a surge of excitement as he stood before the first patch of wasteland, striking flint to ignite the grass. For eager little heads huddled together, their eyes gleaming with anticipation as they watched the flicker of flame. The flame danced briefly upon contact with the grass before extinguishing. The four children exchanged silent glances, and it was Zhang Ermiai who raised her small hand and quietly suggested, "The grass is still green, and the dew is heavy. It might not catch fire. We need to find some dry grass to use as kindling," proposed Li Baolu. Zhang Lulang volunteered, "I will go look." Gu Jingyun stared blankly at the flint in his hand, his confidence wavering for the first time. Would it ignite? If not, all their efforts over the past few days would be in vain. Recalling the forest fires from her previous life, where even living trees caught fire, Li Baolu nodded with certainty, "It will definitely catch fire." This reassured Gu Jingyun somewhat. Zhang Lulang quickly gathered a large handful of dry grass, and this time, it was Zhang Ermiai, the most skilled in igniting fires, who took charge. She struck the flint against the dry grass, pressing it beneath the overgrown weeds. The vigorous flame weakened slightly, but gradually it began to spread to the surrounding grass, the fire growing stronger. Gu Jingyun sighed in relief, setting the lantern aside and taking up a prepared branch to stand guard. Should the fire spread beyond his designated area or grow too fierce, they would use the branches to extinguish it. Fortunately, there was no wind, and with the heavy dew, although the fire intensified, it remained manageable. The four children wielded their branches, playfully poking and prodding as they leisurely followed the advancing flames. When the fire consumed a section of wasteland, Gu Jingyun, noticing the flames were about to flicker out, used the dry grass to guide the fire to the next area, prioritizing control over speed. From a distant hillside, Qin Xinfang nodded in approval, recognizing that despite his nephew's stubbornness and arrogance, he demonstrated a commendable level of steadiness and caution in action, alleviating any concerns for his future. Zhang Dachui, observing the satisfaction on Qin Xinfang's face, couldn't help but smirk. The Qin family always had such an irritating demeanor. What was there to be proud of in setting a fire? The villagers who had been invited to assist watched as the flames remained under control, gradually clearing the once overgrown wasteland to reveal the bare soil beneath. Joy illuminated their faces. The court supported land reclamation, and for the first 3 years, any land cultivated by good citizens was exempt from taxes, provided they had the capability and did not encroach upon forested areas. As for the criminals, Their conditions were more stringent. They had to pay taxes on all reclaimed land, yet for the additional areas. The first 3 years offered a 50% reduction in land tax. In Xiongzhou Prefecture, where mountainous terrain prevailed and flat land was scarce, the per capita cultivated area was already limited, thus everyone eagerly sought to reclaim any available wasteland. The village of Sinners is no different. However, it comprises merely 19 households, separated from other such villages by several mountain ridges, thereby occupying a considerable area with abundant uncultivated land. Yet, the pace of land reclamation among the villagers is exceedingly slow, primarily due to the immense labor required, where the effort invested far outweighs the returns. Lacking plowing oxen and even basic farming tools, they are forced to rely on sickles and hoes for clearing land, while simultaneously tending to the fields they have already cultivated and engaging in fishing at sea, leaving them little time for further reclamation. Although they have contemplated using fire for this purpose, the uncontrollable nature of flames has deterred them from taking such a risk. In this era, setting fire to the mountains is punishable by death, and even unintentional acts offer no reprieve. Moreover, as they are already branded as sinners, any additional transgression would undoubtedly lead to their demise. However, now that Gu Jingyun has discovered a method to safely utilize fire for land reclamation, it is no wonder that the villagers are filled with excitement, oblivious to the significant contribution he has made to the development of the village. Gu Jingyun wipes the sweat from his brow with satisfaction and instructs his 3 attendants to encircle the outskirts of the uncultivated land and extinguish all remaining embers, while also clearing away the piles of unburned weeds to allow them to burn out completely. The 3 attendants respond in unison, dragging branches to fulfill the task. Meanwhile, Gu Jingyun picks up a twig and begins sketching, contemplating a more efficient arrangement of the small plots of uncultivated land that would expedite the burning process while ensuring safety. When Li Baolu joyfully approaches him to report, Gu Jingyun has already calculated the results, committing the process and outcomes to memory. He wipes the twig across the ground and, upon looking up, meets Li Baolu's cherubic face, smeared with soot. Unable to suppress a chuckle, he reaches out to wipe the grime from her face, remarking, "Look at how dirty you are." Gu Jingyun's voice trails off as he stares wide-eyed at her face, then glances at his own hands. Following his gaze, Li Baolu notices his soiled hands and, understanding the implication, pouts slightly and wipes her own face, muttering, "Your hands are dirty too." Amused by Li Baolu's entirely soot-covered visage, Gu Jingyun bursts into laughter, pointing at her hands and exclaiming, "And look at your hands." Li Baolu lifts her tiny hand and, upon seeing how her formerly fair and plump fingers have turned into charred little stubs, her eyes widen in surprise. The laughter continues to echo as Gu Jingyun points at her face, unable to contain himself. In a playful retaliation, Li Baolu leaps forward, seizing his cheeks and giving them a vigorous rub before nimbly darting away, satisfied when she sees the 2 sooty handprints left on his face. Observing the triumphant way Li Baolu tilts her head back at him, Gu Jingyun feels no anger. After ensuring the uncultivated land is free of any embers, he approaches and takes Li Baolu by the hand to lead her home. Zhang Lulang and Zhang Ermiai quickly follow, casting furtive glances at Gu Jingyun's soot-streaked face. Unable to resist the urge, Zhang Lulang whispers to his sister, "Do you think if I went up and smeared his face he would get angry?" Zhang Ermiai, looking at her brother with sympathy, replies, "If you have the courage, then go ahead and try." Zhang Lulang pondered for a moment, ultimately lacking the courage to take that step. With his head hung low, he murmured, "Forget it. He is already so dark. I shall refrain from provoking him." Zhang Ermiai, feeling disheartened, pouted slightly. "You may return. There will be no classes today," Gu Jingyun announced as he halted at the fork in the road, instructing the Zhang siblings. "This afternoon, we will be occupied, but if you wish to read, you are welcome to come to my home." Over the course of their interactions, Gu Jingyun had grown accustomed to their presence in his abode. Zhang Lulang and Zhang Ermiai brightened at this news, thumping their chests in delight. "Then we shall visit you this afternoon for some fun." Gu Jingyun nodded gently, taking Li Baolu by the hand as they made their way home. Meanwhile, Qin Xinfa waited until the 4 children had distanced themselves before descending to inspect their accomplishments. Chapter 28. Flattering Ah young Master Gu intends to go to the sea? He ought to stand at a distance. The tide is particularly fierce today. Gu Jingyun blinked and exchanged a wary glance with Baolu, yet. Young Master Gu looks exceptionally handsome today, and his attire is quite pleasing. Instead of going to the sea alone, perhaps he could take along my little one. Though he is lacking in many skills, he excels at catching fish and digging for shrimp. Every villager they encountered along the way greeted Gu Jingyun warmly and amiably. Initially, both Gu Jingyun and Li Baolu remained vigilant, but soon they became somewhat numb to the friendliness. Li Baolu even began to suspect that, after taking a nap, they had crossed into another dimension, suggesting to Gu Jingyun that perhaps they should return for a brief rest, and upon waking, everything would be well again. Gu Jingyun regarded her with disdain, lifting his chin as if surveying his domain, and proceeded toward the seaside. Not only the adults, but the village children also displayed a transformed attitude towards Gu Jingyun. Previously, they would either glare at him or ignore him altogether. Now, they gazed eagerly, wanting to approach yet hesitant to do so. Li Baolu was utterly bewildered. Had they transformed into heartthrobs after a mere nap? You're overthinking it, Gu Jingyun scoffed. There are only two reasons for a sudden change in people's attitudes. First, one party discovers that the other is a truly good person and realizes their past misunderstandings. Second, one party can derive significant benefits from the other, compelling them to ingratiate themselves. The first scenario is impossible. The last fight involved all children over 6 in the village, and the villagers despise me. There's no misunderstanding to resolve, Gu Jingyun mocked. Moreover, I'm not a good person. Thus, it must be the second reason. Gu Jingyun's gaze flickered, and a smile crept upon his lips as he joyously remarked, "It seems they have taken a liking to my method of clearing land with fire." Li Baolu inquired, "Did they come to help last night?" "Teaching them wouldn't be a burden." Gu Jingyun replied with a light snort. "It's not a problem to grant them a favor." Unable to suppress her smile, Li Baolu took his hand and strode forward. Gu Jingyun feigned distaste, but nonetheless grasped her hand. At the seaside, children aged 3 and above from the village gathered, each carrying wooden buckets or woven baskets, eagerly awaiting the retreating tide to rush in and collect seafood. Gu Jingyun pulled Li Baolu to stand atop a large rock, gazing out at the magnificent sea, where waves surged upon waves, driven forward. A fierce sea breeze blew toward them, nearly knocking them off their feet. Gu Jingyun held onto Li Baolu tightly, and as he turned his gaze back to the ocean, he saw towering waves crashing down like skyscrapers, roaring onto the beach and slapping against the rocks. The water nearly reached their feet, and the children gasped in delight, their eyes sparkling as they watched the rapidly receding tide. This wave was particularly massive and retreated quickly, surely leaving behind a bounty of seafood. As the tide finally withdrew, an adult nearby blew a whistle to ensure the children's safety, prompting them to erupt in joyous cheers and rush toward the beach like birds released from their cages. Standing on a rock, Gu Jingyun held Li Baolu's hand, feeling an expansive sense of freedom and clarity. Baolu, with a heart as vast as the sea, what in this world could possibly be unaccommodating? Li Baolu praised. What ambition! Gu Jingyun raised his chin with an air of arrogance. Li Baolu found that he bore little resemblance to the vast and accommodating sea. Rather, he resembled a proud peacock. She could not help but stifle a laugh. Zhang Erlang kicked Zhang Lulang, lifting his chin to point at the two by the stone. "Aren't you going to find your friends?" Zhang Lulang hesitated, rooted to the spot, while Zhang Erlang, exasperated, kicked his backside. "You fool. Haven't you seen everyone currying favor with them? You've wasted so much time trailing behind them. Go on." Among the Zhang family, apart from the straightforward Zhang Dachui, there were no fools. Last night, upon returning home, Zhang Dachui had mentioned how the villagers were fervently ingratiating themselves with Qin Xinfang, hoping to glean the secrets of cultivating land with fire. This signaled that the time to build connections had arrived. With a large family and limited land, they bore heavy burdens. Their annual labor obligations exceeded those of others, and they had no influential backing. A general amnesty would not include them. Those whose officials had been exiled could still cling to hopes of clemency, but they had long resolved to take root and flourish in this lifetime. Hence, they could not afford to spare any land. Although there were only 19 households in the village, the wasteland was limited. They needed to cultivate as much land as possible ahead of others. The Zhang family had 6 brothers, and when they eventually divided their inheritance, little land would remain. If they did not strive now, when would they? Thus, both Zhang Lulang and Zhang Ermei were enlisted for this noble task, as they were the only 2 in the village with connections to Gu Jingyun. With the weighty responsibility upon them, Zhang Lulang and Zhang Ermei bravely approached the pair. Bypassing greetings to Gu Jingyun and Li Baolu, "Baolu, have you come to the shore as well?" Uncle said this tide could be the largest of the year. "So we came to see the spectacle," Li Baolu replied, standing on tiptoe to glance at their high baskets. "Why aren't you collecting seafood?" This tide was indeed significant, retreating rapidly and leaving behind many treasures. Hadn't the people on the beach gone mad in their scramble? "My brothers went to gather it. We don't need any," Zhang Lulang declared, thumping his chest. "Are you unable to compete with others?" "Never fear, I shall lead you." Gu Jingyun shot him a glance, stating, "I do not wish to compete with others." Zhang Lulang walked alongside Li Baolu, eager to please. "Some seafood is buried beneath the sand. It must be dug up. I will teach you how to check for treasures beneath the sand." Observing Zhang Lulang circling around Li Baolu, while she did not reject his attention, but instead regarded him with her round, earnest eyes, Gu Jingyun felt a surge of dissatisfaction. He stepped forward, grasping Li Baolu's hand firmly, his expression serious. "Did you not wish to eat lobster? Come, I shall take you to find some." At this, Zhang Lulang immediately perked up. "I know where to find lobsters. They love to hide beneath the rocks. If I don't want to seek lobsters, surely no one else will. Come, I will lead you." Seeing that Zhang Lulang had captured Li Baolu's attention, Gu Jingyun glared at him in ire. Zhang Lulang was utterly bewildered. Previously, as long as he endeavored to please Li Baolu, Gu Jingyun would be pleased, but today this tactic seemed ineffective. Li Baolu perceived that Gu Jingyun resembled a child who had just lost their cherished toy. Unable to contain her empathy, she gently grasped his hand and reassured him. "Let us follow Brother Lulang. He is far more familiar with the seaside than we are." Gu Jingyun's expression gradually softened. Zhang Lulang and Zhang Ermei, witnessing the abrupt shifts in Gu Jingyun's mood, found themselves perplexed, unable to comprehend the situation. Rather than dwell on it, they chose to lead the way, all the while secretly lamenting the peculiar temperament of geniuses, so capricious in their emotions. The children, who had been surreptitiously observing Gu Jingyun, noticed that Zhang Lulang was placing the gathered seafood into the small basket that Li Baolu carried on her back. They inwardly cursed his cunningness. Recalling the admonitions from the adults at home, the children, despite their reluctance, resolved to select some quality seafood to present to Gu Jingyun. The Zhang family had already begun their bribery. They could not afford to fall too far behind. Before long, an impressive array of seafood had accumulated before Gu Jingyun and Li Baolu. Each contributor hurriedly thrust their offerings into their hands while announcing their names. Perhaps still feeling sensitive about the earlier scuffle or fearing a rejection from Gu Jingyun, they quickly departed after dropping off their gifts, leaving Li Baolu unable to call them back. Gu Jingyun contemplatively surveyed the seafood on the ground. The lively fish still flopped upon the sand, desperately trying to return to the ocean, yet hindered by the shifting sand beneath them. He looked up at Li Baolu and said, "No need to call them back. Since they have offered, we shall accept. However, our household cannot consume this much. Then we can dry it and sell it like everyone else," Li Baolu suggested. Gu Jingyun nonchalantly examined the seafood before him and remarked, "I have yet to visit Qiongzhou Prefecture in my life." Villagers from the village often sold fresh seafood in the county, but most chose to prepare and dry their goods for sale to merchants in the county town. As the village was quite distant from Qiongzhou's urban center, making the sale of fresh produce a time-consuming endeavor. Yet the Qin family had never dried seafood before. Upon returning home, Qin Xinfang and He Zipei found themselves staring blankly at the still vibrant seafood. Gu Jingyun independently set aside 10 large lobsters and declared, "Aunt, we shall have lobsters for lunch. You may decide what to do with the rest." "Wait," Uncle Qin interjected, grasping his nephew's collar and pointing at the contents of the basket. "What about these? Let Uncle and Aunt decide. They were given by the villagers. By the way," Baolu said, "it is shameful to waste food, so please do not engage in any disgraceful acts." Qin Xinfang twitched his lips, contemplating how to reprimand his nephew. Since the gifts were from the villagers, they could not return them. lest it be perceived that the Qin family was rejecting their goodwill. After all, it was crucial to maintain the thawing of relations. Qin Xinfang wished to avoid returning to a state of coldness. However, they truly lacked the expertise to manage such seafood, and Qin Xinfang had no choice but to consult Zhang Dazhu. Zhang Dazhu arrived with his 2 sons and a daughter, smirking as he offered his assistance, unceremoniously schooling Qin Xinfang. "Master Qin, I must say, you have been in Xiongzhou for over 5 years, yet you do not even know how to dry fish. How will you survive in the future?" Qin Xinfang nodded, acknowledging the lesson. "That is precisely why I seek your guidance, Brother Zhang. I must learn these skills gradually." Zhang Dazhu then inquired with curiosity, "Could it be that the capital has ceased sending you funds? That would indeed be a dire situation." His face, however, bore an expression of schadenfreude. Qin Xinfang remarked. The Zhang family's child responded, "Father, it suffices for you to revel in your misfortune internally. Why must you display it upon your visage?" Fortunately, Lord Qin Xinfang possessed a generous spirit and did not stoop to the level of Zhang Dazhui, thus continuing with the lessons in a pleasant manner. Chapter 29. Respect. Gu Jingyun graciously accepted the seafood gifted by the children, and the adults in the village felt a wave of relief. That very evening, they gathered at the Qin residence. For the first time, Gu Jingyun stayed up late, urging Li Baolu to teach them how to scientifically establish fire breaks. While Zhang Dazhui struggled to comprehend amidst his perspiration, the others grasped the concept after 3 or 4 repetitions. "Uncle Zhang, you may return. Call Zhang Luleng back, and I shall instruct him further," Gu Jingyun suggested. Zhang Dazhui eagerly complied and departed. At this moment, the rice had yet to be harvested, marking the lull of the farming season. Once the villagers mastered the technique of using fire for land clearing, they swiftly engaged in the reclamation activities. The nearby wasteland was quickly divided among them, nearly leading to conflict over the land. As Li Baolu and Gu Jingyun ventured out with their small hoes, they observed that the surrounding wasteland had been carved with fire breaks, awaiting Uncle Qin to determine the optimal moment for burning. Li Baolu decisively remarked, "Let us stay home when they set fire to the land. Why? The air will be poor." Gu Jingyun immediately understood. The dust will rise, and the air will become murky. It will indeed be uncomfortable. He pondered for a moment and then said, "No worries. I shall take you to the county town. We want to remain at home." Li Baolu's eyes sparkled. "Uncle is taking us to the county town?" She had never visited Xiongzhou's county town in her life. Gu Jingyun shook his head, asserting, "Not uncle, but I, Gu Jingyun, am taking you. Don't jest. Uncle will go mad." With a sidelong glance, Gu Jingyun insisted, "I am serious. We will sell the seafood we have dried at home, and also procure medicine for my mother, as well as some fabric for you and aunt-to-make clothes." He had meticulously noted these matters. Li Bao's supply of medicine for his mother was limited, necessitating a stock of essential remedies. Since Baolu arrived, she had yet to don a new garment and was still clad in the old clothes brought from the Li household, while Aunt had not crafted any clothes in a long while. Feeling himself a little man, Gu Jingyun naturally wished to take care of his family. However, Li Baolu was constantly reminded of their age and retorted, "We are too young. We might be abducted." Gu Jingyun comforted her, "Do not worry. We are the outcasts. No one would dare to harm us. Besides, all the village children will be going, and we can simply follow them." Li Baolu had not anticipated that their status as outcasts would afford them such a benefit, leaving her momentarily speechless. Recognizing Gu Jingyun's determination, she understood that further protests would be futile, for Uncle Qin would surely disapprove of such an endeavor. To her surprise, Qin Xinfang consented without hesitation, even producing a purse of coins for Gu Jingyun. "This is silver. Buy what you need, but do plan wisely, as you must carry everything back yourselves." Gu Jingyun accepted the purse and nodded solemnly. "Uncle, rest assured, I shall not squander the money." Qin Xinfang nodded with satisfaction. Li Baolu scratched her head in confusion, asking, "Isn't this your first trip to the county town? I distinctly remember you saying you had never left the village." Gu Jingyun carefully stowed away the money pouch and nonchalantly remarked, "It's the first time, so what's the matter?" "It's nothing really. Just finding it quite astonishing that an adult would allow a 5-year-old to venture alone into the county town, especially for the first time." Gu Jingyun, however, perceived no discord in the situation and seized an opportune moment to approach Zhang Lulang. "We are planning a trip to the county town. Would you care to join us?" He added with a hint of persuasion, "If you decide to go, I can assist by bringing half of the seafood into the city, provided you help us carry some items." The words "not going" lingered on Zhang Liulang's tongue before he swallowed them, his eyes lighting up as he replied, "I'll consult my elder brother." In a whirlwind, Zhang Lulang dashed home, exclaiming, "Elder brother, the sickly lad has invited us to the county town and requested our help with carrying his goods. He is willing to bring half of the seafood for us. Should we accept the offer?" Zhang Dalong's eyes sparkled with excitement as he slapped his forehead, saying, "How foolish! Why would we decline such a wonderful opportunity? Hurry and arrange a time with him." Without hesitation, Zhang Lulang sprinted back. Meanwhile, Gu Jingyun was engaged in calculating the optimal moment for setting the fire to determine their departure time for the county town. Tomorrow afternoon, the wind will be quite gentle, and the night will also be calm, making it an ideal opportunity, Uncle Qin remarked, nodding at the calculations laid out on paper. "Then we shall set off early tomorrow morning," Gu Jingyun declared, turning to Li Baolu. "If you have anything to bring, make sure to pack it up tonight." With a twinkle in his eye, Uncle Qin inquired, "Have you arranged your companions for the journey?" Gu Jingyun raised his chin confidently. "I've already spread the word. I am willing to transport half of their goods into the city, and any sensible person will surely accompany me." Gu Jingyun's predictions proved accurate. Zhang Liulang's loud announcement had attracted the attention of many. Within a mere quarter of an hour, 17 remaining households in the village learned of Gu Jingyun's intent to travel to the county town, and those who assisted him in carrying items would receive half of their seafood transported as well. It is noteworthy that Gu Jingyun was a law-abiding citizen, and the taxes imposed on goods transported into the city differ for the righteous and the unrighteous. The former pays only 2% of the goods value, while the latter incurs a hefty 10%. The whole village stirred with excitement, and Zhang Lulang rushed from his home to the Qin household, elatedly informing Gu Jingyun that both he and his 2 brothers would join him in the county town. Children from other families also flocked to the Qin residence, clamoring to Gu Jingyun, "I am willing to help you carry things. Count me in." "Me too. Me too." A slightly older boy, blushing, added, "I can even carry you and your little wife. You are both so small, you surely can't walk far without needing assistance." The other children glared at him in disdain, believing he was merely flattering, before turning to Gu Jingyun with promises of their own. "We can carry you too and help with the water jug when you're thirsty. You can drink, and when you're hungry, you can eat snacks." Despite the flattery, Gu Jingyun remained unamused. With a serious expression, he declared, "All right, I agree to your assistance, but each family will only contribute half of the seafood. No one can take more. Now, go home and prepare. We shall embark at dawn tomorrow." The youths burst into cheers, joyfully racing home, knowing that they would save significantly on taxes and that their families would gain an additional source of income. Witnessing the entire scene, Qin Xinfeng pursed his lips and sighed. Oppressive governance is fiercer than a tiger. In the capital, as well as in the regions of Shandong and Shaanxi, I have never heard of the requirement for local goods entering the city to be taxed. However, beyond Shandong, the further south one ventures, the more chaotic the administration becomes, making the lives of the common people increasingly arduous. The Cheongzhou prefecture, being remote and isolated by a strait from the mainland, suffers even greater exploitation. Even farmers bringing vegetables to the city are subjected to taxation. Qin Xinfeng shook his head in lamentation, pondering how much longer our great Chu could endure under such conditions. Gu Jingyun remained silent, his expression serious. Although everyone had just flattered him, creating an atmosphere akin to the moon being surrounded by stars, he felt a deep discomfort within himself, unable to articulate why. However, upon hearing his uncle's words, clarity began to dawn upon him. These foolish individuals, despite their irritating nature, were striving diligently for survival. No one held the right to trample upon their will. The seafood entering the city was not supposed to be taxed. Yet, due to harsh policies and corrupt officials, they were forced to sacrifice their dignity for something that should not have demanded payment. Though Gu Jingyun looked down upon their intelligence, he respected them. Dignity is the most sacred element in existence. Take his uncle, his aunt, and his mother's examples. From a young age, feigning sleep, he had overheard many secrets. He knew his uncle had been exiled due to political failure, yet he was not entirely devoid of options. If only he were willing to relinquish his dignity and forsake his ideals and convictions, there were many powers that would embrace him. Yet, his uncle chose exile in Cheongjo over betraying his beliefs and surrendering his dignity. His aunt, too, could have escaped her predicament. A mere letter of divorce would have allowed her to live independently. Nevertheless, she steadfastly followed her husband to this desolate Cheongjo prefecture, where even birds would not defecate. His mother, as a married daughter, faced disgrace from the Gu family. Yet, if she were to emulate their lack of integrity, remaining within the Gu family in the capital would have been quite simple. It is easy for the petty to survive, yet they all opted to uphold their dignity. For the sake of dignity, one must live with honor, ideals, and perseverance. Do the village's youth possess no dignity? No, they do. Even if their parents seek favors from him, they hold little affection for him. The most they would concede is a reluctant greeting when they cross paths, or the occasional offering of a fish during beachcombing, devoid of any soft words. Yet now, simply for his willingness to assist them in bringing half of their seafood into the city, they flocked to his home, seeking to curry favor. The precocious child, already entering a phase of youthful rebellion, asked in confusion, "Uncle, why do they not resist in such an unjust world?" Perhaps a change of emperor would bring improvement? Historically, the founding emperors have always enacted benevolent governance, allowing the populace to recuperate. Qin Shifeng looked at his nephew with resignation and replied, "But a change of dynasty inevitably leads to war, and those who suffer as a result of conflict far outnumber those who benefit from the establishment of a new regime. Is there no way to change emperors without war?" Gu Jingyan questioned. Ideally, one emperor will be succeeded by another of a different surname, allowing capable individuals to govern, and thus minimizing the emergence of tyrants. And even if a tyrant were to ascend, as long as the court officials possess the right to dismiss him, there would be no fear. Qin Shifeng chuckled heartily, ruffling his hair as he remarked, "All right, let us speak of such whimsical notions in private. Do not utter them carelessly outside." Beside him, Li Baolu's face flushed crimson as she stifled her words. Yet her eyes sparkled with uncontainable excitement as they gazed upon Gu Jingyan. She thought to herself, "Child, are you aware of how progressive your thoughts are? One emperor for each era, one surname for each dynasty. The capable shall govern, and ministers can dismiss the emperor. If this were applied to a president, it would unequivocally be a presidential system." Alas, my dear Jingyun remains oblivious to the concept of a president, but a mere title suffices. An emperor is not lacking in grandeur. Li Baolu resolved to keep a watchful eye on him, lest he reveal such advanced ideas prematurely. For one must understand that pioneers often meet untimely ends. Chapter 30. The departure. Qin Shifeng carefully packed the dried seafood into a basket, reiterating his instructions to the two children beside him. He urged them to stay close to their fellow villagers and, in the event of separation, to head directly to the government office without wandering aimlessly. He reminded them to keep their money pouch secure, assuring them that if it were lost, they should report their home address to the officials, who would ensure its safe return, with rewards to follow. Gu Jingyun felt that his uncle underestimated him and impatiently replied, "How foolish do you think we are that we wouldn't know our way home?" When asked if he could recognize the path to the county town, he confidently declared, "Not yet, but I will soon." Gu Jingyun was self-assured in his navigational abilities, believing that after one walk, he would easily remember the way. With a resigned gaze at his overly confident nephew, Qin Shifeng turned to instruct the Zhang brothers. Zhang Erlang helped secure the basket to the cart, confidently assuring Qin Shifeng, "Rest assured, we will bring back young Master Gu in perfect condition." Other village youths arrived, pushing the cart, each vowing to look after Li Baolu and Gu Jingyan, reassuring Qin Shifeng. Zhang Samlang lifted Gu Jingyun and Li Baolu onto the cart, grinning at Qin Shifeng, and he Zipei, "Look, now they don't even have to walk. You can be at ease, Qin Darren." Qin Shifeng smiled faintly and waved goodbye to the children. The youths counted themselves and set off in a lively procession towards the village's edge, the morning star illuminating their path as dawn had yet to break. Excitement coursed through Gu Jingyun and Li Baolu as this was their first adventure away from adults to such a distant place. They were blissfully unaware of Qin Xinfang's lingering gaze as he watched them depart with a hint of reluctance. Amused, Qin Xinfang remarked to himself about the two ungrateful little ones who didn't even glance back. He Pei couldn't help but roll her eyes at him, recalling his earlier words of reassurance and admonitions against stifling the children's freedom. Qin Xinfang rubbed his nose and replied, "Is it not the same? I have not hindered them. It is merely that I feel a bit unsettled." He Pei let out a light huff, her gaze fixed on the direction in which the children had vanished. Expressing her concern, though Jingyun is clever, he is also proud and self-assured. "I fear he may cause trouble in the city. Rest easy, for Baolu is with him. Do not be deceived by her youth. She is exceedingly meticulous and composed. She provided constant suggestions during the fire clearing, otherwise. I truly fear Jingyun would set the whole field ablaze. But she is still only 3 years old," He Pei protested, having always regarded Gu Jingyun as her own son, making it difficult for her not to worry. Understanding that words of comfort would be ineffective, Qin Xinfang directly stated, "With Jingyun and Baolu in the county, there will be no one to entertain your sister, so please spend extra time with her today." He Pei's focus shifted instantly, and she hurried back to the courtyard, exclaiming, "I nearly forgot the millet porridge I was preparing for Wenin." Meanwhile, on the cart, Gu Jingyun and Li Baolu gazed eagerly with wide, sparkling eyes at the scenery flanking the path. Although the early light offered little clarity, the gentle breeze and the swaying motion of the cart made them feel as though they were witnessing the most beautiful landscape in the world. The young lads evidently found the scenery exceptionally delightful at that moment, and one boy unabashedly raised his voice to sing. After a single rendition, many others joined in harmony, filling the mountains with the melodious voices of youth. Li Baolu found the song quite enchanting, even though she could not comprehend the lyrics. She tilted her head, straining to catch the words, but could only discern the first two, Feng Yen. Unable to contain her curiosity, she quietly inquired of Gu Jingyun what they were singing. "It is Feng Yen," he replied, noticing her bewilderment. "You have yet to read the book of songs, so it is not surprising you do not understand. This is from the Zhou song, Feng Yen, with abundant millet and grain, also with lofty granaries. Countless are the sisters. For wine and sweetmeats we offer to our ancestors. To fulfill the 100 rites, may blessings fall upon all." Observing the joyful youths, Gu Jingyun reflected, "Harvest season approaches. They are beseeching for a bountiful yield. Will this year be fruitful?" Li Baolu asked, her expression hopeful. Gu Jingyun hesitated before responding. "It should be. I have not heard my uncle mention any calamities this year." The two children exchanged glances, their lips curving into cheerful smiles. Zhuwei village was quite distant from the county town, and at their pace, they would likely arrive by evening. However, they first needed to reach the village head's office in Xiangshan village to obtain the necessary stamp for passage. All residents departing Zhuwei village were required to report to the village head and secure a seal. Otherwise, they would be deemed as absconders. The entrance and exit of the town were strictly monitored, and without the proper documentation, they risked being captured as fugitives. This method allowed the court to maintain stringent control over the personal freedom of the condemned, preventing any attempts to flee back to their homeland. Without the village head's seal, they could not even leave the confines of Zhuwei village, and to exit Cheongzhou Prefecture, they would additionally require a stamp and permission from the Cheongzhou County office. As the convoy entered Xiangshan village, Li Baolu noticed a lengthy queue ahead, indicating a considerable number of individuals seeking to leave the confines of Zhuwei village. Fortunately, the line moved swiftly, with the village head flipping through the household registrations and promptly stamping them after a brief inquiry about their destination. The process was efficient, averaging about 5 seconds per person. Thus, the lengthy line quickly diminished, and it was soon Li Baolu's turn. Gu Jingyun, being a law-abiding citizen, did not require the village head's consent for his comings and goings, but Li Baolu did. Upon reaching the village head, Gu Jingyun presented their household registration and pointed to Li Baolu, stating she wishes to go to the county town. Just as the village head was about to stamp the document, he suddenly glanced down at the two children in surprise. "Ah, it is you, Jingyun," he exclaimed. Looking around, he noticed the absence of Qin Xinfang and He Pei and furrowed his brow, asking, Why are only you two little ones here? Where are your uncle and aunt? We are accompanying other villagers to the county town. My uncle and aunt are not going, Li Baolu replied. The village head, observing Gu Jingyun's composure and confidence, remarked, Your uncle is quite magnanimous. He does not fear you two getting lost in the city. With that, he stamped the household registration and handed it back to Gu Jingyun, gently patting Li Baolu's little head. When questioned upon entering the city, do not be afraid. Just stick close to the villagers. Li Baolu nodded eagerly, flashing a sweet smile. I understand. Thank you, grandfather village head. The village head smiled contentedly, stroking his beard, thinking to himself how different children of affluent families were. His own grandson could barely articulate at the age of 3. Gu Jingyun and Li Baolu strolled hand in hand to one side, awaiting the others to affix their seals. Li Baolu leaned in to glimpse the household register in his grasp and whispered, Brother Jingyun, may I have a glance? On the day of their betrothal, the village head had transferred her name from the Li family to the Qin family. Yet she had never seen her name in the household register and remained oblivious to her ancient lineage. Gu Jingyun unfolded the document for her viewing. The head of the household was Qin Xinfang, and Li Baolu's name appeared on the 3rd page, denoting her status as an adopted daughter. Li Baolu was taken aback and pointed to the relationship column, inquiring, Am I not your wife? Gu Jingyun replied, You are not yet married to me. Thus you cannot be placed under my mother's household registration. He cast a fleeting glance at the busy village head and continued softly, You are classified as a commoner, subject to taxation. Should your status change to that of a respectable citizen, he would lose a portion of his revenue. Therefore, your name can only be recorded under mine once you grow and wed me, transitioning from a commoner to a respectable citizen. Li Baolu could not suppress a pout and murmured, That day, I saw my uncle give him silver. Why does he still covet such trifling sums? She doubted that her single contribution could amount to much, at most a few copper coins in a year. Was he truly so miserly? Gu Jingyun replied, Every bit counts. My uncle has said his family struggles too, not to mention a few copper coins. Even half of that he would be reluctant to part with. Li Baolu was astonished. How could anything sent from the capital possibly reach our home through his hands? Gu Jingyun smiled. That is why I say his character is commendable. He never withholds items that arrive from outside. Consequently, everyone is willing to offer him gifts, maintaining good relations. Look, so many people wish to leave, yet he never interrogates them. As long as their household registration matches and they provide a valid reason, he readily affixes his seal. Thus, there is mutual oversight. Should anyone attempt to escape, they would be stopped or reported to avoid implicating him. If he were to be entangled, the regulations would only grow stricter, ultimately causing us more hardship. Though young, Gu Jingyun had absorbed such wisdom from his uncle and aunt since childhood. He gazed deeply at Li Baolu and said, Therefore, once we enter the city, you must stay close to me. Do not wander off, or else my uncle and aunt will suffer, and the entire village will bear the consequences of your actions. This was his concern for Li Baolu potentially straying from him. Li Baolu paused, glancing at her petite arms and legs, then looked up at Gu Jingyun and asked, How could I possibly run away like this? Gu Jingyun's face flushed as he awkwardly stated, I did not say you would run away, merely that you shouldn't get lost. Clearly, his intent was transparent. Li Baolu huffed twice, noticing his unease, and reassured him, I will not run away. I am waiting for you to marry me and transform me into a respectable citizen. Gu Jingyun felt a wave of relief wash over him. Raising his chin, he declared, Rest assured, I will definitely marry you when I grow up. Seeing him at ease, Li Baolu chided, You should read fewer frivolous books. What have you been reading lately to think I might escape? Gu Jingyun turned away in silence, resolutely refusing to acknowledge her question. Recently, he perused a collection of notes, wherein he occasionally encountered accounts of young brides who, unable to endure the torment inflicted by their in-laws, fled only to be captured and returned, facing the grim fate of being drowned in a pond. He believed that he treated Baolu with great kindness, convinced that she would not attempt to escape. Yet, he also pondered that no matter how well he treated her, it could never rival the affection bestowed by her biological parents. Uncertain of her thoughts and feelings, he found himself compelled to approach her with caution. Chapter 31. assistance. Although Cheongjo Prefecture is referred to as a prefecture, it is, in fact, a small county town under the jurisdiction of Guangdong. The transportation is inconvenient due to a strait separating it from Guangdong, making it difficult for officials stationed here to rise in the ranks. Thus, they enjoy minimal oversight. Consequently, the county magistrate reigns supreme over the populace of Cheongjo. It follows that when the magistrate arbitrarily imposed an increased tax on goods entering the town, no one protested, let alone ventured to Guangzhou to lodge a complaint. The people of Cheongjo swallowed their grievances and dutifully paid the fees to enter the city. All honest citizens carrying goods into the town were required to pay 5% of the value of their goods, which was an increase of more than double, while those deemed criminals faced a 20% levy. A group of exuberant youths, eagerly queuing to enter the city, were taken aback. They had not anticipated such a steep rise in the entry tax, and it seemed their funds were insufficient. Zhang Erlang clenched his fists and muttered under his breath, "Damn officials!" Zhang Samling's expression soured as he raised his voice. "Everyone, let us pool our money and see if we can muster enough to cover the tax. Or else we'll suffer a great loss if the guards confiscate our goods." Those unable to pay the tax upon entry would have their goods seized, but the guards would assess the value at the lowest possible price, often taking more than their due. Thus, no one would willingly offer their goods as tax payment until absolutely necessary. The youths huddled together to tally their funds, while Gu Jingyun, seated upon a cart, cast a glance at the coins in their hands and realized the gravity of the situation. He mused to himself, "This paltry sum barely covers half the tax for these goods. Inevitably, the burden will fall upon me." Li Baolu leaned closer to Gu Jingyun and whispered, "It seems that only our funds are plentiful." Gu Jingyun grunted in response. Li Baolu inquired, "Will you help?" Naturally, Gu Jingyun maintained a stern demeanor, instructing her that despite their grievances, they were a united front in public. It was not worth the trouble to let a trivial sum divide them. He looked up at the group of youths, anticipating their approach, yet was dismayed to find them utterly inept, unable to even tally their accounts correctly. Zhang Erlang and the others, sweating profusely, struggled to calculate just how much more they needed, but they invariably erred midway through their computations. With so many sums combined, all their goods required reevaluation. Prior to their departure, the adults at home had estimated the taxes to be paid, providing them with a bit extra. Curse that dog of an official. Were it not for him, we would not be in such a predicament. The youths were on the verge of tears, anxiety gripping them. Gu Jingyun, after a moment of silence, raised his voice to interrupt their cacophony of calculations. "Enough. Bring forth the goods that need to be taken into the city. I shall cover this portion of the tax for now. Once you have sold your items, you can reimburse me." Indeed, under Gu Jingyun's name, they would only be liable for 5% tax, yet the question remained, how much would they owe him afterward? The elders had previously calculated the sum to be given to Gu Jingyun at a rate of 2%. Ignoring the flustered crowd around him, Gu Jingyun sat cross-legged on the cart, surveying the scene. "Zhang your goods, calculated at the previous price, would sell for approximately 5 taels and 8 coins. Add this package to my load, and I shall carry 3 taels of goods for you, with a tax of 5, totaling 151, which I will cover for you. The remaining goods, taxed at 20, will amount to 561. If you are short, just let me know, and I shall lend you the difference." Turning to Zhang Yin, Gu Jingyun smirked, "Your goods, at the original price, are valued at around 4 taels and 2 coins. I will assist you in carrying 2 taels of goods, with a tax of 5. Gu Jingyun meticulously calculated everyone's accounts. Once he concluded, the others hurriedly sorted their finances, borrowing from Gu Jingyun if they were short, while those who had sufficient funds simply noted the 2 figures he provided. A pile of goods had already amassed beside Gu Jingyun, all items he had promised to help transport into the city. He pointed to a few individuals, instructing, "You shall take these seafood into the city with me. If the guards inquire, simply state that you are employed by me." The others collected their respective goods and ensured they noted the taxes owed. The previously chaotic line began to organize itself under Gu Jingyun's direction. Once he had arranged everything, he climbed back on the cart, raised his chin, and declared, "Let us depart. If we do not leave soon, we shan't be entering the city today." The guards exchanged knowing glances as they observed the line forming at the city gate. This was clearly the first entry after the tax increase, and they suspected the prepared funds might be insufficient, uncertain of the value of the goods within. Gu Jingyun took the lead, presenting his household register for inspection. The guard's gaze swept over the carts behind him and landed on a 5- or 6-year-old child calmly seated on the cart, prompting a raised eyebrow of surprise. Was it common for criminals to exhibit such bravado? Upon inspecting the household register, the guard discovered that this individual was a good citizen. His brow furrowed in confusion, as the individuals pushing the carts were all known criminals, required to enter the city every 2 months. After years of this routine, he had memorized their faces. This child, clearly associated with them, could not possibly be a good citizen. The guard scrutinized the household register, comparing it to Gu Jingyun's features, which were merely descriptive: round face, large eyes, broad forehead, high nose, and a slender stature. Upon glancing at the date of birth, the guard could not help but twitch his mouth in disbelief as he closed the register and asked, "What brings you to Cheongjo Prefecture?" Gu Jingyun gestured toward the cart behind him. "My family has dried some seafood, and I have come to sell it." The guard cast a glance at the goods on the cart and pointed to the youths pushing the carts, questioning, "What are those boys?" "They are laborers I have hired," Gu Jingyun replied, casting a sidelong glance at him. "Is it forbidden for a good citizen to employ criminals?" The guard, feeling displeased, sneered. "There is no such provision in the office. However, to prevent you from aiding criminals in tax evasion, you must clearly disclose the contents of your goods. Otherwise, they will be considered items for tax evasion and will be confiscated by the state." Li Baolu's eyes widened as she reached into her purse, grasping a handful of copper coins. Gu Jingyun had already begun to unload the goods from the cart, which was indeed a farce. He could calculate the tax silver, but could not remember what goods he had brought. The guard scoffed inwardly, tearing open each package for inspection. Li Baolu, seeing him about to toss the goods to the ground, quickly extended her small hand to grasp his, flashing a smile as she said, "Big brother, it's getting dark. When can we enter the city?" She deftly pressed the coins she held into his palm. The guard raised an eyebrow, sizing up Li Baolu before pocketing the coins and addressing the arrogant Gu Jingyun on the cart, saying, "Kid, take a page from your sister's book." This is how a clever person acts. With a wave of his hand, he permitted their passage. Zhang Sanling observed as they hurriedly pushed the cart into the city. Gu Jingyun was utterly oblivious to the gravity of his situation. It was one thing to act imperiously in the village, but to do so outside was wholly unwise. Once Gu Jingyun successfully entered the city, the rest followed suit with much greater ease, provided they paid the tax silver, which was roughly equivalent to the value of their goods. The group triumphantly reconvened within the city. Zhang Erlang glanced at the still-seated Gu Jingyun on the cart and remarked, "It's getting late. Let us sell the goods tomorrow. We should find a place to stay first. Young Master Gu, we usually rest at the city god temple, but considering your frail constitution, you might not be comfortable there. What do you think?" Gu Jingyun was too oblivious to the realities around him, and bringing him along could potentially invite trouble. Just as he was about to respond with a sarcastic retort, Li Baolu interjected, "Isn't there and not far from the city god temple? We should stay there." She cast a cold glance at Zhang Erlang and added, "Don't worry about us causing you trouble. If Gu Jingyun hadn't been so resolute just now, none of us would have made it into the city. We lingered at the city gate for nearly half an hour, and those guards are not blind. Had it not been for Gu Jingyun's firmness, we would have surely faced dire consequences due to the lack of timely information." Zhang Erlang's expression shifted as he looked at the child seated on the cart, rendered speechless. Noticing Li Baolu standing up for him, Gu Jingyun's expression softened slightly. He interrupted, "All right, let us go." Turning to Zhang Lulang, he commanded, "What are you dawdling for? Hurry and grab my things. Let us find that inn." Before their departure, Zhang Lulang had confidently promised to stay by their side, without fail, and he would not abandon that vow. Zhang Lulang exchanged glances with his older brothers before stepping forward to lift the goods belonging to the Qin family. Chapter 32. Mutual assistance. Zhang Yiyan rolled his eyes and eagerly stepped forward to lend a hand. He had been involved in a scheme where Rong Huan had orchestrated Zhang Dalong to beat Gu Jingyun, and he was also implicated when Gu Jingyun incited the village children to engage in a brawl, suffering considerable injuries in the process. Naturally, he harbored resentment towards Gu Jingyun, yet the entire village was dependent on him now. This time, Gu Jingyun had even aided the villagers by transporting half of their goods into the city, saving them a significant amount in taxes. Such acts warranted a measure of gratitude. He could not stoop to the level of Zhang Erlang, who would betray his benefactor. Moreover, ingratiating himself with Gu Jingyun could yield numerous advantages in the future. After all, he was the only virtuous citizen in the entire village, the sole individual brave enough to assist in transporting goods into the city. The Zhang family was cunning. Initially, they had nearly beaten Gu Jingyun to death, only to send Zhang Lulang and Zhang Ermiai to curry favor with him later, becoming the only family among the 18 households in the village to maintain a good relationship with Gu Jingyun, although they shared the same surname. The Zhang family had no actual ties to Zhang Dazue's family. Furthermore, due to their shared surname and past official status, Zhang Dalong and his brothers often targeted him and his sibling. Otherwise, he would not have exerted such effort in devising schemes against the Zhang children. Given Zhang Erlang's short-sightedness, it would be a disservice to his own intellect should he refrain from making his presence known. Zhang Yiyin hastily shouldered his bundle and took the lead, stating, "There are 3 inns near the city god temple, but they are quite small. It may be unsafe for you and Miss Baolu to stay there. Why not accompany us to the city god temple instead?" With a smile, he continued, "The weather is warm. A little straw on the floor at night will suffice. And we want tea, catch a chill. Moreover, staying together will allow us to look out for one another in case of any mishaps." Gu Jingyun pondered deeply. Prior to their journey, his uncle had advised him that villagers typically stayed at the city god temple to save money and for safety's sake. He should stick close to them. He had even packed a small blanket for the occasion. However, upon hearing Zhang Erlang's comments, Gu Jingyun's pride prevented him from seeking their company. Yet, Zhang Yin's words gave him pause. The outside world was perilous, and he was responsible for Baolu, who was so small. What if she were abducted? Seeing his hesitation, Zhang Yin pressed on, "You can follow me. I have visited the county several times and am somewhat familiar with the area. I can guide you on where to go for entertainment." Li Baolu stepped forward, taking Gu Jingyun's hand and shaking it gently. "I'm hungry. I want to eat something." Gu Jingyun made a swift decision. "Then let us go. We shall drop off our belongings and find something to eat." The previously united group immediately split into 2 factions. Some remained behind, standing with Zhang Erlang, while others followed Zhang Yin, surrounding Gu Jingyun and Li Baolu as they made their way toward the city god temple. Zhang Lulang scratched his head, glancing at his second brother. Remembering their elder brother's admonition, he gritted his teeth and hurried after Gu Jingyun, carrying his luggage. Zhang Sanlang, seeing this, sighed in relief. Despite his second brother's earlier remarks, Gu Jingyun had indeed assisted them. Such betrayal would be disheartening, even for him, let alone for others. At this juncture, it would be unwise to jeopardize their relationship. In an effort to enable Lu Lang to acquire skills from Gu Jingyun, the elder brother has even set aside their past enmity. Why should they let such trivial matters sour their rapport with Gu Jingyun? Furthermore, according to the words of the child bride, Gu Jingyun's actions may be intentional, aimed at facilitating their entrance into the city. This only adds to the complexity of the situation. Zhang Sanlang, with a furrowed brow, pondered how to persuade Zhang Erlang to be more accommodating, while Gu Jingyun had already dismissed them from his thoughts, eagerly exploring the stalls alongside Li Baolu. It was their first encounter with an ancient marketplace, and both were filled with curiosity, stopping frequently to admire the various wares. Zhang Erlang, with a somewhat irritable demeanor, disregarded the crowd ahead and led his companions towards the city god temple. The youths trailing behind him exchanged awkward smiles with Gu Jingyun, who had previously assisted them, and from whom they owed money. Not everyone could confront Zhang Erlang with such boldness. Upon their arrival at the city god temple, a few of the youths shifted positions to offer Gu Jingyun a reasonably decent corner, remarking, "Young Master Gu, this spot is clean and quiet, with freshly laid straw. You and Miss Baolu can rest here tonight." By this time, all the prime locations within the temple had been claimed, leaving Zhang Yin and the others to settle for a random spot, with their goods grouped together for safekeeping. Gu Jingyun surveyed the temple and deemed his chosen position rather favorable, arguably among the best. He did not hesitate to instruct Zhang Lulang to place their bundle there, and with a regal air, he settled cross-legged beside Li Baolu, commanding Zhang Lulang, bring your belongings over. You shall sleep beside us tonight. Though Zhang Liulong's intellect was questionable, his physical prowess was commendable, ensuring safety in proximity. Upon realizing Gu Jingyun was addressing him, Zhang Lulang beamed with joy and hurried off to retrieve his belongings from Zhang Sanlang. The latter handed over his small package with a smile, cautioning, "Stay vigilant tonight. Do not sleep like a log while outdoors. Take care of your two young friends." Zhang Lulang nodded eagerly, returning to Gu Jingyun's side, blissfully unaware of Zhang Erlang's stormy expression. Zhang Sanlang, feigning ignorance, turned his attention to the goods, suggesting, "Second brother, let us sell our merchandise early tomorrow, striving for a good price for this batch of seafood. After repaying young Master Gu, we can purchase some fabric to take home. Our adoptive father hasn't had new garments in years, and our elder sister and second sister, being young ladies, deserve a new outfit each year." Zhang Erlang lowered his gaze, his back slightly curved, casting a glance at Gu Jingyun. Even seated in a dilapidated temple, held his head high, maintaining an upright posture despite the straw beneath him. Zhang Erlang felt an indescribable jealousy. Why must they be so fundamentally different? He despised Gu Jingyun. Gu Jingyun, for his part, harbored no fondness for Zhang Erlang either. As he instructed Zhang Lulang, he candidly remarked, "Your second brother is narrow-minded and lacks vision. Do not emulate him. It is preferable to be as fierce and ruthless as your elder brother than to follow in his footsteps." Zhang Lulang, without lifting his eyelids, remarked, "You should not emulate your arrogant and self-important demeanor." Gu Jingyun let out a cold snort. Zhang Lulang, with a touch of helplessness, replied, "They are my brothers. Can't you show some mercy with your words? My second brother was indeed at fault this time, yet your insistence on being unyielding is excessive." Gu Jingyun's eyes glinted with coldness as he retorted, "If you truly care for him, go find him. Do not linger here in my presence." However, Zhang Lulang was acutely aware that if he were to approach, their friendship would be irrevocably severed. Logically, one would prioritize a brother over an insufferable invalid. Yet Zhang Lulang found himself unable to move. Li Baolu, having organized her belongings, turned to see the two still locked in their confrontation. She addressed Zhang Lulang, saying, "Brother Jingyun has already shown leniency out of consideration for you. Otherwise, he would have demanded repayment from you. Could you manage that?" Zhang Lulang opened his mouth, but was at a loss for words. Li Baolu continued with a cold smile, "Do not think Brother Jingyun lacks compassion. Consider our situation. Your second brother expelled both me and Brother Jingyun. We are newcomers to this county, unfamiliar with our surroundings, with one aged 5 and the other merely 3. What do you think our best outcome could have been?" Zhang Lulang fell silent, bowing his head, unable to respond. Li Baolu then tossed his bundle back to him, instructing, "Set up the bedding. Both Brother Jingyun and I are still young and prone to deep sleep at night. You must remain vigilant and keep watch." Zhang Lulang quietly prepared the bed. Gu Jingyun's expression softened slightly as the corners of his mouth began to lift. Li Baolu nudged him gently, saying, "Get up. I shall assist you in arranging the bedding." It was merely a matter of unfurling garments atop the thatched floor. A simple task, and Gu Jingyun willingly took on this responsibility. "I will handle this. You may go play beside me." It was then that Li Baolu found the opportunity to survey the temple. Though abandoned, the structure was evidently once of considerable scale. With 3 courtyards within this modest Cheongzhou County, they had settled in the first courtyard, while the second was claimed by beggars, and the third still housed 4 families, said to be legitimate tenants leasing from the government. The first courtyard was now home to numerous individuals, many of whom, like themselves, brought with them seafood, clustering together in groups. The solitary individuals bore no goods. Li Baolu began to understand why villagers always called upon others to journey to the city together for sales. Even if their relationships were strained, they needed to band together for mutual benefit. Much like the current situation, the boys who traveled with them had divided into 2 factions, yet continued to look out for one another, their resting spots closely situated, ready to respond should any trouble arise. Gu Jingyun clumsily arranged his clothing and placed his bundle upon the prepared bedding, then took Li Baolu's hand, saying, "Let's go out for dinner." He then turned to Zhang Yin, stating, "We will return shortly to relieve you." No, Zhang Yin waved his hand. "We have already made arrangements." The people from Zhang Erlang's side will eat first and then return to replace us. You are still young. It is perfectly fine for you to explore the city a bit. After all, when you return, there will be little for you to do. However, one must remain vigilant regarding safety, as there are quite a number of beggars in the city. Although individuals like us are not easily intimidated, it is prudent to take precautions. Gu Jingyu nodded, displaying an air of maturity, and rest assured. He then took hold of Li Baolu and Zhang Lulang and stepped outside. Chapter 33. Indulgence. Gu Jingyun, still a child at heart, had never before experienced the bustling atmosphere of a market, having only gleaned its vibrancy from tales told by her uncle and the pages of books. Now, witnessing the throngs of people and the myriad of stalls, her excitement surged, compelling her to tug at Li Baolu's hand and plunge into the crowd. Zhang Lulang, being young himself, had seldom ventured into the county town. This was only his third visit, and thus his gaze remained fixated on the stalls. When he turned back to locate Gu Jingyun and Li Baolu, he found them already lost among the sea of faces. His complexion paled, and he hastily navigated through the throng, calling out, "Gu Jingyun, Baolu." Gu Jingyun, standing just behind him, remarked softly, "Do not shout. Simply turn around and lower your head." As Zhang Lulang complied, he found himself face to face with two little ones. Even if you lose someone, you should first glance around, instead of bolting ahead without a care. "You've now lost them for real," Gu Jingyun admonished him. Zhang Lulang scratched his head, murmuring, "I was just worried about you." Gu Jingyun ignored him, glancing about and saying, "We're hungry. Let us find a place to have dinner." Zhang Lulang immediately replied, "I brought some dry rations. I have plenty to share." "I don't want that." Gu Jingyun wrinkled her nose. "That dry food is hard enough to be used as a weapon. I've heard there are many delicious dishes in the county town. I want to try them." Zhang Lulang opened his mouth to speak. "You're quite wealthy." With a proud tilt of her chin, Gu Jingyun responded haughtily, "Very well, lead the way, Baolu, and I will treat you. But I don't know where any restaurants are, nor do I know which ones serve good food." Zhang Lulang typically accompanied others directly to shops for trading, only later exploring small stalls. Eating was usually limited to dry rations, and the best experience he had was when his adoptive father treated them to a bowl of wontons at a roadside stall. If asked about good restaurants, he was truly at a loss. Realizing she could not rely on him, Gu Jingyun had determined beforehand to savor the culinary offerings of the county town, knowing their family could easily afford it. However, without knowing where to go, how could they dine? Li Baolu, noticing the perplexed look in her eyes, smiled. After all, a child is still a child, and no matter how many books one reads, without experience, one remains unaware of the subtleties of life. Li Baolu glanced around and then pulled Gu Jingyun toward a nearby shop, directly inquiring with the young attendant at the entrance, "Excuse me, do you know where the largest and finest restaurant in our county town is?" The young attendant, taken aback, looked down at the three children. Noticing the two leading ones exuded an air of refinement, despite their simple attire, which was of rare quality, and both wore jade pendants at their waists. He could tell they were not common children. As for Zhang Lulang, the attendant assumed he was merely a servant accompanying the two. With a friendly disposition, the attendant smiled warmly and replied, "Would you like to go to Tianxianglu? Just walk straight ahead, take the first turn to the left, and continue down to the front street. You'll know you've arrived when you see two large Pichot statues at the entrance. Besides Tianxianglu, are there any other restaurants with delectable dishes in the county town?" Li Baolu offered a shy smile to him, stating that it was their first time in the city, and they were not particularly familiar with it. The young shop assistant, having assessed their age, assumed they were inexperienced and kindly suggested, "Miss and young master, you might consider dining at Wanfilu. Their cuisine is quite commendable, second only to Tianxianglu in our county. It is not difficult to find, as it is directly across from Tianxianglu." He further added, "That street is lined with restaurants and taverns, so if you wish to try another establishment, it will be quite convenient." Gratefully, Li Baolu thanked him and took Gu Jingyun by the hand, heading towards Qianmen Street. Zhang Lulang hurried to follow behind. Puffing as he advised, "Dining at such grand restaurants will surely cost a fortune. We can simply find a stall by the roadside." He rummaged through his pocket for the coins his elder brother had stealthily given him before their departure, urging him to be generous while accompanying Gu Jingyun, lest he tarnish the Zhang family's reputation. However, He feared that these coins might not even suffice for a bowl of rice at the restaurant. Noticing his flushed face, Li Baolu understood his embarrassment and cheerfully remarked, "It's all right, Brother Jingyun is wealthy. Today, we shall indulge in a lavish meal." Lavish? Zhang Lulang appeared utterly confused. Gu Jingyun rolled his eyes and retorted, "Even someone as affluent as I am cannot comprehend such a term? Surely, it is simple enough to grasp." Though he had never encountered the word lavish before, it seemed self-evident. Ignoring Gu Jingyun, Zhang Lulang forged ahead, declaring, "I've been to Qinmen Street before. Allow me to lead you." Gu Jingyun then urged Li Baolu to follow, whispering, "Let us sample the fare. If it is to our liking, we shall bring some back for uncle and the others when we return home." Tianxianglu was indeed easy to identify, occupying the prime location on Qianmen Street, bustling with patrons entering and exiting. Gu Jingyun, holding Li Baolu's hand, paused to observe the scene before decisively steering her towards the opposite Wanfilu. The queue at Tianxianglu had already formed 2 long lines. He was unwilling to waste precious time waiting for a meal, especially when he wished to explore the night market as well. Wanfilu was less crowded, lacking the clamor of Tianxianglu. As the 3 entered, they were warmly greeted by the shop assistant. Upon seeing the trio, the assistant's smile faltered slightly, yet he continued to enthusiastically guide them into the dining area, inquiring, "Would the esteemed guest prefer tea or a meal?" "A meal," Gu Jingyun replied, pausing at the staircase to indicate the 2nd floor. "I would like to dine upstairs." The shop assistant seized the opportunity to glance at Gu Jingyun's attire. Though modest, it was of good quality, and a fine jade ornament hung from his waist, suggesting wealth. He did not want to appear negligent, and promptly escorted them upstairs, beaming as he said, "Fortunately, there is a window-side table available upstairs, where you can enjoy your meal while admiring the view." The 2nd floor offered a spacious vista, and the atmosphere was much more serene compared to the bustling hall below. The trio selected a window-side table, where they could easily gaze upon the lively street market of Qianmen. It was the first time Gu Jingyun had witnessed such a crowd, and despite his efforts to maintain composure, his eyes sparkled with excitement. As his spirits lifted, even the shopkeeper's demeanor brightened with a touch more cheer. "What signature dishes do you offer, and what are their prices? If reasonable, please serve us a few," he inquired. Li Baolu rested her chin on her hand, observing Gu Jingyun as he placed the order. Though inexperienced, Gu Jingyun was astute and meticulous, making it nearly impossible for the shopkeeper to deceive him into selecting overpriced and unworthy dishes. Under Gu Jingyun's discerning gaze, they ordered 4 of the restaurant's most acclaimed dishes, with the exception of 1 tofu dish, all of which were meat-based. When the dishes arrived, Zhang Liulong's eyes widened in delight, and both Gu Jingyun and Li Baolu held high hopes for them. Thus, the 3 children simultaneously picked up their chopsticks. Zhang Liulong's eyes lit up as he fixated on the food, utterly captivated by its exquisite taste. However, Gu Jingyun furrowed his brow, taking a careful bite before remarking, "It's only slightly better than my aunt's cooking." Li Baolu shook her head in disagreement. "It pales in comparison to my grandmother's." Unable to contain himself, Zhang Lulang rolled his eyes at them and scooped the food into his bowl, exclaiming, "If you're not going to eat, then I will." Having never tasted such delightful dishes before, he couldn't believe they were being so picky. Yet, Gu Jingyun and Li Baolu were not being dismissive. They merely felt that for a restaurant of such renown, their offerings were rather limited, explaining why they were overshadowed by Tianxianglu. Little did they know how Tianxianglu's dishes compared. With a foodie's enthusiasm, Gu Jingyun suggested, "Let us dine at Tianxianglu tomorrow." Li Baolu eagerly nodded in agreement, while Zhang Lulang buried himself in his meal, too engrossed to speak. Gu Jingyun, unperturbed by Zhang Liulong's silence, served Li Baolu several pieces of food, urging, "Hurry and eat, or Zhang Lulang will finish everything." Since childhood, Gu Jingyun and Li Baolu had known the importance of moderation, so after Li Baolu confirmed her fullness, she could only watch the remaining dishes with longing. Gu Jingyun, having only eaten to 70% of his capacity due to his health, also refrained from overeating. Otherwise, he would either feel weak or suffer from bloating. Consequently, most of the food ended up in Zhang Liulong's stomach, leaving him with a round belly. Li Baolu observed him with concern. "Isn't he going to burst?" Gu Jingyun glanced at him and replied, "No, but he might regret it. Zhang Lulang patted his belly, declaring, "Iem me perfectly fine." I could eat another feast without worry. You think I'm like you too, nibbling like cats? He paused, pointing at Li Baolu. No offense to you, Baolu. You've eaten quite a bit too. It's no wonder you're so plump. Li Baolu's face darkened as she pulled Gu Jingyan along, muttering indignantly, "I'm still growing. This isn't fat, it's just sturdiness." Gu Jingyan countered, "That sounds even worse." To which Li Baolu retorted. Zhang Lulang burst into laughter. As Li Baolu stormed ahead, Gu Jingyan settled the bill and hurried to catch up, teasing her, "There's no need to rush to lose weight. You've just eaten well, so take your time." With hands on her hips, Li Baolu declared, "Do not call me fat again. I'm simply adorable." The sight of a chubby, fair-skinned 3-year-old defiantly asserting her cuteness brought a smile to Gu Jingyan's face, finding her fierce attitude utterly amusing. The onlookers couldn't help but smile, and one kindly remarked, "Indeed, a plump little girl is delightful. There's no need for her to diet. Being able to eat is a blessing. Who would dare call her fat?" Gu Jingyan's eyes sparkled with amusement as he stepped forward, gently taking her hand to reassure her, "I won't say a word about it. Kulme, let me take you to enjoy some street snacks. Didn't you mention wanting to savor candied chestnuts? It is essential to nurture one until they are delightfully plump and rosy." Chapter 34. A skirmish. Upon hearing that there would be food to consume, Zhang Lulang immediately felt his stomach swell, and cradling his belly, he weakly exclaimed, "More to eat?" Gu Jingyan raised an eyebrow, mentioning that the street vendors offered delightful fare, and he intended to select some exquisite treats to sample. Zhang Liulang's mouth watered at the thought. His desire to indulge clashed with the discomfort of his overfull belly. Suddenly, his stomach grumbled audibly, and his complexion shifted as he clutched his abdomen, declaring, "Oh no, I must find a restroom." His face flushed crimson as he turned anxiously to Gu Jingyan, exclaiming, "I need to go." "What will you do?" Gu Jingyan waved dismissively. "Go on your own. Do you think we would lose ourselves? But you must not wander too far. Stay on this street." Zhang Lulang recalled the adult's admonitions, repeatedly urging Gu Jingyan not to stray too far, lest he fail to locate them. Gu Jingyan nodded nonchalantly, while Zhang Lulang directed his gaze toward Li Baolu, insisting, "Baolu, you must mind my words and not venture too far, understood?" "Rest assured, Brother Lulang, we shall remain on this street," Li Baolu replied. With a sigh of relief, Zhang Lulang dashed toward the restroom. "How tedious," Gu Jingyan pouted, tugging at Li Baolu to explore the stalls, eager to discover any unique items to bring back for their uncles. Chimen Street was the most bustling thoroughfare in the county, and their wandering there sufficed. Neither Li Baolu nor Gu Jingyan contemplated diverting to another street. The marketplace offered an array of wares: bamboo dragonflies and pinwheels, exquisite hairpins, finely crafted copper mirrors, and a plethora of teas and unfamiliar delicacies. Gu Jingyan first led Li Baolu to inspect the children's toys, inquiring, "What do you fancy?" Li Baolu countered, "And you?" Gu Jingyan's eyes sparkled as they roamed over the stalls, ultimately selecting an assemblable wooden horse, vividly crafted bamboo dragonflies, and a small basket. Li Baolu chose a windmill. Satisfied with her acquisitions, Gu Jingyan proceeded to pay. Having secured the desired toys, Gu Jingyan, content, pulled Li Baolu toward the tea stalls. Their uncle enjoyed tea, and when the capital sent them money, it often included some tea leaves, albeit in limited quantity. No matter how frugal their uncle was, it never sufficed. "Let us see what fine teas are available to bring back for him," Gu Jingyan urged, guiding Li Baolu directly to the tea vendors. As her eyes casually scanned the adjacent stalls, they paused momentarily upon spotting a jade disc. Li Baolu also noticed the jade disc, its clarity and vibrant green hue radiating a smooth luster. Even without an understanding of jade, she recognized its quality. How much more so for Gu Jingyan? The Qin family, during their exile, had brought along few possessions, yet Qin Wenin had managed to carry several items, most notably exquisite jade artifacts among books and paintings. Having grown up handling such treasures under the tutelage of her uncle and aunt, Gu Jingyan could easily identify the jade disc's value. She pulled Li Baolu closer, pointing to the jade disc and inquiring of the vendor, "Might I examine this piece?" The vendor's eyes sparkled with interest, yet a hint of disappointment flickered upon realizing that the inquirers were but 2 children. He waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Feel free to look. But do be careful not to damage it. This jade is quite precious, and you wouldn't be able to afford the cost of any damages." Gu Jingyun picked up the jade disc, its coolness immediately seeping into her heart. However, after holding it for a moment, it gradually warmed in her grasp. Observing the jade's exterior, it was a brilliant emerald green, lustrous and delicate. Clearly well-maintained, such care could not have been afforded by a mere vendor who would display it alongside other stones for sale. Gu Jingyun inquired, "From whence did this jade originate?" The vendor glanced around and replied, "I acquired it from someone else. If you wish to purchase it, I can offer you a discount. This is truly fine jade, and you may not find better in any shop." "Oh," the vendor quickly added, "I assure you, I'm not deceiving you. This jade was purchased from a criminal official, one who had kept it hidden. Do you think it could be anything less than exceptional? If you decide to buy it, you shall not regret it." Gu Jingyin turned the jade disc in her hand, remaining silent, while Li Baolu, in her childish voice, chimed in, "Uncle is lying. The village of criminals does not allow peddlers to enter. How could you have received it?" The vendor, puffing with pride, retorted, "Why would I deceive you? My aunt's niece is married into that village, and it was she who sold it to me. How could there be any falsehood in that?" With a self-satisfied grin, the vendor continued, "That criminal official offended someone powerful and was specifically instructed to be tormented. He cannot emerge and cannot bear the suffering. Consequently, these fine items must be sold at a low price to others. If you wish to acquire it, now is the perfect opportunity." The vendor's keen eyes noted that these two children were not lacking in funds, and he seized a moment to entice them further. "You are indeed fortunate, young guest, to have encountered this here. Otherwise, you would not find such quality in any shop, and it would surely be more expensive. This is a rare chance." Li Baolu blinked her big eyes and asked, "How much?" The vendor was about to hold up 8 fingers, but upon seeing her wide-eyed gaze, he hesitated and instead displayed 6 fingers, feigning reluctance as he said, 6 taels of silver. If it weren't for the cuteness of the young lady, the price would not be this low." A broad smile spread across Li Baolu's face. Gu Jingyun could not help but roll her eyes, promptly producing 6 taels of silver to hand over. Gu Jingyun tucked the jade disc in her bosom and took Li Baolu's hand to leave. The vendor, having received his payment, waved cheerfully at the two, bidding them farewell. Just then, a half-grown youth hurriedly approached, blocking their path. He scrutinized them with a discerning gaze, confirming he had never seen them before, and then arrogantly lifted his chin, declaring, "Did you purchase that jade disc from that stall?" Gu Jingyun tightened her grip on Li Baolu's hand, her expression impassive as she turned her gaze to the boy, asking, "And who might you be to question me?" The youth frowned, displeasure evident on his face as he replied, "My uncle is the county magistrate. Do you not know who I am? Hurry, hand over the jade disc." Gu Jingyun pulled Li Baolu behind her, slowly asking, "So, the magistrate's nephew intends to rob an honest citizen in broad daylight?" The youth's face flushed with indignation, retorting, "Who said I intended to rob you? I merely wished to buy it." With that, he produced a single coin from his pocket and tossed it towards Gu Jingyun, haughtily demanding, "Quickly, hand over the jade disc." Gu Jingyun cast a somber glance at the silver coins that had tumbled to the ground by his feet. Though he had not weighed them, the coins were not whole and could be estimated to amount to merely 2 taels. A mocking smile crept onto his face as he declared, "You wish to purchase, yet I refuse to sell. What will you do now?" The young man was momentarily taken aback, surprised by the audacity of this child, who dared to oppose him despite his own declaration of identity. Remembering his uncle's birthday, he pointed at the jade buy, hoping to curry favor, for he feared that without such alliances in his youth, he might find himself in undesirable circumstances as he matured. The young man's expression darkened, his malice igniting, as he pushed Gu Jingyun with a menacing glare. "You have quite the nerve to steal my jade buy. Hand it over immediately, or I shall summon the constables to imprison you." Gu Jingyun's eyes widened slightly, clearly astonished by such brazen shamelessness. Li Baolu had already begun searching for a suitable tool. A nearby vendor, taken aback, couldn't help but interject, "My lord, their jade buy was purchased from my stall. I have many other pieces of jade. Why not choose another?" The young man, filled with indignation, kicked at the vendor's stall and retorted, "Get lost. I see you are in league with these 2 thieves. They stole the item and handed it over to you to sell, didn't they?" Gu Jingyun and Li Baolu exchanged glances, speechless. The vendor stood there, dumbfounded, while the onlookers were equally perplexed. Young man, we are all aware of the saying that where there is a desire to accuse, there is no lack of pretext. However, you ought to be more artful in your accusations. The very coins you used to purchase the jade by lie on the ground, and you turn around to claim it was stolen. Is that truly wise? Yet the young man believed he had devised an excellent strategy. Gazing down at Gu Jingyun with arrogance, will you surrender it or not? Gu Jingyun inhaled deeply, feeling that conversing with such a fool was an affront to his intellect. He turned to pull Li Baolu away and leave. The young man, unprepared for Gu Jingyun's dismissal, felt his blood boil. In a moment of irrationality, he rushed forward and kicked Gu Jingyun in the back. Li Baolu, who had been watching closely, noticed the impending danger and quickly yanked Gu Jingyun aside. The young man's foot landed on Gu Jingyun's shoulder, sending him crashing to the ground. Gu Jingyun rolled upon impact, clutching his shoulder, and swiftly rose to his feet. Having endured a scuffle, Gu Jingyun had developed a reflex to seek the best escape route. As his gaze swept across the crowd, his expression shifted, anxiety gripping him as he searched for Li Baolu. He had been holding her hand just moments ago, but where was she now? Li Baolu had been knocked down when Gu Jingyun was kicked, but she fell lightly and quickly got back on her feet. Perhaps due to her smaller stature and being a girl, the young man's gaze had not lingered on her for even a moment. Seeing Gu Jingyun roll and rise, Li Baolu understood he was not gravely injured. Without hesitation, she turned to retrieve the weapon she had previously spotted, a sturdy carrying pole. Being small, she was soon lost in the throng of people, which sent Gu Jingyun into a panic, his face paling as he called out, "Baolu." No response came. Gu Jingyun staggered, nearly losing his balance, and cried out, his voice tinged with desperation, "Baolu, where are you?" The young boy let out a cold laugh. Stepping forward with clenched fists and demanding, "I shall ask you once more, will you surrender the jade disc or not?" Gu Jingyun, with eyes reddened by fury, gazed back at the boy, her expression brimming with animosity. The boy felt a chill in his heart, realizing he had been intimidated by a mere child. Anger surged within him, and he was about to retaliate when a sudden jolt of pain struck his head. Turning around in confusion, he found a stout, short girl, her face fierce, wielding a carrying pole with determination, rubbing the back of his head in anger. The boy was caught off guard as the girl swung the pole down upon him like a torrential storm. The first blow landed squarely on his nose, causing a sharp pain and a rush of blood. He instinctively covered his nose, only to be met with a second strike on his forehead and eyes. With a howl of anguish, he cradled his head, intending to confront her, yet the girl delivered a third blow directly to his thigh. A fierce impact that sent him crying out in agony, collapsing to the ground, unable to bear the pain. Li Baolu's eyes glinted with ferocity as her small hands trembled. Yet she raised the carrying pole high once more, striking him fiercely on the back of the head. The boy's eyes rolled back as he fell to the ground, motionless. Li Baolu dropped the pole and seized Gu Jingyun's hand, fleeing into the crowd, the two children weaving through the throng until they vanished from sight. Onlookers remarked in bewilderment. The events unfolded too rapidly for us to comprehend. Could someone recount what just transpired? From the moment Li Baolu first struck the boy until she whisked Gu Jingyun away, scarcely a dozen breaths had passed, leaving the crowd in shock, unable to process the incident. After a moment, someone quietly inquired, "Is this young man all right? Should we summon a doctor?" The crowd dispersed hastily, fully aware of the boy's shamelessness, emboldened by the county magistrate's protection to commit robbery in broad daylight. The thought of aiding him, only to face his wrath in return, caused everyone to scatter at a distance. Nearby vendors swiftly packed their wares, pretending not to notice the fallen figure. Ultimately, it was the officers who arrived to carry the boy back to the county office, but he found himself utterly alone, with no witnesses remaining to recount the incident. Chapter 35. Conspiracy. Li Baolu pulled Gu Jingyun towards the direction of the city god temple, not daring to pause for a moment. After a considerable distance, Gu Jingyun firmly grasped her arm and, with an expressionless face, inquired, "Where are you taking me?" Li Baolu, her eyes wide and breathless, replied, "Back to the temple. That villain has significant influence and will surely come looking for us. It's safest to return to the temple." Gu Jingyun inhaled deeply, turned around, and began to lead her back. A gentleman's revenge is not late even after 10 years. We are still young. It is wiser not to confront him head-on, Li Baolu urged, drenched in sweat. Let us return first. There will always be an opportunity for retribution. The city god temple is this way. Upon witnessing her finally quiet down, Gu Jingyun took her hand and continued walking. Li Baolu felt a wave of shame wash over her, realizing that she had dragged him in the wrong direction for so long. As they retraced their steps, the two could not afford to walk back with such confidence. Fortunately, the paths of the county town were intricate and interconnected. Gu Jingyun stood on the bustling front street for a moment, contemplating, before choosing a lively alley and pulling Li Baolu into it. Baolu, bewildered, followed Gu Jingyun through the market, turning 3 streets and walking for nearly a quarter of an hour. Upon emerging from an alley, they finally spotted the city god temple diagonally across from them. Still disoriented, Li Baolu squinted at the temple sign, hoping to confirm that this was indeed the one they had sought refuge in. However, Gu Jingyun directly led her inside. Though she was not particularly directionally challenged in her previous life, this time, she found herself utterly lost. As Li Baolu remained puzzled, she looked up to see Gu Jingyun clutching his shoulder, his complexion appearing unusually pale under the glow of the lights. Instantly, her worries dissipated, and she anxiously circled around him, asking if he was in pain and whether they needed to see a doctor. Gu Jingyun shook his head, whispering, "This must not be disclosed to others." Just as Li Baolu was about to inquire further, Zhang Sanling approached them, glancing over his shoulder several times before asking with confusion, "Where's Lu Lang? Why didn't he return with you?" Gu Jingyun, his face still pale, replied, "He ate too much and went to the restroom. I felt unwell, so I brought Baolu back first. Brother Zhang, please find him and bring him back to avoid him worrying about us." Li Baolu stepped forward to support Gu Jingyun's arm. Seeing Gu Jingyun's pallor and the sweat beading on his forehead, Zhang Sanling became anxious as well. "Are you all right? Should we go to the clinic?" Gu Jingyun shook his head, calmly stating, "No need. This is an old ailment. I brought medicine with me. Brother Zhang, please fetch Lu Lang. He is near the Tianxiang building." Li Baolu helped Gu Jingyun to sit down in front of their designated spot. Upon observing that Gu Jingyun walked steadily, Zhang Sanling finally breathed a sigh of relief and hurried off to find Zhang Lulang. The gazes of the onlookers flitted over Gu Jingyun and Li Baolu, noting them sitting on their makeshift bedding while organizing their belongings, before quickly retreating. Although the relationship between the crowd and Gu Jingyun had softened considerably, his aloof demeanor made them hesitant to approach him too familiarly. Li Baolu gathered all the medicine that he Zipei had prepared for them, including the nourishing pills commonly consumed by Gu Jingyun, the usual remedies for colds and fevers, hemostatic and anti-inflammatory ointments, as well as a bottle of medicinal wine for reducing swelling and bruising. All these were meticulously crafted by her grandfather, Li Baolu, a skilled physician, ensuring their efficacy was beyond doubt. With a sigh of relief, Li Baolu felt comforted having the medicine at hand. She propped up 2 sticks, draped a small blanket over them, effectively creating a private space. The onlookers outside merely assumed the 2 children were changing clothes to sleep, paying little mind to their meticulousness, believing it rather excessive given their current predicament. This makeshift barrier naturally obscured the flickering light from outside, and as Li Baolu blinked to adjust to the dimness, she proceeded to undress Gu Jingyun. His face flushed slightly, yet he did not resist. Instead, he turned to facilitate her. Once she had disrobed him completely, she caught a glimpse of a dark bruise on his shoulder. Her heart ached, and she gently inquired, "Does it hurt?" Gu Jingyun candidly replied, "It does." Li Baolu pressed her hand against it, asking, "Is it a bone pain or a muscle pain?" He inhaled sharply, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. But he earnestly contemplated before responding, "It's not bone pain. Your strength is limited, and since you tugged at me a bit, it should not have injured the bone." Li Baolu remained silent, attending to his shoulder while observing his facial expressions. Though he furrowed his brow, it was not to the extent of unbearable suffering. If a bone were injured, even a child as composed as he would not withstand it. With a sigh of relief, Li Baolu retrieved the medicinal wine for reducing swelling and bruising, applying it as a massage. Gu Jingyun winced, releasing a hissing sound, tears welling in his eyes, yet stubbornly held at bay. As she continued to knead the area, she remarked, "That person is utterly shameless. The county magistrate allows such relatives to bully us, and I fear he is not much better himself." Gu Jingyun, gritting his teeth, scoffed coldly, if he were better, would you still be here to serve as a child bride in my family? Indeed, if it were not for his sudden increase in taxes, which included taxing even children under the age of 8, she would not have found herself at the Qin household. Li Baolu was momentarily taken aback, but Gu Jingyun, with a glint of coldness in his eyes, asserted, if this person is not dealt with, our lives will likely remain intolerable. Startled, Li Baolu lowered her voice and asked, you don't mean to kill the county magistrate, do you? Gu Jingyun could not help but roll his eyes. I would like to, but do I possess the capability? True enough, Li Baolu sighed in relief. Gu Jingyun continued, he holds an official position in the court, bound by many restrictions, so there is no need to fear a lack of opportunity. Li Baolu's heart sank again, pondering their family's current plight. I understand, Gu Jingyun spoke softly. So I will not act impulsively. You need not worry. Feeling genuinely reassured, Li Baolu diligently massaged Gu Jingyun with a medicinal wine. Being small and lacking strength, she exerted nearly all her energy. Gu Jingyun bit down on his sleeve to stifle any cries of pain. Li Baolu softly comforted him. It will soon feel better. Just endure a little longer. Two children sought solace in their secluded space, unaware that chaos reigned outside due to their altercation. The newly appointed magistrate, Tan Qian, whose tenure had barely lasted 3 months, wore a grim expression as he gazed at his unconscious nephew. He turned to berate the captain of the guards, exclaiming, you dare to harm someone in broad daylight, and yet you have uncovered nothing? What are you all doing? The captain, his face marked by shame, lowered his head in acknowledgement of his failure, yet his heart harbored resentment. The entire street was aware that Ji Quan had attempted to forcefully seize something when he could not purchase it, and it was particularly disgraceful that the opposing party consisted of 2 children even younger than he was. The captain felt too embarrassed to apprehend them, and if the magistrate was dissatisfied, he could do the capturing himself, as he was blissfully ignorant of the situation. The officers under him also felt humiliated, especially when the onlookers remarked that the older child was no more than 6 years old, while the younger one was merely 3 or 4. It would be absurd for this group of adults to be labeled as villains for apprehending 2 small children. Tan Qian, sensing their lack of diligence, began to suspect a deeper conspiracy. Were these 2 children of some special status? Otherwise, why would they prefer to defy him rather than capture the children? Indeed, every magistrate faces the challenges posed by local bullies upon their appointment. Not solely due to his nephew's unconscious state, his nephew did not hold significant weight in his heart. What concerned him was the implications behind this incident. One must know to beat the dog. One must first confront its master, and Ji Quan was his nephew. It was said that Ji had even invoked his name. Yet those 2 children remained unfazed. Tan Qian did not perceive their defiance as fearlessness. Rather, he believed they had heard something from their elders that emboldened them to disregard Ji Quan's identity. How many in Xiongzhou were disobedient toward him? What Tan Qian sought was absolute submission. As the magistrate of Xiongzhou, the citizens were his subjects and should adhere to his authority. The principle of children obeying their parents was universally acknowledged by the sages. Yet those landlords and gentry, while outwardly respectful, secretly derided and plotted against him. Tan Qian seethed with frustration, yet struggled to find an opportunity to unleash his wrath. This time, however, presented a rare chance. And disregarding whether the captain and his men were willing, he issued a direct order to search the streets and ensure the apprehension of the 2 children. The captain hesitated, thinking, it is merely a quarrel among children. Must it be blown out of proportion? Although the magistrate's nephew has been unconscious for an extended period, did the physician not declare there to be no serious harm? Moreover, the fault lies with him. Should we not downplay this matter? Yet, the magistrate's command was not to be disobeyed, compelling him and his subordinates to comply. Thus, the entire county descended into chaos, with officials scurrying to locate the 2 children. Anyone who spotted a child under 8 was seized for questioning, and only after determining their innocence were they released. After a night of uproar, the children remained elusive, but 2 child traffickers were apprehended instead, which somewhat mitigated the grievances of the officers. Upon regaining consciousness, Ji Quan's first demand was for his uncle to seek vengeance on his behalf. He insisted fervently, "Uncle, the jade they attempted to snatch is worth a fortune. Though I am not an expert in jade, I have seen fine pieces, and that bai was as green as a pristine lake, exquisitely beautiful, unmistakably of superior quality. He was aware of his uncle's avarice and thus endeavored to entice him, stating, "Nephew had initially intended to present that jade as a birthday gift to you, but alas, it was seized by those two children." He continued, "Those two youngsters, merely 4 or 5 years of age, casually claimed 6 taels of silver, which indicates their family's considerable wealth. Even his uncle's own son, my cousin, does not possess such an allowance." Tan Qian's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he inquired, "Do you recall what they looked like?" Ji Quan nodded emphatically. "Even if they were turned to ash, I would recognize them." "Then let us engage an artist to capture their likenesses. After all, they are merely the offspring of local landlords and gentry. Once identified, we shall hold them accountable for their thievery and see what defense they might offer." At that moment, the local landlords were busy scrutinizing their own children, bringing forth those under 8 years of age, interrogating them one by one about their whereabouts, and seeking witnesses. Once it was established that none of their children had been involved in the public altercation, they sighed in relief, only to sneer disdainfully, thinking to themselves how unbecoming the new county magistrate appeared, with his own nephew mirroring his avarice, even resorting to robbing 2 children. Little did they know whose household would suffer misfortune this time. The various landlords and gentry secretly awaited the revelation of the unfortunate party, only to find that the commotion had faded into silence. They lamented, "What a waste of our time." Tan Qian felt a wave of frustration wash over him. He had hoped to seize this opportunity, yet despite his diligent inquiries, he had found no trace of the 2 children among the homes of the local gentry. Was there perhaps a hidden affluent family in Xiongzhou? A glimmer of inspiration sparked in Tan Qian's eyes as he called out, "Bring forth the tax records from previous years." The wealth of substantial taxpayers would be evident therein, allowing him to delineate the scope of their assets. Chapter 36. Pain. Upon awakening the following day, Gu Jingyun felt a profound numbness in one side of his shoulder. Li Baolu lifted his garment to inspect the injury, softly commenting, "The central wound has darkened further. Fortunately, the surrounding bruising has been alleviated. I shall massage it once more shortly. Let us refrain from venturing out of the temple." Gu Jingyun cast a sweeping glance around the group before lowering his gaze and stating, "Deliver the goods to Zhang Yiyan, allowing him to sell them on my behalf." Li Baolu blinked in surprise and inquired, "Should we not entrust it to Brother Liu? He is unable to command his household. Should you wish to maintain relations with him in the future, it is prudent not to place your trust in him. Zhang Erlang is cunning. The sum he returns may not reflect the true value of the goods. Even though he is indifferent to the monetary aspect, it does not imply that he will tolerate deceit. Would he prefer to sever ties with Zhang Lulang, or allow the thorn in his heart to persist, feigning nonchalance?" Gu Jingyun deemed himself incapable of such hypocrisy and did not wish for Baolu to lose a friend. It was better to openly entrust the items to another. This decision reflected both his faith in Zhang Yiyan and a conscious distancing from him. With Zhang Yiyan's acumen, he would not cheat Gu Jingyun out of his money. Should he do so, severing ties would not pose a significant concern. Both Zhang Yiyan and Zhang Sanlang comprehended this dynamic. Thus, Zhang Sanlang felt a bittersweet mixture of emotions, elated that Gu Jingyun treated Lulang differently, yet pained that Gu Jingyun's mistrust of the Zhang family stemmed from his relationship with Urge. At present, Gu Jingyun did not share a close bond with Zhang Yiyan, yet over time, should such occurrences continue, Zhang Yiyan might indeed become a confidant. How significant would Lu's position be then? Zhang Yiyan perceived the situation with greater clarity than Zhang Sanlang. Where there is one, there may be another. He feared not being utilized by Gu Jingyun, but rather the opposite, being disregarded. Consequently, when he accepted Gu Jingyun's goods, he patted his chest confidently, assuring, "Rest assured, young Master Gu, I will secure a favorable price for you." Zhang Erlang scoffed derisively, pushing his cart ahead of the others. Zhang Sanlang, feeling helpless, nodded at Gu Jingyun before following his elder brother, quietly remarking, "Brother, we still rely on Gu Jingyun to teach us literacy. He is astute, and his connections with the Qin family are beneficial. We may find ourselves needing his assistance in the future." "Why play the villain?" Zhang Erlang stiffened, pursing his lips in silence. Zhang Lulang, unaware of the undercurrents among the group, cheerfully addressed Gu Jingyun and Li Baolu. "What would you like to eat? I shall procure it for you." He puffed out his small chest, declaring, "I have money." Gu Jingyun smiled faintly, requesting without reservation. Then please bring us back 2 bowls of wonton. Zhang Lulang calculated the coins in his pocket and found it sufficient, responding with delight. As soon as the others departed, the temple fell eerily silent, leaving only 2 children behind. Li Baolu hurriedly urged Gu Jingyun to lie down and applied the medicine. After a night's interval, massaging the unyielding bruises was exponentially more painful than before. Gu Jingyun, drenched in sweat, endured the agony, nearly biting his lips until they bled. Fearing he might injure his tongue, Li Baolu fashioned a piece of cloth for him to bite down on. The dim light the previous night had obscured the severity of his condition, and out of compassion for Gu Jingyun, she had been gentler during the initial treatment. Little did she know that the bruising had remained unrelieved. Now, she must endure several times more agony, yet she dares not to ease her movements, lest it becomes even more challenging to disperse the bruised blood later. Li Baolu attentively observes Gu Jingyun's expression while vigorously kneading him, pausing intermittently to allow him brief moments of respite. Gu Jingyun, being physically frail, cannot bear such strain all at once. Nevertheless, by the time Li Baolu completely disperses the congealed blood, he is rendered speechless from the pain, his body drenched in sweat as if submerged in water. Li Baolu, fearing that he might sleep in damp clothes, hurriedly uses the large pots they brought along to wash his body. Fortunately, it was part of their plan to stay for 2 days, and to ensure access to clean water, they brought 3 pots. Once Gu Jingyun changes into fresh clothing and lies down on the straw, he immediately succumbs to exhaustion and falls into a deep slumber. Li Baolu sits beside him, vigilant, anxious that he might develop a fever or other ailments. Thankfully, apart from some restlessness in his sleep, his body temperature remains consistently normal. When Zhang Lulang returns with 2 bowls of wontons, he finds the 2 of them leaning against each other in slumber. Upon hearing the commotion, Li Baolu awakens and, upon seeing it is Zhang Lulang, breathes a sigh of relief. Brother Lulang, why have you returned alone? They still need to purchase some supplies for home. My 2nd and 3rd brothers are handling our family matters, so I had nothing to do and came back first. The key reason is his concern for Gu Jingyun and Li Baolu, especially since they had not eaten breakfast or lunch. Zhang Lulang hands the wontons to Li Baolu and peeks at Gu Jingyun, curiously inquiring, "When I returned yesterday, you both were asleep. I thought you were sleeping soundly. Why is he still sleeping today? He is unwell and needs more rest." Li Baolu turns to gently rouse Gu Jingyun. She understands he must be very fatigued. Yet one cannot combat illness on an empty stomach, so regardless of his drowsiness, he must eat well before he can sleep. Gu Jingyun's complexion appears quite pale. However, he still accepts the bowl that Li Baolu offers him. Even without an appetite, he forces himself to eat. Having taken medicine since his infancy, he is well aware that to recover from illness, one must first nourish oneself. Zhang Lulang, witnessing this, feels a pang of pity. If you do not wish to eat, then don't. The wontons here are delicious. Why deprive yourself of their exquisite flavor? Gu Jingyun glances at him and responds, "Indeed, you have even learned the phrase to waste food, but let me teach you something further. The primary purpose of food is to fill one's stomach, and only thereafter to pursue flavor. Currently, I am ill. Regardless of whether what lies before me is merely a bowl of wontons or something as extravagant as dragon's liver and phoenix's marrow, my appetite remains minimal. I consume it solely to regain strength, to hasten my recovery, and to ensure that hunger does not rob me of sleep." Zhang Lulang looks towards Li Baolu for assistance. Yet she nods in agreement, saying, "Brother Jingyun is correct." Zhang Lulang pouts, displeased, and retorts, "I specifically inquired about this. These wontons are the best in the entire county. I stood in line for half the day just to procure these 2 bowls, and I spent all the money my elder brother gave me." Gu Jingyun sighs, offering a half-hearted consolation. "Then how about next time I treat you to a meal? At that time, I shall truly savor its flavor." After finishing the wontons, he succumbed once more to slumber. Observing this, Zhang Liulang's initial dissatisfaction dissipated entirely, replaced by a burgeoning concern as he inquired of Li Baolu, "What has befallen him? He seemed perfectly well just last night." Li Baolu forced a smile, responding, "It's nothing, just his old ailment. A bit of rest will suffice." Gu Jingyun insisted that this matter must remain confidential, for although they appeared united in public, it was under the absence of any vested interests. Should others discover his altercation with the county magistrate's nephew, there was a grave risk that someone might exchange his information for personal gain. Those exiled to Cheongzhou, once virtuous, would hardly remain so. Gu Jingyun was acutely aware of this, which is why, despite Li Baolu's amicable rapport with Zhang Lulang, she refrained from disclosing the truth to him. Gu Jingyun was in a deep sleep, prompting Zhang Lulang to lower his voice and ask Li Baolu, "What shall we do about the items your family intends to purchase? We are to depart at dawn tomorrow, and there will be no time left for shopping." Li Baolu, unperturbed, replied, "We shall forego the purchases. There will be opportunities to return to the county town. We could buy next time." The Qin family was not in want of goods, receiving annual shipments from the capital. Moreover, should they find themselves lacking, they could always commission the village head to procure items. This trip to the county town, ostensibly for selling seafood and shopping, was primarily to broaden their horizons. Little did they anticipate that instead of enlightenment, they would acquire an adversary. Gu Jingyun slumbered until evening, at which point his companions, laden with parcels from their sales, returned. They were taken aback to see Gu Jingyun, still groggy from sleep, and queried, "Did young master Gu not venture out to shop today?" Gu Jingyun responded with a curt acknowledgement, remaining silent. The inquirer, slightly embarrassed, was met with Li Baolu's explanation. "Brother Jingyun is unwell today, so he did not go outside." She added, "He tends to be taciturn when ill, so please do not take offense." Upon observing Gu Jingyun's pallor, the questioner hastily inquired, "Is it serious? Should we fetch a doctor?" "No need," Li Baolu interjected, waving her hand. "We have medicine with us." Zhang Sanlang and Zhang Yiyan approached with concern, asking, "Is it grave? Will we be able to set out tomorrow?" Given the contentious atmosphere in the county town, both Li Baolu and Gu Jingyun were keen to depart. Thus she assured them, "Do not worry. We shall be able to travel. We just need to make the cart more comfortable." Zhang Yiyan cheerfully offered, "Rest assured, dear Sister Baolu, we will use our clothes to cushion the cart. It will be made quite comfortable." A broad smile illuminated Li Baolu's face as she sincerely thanked them, which lightened the mood among the group, realizing that although Gu Jingyun might be proud, his little wife was quite considerate. Gu Jingyun preferred to remain aloof. Yet the others felt compelled to engage with him, as they all owed him money. Now that the goods had been sold, it was only fitting they settle their debts. Observing Gu Jingyun's furrowed brow, signaling discomfort, Li Baolu quickly interjected, "There's no rush regarding the money. Let us wait until we return home to settle it." With a note of concern, she added, "It is not wise for us two children to carry too many coins. Perhaps the older brothers could safeguard them for us." Everyone held no objections. Although the money must eventually be repaid, it was indeed preferable to retain it in hand for a few more days. However, Zhang Yiyan and Zhang Sanlang could not help but sneer inwardly, finding Gu Jingyun's little wife rather insincere. They bore entire silver coins in their pouches. So why would they fear carrying mere copper coins? It was evident that they wished to avoid disturbing Gu Jingyun's rest while simultaneously wanting to leave them indebted, compelling them to show deference and consideration during their journey. Chapter 37. Understanding Oneself. When Gu Jingyun and his companions arrived, they traveled on Zhang Erlang's cart. But on their return, they were seated on Zhang Yiyan's. Zhang Yiyan had laid a thick layer of straw on the cart and placed 2 layers of clothing atop it, allowing the two to sit comfortably. Gu Jingyun reclined on the cart, swaying gently as they made their way back to the village. By the time they reached his doorstep, he was devoid of color, and he had little inclination to settle accounts with anyone. He merely bowed to the crowd and, leaning on Li Baolu, staggered inside. The villagers had already noticed that Gu Jingyun was unwell, and they did not press the matter. Once he entered, they dispersed, returning to their homes. Qin Xinfang was squatting in the kitchen, assisting his wife with washing vegetables when he heard a commotion at the door. Was it Jingyun returning? Pei glanced at the sun to gauge the time and furrowed his brows slightly, noting that they had returned earlier than usual. Typically, villagers returned home shortly after sunset, as they needed to attend the morning market and would leave the city late. However, the two were unaware that due to increased taxes imposed upon entering the city, the children were reluctant to spend money on additional items, opting instead to leave at dawn to wait by the city gates. As soon as the gates opened, they departed, resulting in their unusually early return. With the sun still perched atop the mountains, showing no signs of setting, Qin Xinfang and He Zipei abandoned their tasks to greet the two young ones venturing into the city for the first time. As they turned the corner, they were met with the sight of Gu Jingyun, pale-faced and unsteady on his feet, prompting an immediate change in their expressions. What has happened? Qin Xinfang rushed forward to embrace Gu Jingyun, feeling his forehead and finding his temperature normal, allowing him to breathe a little easier. Gu Jingyun, maintaining his composure, fabricated a lie. I feel queasy from the ride, uncle. I wish to rest. Qin Xinfang scrutinized him with skepticism, while He Zipei gave him a gentle shove, exclaiming, What are you standing there for? Hurry and carry him inside. Reluctantly suppressing his doubts, Qin Xinfang focused on caring for him. Lying on the soft, comfortable bed, Gu Jingyun exhaled contentedly, relishing the comfort of home. He Zipei prepared a vegetable and lean meat porridge for him, vigilantly ensuring he consumed every last drop. Meanwhile, Qin Xinfang took Li Baolu to the study to inquire about their trip to the county. Standing before the desk, Li Baolu recounted their journey from the outset, detailing the sudden spike in taxes upon entering the city and their visit to Tianxiang Tower for dinner. When it came to the subsequent events, she hesitated for a moment, but ultimately chose to conceal certain details from the adults as per Gu Jingyun's wishes. My brother Jingyun took me shopping, but there were many people on the street, and he soon lost interest in walking, Li Baolu admitted, her head bowed. After we returned to the temple, my brother Jingyun began to feel unwell and did not sleep well that night. Qin Xinfang frowned at Li Baolu, asking, Didn't he go anywhere else or encounter any other issues? Li Baolu shook her head, remaining silent. Qin Xinfang assumed her silence stemmed from guilt over not taking better care of Gu Jingyun and did not suspect otherwise. Considering his frail health and the fact that he had stayed in a place like the Chenghuang Temple, it seemed plausible that he could fall ill. He then asked, Did you see a doctor? Did you bring back a prescription? No, said Jingyun. There are medicines at home, and I am reluctant to seek medical attention. Qin Xinfang squinted, a renewed suspicion arising within him. He scrutinized Baolu for a moment, observing her gaze cast downward, before finally waving his hand dismissively. All right, you must be tired. Go rest, and your uncle will call for you when dinner is ready. Li Baolu, feeling a sense of relief, hurried back to her room, her conscience laden with guilt. Gu Jingyun cast a glance her way, noting her expression of guilt and deceit, and realized that their uncle would undoubtedly grow suspicious. But what of it? As long as the two of them resolutely denied everything, their uncle would never suspect he had been beaten. Gu Jingyun turned away, closing his eyes to continue his recuperation. Meanwhile, Qin Xinfang sat in his study, pondering the trouble those two children had stirred in the county. Given his nephew's love for life, how could he possibly avoid seeking treatment for an illness? His refusal must stem from some apprehension, leading Qin Xinfang to deduce without a doubt that the children had caused some mischief. However, it was clear that they wished to keep this from him. He tapped his fingers on the table, chuckling softly, and decided to pretend this matter did not exist. Feigning ignorance, he allowed the two children to pass this test. Gu Jingyun's injuries had improved significantly, and after a restful sleep, he felt invigorated enough to attend to his financial matters. Zhang Yin, being quite obedient, personally delivered the money the following day, which included not only the amount he had borrowed from Gu Jingyun, but also the payment for the goods he had sold on his behalf, a modest sum of 865 won. Gu Jingyun placed the money into his pouch and said to Zhang Yin, I would appreciate it if you could inform everyone that I will have some free time in the next few days. If they wish to settle their debts, they should do so promptly, for soon I will be quite busy and may not have the time to accommodate them. Zhang Yin assumed Gu Jingyun was merely urging for payment, yet in truth, Gu Jingyun genuinely had pressing matters. His shoulder injury had not fully healed, causing sharp pains whenever he used a pen, necessitating a few days of rest. However, once the pain subsided, he intended to catch up on the schoolwork he had missed. Furthermore, he needed to take Li Baolu to seek a master. Li Baolu had resolved to apprentice under Bai Yitong and formally learn the art of combat. From the moment she arrived at the Qin household, she had yearned to train in martial arts, yet the need to integrate into the family's life, pursue her studies, and build rapport with the village children had caused her to shelve that ambition. However, The recent trip to the county had sparked a realization within her. The Qin family held a position of prominence in Zhuai village, bolstered by supplies from the capital, rendering them free from concerns about survival. Yet beyond Zhuai village, the Qin family was inconsequential. Even the nephew of a county magistrate could wield power over them. Power, an asset they could not acquire in the short term, necessitated the pursuit of personal strength to safeguard themselves and those they cherished. In addition to wisdom and knowledge, martial prowess became paramount. Even with the memories of her past life, Li Baolu humbly acknowledged Gu Jingyun's superiority in intellect. Her only advantage lay in her accumulated knowledge from an additional lifetime. Given Gu Jingyun's intelligence and learning speed, it was merely a matter of time before he surpassed her. Thus, the question arose, what could she contribute to this family, to this individual, and to herself? Beyond the might of physical strength, she truly could not conceive of any other means. When a scholar encounters a soldier, reason often falters. Thus, at times, martial prowess proves invaluable. Among the Qin family, she alone possessed the most robust constitution. It goes without saying that both Qin Wenin and Gu Jingyun were perpetually reliant on medication, while Qin Xinfang and He Zipei harbored their own hidden ailments, rendering them exceedingly frail. Hence, the mantle of martial responsibility must fall upon Li Baolu. This was an immense challenge for Li Baolu, who in her previous life had only dabbled in student gymnastics and aerobics. Yet, this young girl remained ever optimistic. After all, she was merely 3 years old, highly adaptable, with a remarkable memory and resilient spirit. If other children could master martial arts, she certainly could as well. Therefore, in the stillness of the night, Li Baolu quietly conferred with Gu Jingyun, contemplating the presentation of a ceremonial gift to seek a master. Gu Jingyun pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. In the future, they would undoubtedly need to venture out frequently. He envisioned rescuing his uncle's family, which would inevitably involve navigating the treacherous waters of court officials and even dealing with the powerful elite. The roads were perilous, and they could not simply remain passive in the face of danger. It would be advantageous for Baolu to learn martial arts. She was already quite fierce, and a touch more ferocity would pose no detriment. Bai Yitong could be considered a somewhat unlikely friend of Gu Jingyun, as both were spirited and rebellious. Bai Yitong, a bandit who redistributed wealth from the rich to the poor, possessed a capricious mind and found himself drawn to Gu Jingyun upon their first meeting, subsequently offering him considerable attention. In times past, when silver deliveries to the capital were delayed, it was Bai Yitong who ventured into the mountains to provide for their family. Gu Jingyun's rebellious nature was innate. He was born intelligent and proud, often exuding an air of disdain for the mundane world. Yet, he unexpectedly admired Bai Yitong's carefree demeanor. At the tender age of 3, he once expressed to his uncle that if life were but a fleeting few decades, it would be far preferable to live freely and elegantly than to be ensnared in the ceaseless pursuit of worldly fame and fortune. Unfortunately, that remark caught Bai Yitong's attention, interrupting Qin Xinfang's earnest lesson on the doctrine of moderation with a hearty laugh. He lifted young Gu Jingyun into the air and exclaimed, "I had thought this wretched existence would be spent in desolation, yet here I find a young friend. To have a confidant in this life is indeed sufficient." From that moment on, Bai Yitong ceased to consider escape. Instead, he constructed a thatched cottage in the western part of the village, occasionally vanishing for days only to return bearing delightful curiosities for Gu Jingyun. Curiously, despite his extensive knowledge of classical texts, Qin Xinfang did not impede their budding friendship, rather allowing their camaraderie to flourish. However, he took the time to explain to his nephew the virtues of moderation in navigating the world, emphasizing that those who adhered to this principle often found smoother paths. Gu Jingyun inquired, "Does my uncle wish for me to become such a person?" Qin Xinfang replied with a smile, "It is not what your uncle wishes you to be, but rather what you desire to become." He hinted that the path of moderation could facilitate a more favorable existence in this world, but comfort and joy were matters of personal choice. As he observed his nephew, who had already begun reading the Great Learning, he affirmed, "As long as you find happiness, that is what matters." Gu Jingyun interpreted this as, "Pursue happiness in whatever manner you see fit." Thus, this little rascal completely disregarded the village children, and even the adults barely acknowledged him. for their intellect seemed woefully inadequate, leaving them devoid of any common ground. In the entire village, only his uncle, aunt, and mother could engage him in conversation, while outsiders barely managed to include by Tong, who, in turn, only interacted with the Qin family. This illustrates the peculiar friendship between the two. Therefore, Gu Jingyun never anticipated that his visit to seek mentorship with his little fiancée, in tow, would be met with refusal. Chapter 38. Master and Apprentice by Tong gazed at the plump Li Baolu, his face betraying an unmistakable disappointment. She was far too heavy, surely. She could not take to the skies. Li Baolu interjected, "Master, I am not overweight. I am merely robust. Is it not essential for a martial artist to possess a strong physique?" Bai Tong lifted his eyelids slightly. "I am not your master, so refrain from addressing me as such. If it were any other martial arts, I might begrudgingly instruct you despite your lack of innate talent. But my expertise lies in lightness skills. To learn this art, one must not only possess talent and comprehension, but also meet certain physical criteria." With a pained expression, he continued, "You are excessively heavy, and a novice must contend with their body weight, while also incorporating additional resistance training to cultivate a sense of buoyancy. When mastered, one should soar like a swallow through the air and descend like a dragonfly touching water, landing silently and softly." Li Baolu's eyes sparkled with astonishment. She had once thought Gu Jingyun's claims about lightness skills were exaggerated. In her mind, they merely entailed swift and agile movements. However, Bai Tong's words resonated deeply, akin to the depictions in her memories from a past life. Initially, she sought to learn martial arts solely to protect her family. But now she found herself genuinely intrigued by the discipline. Grasping the hem of Bai Tong's clothing, she implored, "Uncle Bai, please teach me. I will lose weight." Bai Tong shook his head. "No, you are a plump individual now, and it is likely you will remain so. My fellow disciples and I are all lean of build." As Li Baolu was about to protest, Bai Tong raised his hand to silence her. "Even if you were to lose weight, you are not naturally slender. My brothers and I can eat without gaining weight, while you're simply not suited for lightness skills." Li Baolu could not suppress a pout. Is there truly no fat person capable of mastering lightness skills? There are, Bai Tong replied, but their abilities are mediocre at best. My disciples, even those not particularly gifted, cannot have such poor physical conditions. Hence, I cannot accept you as my student. Furthermore, since my master established this school, he has never taken on an overweight apprentice. If you were to produce a remarkable student in lightness skills, it would surely be a point of pride among my peers. Yet the likelihood of failure is far greater, making it a risk I am unwilling to take." Gu Jingyun rolled his eyes and inquired, "In your lifetime, besides accepting Baolu as a disciple, will you be able to take on any other students?" Li Baolu's spirits lifted, her gaze fixed intently on Bai Tong. Indeed, this was a place of exile. Aside from her, who else would seek him out for martial training? Bai Tong found himself momentarily speechless. Here, people struggled to find enough to eat, let alone have the strength to practice martial arts. Moreover, even if Baolu proved unworthy of training, who would know she was his apprentice? Gu Jingyun thrust the knife deeper. "You are currently in a place of punishment. Do you think your brothers are so well informed that they would know you have taken on a student here? Who would know?" Bai Tong pursed his lips. Gu Jingyun continued, "If you teach her well, I will take Baolu out of Cheongzhou, allowing her to bring you fame. If not, we shall never mention you as her master, ensuring you lose not an ounce of face." Bai Tong raised an eyebrow. "Are you willing to let your skills fade into oblivion?" Gu Jingyun tempted him. "As the years go by, isn't it a blessing to have a disciple by your side?" Bai Tong's interest was piqued, his gaze lingering on Gu Jingyun. She waved her hand with a smile. "Do not look at me. You are well aware of my frailty. Even if I wished to assist, I would lack the strength." Bai Tong felt a twinge of disappointment, reluctantly shifting his focus to Li Baolu, who was earnestly looking at him with her round, pleading eyes. With a sigh, Bai Tong relented. "Very well, I shall reluctantly accept you, but remember, if your skills do not improve, do not dare to use my name." Li Baolu, taken aback by such disdain, twitched her lips and acquiesced. Bai Tong waved his hand. "You may return for now. To take on a disciple, you must prepare many things. Speak to your family, and once I have chosen a date, we shall proceed with a formal ceremony." In ancient times, the ritual of apprenticeship was held in high regard, especially for someone like Bai Yitong, who hailed from a prestigious lineage and had strict expectations regarding the customs. Thus, when Li Baolu received the specific date for her apprenticeship, she also learned that Bai Yitong had ventured into the mountains to hunt a wild boar for the occasion. Gu Jingyun, who was equally ignorant of the customs, was taken aback. Was such a grand display truly necessary for merely taking on a master? Bai Yitong lamented the lack of attendees, expressing regret. If I were still free, I would invite my fellow disciples, as well as friends from the Green Forest and masters from various sections. Alas, I can only invite the 18 families from the village and the headman. Li Baolu and Gu Jingyun exchanged incredulous glances. Had they not agreed to maintain a low profile and to deny the apprenticeship if the skills were inadequate? Qin Xinfang, having just learned of the apprenticeship, stood behind the two children, inquiring, "What else are you hiding from me?" Li Baolu and Gu Jingyun hastily shook their heads, nearly causing their heads to detach. He Zipei supported their heads, preventing further shaking, and instead asked Qin Xinfang, "Are you truly allowing Baolu to pursue martial arts? That contradicts everything she has been taught. She has studied the 4 books and 5 classics, mastering the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. While some of her former friends came from martial families, they merely learned archery and horsemanship. Actual martial arts seem too fantastical." Qin Xinfang examined Baolu, then Gu Jingyun, finally stating, "If she wishes to learn, let her. However, let me be clear. While she may study martial arts, she must not neglect the lessons taught by her aunt." Gu Jingyun frowned slightly, feeling that her uncle's expectations for Baolu were rather stringent. Yet, Li Baolu readily agreed without hesitation. Qin Xinfang would impart knowledge from books, while he Zipei would teach her the intricacies of social interactions and the responsibilities a matriarch must master. For instance, upon returning to Beijing, one must contemplate what gifts to present to the Gu family, consider the various relatives within that clan, and ponder the appropriate manner to bestow gifts upon esteemed acquaintances, friends, and superiors, as well as the etiquette of reciprocation. Zipei is truly at a loss regarding these matters. These are essential lessons to be learned. As for the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, they serve to cultivate one's character. These can be pursued without the necessity of mastery, and one may choose to specialize in just one, allowing for a more relaxed approach. Li Baolu responded readily. Yet Qin Xinfang harbored doubts about whether this young child could endure such trials, considering the considerable intensity of the studies. While he does not impede Li Baolu's martial training, he suspects their recent experiences in the county town may have spurred the children to seek a master. With his current limitations, it is impossible for him to station guards by Gu Jingyun's side. Thus the pressing question arises, who will safeguard the frail nephew? In this world, apart from the 3 of them, who could possibly care for Gu Jingyun with such unwavering devotion? The answer is Li Baolu. They're destined to be husband and wife, united as one, allowing him to entrust Gu Jingyun to her with peace of mind. As for the rules, having become an official, what does he have left to lose regarding propriety? Qin Xinfang reassured Zipei, saying rules are established by people and can naturally be broken by them as well. Aside from those pedantic scholars, have you ever seen anyone truly adhere to the rules in their actions? He chuckled, stroking his beard. Moreover, are there not enough rule breakers in our family? Zipei shot him a glare and retorted, "Since you gentlemen have reached an agreement, why drag me into the discussion? If you wish to pay your respects, then do so." Thus, on a beautiful, sunny day, Li Baolu formally became a disciple of Bai Yitong. She knelt before him, offering tea with sincerity and bowing 3 times. Bai Yitong observed with satisfaction, although the apprentice was somewhat plump and appeared rather simple-minded. Her filial piety and obedience suggested that with gradual guidance, she might indeed become a remarkable talent. Chapter 39. Martial arts. Bai Yitong harbored little confidence in teaching his young apprentice the exquisite art of lightness, fully aware that her ambitions did not lie solely within the realm of his skills. Consequently, he unearthed numerous martial arts manuscripts for her selection. Among them were techniques for swordplay, fist techniques, knife techniques, and palm techniques, collections he had amassed during his wanderings through the martial world. While none could be classified as first-rate, There was certainly a plethora of second and third-tier skills. Bai Yitong placed the manuscripts before Li Baolu and inquired, "Which one do you wish to learn?" Noticing her momentary stupor, he elaborated, "I shall certainly teach you my exquisite lightness techniques, but given your physique, it would be prudent to acquire several skills. Surely, one of them will suit you. As your master, I cannot allow you to be a fruitless disciple." Li Baolu could not help but puff out her cheeks, exclaiming, "Master, do you truly hold me in such low regard? Perhaps I could inherit your legacy." Bai Yitong, observing her plump form, remained silent. His lack of confidence in her abilities stemmed not from a lack of faith, but from the simple fact that their lineage had never trained a heavier disciple. While her round figure was endearing at her tender age, he had discreetly scrutinized her for some time and noted that she was the type who would gain weight even from drinking a glass of cold water. Such a physique seemed ill-suited for the practice of lightness. With the same internal force and skill, a heavier person would invariably leap lower than a lighter counterpart. Nevertheless, having accepted her as a disciple, he felt it a waste to neglect her potential, although his primary focus would remain on imparting his lightness techniques. He deemed it unwise to disregard the other martial arts. Perhaps fate had closed one path for her, yet would open another. Thus, he presented all his collected manuscripts for her to peruse. Li Baolu understood that, akin to knowledge, martial arts valued quality over quantity. Mastering lightness was imperative. But what are the other martial arts? Her main goal was to defend herself and Gu Jingyun against bullies, so she could not afford to forego these essential skills. As she carefully examined the manuscripts scattered on the ground, she hesitated and asked, "Master, which manuscript is the best?" "The one that suits you is the best." Bai Yitong replied sagely, "Martial arts can be cultivated. It depends on one's comprehension. A person of exceptional insight can, even with a third-rate manuscript, forge unparalleled martial prowess." Li Baolu twitched her lips and countered, "I think I shall leave the opportunity for fame to others. Perhaps I should choose an easier path, master. Which manuscript do you believe is both excellent and suitable for me?" Bai Yitong smacked her lightly on the head and retorted, "How would I know? You haven't even practiced the basics. How can I ascertain which style suits you? Then why did you let me choose? Li Baolu. Just take a look to see which type of martial art you fancy. We will practice in turns, and, in the end, you shall select the one you excel in to master thoroughly," Bai Yitong said, rising and patting his backside. He waved his hand dismissively. "All right. Take these manuscripts back with you. Familiarize yourself with them, and tomorrow we shall commence our martial training." Li Baolu's eyes sparkled with excitement as she inquired, "Master, when can I expect to soar through the air after learning lightness?" Bai Yitong looked down at her and sighed once more. "If, after 7 years, you can attain the first level, that would be quite commendable." Li Baolu's mouth fell agape. 7 years? Is it truly that long? Practicing martial arts, much like the pursuit of knowledge, demands unwavering perseverance. While one may witness immediate results from studying, martial arts require a solid foundation, cultivated over many years before one can hope to excel. A moment of complacency may lead to the forfeiture of all prior efforts. Bai Yitong gazed at her with a stern expression and said, "Have you thought this through? Once you embark on this journey, there is no turning back. I shall not grant you leniency simply because of your tender age." Had she not devoted 15 years to her studies before entering the workforce in her past life? She had never faltered during that time, enduring 7 years, akin to the transition from primary to junior high school. She could certainly persevere through another 15 years without issue. With unwavering resolve, Li Baolu assured him, "Master, rest assured, I will persist." Bai Yitong nodded in satisfaction, waving for the little one to return home. Li Baolu assumed her initial lesson in martial arts would involve practicing stances, as is commonly depicted in films from her previous life, where establishing a solid base is paramount. She even practiced secretly for a brief period, but within 5 minutes, her legs weakened. The following day, she approached her master with a sense of solemnity, uncertain of his potential disdain upon learning of her struggles. However, Bai Yitong did not have her practice stances. Instead, he taught her a series of simple movements. Li Baolu blinked in surprise, recognizing that these exercises involved stretching and bending the body, enhancing various joints, reminiscent of yoga she had seen in her past life. yet notably simpler and easier to memorize. She mastered the sequence after just 2 attempts. Bai Tong, evidently taken aback by his disciples' remarkable understanding and aptitude for learning, felt a flicker of delight. Then, her innocent inquiry broke the moment. Master, aren't we going to practice stances first? Bai Tong est surprise dwindled instantly. He regarded her thoughtfully for a moment before asking, "Where did you hear that martial arts must begin with stances?" Feeling somewhat guilty, Li Baolu replied, "Isn't that what the stories say?" Bai Tong rolled his eyes at her candidness. "You ought to refrain from indulging in those tales. They are mere fabrications of impoverished scholars. If you wish to practice stances, you need at least 2 to 3 years of foundational training." So, the practice of stances was deemed a more advanced martial technique. Bai Tong ruffled her hair as he explained, "At your young age, your body is still developing. Practicing stances at this stage might hinder your growth. The movements I am teaching you are designed to open your meridians and strengthen your joints. By engaging in these exercises, your body will remain supple as you age, leading to more effective martial training later on." He continued, "Strength training can commence once you grow a bit older, but for now, it is crucial to establish a solid foundation. In due time, I will impart to you the inner teachings of our discipline, which are of utmost importance." Li Baolu's eyes sparkled with excitement, realizing that this was the fabled practice of Qigong. At her tender age, aside from building a foundation, she could also cultivate internal energy. Thus, once Bai Tong was confident that Li Baolu had developed her physique, he formally introduced her to the internal techniques of their school, essentially outlining the pathways of qi within the body. Confused, she looked up at her master and timidly asked, "Master, I cannot see within myself. How am I to know the pathways of qi? Moreover, how can one possibly control such an ethereal force?" "By feeling," he replied. Li Baolu closed her eyes, striving to sense something within. After a moment, she opened her eyes, still gazing at her master in a daze. Bai Tong smiled gently, affectionately ruffling her hair as he said, "Do not rush. First, memorize the meditation method, and then gradually comprehend it." It was a jest, for even he, with his exceptional talent, took half a year to cultivate the first thread of qi perception, wandering in utter confusion before achieving it. If his little disciple could master it with just a moment of closed eyes, what would be left for him to aspire to? Bai Tong turned to leave, but Li Baolu stopped him, for she had many questions to pose. The intricacies of internal energy were foreign to her, and she sought the wisdom of her only experienced master. "Master, how did you cultivate your first thread of qi perception? What was your sensation at that time?" she inquired. "Moreover, once you achieved qi perception, how did you control it to move according to your will?" Bai Tong replied, "By diligently practicing according to the scriptures, you will attain it. The sensation is one of lightness throughout the body, entering an enigmatic realm. Once you realize qi perception, you will naturally understand how to direct it. At this moment, discussing it with you would be futile. Is there any difference between this answer and silence?" Li Baolu sighed. "If you do not explain, I will naturally remain ignorant. Yet, if you do speak, I may at least have a direction for contemplation." Bai Tong regarded her for a moment before saying, "Feel it for yourself." Li Baolu could only take home the internal energy meditation method that Bai Tong had inscribed. Gu Jingyun cast a glance at it, expressing mild disdain. "This handwriting is truly unsightly." "It's my master's," she replied. "Do not emulate him. While you practice martial arts, you must not neglect your academic studies." The cultural knowledge among martial artists is generally lacking, and Bai Tong's writing was considered decent. Many martial arts were transmitted orally. The issue now was that while her academic knowledge was satisfactory, her martial skills were lacking. "But your master just praised your high comprehension. You learned the movements in just 2 days, and last night I observed your practice. It was quite commendable. That was merely a small motion to loosen the joints. The crux lies here." Li Baolu handed him the meditation method, sighing, "I have no idea how to begin." Gu Jingyun frowned slightly as he looked at the paper. That evening, Li Baolu climbed into bed early, sitting cross-legged and reciting the meditation mantra. Gradually, her consciousness began to blur, and her eyelids grew heavy. Gu Jingyun noticed her breathing lengthening, raising an eyebrow as he asked, "Have you succeeded?" Silence enveloped the room, and no one responded. He set down the book and approached her, tilting his head to observe her for a while. Finally, he gently poked her chest with a finger. Li Baolu stirred slightly before slowly collapsing onto the bed, her feet still elevated, resembling a weeble that had fallen. Perhaps feeling uncomfortable in her position, Li Baolu turned over and sprawled out, falling into a deep sleep. Gu Jingyun watched her for a while, and, seeing no signs of her awakening, he could only sigh in resignation. Noticing the meditation mantra on the table, he picked it up and pondered for a moment before turning to retrieve the medical text from the Li household. Within the medical text were 2 illustrations depicting the human meridian points. Chapter 40. Decision. The essence of the mental technique lies in the circulation of qi through the meridians and acupoints. Although Gu Jingyun was uncertain about how to guide the qi according to his desires, he understood the importance of knowing the pathways it must traverse. The journey must be taken step by step, just as in the practice of martial arts, with a penchant for exploring the essence of things. Gu Jingyun spent half the evening illustrating the qi circulation diagrams based on the mental technique, resulting in 4 phrases, each accompanied by a corresponding illustration. After reviewing his work and confirming its accuracy, he set down his brush and retired for the night. Li Baolu awoke feeling refreshed, stretching languidly after kicking off her blanket, only to sense something amiss. Rubbing her head in confusion, she pondered aloud, "When did I fall asleep last night?" Gu Jingyun, disturbed from his slumber, turned over with an irritated expression and replied, "If we consider the moment your breathing became deep and prolonged, you likely succumbed to sleep around a quarter of an hour after beginning your meditation." Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Li Baolu assured him, "I promise I won't fall asleep again tonight." Gu Jingyun merely snorted in response, neither affirming nor denying her statement. He sat up, clutching the blanket, and gestured towards the desk, instructing, "Memorize those 4 illustrations. Once you have identified the corresponding acupoints on your body, then practice." It is utterly nonsensical to attempt to train without even recognizing the meridians and acupoints. Li Baolu, holding the 2 sheets of paper, appeared bewildered. Her master had not explicitly stated that these refer to acupoints. He only instructed her to recite the phrases while meditating. The acupoints and meridians were all abbreviated, some even bearing alternative names, designed for ease of recitation. For someone like Li Baolu, who had only heard of common acupoint names such as Bai Wei and Tai Yang, she truly did not realize that the term Juki referred to the Juki acupoint. But where exactly was the Juki acupoint? Hastily, Li Baolu flipped through Gu Jingyun's illustrations, which thoughtfully included annotations. It turned out that the Juki acupoint was located along the midline of the body, 6 inches above the navel. As she traced her fingers across her own body, she hesitated for a moment before inquiring, "Is it here?" Gu Jingyun could not help but roll his eyes, stepping forward to guide her hand to the correct point, stating, "This is it. I suggest you don't rush into practice tonight. It would be prudent to familiarize yourself with all the necessary acupoints first." Li Baolu held the 4 illustrations, deep in thought. How could she have forgotten? Practitioners of martial arts in the world often favored targeting acupoints during combat, and it was indeed the acupoints that the qi traversed and impacted. Thus, understanding the human anatomical structure was imperative. Furthermore, it was crucial to grasp the functions of various acupoints within the body and the consequences of striking them. Leafing through her family's medical texts, she finally stumbled upon the acupuncture section, her eyes gleaming with excitement. "Fortunately, my ancestors have provided me with valuable knowledge. Everything I wish to learn is recorded here." Gazing at the array of materials on her desk, she resolutely declared, "I shall study medicine and master the medical techniques of the Li family." Martial arts fundamentally involve the conditioning of the human body, necessitating the application of extensive medical knowledge. Since this is the case, why not simply pursue the study of medicine? It is no wonder that in the dramas of her past life, martial artists possessed skills in healing. Her family's mental technique, though merely consisting of 4 phrases, encompassed 9 acupoints. Though she had not thoroughly examined her family's entire mental technique, her master had mentioned that these 4 phrases were merely the beginning, and mastering it in its entirety would require, at the very least, 15 years. Due to the extraordinary talents of her master, it took him 15 years to attain mastery. Li Baolu closed her medical book and declared with keen determination, "I shall begin my studies with human anatomy." Gu Jingyun blinked and tilted his head in inquiry. I recall that everyone starts their medical training by learning about medicinal herbs and their properties. However, we have no herbs at home. Li Baolu retorted with a sense of practicality. It is all foundational knowledge. Does it truly matter which we start with? She then pulled out her study schedule, pondering with her pen for quite some time. The morning lecture by Qin Xinfang was indispensable, and the first hour after lunch was to be devoted to martial arts practice with her master. Following that, she needed an hour for calligraphy and an additional half hour for extracurricular reading, none of which could be compromised. Although Li Baolu had meticulously arranged her schedule, it was still considerably less rigorous compared to Gu Jingyun's. After glancing at both schedules, she reluctantly reduced her extracurricular activities by half an hour to allocate 15 minutes for medical studies. Yet, this level of academic intensity was evidently insufficient. She could only adapt her plan, seizing the mornings when she did not have farm chores to delve into her medical texts, and also scheduling additional study time in the evenings. Gu Jingyun observed her satisfaction. Previously, when he intended to read at night, Baolu would always pull him back, insisting that reading late was detrimental to his eyesight and only allowing him to memorize texts. However, having read through the material once, he had committed it to memory. Further recitation was not only tedious, but also a waste of time, as he would rather peruse books that piqued his interest. Now, with her also dedicating her evenings to reading, he hoped she would no longer distract him. Li Baolu, however, could not suppress her lamentation, pondering why, despite a reduction in subjects, her time still felt perpetually insufficient. Furthermore, she was not yet 4 years old. This was truly a torment. Gu Jingyun had grown accustomed to his little fiancée's occasional flights of fancy and proceeded to wash up. As the two stepped outside, the day had begun to brighten. The children moved to the courtyard to practice the 5 animal frolics, where Qin Xinfang and He Zipei had already gathered, and even Qin Wenin was seated on the railing, draped in a garment. Upon seeing the 2 children approach, she beamed with delight. Gu Jingyun, thrilled to see his mother, eagerly ran forward to pay his respects. "Mother, are you feeling much better?" Qin Wenin nodded with a smile, gently replying, "Much improved. I can go out for a walk now." She turned her gaze towards Li Baolu, waving at her with warmth. Li Baolu hurriedly scampered over to her future mother-in-law, presenting a broad, endearing smile. Qin Wenin, in high spirits, pinched her chubby cheeks, saying, "Baolu seems to have gained a bit of weight. How adorable." Li Baolu remained speechless. Gu Jingyun chuckled heartily. Ever since Bai Yitong had criticized her for being too overweight, Li Baolu had been striving to lose weight. Initially, she attempted to eat less, but being in a growth phase, she could hardly endure hunger. Moreover, He Zipei would not permit her to starve herself, rendering dieting impossible. Instead, she increased her physical activity, practicing her fundamentals 3 times daily, sweating profusely. Yet, with increased exercise came a heightened appetite over the past few days. She had consumed all the pastries they had in the afternoon, and her portion sizes had increased by nearly half a bowl. Consequently, instead of shedding pounds, she had only gained more weight. Qin Xinfang found it amusing to see Baolu gazing at Qin Wenin with tears in her eyes. He beckoned the 2 children with a smile, saying, "All right, come and join the morning exercises. We shall tend to the field shortly." The 4 of them lined up to perform the 5 animal frolics, and aside from Li Baolu, the others were slightly out of breath after their routine. Qin Wenin took her time walking around the courtyard several times before turning back to observe Baolu as she practiced the fundamentals taught by her master. Qin Xinfang, noticing Baolu's lack of heavy breathing and only a light sheen of sweat, remarked, "Baolu's physique is truly remarkable." Consequently, he decided to provide her with a larger hoe. While they had found clever ways to tackle weeding, tilling the land posed a challenge, as they lacked machinery and even draft animals, forcing them to dig with their hoes, 1 stroke at a time. Fortunately, the agricultural labor for the Qin family was limited to just half an hour each morning. In the past, when Li Baolu wielded a hoe, she enjoyed silently reading her textbooks, but today she focused on memorizing acupoints. After a while, without hearing her recite from her books, Qin Xinfang turned to see his niece quietly tilling the soil. Curiosity piqued, he couldn't help but ask, "Baolu, why aren't you studying today?" "Uncle, I am memorizing the human acupoints and meridians. "I won't be reciting anymore," she replied earnestly. "Why is that?" he inquired. "Li Baolu sin so li et lai." "I aspire to study medicine, which will be essential for martial arts, and once I have mastered it, I will be able to treat you all." Qin Xian Fong was momentarily speechless before responding. "How will you learn without a teacher?" "I will self-study. I have medical texts," she stated. "I do not seek to become a renowned physician like my grandfather, but I wish to understand basic ailments. Most importantly, I must familiarize myself with the human meridians and acupoints." Qin Xian Fong pressed his lips together, contemplating her words seriously before advising. "If you wish to learn, you must dedicate yourself fully and strive to improve, never allowing yourself to abandon your studies midway. The greatest folly is to give up halfway. This is utterly unforgivable. You must balance both your studies and martial training, each requiring immense effort. Are you certain you wish to pursue medicine?" For Qin Xian Fong, whether in literature, martial arts, or medicine, mastery demanded complete dedication and commitment. While he was supportive of her martial pursuits, he grew somewhat concerned that her interest in medicine might be a fleeting whim. However, after careful consideration, Li Baolu solemnly assured him, "Uncle, these pursuits are of great significance to me, and I am genuinely interested. I will not falter." Martial arts represented an entirely new realm for her, one she was truly passionate about. Countless individuals in her previous life yearned to master such profound skills, but had no opportunity. She recognized that if she did not cherish this chance, she would be remiss. As for the medical texts, in an era where physicians were scarce, possessing some medical knowledge would be prudent, especially given that her family had 3 ailing members. These medical texts had been secretly passed down to her by her grandmother, who had kept them from her second uncle. Besides ensuring their preservation for future transcription back to the Li family, she hoped to learn as much as possible, perhaps even adding her own insights to the texts, thereby preventing the lineage of knowledge from becoming extinct. Qin Xin Fong, observing the unwavering determination in the child's eyes, felt a mixture of joy and concern. Nevertheless, he promptly began to devise a plan for her. "Although you possess the 4 medical tomes inherited from the Li family, they contain only the essence of knowledge, lacking many fundamental teachings. Without proper guidance, mastering the art of medicine will prove exceedingly challenging. Therefore, it is imperative that we do not neglect the basics. In a few days, when the weather turns cooler, I shall take you to Wutsuan to inquire with your grandmother and grandfather if they have left behind any additional notes. If they have, you may use them for reference. We will also venture to the county town to search for other medical texts. It would be ideal to find a compendium of medicinal herbs, for you must become acquainted with them." Li Baolu's eyes sparkled with excitement as she exclaimed, "Uncle, are we going to see my grandmother?" Gu Jingyun, feeling displeased, dropped his small hoe and declared, "I want to go too." Chapter 41. Li Baolu had been at the Qin residence for nearly a month. When she reflected upon her family, her thoughts were predominantly consumed by memories of her late parents and grandfather, alongside concerns for her grandmother. As a child bride, she found herself in a position where, due to her youth and lack of agency, it was impossible for her to request a visit home from Uncle Qin. Therefore, when Qin Xinfang proposed taking her back to the Li family to seek her grandfather's memoirs, Li Baolu was nearly ecstatic, on the verge of leaping with joy. She missed her grandmother dearly and was eager to learn of her well-being, especially considering the dubious character of her second uncle. The Qin family treated the Li family as kin, and while Li Baolu was a child bride, her status bore little difference from that of a typical bride brought into the family, save for her tender years. Child brides were typically purchased, yet the Wan family did not seek any monetary gain from the Qin family. Rather, they prepared a generous dowry for Li Baolu. By this merit alone, the Wan family earned their respect. Furthermore, Qin Xinfang and Li Bo shared a deep friendship, which prompted Qin Xinfang to prepare numerous gifts for their visit to the Li family, all in accordance with the customs of their time regarding familial exchanges. Zipei prepared some pastries and provided funds for the village head to procure 2 bolts of cotton fabric and a chicken. Early the following morning, Qin Xinfang set out for Wu village with the 2 children. The journey from 1 village to 5 village typically took about 2.5 hours, and they departed before dawn, yet did not arrive until dusk due to Qin Xinfang's frail health, which was even more precarious than that of Madame Wan. Pushing a borrowed cart from the village, Qin Xinfang had Gu Jingyun and Li Baolu seated atop, alongside their gifts. They paused for rest approximately every 15 minutes. By the end, both Gu Jingyun and Li Baolu could hardly bear to walk any longer, but being young, and with Gu Jingyun's poor health, Qin Xinfang dared not let them walk for extended periods, often lifting them back onto the cart after merely a short stroll. Thus, they continued their stop-and-go journey until they reached Five Village. Upon sighting the houses of Five Village, Li Baolu joyfully leaped off the cart and pointed to one of the residences, exclaiming, "That is my home." Gu Jingyun lifted her eyelids and remarked, "Your home is in one village. This is your maternal family." Li Baolu was undeterred, nodding in agreement before turning to earnestly admonish Qin Xinfang. "Uncle, you ought to exercise more. You are in worse shape than my grandmother. Last time, she carried me to my in-laws' home in just 3 hours." Hearing the term in-laws made Gu Jingyun smile, and she joined Li Baolu in scolding him. "Uncle, why not practice the 5 animal exercises a couple of times each day? Once in the morning, once in the evening. Over time, it will surely yield results." Qin Xinfang's face flushed slightly, yet he was aware of his own frailty and reluctantly nodded. "All right, we shall start with 2 sessions daily, and if effective, we will increase to 3. Now, let us board the cart and enter the village." As the sun began to set, the laborers from the fields and the sea returned home, and upon encountering the unfamiliar sight of a cart being pushed towards their village, they gazed curiously for a moment, soon recognizing Li Baolu. They whispered among themselves, "Isn't that the little fool from the Li family? Didn't she go to be a child bride? Why is she back? I hope she hasn't had a relapse and been sent back again. Madam, Li will have more to worry about." It is indeed remarkable how ruthless Li Hong can be, especially considering that he is the sole descendant of his elder brother. The crowd buzzed with chatter, and Li Baolu found it challenging to feign ignorance. She simply turned her head and waved gracefully, greeting the uncles and older relatives. "Hello, gentlemen. Have you returned from your work?" The onlookers were momentarily taken aback, having only just learned that the little fool of the Li family had recovered, and they were astonished at how eloquently she articulated a series of phrases at just over 3 years of age. One individual, regaining composure first, cast a curious glance at Qin Xinfang and jested, "Is the young lady here to visit her maternal family?" To everyone's surprise, Li Baolu nodded earnestly, pointing at Gu Jingyun with utmost seriousness. "Indeed, this is my husband, and this is my uncle." Meanwhile, Gu Jingyun maintained a solemn expression, greeting the adults with "Greetings, uncles." The elders exchanged awkward glances, nodding in acknowledgement, yet no one ventured to converse with Qin Xinfang. Those exiled to this place were all criminals, and there was a palpable wariness among them. As they walked in silence, just before parting ways, one person stepped forward and addressed Li Baolu. "It is good that you have returned. You should visit your grandmother, for she is ill, and surely she thinks of you. Consider it an act of filial piety for your father." Li Baolu's heart sank at these words, and she looked up only to see the individual hastily turning away. Qin Xinfang paused and whispered, "Shall we call him back to inquire further?" Li Baolu shook her head. That was Uncle Chun, and he was not particularly close to their family. The fact that he spoke to her at all was a rarity. Chen Erling was one of the 2 survivors who had returned with Li Bo from the sea, yet his ties to the Li family were tenuous. Li Baolu remembered him because her grandmother had taken her to inquire about the maritime disaster, at which time Chen Erling had just regained consciousness, his face etched with terror. Reflecting on his words, a sense of urgency stirred within her, compelling her to return home. Gu Jingyun seemed to sense her thoughts, tapping the cart and urging, "Uncle, please hasten." Qin Xinfang chuckled at his nephew and quickened his pace. By the time the trio reached the entrance of the Li residence, Li Hong had already heard the news and emerged to greet them. Upon seeing his niece sitting comfortably on the cart, her complexion rosy and vibrant, his expression shifted momentarily before he broke into a welcoming smile, courteously approaching Qin Xinfang. He was familiar with Qin Xinfang from a time long before the Li family faced disgrace, when he still lived a life of luxury in the capital. Back then, Qin Xinfang was an unattainable figure, the esteemed prince's tutor, as well as the youngest cabinet minister, having been appointed as the deputy minister of the Ministry of Revenue. His own teacher often spoke of how Qin Xinfang had spent a year at the academy, suggesting that his triumph at the age of 20 as the top scholar was a result of that singular year of study. Once a star in the heavens, now both had descended into the depths of exile as criminals. Nevertheless, even within the confines of this disgrace, his existence was far superior to that of the average criminal. He was aware that his father had consistently provided medical care for his family, and through their frequent interactions, they had unexpectedly forged a friendship across the generational divide. Yet he never placed much significance on this bond. In a place of exile, what friendship could truly exist? Not only were they wary of one another, but each was also preoccupied with their own survival. Who had the luxury to concern themselves with the affairs of others? For instance, the so-called friends and close brothers of the elder brother, after his demise, who among them ever mentioned helping to care for his sole descendant? Upon learning of his intention to send her off as a child bride, who dared to utter a word in objection? Yet, he never anticipated that his mother would send Baolu to the Qin family to become a child bride, and indeed, the Qin family accepted her. Li Hong cast a glance at Gu Jingyun seated beside Li Baolu, noticing his frail stature and lack of vitality, and he discerned that he was the ailing child who frequently fell ill and required medical attention. A wry smile crept into his heart. Surely, it was precisely for this reason that the Qin family accepted Baolu as a child bride. Maintaining a composed demeanor, Li Hong greeted Qin Xinfang with a beaming smile and invited him into the house, believing himself to be discreet, unaware that Qin Xinfang had already discerned his thoughts with a mere glance. Qin Xinfang sighed inwardly, understanding why Li Hong often lamented the shortcomings of his descendants during his lifetime, relying solely on his eldest son in his twilight years. He assisted the two children down from the cart, instructing Gu Jingyun to pay his respects to Li Hong. Gu Jingyun, with a solemn expression, formally bowed to Li Hong, addressing him as uncle. Taken aback, Li Hong quickly steadied him, saying, "There's no need for such formality, dear nephew," before turning to Qin Xinfang, "Mr. Qin, it is a rare occasion for you to visit. Please come inside." "Well, the matriarch. We heard on the way that she has not been well. How is her condition?" Li Hong's smile faltered momentarily. Then he replied, "Mother is inside. She caught a chill a few days ago and has been feeling a bit dizzy, resting indoors. Mr. Qin, please wait a moment while I fetch my wife to bring her out." Mei and the three children were hiding inside, their eyes gleaming as they gazed at the gifts brought by Qin Xinfang. Upon hearing Li Hong's call, she quickly nudged the children, a radiant smile adorning her face as she went out. "I shall fetch mother at once. Please wait a moment." Wan still resided in her previous room, feeling light-headed from illness. Upon seeing her daughter-in-law enter, she merely opened her eyes briefly before closing them again. Mei approached gently, helping her to sit up, whispering, "Mother, Baolu has returned." Wan's eyes flew open, her hand instinctively gripping Mei's tightly. Mei hurriedly reassured her in a hushed tone, "Do not worry, mother. She has come back with her in-laws and brought gifts. It seems more like a family visit than a betrothal cancellation." Wan exhaled in relief, her voice hoarse as she said, "Help me outside." Mei quickly offered her a sip of water, assessing her condition before assisting her out. Upon seeing her grandmother being helped inside by Mei, Li Baolu's tears fell freely. In just 1 month, Wan appeared much frilier and more haggard than before. Li Baolu rushed into Wan's embrace, tearfully gazing up at her. "Grandmother." Wan affectionately caressed Li Baolu's chubby little face, noting that her granddaughter had visibly gained weight in just a month, clearly having fared well in the Qin family. "Silly child, it is a good thing that your uncle and young husband brought you back to your maternal home. Why do you weep?" She turned to Qin Xinfang with a smile, saying, "Please do not blame her. She is still so young." Qin Xinfang chuckled warmly. "This is her filial piety. How could I reproach her?" He cast a keen glance at Li Hong, who was observing them intently, and straightforwardly declared, "Actually, I have another request to make regarding bringing Baolu back for a family visit." Wan supported Mei as they took their seats, smilingly inquired, "Pray tell, what is the matter?" "We shall exert our utmost to assist our esteemed in-laws in any way we can." Qin Xinfang cast a glance at Gu Jingyun and remarked, "As you are aware, my child's health has not been robust. Previously, we relied on the esteemed Mr. Li for treatment, but now, finding a skilled physician is quite a challenge. Thus, I wish to self-study some medical knowledge, supplemented by the prescriptions left by Mr. Li, which may enable me to procure some remedies for my child. However, medical texts are scarce, and I wonder if Mr. Li left behind any handwritten notes that I might borrow for perusal. A spark of excitement ignited in Juan's eyes as she glanced at Baolu and said, "This is no trouble at all. Indeed, he left behind some notes. We have no use for those items, and I shall gather them for you shortly." "Mother," Li Hong interjected urgently, "Father's belongings have all been set aside. Recently, there was a heavy downpour, causing leaks in the house, and many items have sustained damage. The handwritten notes may no longer be intact." Juan replied nonchalantly, "Rest assured, I have taken great care to preserve your father's belongings, and they are not in disarray." Li Hong's expression darkened, casting an irritable glance at Juan. Chapter 42. Wishes. Qin Xinfang maintained a cheerful demeanor. Addressing Juan Shi, "I shall borrow it for a moment, transcribe a copy, and return the original." Juan Shi nodded, feeling invigorated at the thought of the Li family's medical skills being passed down. Supporting Mei Shi and Baolu, she rose, saying, "I will fetch it for you now." Qin Xinfang quickly interjected, "There is no rush. The evening has darkened. We shall impose upon you for the night and depart tomorrow." Juan Shi smiled. "If you find it now, you can keep it safe, and as soon as dawn breaks, you may set out. With a single family member accompanying 2 children, your journey will surely be slow. You cannot linger." Qin Xinfang's face flushed with embarrassment, and he ceased to object. Li Feng, observing the exchange, darkened in countenance and rose to pursue, but Qin Xinfang promptly grasped his arm, smiling, "Brotherly, please hold on. This matter is indeed an imposition for my Qin family. It is, after all, a craft belonging to the Li family. I should not be so presumptuous. Yet, I kindly ask you to indulge me." He then produced 2 silver coins from his pocket and handed them to Li Hong, somewhat awkwardly stating, "Brother, I do not have much on me. These are merely a token of my goodwill. Rest assured, I shall return the original once I transcribe my notes." Li Hong, who had been about to rise, paused and returned to his seat. Meanwhile, Juan Shi led Mei Shi and Li Baolu into her chamber, not hesitating to point directly at a box atop a cabinet, instructing, "Bring that box down." Mei Shi helped Juan Shi to sit at the bedside and climbed onto a chair to retrieve the box. It was light, and she easily brought it down, placing it beside Juan Shi. Juan Shi took a key from her bosom to unlock the box, revealing stacks of notebooks and piles of paper. She picked up one of the volumes, reluctantly saying, "These are all records of pulse diagnoses and prescriptions kept by your grandfather. Since these ailments and the principles of medication are documented in medical texts, I had not planned to give them to you. However, if you wish to peruse them, feel free to take them." She gestured towards the scattered papers, adding, "These are unorganized but arranged in order. If you have the inclination, you may sort them out when you grow older so that they may be passed down to future generations." Finally, Juan Shi retrieved a letter from the bottom of the box, sighing as she prepared to tuck it beneath her pillow. Li Baolu, however, had already glimpsed the writing on the envelope, which read, "To my brother, Li Yuan." Li Baolu quickly grasped her grandmother's hand, exclaiming, "Grandmother, does grandfather have a brother?" Juan Shi was taken aback. "You can read? Uncle Qin has been teaching me and Brother Jingyan together. I can now recite the 3-character classic in its entirety." "Good, good," Juan Shi said with a comforting touch to her little head. "Reading and writing are indeed commendable pursuits. Do not heed the nonsensical claims of those who say that a woman's lack of talent is a virtue. You must study diligently. The knowledge you acquire will belong to you alone. Not to mention, once you can read and write, you will be able to comprehend letters." Juan continued to place the letter beneath the pillow, explaining, "This is from your great-grandfather, your grandfather's cousin, a legitimate heir from the main branch, who shared the closest relationship with your grandfather. This letter was penned by your grandfather to declare his grievances. However, it could not be sent out for the first few years to avoid bringing trouble upon your great-grandfather. In recent years, your grandfather hesitated about whether to send it or not, which has led us to this moment. Now that your grandfather has passed, the significance of sending this letter has diminished, yet your grandmother keeps it as a token of remembrance. Can your great-grandfather clear your grandfather's name?" "No." Juan grasped her hand and continued, "It merely serves to inform the clan that he committed no transgressions against the ethics of medicine and hopes that his lineage shall not be excluded. Yet, With your grandfather's demise and the inability of future generations to return, the question of exclusion holds little importance now. Li Baolu, however, retrieved the letter from beneath the pillow and caressed the yellowed envelope, saying, "Grandmother, please give me the letter. Once I leave Cheongzhou, I shall return it. Even if our branch never returns home, the clan deserves to know that grandfather never committed such acts. He was a good doctor." Wan's tears flowed freely as she embraced Baolu tightly, choking on her words. "Good child, it is no wonder your grandfather cherished you so. Only you can understand him. Not everyone can grasp Li Bao's obsession. He longed to send this letter, but never found the opportunity. In the stillness of night, she watched him repeatedly take the letter out to read, her heart aching as if pierced by a knife. He always felt he was a burden to them, striving to ensure they lived better lives. Yet how were they not also a burden to him? Wiping her tears, Wan placed the letter back into the box, saying, "Your second uncle is rather suspicious. He will undoubtedly inspect it. It is best to keep it here." She gently patted her head and advised, "Be well-behaved and diligent in your studies at the Qin family. Do not squander your time. You are fortunate, and you must cherish this opportunity. Your cousins may not say much, but even your male cousin likely cannot read many characters." At this point, she expressed her grievances, lamenting that her second uncle was short-sighted, attributing their shortcomings to her and her grandfather's upbringing, ultimately causing hardship for the children. Thankfully, her second aunt had not completely lost her senses. As long as the children remained untainted, you might assist them in the future. Li Baolu felt somewhat uneasy glancing at Mei, as her memories of her were not favorable. Mei had always been indolent during her parents' time, vying for everything in the household and never showing her a kind face. She had often muttered that Baolu was a financial burden, declaring that such a fool should be discarded early. After her parents' passing, her second aunt's treatment of her had hardly improved, even showing little kindness toward her grandmother. Therefore, she was astonished by her grandmother's trust in her second aunt upon returning. One did not offer an explanation to Li Baolu, believing her granddaughter might not comprehend. She pulled Baolu to kneel before Mei, instructing, "Bow to your second aunt. She has endured much for you." Li Baolu, filled with confusion, nonetheless obediently knelt and bowed her head to Mei. Mei wept as she held onto Li Baolu, her tears streaming down her cheeks. She covered her lips, unable to contain her sobs. As long as Baolu remembered the affection of her second aunt, that would be enough. In the future, when her siblings faced difficulties, she hoped that Baolu would lend a helping hand. Mei had learned from her mother-in-law that Li Baolu had been promised to Gu Jingyun, a reputable man who could leave his place of exile. This alone was reason enough for her to continue supporting Li Baolu. One sighed deeply upon hearing this. Baolu was merely 3 years old and had only begun learning to read a month ago, yet she was already able to recognize the characters on an envelope, showcasing her remarkable talent. In contrast, the other children of the Li family lagged far behind. While hard work could once compensate for their shortcomings, now, under Li Hong's leadership, their opportunities for diligence were being stifled. The children of the Li family were taught to recite the 3-character classic and some memorable Tang poems as soon as they could speak, which meant that aside from the youngest, Nyo, both Hijia and Junge could recognize characters. During Li Bao's time, the 2 children were required to study for a minimum of 3 hours each day. In the absence of books, they practiced by rote. Li Bao, Li Kong, and Li Hong were all literate, and each could recite enough to compile numerous volumes. Li Bao pondered that even if the children could not participate in the imperial examinations, literacy would still yield significant benefits. To say nothing of the legacy passed down through generations by the 3rd generation, they would be able to leave the village of transgression to seek their fortunes elsewhere. If they were literate, their chances of finding employment would undoubtedly surpass those of the illiterate. It could be said that the medical texts and literacy he could bequeath to his descendants were his most precious inheritance. Currently, none of the children displayed an aptitude or interest in medicine, but as long as they could read, the medical texts could be preserved, providing future generations with an opportunity. However, Li Hong evidently held a different view. Education required substantial financial resources. Even if he could teach his children, the costs of paper, ink, and writing implements were considerable, especially for paper and ink, which were used sparingly. Li Hong was reluctant to spend money on these necessities, Thus, recently, the Li siblings resorted to drawing in the dirt with sticks, all under one's supervision, for without her watchful eye, the two children would likely have run off to play. Li Hong was quite content to let them go clambering along the shore or assisting with farm work. Wan felt an overwhelming sense of guilt, believing herself to be at fault. The Li family was a lineage of esteemed physicians. Although her husband's branch was a collateral line, their medical skills had always been exemplary, often surpassing those of the direct line. Yet, there was one significant issue. This branch had few descendants. For the past 5 generations, it had been a single line of inheritance, with children either dying at birth or, upon reaching the age of 13 or 14, facing untimely demise. One had borne 2 sons for the Li family, and during their exile, Li Hong had nearly perished. At that time, Wan and Li Bo had feared that their lineage would continue to be a single line, but to their surprise, Li Hong had survived. This is why they both cherished him even more. They had broken the cycle of single-line inheritance in the Li family, yet in doing so, they had also forfeited the family's medical legacy. It is known that Li Bao's line had the greatest medical aptitude in every generation, and he himself was exceptionally gifted, having outperformed his peers since childhood. However, neither Li Kong nor Li Hong inherited his medical talents, having expressed disinterest in the field from a young age. By the time of Li Jun, when Li Bo attempted to teach him to identify medicinal herbs, he learned quickly, yet when presented with 2 identical ones to identify, he could not recognize them. Thus, Wan felt that the shortcomings of the Li family's descendants could be attributed to herself. Her husband was undeniably gifted, yet the inadequacies of their children seemed to stem from her lineage. Despite her self-reproach and sorrow, she must endeavor to arrange for the affairs that lay ahead, ensuring her husband's legacy would endure. She had long ceased to place hope in Li Hong. The medical texts in his possession would inevitably be exchanged for money, so it was wiser to entrust them to Baolu. Grasping Baolu's hand, she reiterated her counsel. Your elder brother lacks the aptitude for medicine. If these texts remain here, they may be squandered by your second uncle. Take them with you, and when your brother marries and has children, you may transcribe a copy to return. We shall see if any among the Li descendants possess the talent for medicine. If so, let them inherit your grandfather's legacy. Wan harbored but 2 wishes: to return the medical text to the Li family, ensuring the continuation of their lineage, and to lend a hand whenever the descendants faced insurmountable challenges. Chapter 43. Instruction. Li Baolu nodded solemnly. Her grandmother had even bestowed upon her the most treasured medical texts of the Li family as part of her dowry, requiring merely 2 promises in return. May let out a sigh of relief and respectfully performed a courtesy towards Wan. Wan waved her hand dismissively, lamenting, Jungu and the others are also my grandchildren. How can I not be paying for them? It is my fault for not having raised their father properly. May lowered her head in shame. She had never considered her husband to be flawed, jealous of his elder brother's favoritism, and indeed, the in-laws had shown bias towards the eldest branch. She had never offered counsel, instead finding it easy to empathize with him. His laziness had never struck her as a fault, for the Li family had never deprived her or her children because of it. Even his selfishness had not troubled her, as his self-serving nature benefited her and her offspring. However, now that the family's pillar, her father-in-law, was gone and the diligent support of the eldest branch had vanished, everything she once deemed correct had been turned on its head. As the family's backbone, Li Hong had not only become lethargic, but had grown increasingly idle, leaving the burden of sustenance entirely upon her shoulders. Had it been merely this, she would not harbor much resentment, for her efforts would ultimately benefit her children. Yet, Li Hong did not even grant her this modest hope. Apart from the heir, Li Jun, he displayed little affection for their 2 daughters. Heaven knows the fear that gripped Mei each day as she ventured out to work, anxious that upon her return, her daughters might have vanished. Moreover, since Li Baolu had been abandoned and failed, Li Hong had begun to regard her with suspicion, sometimes resorting to violence in fits of anger, believing that her revelation of information had caused his current isolation in the village. The traits she once overlooked had morphed into fatal flaws, compelling Mei to ally herself with Wan. Once fearful and disdainful of her mother-in-law, Wan had now become her support. In this household, if anyone could impose discipline upon Li Hong, it was indeed Wan. Yet, Wan did not share her optimism. She gestured to Mei, saying, Take the box outside to Mr. Qin. I shall speak with Baolu. While it was ostensibly meant for Qin Xinfang, it was in truth intended for Li Hong's inspection. Wiping her tears, Mei carried the box outside, and one grasped Baolu's hand, quietly inquiring, "Is the Qin family good to you?" "Yes, just like my parents. I have rice and meat to eat every day. After waking, I practice the 5-animal play and then study. In the afternoon, I self-study medicine." Li Baolu spoke only of the good, even tugging at her garment with joy, exclaiming, "This is the new dress Aunt made for me. Grandmother, do you think it looks nice?" One affectionately patted her little head, saying, "It is lovely. Mr. Qin and his wife treat you well. You must also be filial to them. Do you understand?" Li Baolu nudda biguruzli. One then turned to inquire about Gu Jingyun. While the Qin couple was kind, the most crucial aspect remained Gu Jingyun, for he was the one with whom her granddaughter would spend her life. One did not ask further questions, focusing solely on what Gu Jingyun did each day, whether he played games with her. Seeing that Baolu even knew that Gu Jingyun had written a couple of large characters 2 days prior, a relieved smile graced her face. Noticing there was no one else in the room, Li Baolu clutched her arm and asked, "Is grandmother unwell?" "Indeed, grandmother has caught a chill, so you must maintain your distance to avoid inheriting her ailment." "Has she taken her medicine?" One replied with a smile, "She has." "You lie. I can't even detect the scent of medicine on you." Li Baolu trembled her lips, ultimately refraining from pursuing the topic further. "Baolu, in the future, if your second aunt does not send you messages, do not return. This time, I have given you your grandfather's notes," one said, her gaze filled with affection. "Grandmother is old and dreads farewells, so do not come back." Tears welled in Baolu's eyes as she tightly embraced her grandmother's arm, asking, "Are you sending me away?" "Silly child. It is because grandmother fears that seeing you will only lead to sorrow upon parting. Just know that grandmother resides here, and that is enough." One was aware that her days were numbered, yet Baolu was deeply sentimental. After the loss of her parents and the death of her grandfather, she had fainted for 3 days before regaining consciousness. If she were to return and discover that her grandmother had also passed, it could lead to unforeseen consequences. Ultimately, Baolu's condition was an unknown. Who could predict how she might react to further trauma? Thus, it would be wiser to wait until she matured, allowing her feelings to soften, so that the truth would not wound her so painfully. Conscious of her limited time, one had much to impart, fearing that young Li Baolu might not remember everything. So she repeated her instructions. She urged Baolu to memorize her maternal family's address and to return the medical text to the Li family once she grew up. She encouraged her to study diligently, acquire various skills, and be filial to the Qin couple, while also nurturing a good relationship with Gu Jingyun. Baolu felt as though her grandmother was preparing for the end, and her heart ached, prompting her to interrupt. "Grandmother, it seems my second aunt has become a different person." Due to her chill, Wan's mind was somewhat hazy, and upon being interrupted, she struggled to recall her intended words. With a sigh, she remarked, "Your second aunt has also endured much hardship. Once, she was quite willful and spoiled, but now the weight of the family rests upon her shoulders. And your second uncle often vents his frustrations on her. Baolu, you must remember the kindness she once showed you. Besides, if it weren't for her, grandmother cannot fathom your second uncle's madness. He has put her through considerable turmoil." Baolu gritted her teeth, her eyes reddening with anger, as she could hardly believe that Li Hong had become so despicable. Yet one had a broader perspective. It was not uncommon for one's character to shift dramatically after experiencing great misfortune. Some individuals emerge more resilient and determined, while others may spiral downwards, amplifying their flaws. It is also my and your grandfather's fault. During our exile, your second uncle's temperament gradually deteriorated. We were too compassionate, having witnessed his youthful suffering and near-death experience, which led us to indulge him. Your father often doted on him, ultimately enabling his misbehavior. Baolu, you must not emulate your second uncle. Do you understand? At this juncture, Wan adopted a serious demeanor, sitting upright as she continued. Throughout life, one will inevitably encounter numerous obstacles and endure considerable hardships. But these should not serve as excuses for weakness or retreat. They exist to forge your character. The greater the challenge, the stronger you must become. Strive to overcome those barriers, If you cannot leap over them, then crawl past them, and if that fails, chip away at them until they are manageable. Even the foolish old man could move mountains. Do you think you are less capable than he? Juan's eyes pierced through Baolu, urging her. Only through diligence can you find the opportunity to overcome. If you persist in weakness and retreat, you shall remain on that side of despair for eternity. Remember this. No matter your age, do you understand? Li Baolu nodded vigorously, her eyes sparkling as she replied, Grandmother, rest assured, I shall hold your teachings close to my heart. Juan affectionately stroked her head and led her to the main hall. Li Hong had just finished inspecting the contents of the box and stumbled upon a letter. However, he paid it no mind, knowing that his father had pinned it upon arriving in Xiongzhou. At that time, they were under watchful eyes, and sending the letter would have jeopardized their third uncle. It had remained in his possession ever since. Over the years, the scrutiny had lessened, yet they had settled down, marrying and bearing children. He was uncertain of his father's thoughts on the matter, but the letter remained undelivered. For Li Hong, it mattered little whether the letter was sent or not. After years of exile in Xiongzhou, the clan had never offered them support, and he felt almost no sense of belonging to the family. He gazed at the notes, pondering whether the esteemed physicians of Xiongzhou might offer some silver in exchange for copies of his father's writings. After all, these were the ancestral medical texts of the Li family, and his father was a royal physician. Many sought his prescriptions, especially in a place so far from the capital with such primitive medical conditions. Unaware of Li Hong's thoughts, Qin Xian Fong recorded the items in the box, signing to confirm that the notes would be returned within 6 months to a year. Having just received 2 ingots of silver from Qin Xian Fong, Li Hong readily affixed his signature. Qin Xian Fong, Juan, and Li Baolu all breathed a sigh of relief. However, Gu Jingyan scoffed, understanding why. Despite the presence of male heirs in the Li family, Juan still felt the need to secretly bequeath the family medical texts as part of Baolu's dowry. If he had such a foolish son, he would rather strangle him outright. Li Hong remained oblivious to being labeled a fool by a child of merely 5 years. Otherwise, he would have surely choked on his indignation. Instead, a thought crossed his mind. If his mother had preserved his father's notes, might she have retained other treasures as well? Perhaps jewelry or private savings. He did not consider the medical texts, as they were cumbersome, and he had not seen any signs of books during their flight. Moreover, the family's ancestral medical texts were traditionally known only to those with exceptional medical talent or the legitimate eldest son. Li Hong was neither the eldest nor gifted in medicine, and neither Li Bo nor Juan had divulged this matter to him. Had he known that their precious heirlooms were to be given as part of Baolu's dowry, he would have been driven to the brink of madness. Chapter 44. Support may prepare a simple dinner of vegetables and rice, with a sprinkling of rice bran mixed in. However, Li Jun and Li He gazed at their bowls with eager anticipation, their mouths watering incessantly. Li Baolu, taken aback, turned sharply to glare at Li Hong. The Li family had always enjoyed a comfortable life, aside from the considerable fees for Li Bo's medical consultations. Li Kong and his wife had been fishing at sea and farming the fields. While there might be some scarcity in other areas, rice was certainly not lacking. According to grandmother, both grandfather and her parents had left behind a substantial inheritance. Yet, after just a month of absence, how had the family fallen to the point of eating rice mixed with bran? And why did Li Jun and Li He appear so starved? What had Li Hong done with all their money and resources? Wang and Mei had grown accustomed to such circumstances, calmly picking up their bowls and apologizing to Qin Xin Fong. Please forgive us for the humble meal. Not all. We are the ones intruding, Qin Xin Fong replied. Though he too was taken aback, making sure not to show it. He was well aware of his old friend's ability to earn. Whenever he was invited to treat someone in town, he would earn no less than 2 taels of silver per visit, and for generous families, even a full silver ingot would be offered. Furthermore, with the lower cost of living in the exiled lands, how could the Li family's situation have deteriorated so drastically in just 1 month? Although Qin Xin Fong harbored doubts, he refrained from intervening in the Li family's affairs, while Li Baolu was left with a growing sense of resentment and worry. With Li Hong managing their lives so poorly, what would become of grandmother? Li Baolu quickly devoured her meal, declaring, I'm full. I want to go out and play, resembling a spoiled child. Gu Jingyan leisurely set down his bowl and politely addressed everyone. "I'm also satisfied. I shall take my sister out for a stroll." He stepped forward to take Li Baolu's hand, portraying the image of a dutiful and considerate child. Just as Li Hong was about to insist they stay, Qin Xinfang cheerfully waved his hand, saying, go on, but do not wander too far and no mischief." His nephew's delicate constitution could only handle a couple of bites at most. The two children, hand in hand, ventured outside, with Li Baolu hastily running towards her grandfather's pharmacy. The door was unlocked, and upon pushing it open, she was confronted with empty shelves. A flicker of surprise crossed her face. Her grandfather's shelves had never been bare. Most herbs could be gathered from the nearby mountains, and the rest would be procured from the apothecary. As a doctor, he would often tell her, apart from possessing medical skills and ethics, one must never run short of herbs. Essential medicines for common ailments must always be readily available. Otherwise, even a brief delay could be fatal. Before he set out to sea, she had been momentarily lucid, sitting at the threshold of the pharmacy, where the shelves had been stocked with medicines, each type in modest quantity, yet none lacking. Those supplies would have sufficed for her grandfather's needs for about 3 months. But now, not a single remedy remained, only the faint aroma of herbs lingering in the air. Li Baolu wandered around the pharmacy, murmuring to herself, "No wonder grandmother isn't taking medicine. It has all disappeared." Grandmother, having followed grandfather throughout his life, could easily prepare medicines for common ailments herself, especially with the numerous prescriptions he had left behind. Li Baolu's complexion appeared somewhat grim as she clenched her fists and exclaimed irritably, "Where has the medicine gone?" Gu Jingyun replied nonchalantly, "Perhaps your second uncle sold it. He seems to be in dire need of money." Gu Jingyun recalled the gleam in Li Hong's eyes when he witnessed their uncle pulling out silver coins and asserted, "Your second uncle seems eager to procure funds for something." Li Baolu furrowed her brows, a sense of frustration swelling within her. She recognized that seeking Li Hong's help would be futile, yet the Wan family could not afford to forego their medication. The chill could indeed be fatal. Even in modern times, influenza can claim lives, let alone in this place. Gu Jingyun reassured her, "Do not fret. Once we return, we shall procure some medicine according to the prescription. The priority is to ascertain her symptoms and identify an appropriate remedy. The Qin family often suffers from ailments, so we have a stock of common medicines at home." Li Baolu lowered her head, aware that her grandmother was uncooperative. "We could inquire with your second aunt," suggested Gu Jingyun. "She served your grandmother and must be familiar with her ailments. We want to be able to take her pulse, but we can derive a similar prescription based on your grandfather's illness descriptions. Fortunately, the remedies for chills are fairly similar, so do not worry excessively." Reflecting on the current relationship between her second aunt and grandmother, Li Baolu nodded. May, indeed, was well acquainted with the Wan family's ailments and even possessed a prescription. She hurried back to the house and retrieved a prescription from beneath her pillow, whispering to Li Baolu, "Your grandmother had this prescription ready whenever she fell ill and asked your second uncle to fetch the medicine," her voice faltering as her eyes reddened. "But your second uncle has been evasive, and I have no money on hand, which has caused delays. Your grandmother's condition has worsened." Li Baolu's face turned pale. Her teeth clenched as she replied, "That is his mother." May, equally disheartened, with teary eyes, lamented, "Your second uncle has become obsessed, fixated on finding ways to conduct business in the county town. He has sold everything of value in the house, and no matter how your grandmother and I plead, it is all in vain. Your grandmother has given up hope as well. I only wish for her to live long and in good health, so our family has a pillar to rely on." In essence, the Wan family was May's anchor. All decisions rested upon her, making her the one most averse to any misfortune befalling Wan. She gazed at Li Baolu with longing. "Baolu, I know this places you in a difficult position, but if you could send more medicine, it would be beneficial. Your grandmother mentioned that her illness was not severe, and a couple of prescriptions would suffice." Li Baolu tightened her grip on the prescription, her face still pale as she nodded. "Do not worry, second aunt. I shall procure the medicine and have it sent as soon as I return." May let out a sigh of relief, with this pressing matter weighing heavily on their minds. The trio hastened their journey home. Li Baolu walked most of the way without allowing Qin Xinfang to push her, and Gu Jingyun also traversed a considerable distance on foot. They returned home just before the hour of view. Qin Xinfang wiped the sweat from his forehead and reflected, "It seems I must intensify my physical training. Otherwise, I want to be able to take you all out." He then inquired of the two children, "Have you decided who will deliver the medicine?" "Let Zhang Yin take it," suggested Gu Jingyan. "He is both steady and clever. If he acts swiftly, he could make the round trip in a day. That evening, let us prepare the medicine." As Li Baolu gazed intently at Qin Xinfang, "Uncle, let us return home swiftly. A dutiful child often softens one's heart." And Qin Xinfang smiled as he affectionately patted her head. "Very well." The medicine for typhus was a staple in their household, and the Qin family's storeroom was well stocked. All of which had been sent by Li Baolu. Qin Xinfang was familiar with these remedies. He prepared 5 doses and discreetly tucked a few silver coins into one of the packets. It was prudent for Wan to carry some silver for protection, for their distance was great and news did not travel swiftly, leaving them vulnerable. This time, they did not leave any money for Wan and Mei, knowing that it would likely remain unguarded. He did not trust that Li Hong would meticulously examine each packet of medicine. Qin Xinfang felt a pang of sorrow for his old friend. It had not been long since his departure. Yet his second son treated his elderly wife in such a manner, leaving him restless even in the afterlife. Gu Jingyan took Li Baolu to find Zhang Yin, who readily agreed without hesitation. He was keen to establish a good rapport with Gu Jingyan, and the distance to 5 villages was not far. A round trip could be made in a day. Moreover, Gu Jingyan would ensure he was not making the journey in vain. Indeed, Gu Jingyan would not let it be for naught. He prepared provisions for the journey and even handed Zhang Yin a coin for his troubles, saying, "Please keep a close watch. This medicine must reach my grandmother." As Zhang Yin pondered the implications of his words, Li Baolu added, "My second aunt is trustworthy. Should the medicine fail to reach my grandmother, it should be entrusted to her." Zhang Yin grasped the situation, but was still somewhat uncertain. Upon arriving at the Li residence and seeing Li Hong's piercing gaze fixed upon him, repeatedly inquiring if there were any other items to be conveyed, he began to understand. It was no wonder that the elderly gentleman, who so cherished his granddaughter, would send her off to become a child bride. It was due to such an uncle. Having grown up outsmarting the village children, Zhang Yin smiled at Li Hong and said, "Young Master Gu entrusted me with these 5 packets of medicine. But he mentioned that if the ailment persists after this, he would ask me to bring more, urging the elder not to be frugal." Li Hong felt a flicker of disappointment as he glanced at the medicine packets and waved to Mei, saying, "Hurry and prepare the medicine for Mother." Turning back to Zhang Yin, he inquired somewhat brusquely, "Do you have other matters to attend to?" Zhang Yin's expression stiffened momentarily, but after a brief pause, he smiled and shook his head, saying, "Then I shall take my leave. Should anything arise at home, a message may be sent to young Master Gu. The young lady of the Li family is well favored at the Qin household." Li Hong was well aware that Qin Xinfang was no easy opponent. He dared not take advantage of him, merely managing a slight smile. Mei turned to the kitchen to prepare medicine for Wan, placing the remaining packets in Wan's room. That evening, as Mei prepared foot water for Wan, she instructed her to open all the medicine packets. Upon discovering the hidden silver coins, Wan sighed. "It seems we have become a source of amusement for our in-laws." However, Mei was delighted. With this money, once Mother's medicine was finished, they could procure several more doses from outside. Wan took the silver horn, nodding with indifference. She was acutely aware that her time was running short. Previously, she had yearned to live, believing that survival would enable her to suppress Li Hong and ensure a better life for her grandchildren. Living would allow her to witness their well-being and provide a final account to her husband in the afterlife. However, in recent days, she had grown somewhat despondent, contemplating the notion that death might not be so dreadful after all. Now that she had imparted all necessary instructions, and knowing that Baolu was thriving and her grandchildren were under the protection of the Mei family, she felt little to worry about. Once set aside the silver horn, no longer inclined to procure medicine, she deemed it wiser to reserve her funds for the Mei family's defense. Her son, lacking virtue, had ultimately rendered his wife the more reliable support. With a cold laugh escaping her lips, Wan reclined on her bed and closed her eyes, once again lamenting her past indulgence towards Li Hong. Chapter 45. Transformation. As Li Baolu hurried back upon receiving the message from the Mei family, She found that Wan Shi had already been laid to rest in her coffin, surrounded entirely by white. Leaning against the entrance, Li Baolu gazed vacantly at the coffin in the mourning hall. In a moment of disorientation, she stumbled backwards, only to be caught by Gu Jingyun, who whispered soothingly in her ear, "Do not fear. I am here." With a pang of sorrow, tears streamed down Li Baolu's face as she bit her lip to stifle her cries, gripping Gu Jingyun's arm tightly. Is grandmother at peace? She wondered. They turned her head to wipe away her tears and forced a smile, saying, "Rest assured, Baolu, your grandmother departed serenely, her face even adorned with a smile." For Wan Shi, death was not a source of suffering, but rather a release. With reddened eyes, Baolu glared at Li Hong, who knelt in the mourning hall. Her chest heaved twice, yet she remained silent, only straightening up with Gu Jingyun to bow respectfully in front of her grandmother's coffin. Qin Xinfang glanced at Wan Shi's memorial tablet and sighed, leading Baolu and Gu Jingyun to the cemetery, where they would also pay respects to Li Bo. Upon seeing Li Bo's simple gravestone, devoid of an epitaph, Qin Xinfang felt as though his heart was obstructed by a stone, anger flaring in his eyes. He brought the two children closer and pointed to Li Bo's grave, saying, "Your grandfather was a dear friend of mine. His greatest regret in life was the inability to clear his name. If you wish for him to find peace in the afterlife, and for your grandmother to rest easy, you must step forward and seek justice for him." Li Baolu stared blankly at Li Bo's gravestone, while Gu Jingyun wore a similarly grave expression. After Qin Xinfang returned, he immersed himself in writing a letter. Zipei was startled and asked, "Did you not wish to keep them out of this? Why? Have they supported us financially for 6 years, and in the last 2, continuously sent books our way? Such a significant commotion cannot go unnoticed." Qin Xinfang replied solemnly, "Moreover, they are my fellow disciples, my contemporaries, and dear friends. With these connections, they have long been involved. Previously, I merely sought to avoid escalating matters, lest I dragged the Chu into internal strife. My own suffering is but a small burden." He turned to his wife, taking her hand in his, and said earnestly, "It is only that I have entangled you in my troubles." Zipei smiled lightly and asked, "Then what has prompted this change of heart today? Do you now find that your suffering is indeed suffering? I see that Li Bo's gravestone bears only a few simple words. He was once the most accomplished physician in the world of medicine. Given time, the position of medical chief would have been his. How many doctors looked up to him as a model? Yet now, in his death, who truly knows?" Qin Xinfang's emotions surged, and with tear-filled eyes, he lamented, "The descendants are unworthy. The legacy accumulated by the Li family's 4 generations has been abruptly destroyed. Zipei, I suddenly feel a deep sense of guilt towards our ancestors. I often thought that as long as I secured Jingyun's future, all would be well. He is indeed a promising talent. Whether I seek justice or not, he need not involve himself further in the struggle for succession. Yet I have forgotten the ancestors resting beneath the earth. If I were to die in Xiongzhou, who would remember the Runing Qin family? Who would remember to honor my parents and ancestors with offerings? I am no different from Li Hong. We are all unworthy descendants." Zipei's tears streamed down her cheeks as she tightly grasped Qin Xinfang's hand. "Junda, do as you wish. Though my family is of humble stature, we share bonds with those of our same year and examination. Let them assist you." Qin Xinfang gently squeezed her hand and replied with a smile, "You need not concern yourself with this matter. Just take care of our daily needs. When time permits, teach Baolu to play the piano and engage in a game of chess. She will accompany us back to the capital, so she must not be lacking in skills." Zipei nodded in agreement. Li Baolu and Gu Jingyun lay intertwined on a small bed, oblivious to the decisions made by the 2 adults, merely seeking warmth in each other's embrace. Gu Jingyun noticed that his nightshirt had become damp once more. Feeling somewhat helpless, he awkwardly patted her back, attempting to comfort her. "Do not be sorrowful. You still have me, even without your grandmother, and I too am without mine." Li Baolu curled up in his embrace, quietly grieving. Unwilling to engage with Gu Jingyun, he sensed that she had lost the last of her beloved kin, and now only he remained close to her. Gu Jingyun pursed his lips and said, "Do not be sad. At least you still have your grandparents and parents' love. My relatives on my father's side would rather see me gone, so you are far better off than I. Li Baolu replied sullenly. You have your uncle and aunt. They care for you. They care for you too, so do not be disheartened. Your sadness will only bring them sorrow. Gu Jingyun furrowed his brow. A child who brings sorrow is not a good child. They become a source of annoyance. Li Baolu gazed at him with wide eyes, bewildered. Was he attempting to comfort her? It felt more like a threat. Seeing that she had ceased crying, Gu Jingyun assumed his words had worked and pressed on. If you cry again, I may not like you anymore, and then I shall send you away and not allow you to sleep in my room. That mischievous boy. Li Baolu's face flushed red, and she resolutely closed her eyes and began to cry. Her wails echoed in the air, startling Gu Jingyun. He scrambled up, flustered, and stammered. Why, you must not cry. I will not send you away. Li Baolu continued to weep with her eyes shut. Her initial sadness intensified, and tears flowed uncontrollably. You little rascal, this is what you get for provoking me. Gu Jingyun, seeing her sobbing to the point of hiccups, turned pale with fright. He patted her back while hastily trying to wipe her tears, emphatically stating, I was only teasing. I like you. Uncle and aunt will always care for you. We want to send you away, so please stop crying. Li Baolu managed to stifle her sobs, but her heavy breathing persisted. Gu Jingyun, noticing her red eyes and nose, felt a mix of exasperation and amusement. He pulled her up and patted her back. Your temper is too fierce. You cried so much over just a little scare. Li Baolu remained silent, still sniffling. Suddenly, He Zipei and Qin Xinfang rushed in from the study, pushing the door open in haste, worriedly asking, what is wrong with Baolu? Did she have a nightmare? Two adults presumed that Li Baolu was having nightmares due to the passing of Wan Shi. He Zipei, feeling sympathy, embraced Li Baolu, reassuring her that everything would be all right with her aunt by her side. Li Baolu obediently nestled in her arms, tacitly accepted this notion. Gu Jingyun, relieved that she did not take the opportunity to complain, crossed his legs and sat to the side. After a while of comforting Li Baolu, He Zipei turned to Qin Xinfang and suggested that perhaps Li Baolu should sleep with him that night, as the child was likely frightened. No matter how understanding and intelligent she was, at just under 4 years of age, the loss of Wan Shi was undoubtedly a significant blow to her. He Zipei wished to have her sleep over for a few nights. Upon hearing this, Gu Jingyun pouted and said, Aunt, I can take care of her. You need not worry. Li Baolu, not want to sleep between Qin Xinfang and He Zipei, reluctantly forgave Gu Jingyun and reached out to grasp his hand, whispering it, I want to sleep with brother Jingyun. I won't cry anymore. As long as Gu Jingyun didn't provoke her again. He Zipei affectionately patted her head, acknowledging how sensible the child was. However, Qin Xinfang cast a sidelong glance at her nephew and remarked to He Zipei, Baolu is more familiar with Jingyun. Let them sleep together while we return. Before departing, Qin Xinfang issued a warning glance at Gu Jingyun, saying, Jingyun, you are older than Baolu. You must not bully your little sister, understand? Gu Jingyun, blushing, nodded in agreement. Once the adults had left, Li Baolu lay down on the bed, pulling the small blanket over herself and ignoring Gu Jingyun entirely. He Jingyun scratched his head, finally lying down cautiously beside her, and after a moment, softly said, I really was just scaring you earlier. I didn't mean to chase you away. Li Baolu merely huffed in response. Seeing her acknowledge him, Gu Jingyun sighed in relief and shifted closer, saying, I just don't want you to feel sad about your grandmother. My mother says crying too much is harmful. And at your young age, if you keep crying, what will happen later? Li Baolu turned to face him and replied, but after I cry, I feel much better. Crying too much is not good, but I think keeping it bottled up inside is also not good. Gu Jingyun was silent for a moment, then said, my mother never cries. No matter how difficult things get, she doesn't shed a tear. Is that why her health is getting worse? Should I try to make her cry? Li Baolu was taken aback by how quickly the conversation shifted. Gu Jingyun had already begun to contemplate ways to provoke tears from Qin Wenin, while Li Baolu, exhausted, had already drifted off to sleep. Being so young and having stayed awake for 2 days, she initially found it hard to sleep due to her sadness, but after crying, she had released much of her pent-up emotions, and fatigue soon overtook her. As Gu Jingyun pondered how to make his mother weep, school was about to begin, and the two children quickly noticed a change. Uncle Qin had become stricter than before, especially with Gu Jingyan. Previously, he had worried that the child's brilliance might hinder him, thus slowing his learning pace, but this time he proactively helped him devise a reasonable study plan, no longer stifling his development. Li Baolu was also urged by He Zipei to delve into her studies with equal rigor. The two children found themselves devoid of any extraneous thoughts, their days consumed by relentless learning that occupied nearly all their time. The remaining moments were dedicated to leisurely strolls and playful outings that Li Baolu organized for Gu Jingyun, aiming to foster his psychological well-being. With her commitments to martial arts and medicine, Li Baolu meticulously filled her schedule, leaving her oblivious to certain developments. However, Gu Jingyun discerned that his uncle had become significantly more engaged with the outside world. Previously, correspondence had flowed solely from the outside to him, with his uncle rarely writing more than a handful of letters each year. Yet in the past month alone, the uncle had dispatched 5 letters, and Gu Jingyun pondered what else might be transpiring beyond his knowledge. While he remained perplexed about his uncle's intentions, Gu Jingyun recognized that his own education was a matter of considerable importance. Consequently, he tempered his temperament and earnestly pursued his studies under his uncle's guidance, refraining from provoking unnecessary conflicts. In a remarkable turn of events, the village children began to coexist harmoniously. Gu Jingyun continued to teach Zhang Lulang and Zhang Ermei literacy each day, and Lulang, upon returning home, diligently imparted his newfound knowledge to his brothers. Zhang Dalong, begrudgingly acknowledging Lulang's efforts, ultimately relinquished his attempts to exploit the village children. He reasoned that it was better to refrain from angering Gu Jingyun and jeopardizing their educational opportunities than to continue his petty thievery, even if it meant earning a little less money, an insignificant sacrifice compared to the value of education. The children of the village, recognizing Gu Jingyun's influence, endeavored to win his favor. Even those who harbored lingering resentment towards him greeted him with smiles. Chapter 46. Growth. Gu Jingyun was thoroughly pleased with the atmosphere in the village. He would no longer be isolated and could freely explore without the fear of being ambushed by other children. He had discovered a method to regulate the behavior of the village youth and was eager to expand his teaching scope. The immediate beneficiaries were those who were friendly or sought his favor, as he demonstrated through his actions that pleasing him would yield rewards. Zhang Yin, an astute practitioner of flattery, was the first to reap significant benefits. He exploited Gu Jingyun's reputation as a model citizen to facilitate trade between the county and the village of criminals, amassing a considerable profit from the tax differentials. Of course, this amount, while substantial to the children of the village, was paltry in the eyes of the merchants in the county, who would scarcely regard a few taels of silver as noteworthy. Nevertheless, for the villagers, a few taels represented a tremendous gain, and Gu Jingyun amassed his initial capital through these transactions. Li Baolu, a law-abiding citizen in both of his lifetimes, observed with trepidation, her delicate face contorted with worry. What if the county authorities discovered this? This was tantamount to tax evasion, perhaps due to their shared status. Zhang Yin did not set the procurement prices of the goods excessively low. They were, in fact, slightly higher than what the villagers would earn by transporting the goods themselves and paying taxes. Thus, they were merely profiting from the illicit tax savings. Li Baolu perused the laws of the Great Chu and noted that actions like Gu Jingyun's could result in severe penalties, ranging from fines to exile. If caught, it could lead to the entire family being branded as criminals. Yet Gu Jingyun remained unfazed, asserting that they maintained discretion and did not monopolize the maritime goods. The guards at the city gates would not take notice, and even if they did, it would not implicate him. But Zhang Yin is using your household registration. Indeed, it is Zhang Yin who is employing it. Gu Jingyun replied nonchalantly, but I am merely 5 or 6 years old. Losing my household registration is quite normal. Are you intending to shift the blame on Zhang Yin? No, it is Zhang Yin who intends to take responsibility for this. I made it clear when I guided him down this path that he would bear the consequences should anything go awry. After all, he has already been exiled to Cheongzhou. Where else could he be banished? Li Baolu was left speechless. Otherwise, why would I have given him my household registration while covering all costs and only taking half of the profits? It is because he assumes the potential risks. His life is worth half of the profits. After a moment of silence, Li Baolu inquired, "Are you in dire need of money?" "Not for myself, but they are." Gu Jingyan replied, "Food, meat, and writing supplies all require money. They also need substantial funds to establish connections and eventually move to Xiangshan village. However, fishing and farming barely sustain them. How can they save money? I have provided them with a grand opportunity, yet the path is fraught with thorns. Whether they can navigate it depends on their individual capabilities." "Are you not afraid he might betray you?" Li Baolu questioned, troubled. "What if he cannot withstand the punishment and claims that you are the mastermind behind everything?" "Do you believe it?" "I do, but others will not," Gu Jingyan said, rising and pacing before her. "I am just over 5 years old. How many people would believe his words?" "Very well. Gu Jingyan's age is indeed a natural advantage. Since you are not motivated by profit, what drives you to take the lead in this matter?" Li Baolu felt that Gu Jingyan would not be so benevolent as to consider their interests. Gu Jingyan chuckled in response. "It is to ensure they lack both the time and energy to trouble me. Observe, with merely an investment of 10 taels of silver and a potentially lost household registration, I have compelled them to comply with my wishes. Do you not think this cost remarkably low?" Li Baolu perceived Gu Jingyan as a pitiable soul, going to great lengths to avoid strife. Unbeknownst to Gu Jingyan, Li Baolu's sympathy was directed towards him, as he merely smiled with delight. His uncle had advised him to keep a distance from court affairs, as the shifting dynamics rendered many pieces unplayable. Therefore, he could only reconnect with old associates, gradually discerning the court's situation before strategizing. However, the remoteness of this place from the capital rendered any news that reached here outdated, underscoring the significance of information. Even young Baolu would remind those venturing into the city to check the bulletin board at the government office for the latest news, highlighting the critical nature of information flow. Their previous trip to the county had been marred by a lack of communication regarding tax increases. Had it not been for the excess funds he carried, they would have either faced confiscation of goods or returned, wasting 2 days. While he dismissed the meager earnings of Zhang Yan, he valued the myriad of information he brought back. For instance, Zhang Yan's conversation with a merchant from Guangzhou revealed that the governor had been dismissed 3 months prior due to his son forcibly occupying another shop, replaced by a new governor surnamed Tu, who was quite unfavorable towards merchants, causing considerable distress among the buyers in Guangzhou. Furthermore, when Zhang Yan sold the pigskin and rabbit fur procured from his master to the county's officials, Gu Jingyan learned that the local landlords and merchants in Xiongzhou were quite displeased with the current county magistrate, who had significantly increased their obligatory duties. United, they sought to suppress the magistrate, rendering his position increasingly precarious within Xiongzhou, while the officials lamented the magistrate's irascible temperament. Naturally, Gu Jingyan would never share such matters with Li Baolu, as he believed her intellect was already strained by her studies, and pondering these issues would be excessively taxing. However, over time, Li Baolu would inevitably discern the truth. Gu Jingyan conversed openly with Zhang Yan in her presence, and initially, she regarded their discussions as mere gossip. Amused by the youthful curiosity of the two boys, she even assumed a parental role, admonishing Gu Jingyan against speaking ill of others behind their backs. Little did she know, as the topics grew increasingly intricate and detailed, even to the extent of Zhang Yan divulging which concubine the magistrate had spent the night with. Li Baolu's realization dawned upon her. She stared at the child before her in disbelief. Was this not the fabled intelligence network? She had unwittingly been indulging in gossip. It was then that Li Baolu deeply felt the disparity in intellect between herself and Gu Jingyan. Fortunately, she had regained memories from her previous life. Otherwise, how could a mere child hope to interact with Gu Jingyan? Li Baolu concluded that closing the intelligence gap with Gu Jingyan was an unattainable feat, and she could only strive to excel in other areas to avoid being overshadowed by him in the future. Thus, Li Baolu devoted herself earnestly to the mastery of martial arts and medicine. After 8 arduous months, she finally cultivated a modicum of inner strength, prompting Bai Yitong to exhale deeply, his hair nearly turning white from worry. He feared that his only disciple might become a mere brute, skilled only in techniques. From the realm of martial arts, true worth is measured by inner strength, Without it, even the most exquisite techniques are rendered futile. After 8 months of meticulous instruction, it was no small feat for him to see her achieve even a sliver of energy. Bai Yitong, nearly moved to tears, encouraged Li Baolu to practice diligently with her newly acquired energy for 2 more cycles, repeatedly reminding her to remember the sensation and not to forget it upon waking. Though you are young, if you can afford to wait 8 months, life is fleeting. Li Baolu nodded earnestly, assuring her master that she would progress rapidly. Bai Yitong, having grown immune to her grand promises, replied, "Thank you, my disciple. There is no need for rapid advancement. As long as you do not regress, I shall be content." Little did he know, Li Baolu truly made remarkable strides, her inner strength surging forth at a pace far surpassing that of the once gifted Bai Yitong, soon eclipsing Gu Jingyun, who had previously achieved his inner energy much earlier. After careful observation, Bai Yitong concluded, this is the result of accumulated effort. Li Baolu refrained from explaining that her innate talent was indeed commendable. It was merely that previously, her inability to harness inner strength left her utterly perplexed. Now, having cultivated that sliver of energy, she found it easy to enter a meditative state almost immediately upon sitting down. Once in meditation, she could sense her energy, and following the familiar pathways she had memorized became a matter of simplicity. Every evening, she would meditate for an hour, rising early each morning to greet the dawn with another hour of meditation, allowing her inner strength to grow steadily. With her inner strength established, mastering martial techniques became even easier. She approached them as exercises, rapidly learning a complete set of skills within a year, soon mastering Bai Yitong's most treasured techniques. Bai Yitong's eyes widened in astonishment as Li Baolu began practicing from the first set again. Determined to perfect her skills before selecting one set of sword techniques and one set of fist techniques for intensive study, striving for specialization. As for medicine, lacking a teacher, she resorted to self-study. Fortunately, the residents of a nearby village were more than willing to serve as her subjects. After the passing of Li Baolu, the village had no doctor, and they held the physicians from the county in disdain. With a physician grandfather, the villagers had great faith in her. Most importantly, Li Baolu offered her medical services free of charge, and when she had medicine, she would not even charge for it. Although the remedies were gathered from the mountains and crafted by her own hands, their effectiveness remained somewhat uncertain. With the villagers' strong support, Li Baolu's medical skills improved significantly. She had no trouble with common ailments. Whenever someone experienced a headache or cold, a few doses of her concoctions would swiftly remedy their discomfort. Qin Xinfang was overjoyed to witness her progress. The day after Bai Yitong announced that Li Baolu was ready to embark on her martial journey, he summoned the 2 children, stating, "It is time for you to leave Cheongzhou." Chapter 47. Master and apprentice Li Baolu asked vacantly, "Where are we going?" Gu Jingyun, on the other hand, straightened his back, gazing intently at his uncle. Qin Xinfang smiled upon seeing this and patted Gu Jingyun on the shoulder, saying, "You're right. I agree to let you both embark on a journey." A spark ignited in Gu Jingyun's eyes, invigorating his entire being, while Li Baolu, filled with excitement, inquired, "Can I go too?" "Of course," Qin Xinfang replied with a smile. "I cannot allow Jingyun to travel alone." Gu Jingyun cast a sidelong glance at her, retorting, "Had it not been for waiting for you, I would have set off long ago." Li Baolu gazed at him in confusion. "All right, Baolu, go find your aunt and help her pack. You shall depart in a couple of days." Li Baolu was taken aback. So soon? Before leaving Cheongzhou, Jingyun needed to devise a means to participate in this year's county examination, followed by the provincial and academy tests in Guangzhou. The deadline for registration was fast approaching, leaving no room for delay. Only those who passed the county examination could partake in the provincial one, and, similarly, one had to succeed in the provincial exam to qualify for the academy test. This highlights Qin Xinfang's unwavering confidence in Gu Jingyun's capabilities. Li Baolu, trusting in Gu Jingyun's abilities, promptly rose and declared, "Then I shall go assist my aunt with the preparations." Observing her skip away, Qin Xinfang retrieved 2 letters from his drawer and handed them to Gu Jingyun. The prince's health continues to deteriorate, and the situation for his faction is increasingly dire. It is impossible to rely on them for our safety. Gu Jingyun inquired. Do you intend to seek another master? Qin Xinfang shook his head. I am the prince's mentor. I have shouldered all blame for him. No one would believe I would switch allegiances, nor could I abandon him. The prince was not only his student, but also a dear friend, bound by shared ideals and aspirations. Do not be hasty. Although the prince's power is waning, the Wang cannot dominate entirely. He still has several brothers, and it is well known that he harbors a deep-seated animosity towards me. Many would eagerly seize the opportunity to vex him. Once you arrive in the capital, do not rush to clear my name, lest you provide others with leverage against you. Qin Xinfang continued. Those with ulterior motives will naturally seek you out. With your intelligence and ingenuity, it would not be difficult to rally various factions to contend with the Wang. That will present my opportunity. This was the best strategy Qin Xinfang could devise. Over the years in Xiongzhou, his classmates and friends had tirelessly advocated for him. Yet, in his fervor to shield the prince, he had offended the emperor grievously. The mere mention of his name elicited distaste. Now that the prince was in peril, he could not rescue him. Weighing options was not merely a skill of the emperor, but also a method for ministers to counter the emperor's authority. Gu Jingyun bowed his head in contemplation, silent. Assuming he was reluctant to leave, Qin Xinfang gently patted his shoulder, stating, this was inevitable. Had it not been for Baolu mastering her skills, I would have sent you out 2 years earlier. Now that she has made significant progress in her martial arts and medicine, I can rest easy knowing she accompanies you. However, you must not take advantage of her, understand? Gu Jingyun replied helplessly, Uncle, when have I ever bullied her? I fear she may outpace me. Li Baolu presents a facade of unwavering strength to outsiders. Yet in the presence of him, she succumbs to tears whenever he bullies her, which subjects him to the scrutiny of others, rendering him hesitant to provoke her further. Qin Xinfang, however, perceives his nephew as rather unprincipled. It is invariably he who torments her, and Baolu, being a child of few tears, finds herself sobbing with reddened eyes each time he inflicts his cruelty upon her. Gu Jingyun bears his unspoken grievances. This time, the departure calculated by Qin Xinfang is set for 3 years. He declares, after 3 years, regardless of whether we can extricate ourselves or not, you must return. I have matters to discuss with you. Should they succeed, it would be splendid. If not, he intends to rescue Qin Wenin, entrusting a portion of his assets to Gu Jingyun in the process. The longer they remain entangled, the more arduous the path to absolution becomes. Now, 14 years have passed. How many in the capital still remember Qin Xinfang? Nonetheless, the years of diligent management have afforded him the ability to bequeath a considerable network of connections to Jingyun, which is precisely what he lacks the most. Baolu, go bid farewell to your master, Jingyun suggests, accompanying her. Although you have not formally taken Master Bai as your teacher, you have learned his arts and share a bond of mentorship. It is only fitting that you show him your respect. Thus, Gu Jingyun takes Li Baolu to meet her master. Bai Yitong is currently engaged in the delicate task of curing rabbit skins in the courtyard. He is neither a fisherman nor a farmer. Hunting serves as his primary means of sustenance. Fortunately, he belongs to the kind of man whose prosperity ensures that one individual's full stomach alleviates the worries of an entire family. Thus, a solitary excursion into the mountains each year suffices for a comfortable existence. Upon noticing his disciple and semi-disciple approaching hand in hand, he does not even lift his gaze. Li Baolu squats before him, observing his work with the rabbit skins, and inquires, Master, I am to embark on a journey. Is there anything you require me to bring? Can you provide me with a sword? I fear the relay station may refuse to send it. Is your hand merely for show? She adds, given the duration of my absence, I worry you might not wait for me to return with it personally. Only then does Bai Yitong glance up at her. How long do you intend to be away? He asks. Uncle mentioned a maximum of 3 years. But the journey to the capital is not short, and Brother Jingyun still has examinations. Realistically, it will likely be at least 2 years, right? Bai Yitong nods, rubbing the rabbit skin as he contemplates. That is quite a lengthy time. Once you leave, you shall not return? But did I not say I would return within 3 years? She retorts. Bai Yitong secretly exhales in relief, but maintains a stern facade. It would be better if you did not return. I would rather not worry myself sick over you. Li Baolu flashes him a charming smile. How could I not return? I still intend to care for you in your old age. Get lost. This esteemed hero is still young. I do not require your assistance in my twilight years. He then turns his attention to Gu Jingyun, stating, Jingyun, though my disciple can be rather foolish at times, she is exceedingly kind to you. While you are away, you must look out for her. Do not bully her for any reason. Remember, she has a master to defend her. Gu Jingyun bows respectfully. Rest assured, master. Baolu is my wife, and, as partners, I would never dream of mistreating her. Li Baolu's eyes glisten with emotion as she gazes at Bai Yitong. He glances at her with mild disdain, chiding, do not display such juvenile sentimentality. We children of the rivers and lakes are known for our magnanimity. Is it merely a few years away you are concerned about? Do you still desire a sword? Bai Yitong sighed, saying, even if you bring it to me, I have no use for it. I shall continue to rely on the bows and crossbows I have crafted myself. Iron, after all, is a regulated commodity, particularly in the land of exile. One must obtain a permit from the village chief even to purchase an iron pot. And only after the chief verifies that one does not possess an iron pot or that the old one is unusable can a replacement be acquired. As for weapons like swords, they are even more difficult to procure, despite years of training in swordsmanship and knife techniques. Li Baolu has only ever used wooden substitutes and has yet to lay her hands on a true blade. The weapons they most frequently wield are bows and crossbows, both of which can be fashioned from wood. When Li Baolu accompanied Bai Yitong into the mountains for hunting, they exclusively employed these two weapons. With a demeanor of resigned disappointment, Bai Yitong turned and discreetly handed Li Baolu a dagger capable of slicing through iron as if it were mud. Li Baolu was taken aback. Bai Yitong whispered, this is a trophy from 2 years ago, a gift from your master for self-defense. Remember, when you venture out, exercise caution. We do not seek to harm others, yet we must remain vigilant against potential threats. Wait a moment, Li Baolu inquired, cradling the dagger, when exactly was 2 years ago. I don't recall you having traveled far. Ever since Li Baolu developed her internal energy and her skills progressed at an astonishing rate, Bai Yitong became so excited that he remained by her side, unwilling to leave. In his own words, he wished to invest all his efforts in nurturing an exceptional disciple, aiming to restore his own reputation in the process. Thus, the Bai Yitong who once frequently vanished for months at a time had settled in one village. Apart from hunting in the mountains and trading furs in the city, he seldom ventured far afield. Bai Yitong chuckled lightly and remarked, with so many events each year, how could a master remember them all? He continued, instead of fretting over such matters, you ought to focus on yourself and Gu Jingyun. What is wrong with me and brother Jingyun? Ah, such a naive child. Bai Yitong gently tapped her forehead in frustration. You both are heading to the capital. Do not forget that Gu Jingyun's family resides there. Without mentioning anything else, will his father even consent to him marrying you? Moreover, you are both still young. There can be no immediate marriage. With his abilities, he will surely pursue further examinations after becoming a scholar. The higher he ascends, the less likely he is to want you. Therefore, you must hold onto him tightly, understand? Li Baolu's eyes widened in surprise as she looked at her master. Master, you actually understand such matters, even though you have never married? Bai Yitong replied with pride, though I have never tasted the experience, I have certainly seen it unfold. Since I was 17, I have traversed the world and witnessed a great deal. Trust your master on this. Keep a close watch on Gu Jingyun, and do not allow him to converse with temptresses. Li Baolu burst into hearty laughter and nodded. Rest assured, master, I will keep a close eye on him. You clearly have not taken this to heart. You will have your share of tears later. Sensing Bai Yitong's deep concern, Li Baolu composed her expression and reassured him. Master, do not worry. Brother Jingyun is not that kind of person. Seeing the disapproval etched on Bai Yitong's face, she added, even if one day he would no longer want me, it would not matter. I possess hands, feet, and a mind. Supporting myself and my master will not pose a challenge. Bai Yitong's expression grew somber. Li Baolu gently patted his hand and said, Master, do not assume that I am at a disadvantage, simply because I am a girl. If you regard me and Brother Jingyun as two equal and independent individuals, you will understand that as long as we can part amicably, it is not about who suffers loss. In fact, if we delve deeper, it is my uncle and aunt who are at a disadvantage. They have devoted 8 years to nurturing me, and in the end, I did not become their daughter-in-law. Wasn't that akin to drawing water with a basket, only to find it empty? Bai Yitong stared in astonishment, wondering if it could indeed be calculated this way. Li Baolu nodded. Bai Yitong tilted his head in contemplation and remarked, upon reflection, it seems that Qin Xinfang is indeed the one at a disadvantage. Precisely, she replied. So there is no need for you to worry. Given Brother Jingyun's pride, he would never conceal from me his intentions to marry another girl. Chapter 48. Farewell. He Zipei was engaged in a conversation with Gu Jingyun on this very topic, admonishing her nephew not to be dazzled by the alluring world outside, urging him to unite his heart and efforts with Baolu. She remarked, "Do not mistake Baolu's compliance for a soft disposition. In truth, she possesses a remarkable stubbornness. Once her bottom line is crossed, even the mightiest figure would find her unwavering. Therefore, you must discern what is permissible and what is not. Otherwise, should you lose your wife, we will not come to your aid." Zipei's greatest apprehension lay in her nephew's potential folly, driven by his own cleverness. The repercussions of a clever person acting foolishly can be quite severe. Gu Jingyun, however, wore an expression of helplessness. Why did everyone perceive him as a heartless scoundrel? Was he truly so unworthy of trust? Yet, seeing He Zipei's deep concern, he suppressed his feelings of frustration and assured her, "Rest assured, Baolu is your cherished daughter-in-law, and I would never forsake her even if I were to lose myself." With a sigh, He Zipei, filled with worry, allowed him to depart. Gu Jingyun smirked slightly and turned to fetch the books he intended to take, only to remember halfway that he had not yet sought his mother's counsel. He hurriedly retraced his steps to the courtyard. He Zipei was in her sister-in-law's room, reiterating her concerns about Gu Jingyun to her. She expressed her fears. "I know Jingyun is a good boy, but the grievances of our family weigh heavily on his heart. I fear he may go to great lengths to achieve his ends." Qin Wen smiled gently. "Sister-in-law, do not worry. In Jingyun's heart, Baolu is as dear as family. How could he forsake one for the other? But the Gu family in the capital. Currently, Jingyun would never do such a thing, but once in the capital, he will inevitably engage with the Gu family, which is his lineage. If they were to sow discord and complicate matters for the young couple, their deep bond may falter. Even the most prudent and intelligent of youths, at such a tender age, are prone to impulsivity, and their emotions are easily swayed." Qin Wen remained silent for a moment before adding, "Jingyun is not like his father. Even if you do not trust him, you should trust in your elder brother, who has nurtured him." He Zipei sighed, realizing that despite her worries, there was little she could do. Jingyun was destined to leave. He could not remain confined to this village forever, especially considering his extraordinary talents. Gu Jingyun, having overheard their whispered conversation from outside the window, could not help but smirk before turning to enter. Upon returning to the house, he found Li Baolu humming a tune while packing his clothes. He inquired, "Do I appear to you as a heartless and unprincipled man?" Li Baolu scanned him from head to toe, noting his alabaster complexion and striking features. When he gazed at her with earnest eyes, they sparkled like stars, even more enchanting than her own. With a hint of pallor, he was truly captivating. While she was unsure of how others perceived him, Li Baolu felt an instinctive urge to shield him from harm. Such beauty deserved protection and affection. Her thoughts had wandered too far, and with a light cough, she returned to seriousness, shaking her head gravely. "Not at all. A heartless man could not possibly possess your charm. It is you with such beauty, who should be wary of others' potential to wrong you." Gu Jingyun, oblivious to her thoughts, proudly raised his chin and said, "Rest assured, Aunt, there is no cause for concern." How incapable could he be to barter his own wife for personal gain? Li Baolu blinked in confusion, and Gu Jingyun, offering no explanation, pointed to her modestly packed bundle, asking, "Is this all you are bringing?" Li Baolu turned to the table piled high with her belongings and replied, "Is this insufficient? I was hoping to lighten the load even further. Ideally, each person should carry just 2 sets of clothing." Gu Jingyun remained silent for a moment before finally responding, "I must bring my teapot and teacups. They're essential for my daily tea brewing. Additionally, I need my pillow. One cannot ascertain how many have used the items in the inn. The blanket is too bulky, so I shall leave it behind." I will head to the study to gather the books and stationery I wish to take. Li Baolu was relieved to see that Gu Jingyun only packed a dictionary and his own notebook, with the remainder being the most essential writing supplies. She carefully selected 4 pens from a dozen, leaving the others in the pen holder, for would suffice, and should more be needed on the journey, they could be purchased. She discarded a significant portion of the paper, deciding that a single stack for emergencies would suffice, with the assurance that such items were readily available for purchase outside. Despite the considerable reduction, the final packing still resulted in 3 large bundles, all filled with Gu Jingyun's possessions. Li Baolu returned to her room to fetch her own bundle, placing it atop his luggage, which made hers appear even more diminutive. Gu Jingyun gazed at her small bundle in silence, puzzled by its contents. 2 sets of clothing. She replied. Perhaps add a bit more, Gu Jingyun suggested, furrowing his brow. Otherwise, if it rains, you may find yourself lacking fresh garments. Ah, Li Baolu exclaimed, clapping her hands. I almost forgot. We should pack some oilcloth, or what will we do in the rain? With a determined gaze, she looked at Gu Jingyun and proposed. Shall we further reduce our luggage? Gu Jingyun stiffened and promptly objected. No, we cannot reduce any more. But I will be the one carrying it all. And I am only 11. How can you bear to burden me so? Gu Jingyun examined her petite frame and finally conceded, once we arrive in the county, we shall purchase a donkey and a cart. Do you have the funds? Gu Jingyun clenched his teeth and asserted, I do. Li Baolu then turned to the kitchen, gathering an assortment of condiments and locating 2 pots. With a cheerful smile, she remarked, since we are buying a cart, we might as well prepare a bit more. Gu Jingyun looked at her bustling about, somewhat exasperated. On the 3rd day, as dawn broke, villagers of all ages gathered to bid them farewell. Gu Jingyun was, after all, the teacher to all the children in the village, and over the years, Li Baolu had provided medical care to many without charge. Thus, each person watched the 2 with a sense of wistfulness. With Gu Jingyun's departure, the children would no longer have free education, and without Li Baolu, the villagers would be deprived of free medical services in the future. Bai Yitong packed his most cherished bow and crossbow into his luggage, earnestly advising his disciple, though you have mastered the internal martial arts of our sect, your youth puts you at a considerable disadvantage compared to those who have honed their skills for over 2 decades. Therefore, exercise caution in your travels, and do not neglect your training. Remember to meditate and practice daily. Master, where do you think I rank in the realm of martial arts? Bai Yitong replied reluctantly. At the end of the 2nd tier, I fear. So you must remain vigilant. Li Baolu beamed with delight, her smile broadening. For only a handful of experts belonged to the 1st tier. Being placed in the 2nd tier meant she had little to fear while traveling. After all, she was merely accompanying her husband to the examinations, not venturing into the world of martial arts. Bai Yitong, unable to contain his disapproval, admonished her. Trouble does not seek out the unassuming, yet you must remain discreet. Understand? Of course, master. You need not worry. I shall not divulge my skills to others and will embody the noble spirit of a pig eating a tiger speak plainly. I will keep my head down to avoid attracting trouble. Bai Yitong grunted in dissatisfaction and continued, do not allow others to discern your martial capabilities. Use your bow and crossbow first. Should that fail, resort to your fists. You have learned the sword, knife, and palm techniques. Alternate between them, and if necessary, employ our sect's unique martial arts. Do you understand? Li Baolu nudda. Bai Yitong sighed. In my youth, I was foolish enough to flaunt my talents upon entering the martial world, which led to my current misfortunes. You must not follow in my footsteps. Rest assured, I will not emulate you. Bai Yitong felt a pang in his heart, glaring at her. Li Baolu, oblivious, looked back repeatedly and asked, do you have any further instructions, master? If not, I shall take my leave. No more, Bai Yitong replied curtly. Go on. Truly, a daughter grows up too quickly. Just remember not to neglect your martial arts. Our sect's internal training is of the highest caliber, with consistent practice. Becoming a 1st-tier master is merely a matter of time. Li Baolu's pace of cultivation surpassed his own. He had become a renowned figure in the martial world by the age of 26, and she might surpass him even sooner. Reflecting on this, he felt fortunate to have such a disciple. Despite her initially mediocre talent, her early struggles made him want to despair. Yet, once she began to practice, it was as though she had opened all her senses and her internal energy surged remarkably. To possess such an exceptionally gifted disciple without the opportunity to showcase her talents was indeed frustrating. Bai Yitong silently waved goodbye to his disciple with a heavy heart. Meanwhile, Qin Wenin was advising her son, reminding him to visit the Gu family upon arriving in the capital. With a gentle smile, she said, after all, they are your grandparents and father. You must pay your respects and avoid giving them any reason to criticize. Gu Jingyan replied with a smile, do not worry, mother. I understand. Qin Wenin turned her gaze to the approaching Baolu and whispered, keep a close watch on Baolu. She has a straightforward temperament. Ensure she does not get bullied. Rest assured, mother. Qin Wenin glanced at her elder brother and sister-in-law, who were greeting the villagers, and quietly informed Gu Jingyan. Wait until Baolu turns 16 before consummating your marriage. Your first child shall bear the surname Qin. Indeed, Gu Jingyan responded without hesitation. Qin Wenin felt a warmth in her heart, relieved at her son's compliance. Zipe firmly grasped Li Baolu and urged her to take good care of Gu Jingyan. Meanwhile, Qin Xinfang looked on in helplessness. By the time he finally managed to extricate her from the throng and they formally set off, the sun had already ascended past the mountain's peak. We still needed to seek out the village head to retrieve the marriage certificate and the proof for the household registration amendment. Uncertain if we could enter the city before the gates closed. A couple of days prior, we had entrusted the marriage certificate to the village head, who should have prepared it by now. If we could collect it swiftly, we ought to make it in time. Gu Jingyan walked alongside the cart and turned to Li Baolu, suggesting, shall we hasten our pace? Li Baolu quickened her steps in response. Qin Xinfang, exasperated, glanced at his empty-handed nephew and approached to support the cart's yoke, saying, Baolu, let your uncle help you push. No need. Uncle, I can manage on my own. Li Baolu prumli daklinat. Gu Jingyan interjected, Uncle, please refrain from intervening. Let Baolu handle it herself. It will be swifter that way. After a brief pause, he added, if you tire, you may take a seat on the cart. Li Baolu nodded vigorously, declaring it hardly burdensome. Far lighter than the wild boar they had previously hunted with Master. With her internal energy unused, this was a perfect opportunity to apply it. After all, meditating for half an hour before sleep would restore her energy overnight, and employing it would visibly accelerate her cultivation. Typically, aside from sparring with her master, she would wield a hoe in the fields, utilizing her internal energy to ease the toil while simultaneously honing her skills, truly a double benefit. However, Qin Xinfang, who had never practiced martial arts, seemed oblivious to this fact. He perceived it as his nephew taking advantage of Baolu's gentleness and couldn't help but admonish Jingyun. Do not constantly take advantage of Baolu. Gu Jingyun nearly lost his composure. Why did everyone assume he would bully Li Baolu? In truth, he had always treated her with kindness, and if anything, it was Baolu who more frequently teased him. Li Baolu cast a sympathetic glance in his direction, then focused her attention on the journey ahead. Chapter 49. The marriage certificate. Li Baolu had always been registered under Qin Xinfang's household, classifying her as a condemned individual. As long as she remained unmarried to Gu Jingyun, she could not be transferred to his household, a stipulation agreed upon by the Qin family and the village chief. However, as a condemned person, she was prohibited from leaving her place of exile. Thus, to accompany Gu Jingyun outside, a marriage certificate was essential for their formal union. In Xiongzhou, it was common for young girls of 11 or 12 to be wed, so the village chief harbored no doubts and readily issued the necessary documents. Of course, Li Baolu considered the most significant aspect to be the generous package of wedding sweets, along with a considerable amount of celebratory meat and cloth provided by Qin Xinfang. After presenting the documents and marriage certificate to the county office for registration, Li Baolu officially became Gu Jingyun's little wife. However, Qin Xinfang cautioned the couple earnestly, reminding them of their youth. Legally, they were now husband and wife, but they were advised against consummating the marriage until Baolu turned 16. At that time, a grand wedding would be arranged, and they would consummate their union thereafter. Do you understand? Both Li Baolu and Gu Jingyun responded solemnly, with Li Baolu even placing her hand on her chest to assure, Uncle, rest assured, I will keep a close watch on Brother Jingyun to ensure he behaves. Gu Jingyun rolled his eyes at her. Qin Xinfang sighed at the innocence of the two children, realizing his concerns were perhaps unfounded. They clearly had yet to grasp the full extent of their situation. Zhang Yin had already secured housing for them in the city, and after spending a night in the county, Qin Xinfang was preparing to return. "Uncle, I will have Zhang Yin escort you back," Gu Jingyan offered, glancing at Zhang Yin. Zhang Yin promptly stepped forward, saying, "Mr. Qin, the porters from the caravan are also heading home. You can ride back with them." Most of the caravan members were villagers from the same community, and having just completed a profitable venture, they were looking to rest for a few days. Qin Xinfang glanced at Gu Jingyun and nodded. "Very well, I shall accept their company." Zhang Yin did not accompany them back, but remained behind to report to Gu Jingyun regarding the county. "There are not many participants in this year's county examination. I have learned that a certain licentiate has not yet secured a guarantor. If you bring something to his door, you should be able to request his endorsement. Have you found the mutual guarantors?" "I have indeed identified candidates. I sent someone to approach them, and they expressed interest. But they wish to meet you first before making a firm commitment. After all, mutual guarantees entail shared accountability." Gu Jingyan nodded. "Then please invite them. Let us meet tomorrow at Wanfilu and prepare some gifts. After we have met the candidates, we will visit the licentiate. All candidates wishing to participate in the county examination must provide a record of their immediate family spanning 3 generations. And they must mutually guarantee each other's integrity with 5 other candidates. Should one person commit fraud, the remaining 4 would be held accountable, necessitating a licentiate's endorsement to qualify for the examination." Gu Jingyun, finding this process cumbersome, delegated all responsibilities to Zhang Yin. Li Baolu inquirat. "While mutual guarantees and endorsements are easily obtained, how should we compose the family history? After all, Gu Jingyun's paternal family resides in the capital and holds nobility. Would that not terrify the county magistrate? Most importantly, we must be cautious, for once they reference the capital, they will undoubtedly learn of it. I am aware that Gu Jingyun wishes to avoid early exposure to his family." Gu Jingyun presented his meticulously crafted resume to him, detailing the lineage of the Qin family, including the illustrious achievements of his great-grandfather, grandfather, and the notable figures Qin Wenin and Gu Huaijin. However, the information was rather succinct. The Qin family had embarked on a path of civil service during the previous dynasty, originating from a lineage of landowners. By the time of Qin Xinfang, 19 generations had passed, during which 2 prime ministers and 5 ministers had emerged, with countless officials of lower ranks. Even in the present day, numerous members of the Qin family still held positions of authority in the court, truly embodying the essence of a scholarly lineage. Naturally, Gu Jingyan refrained from elaborating on such details. Instead, he noted that his great-grandfather hailed from the Runing Qin clan, known for their dedication to both farming and scholarship. He mentioned that his father was a student of the Qin family, currently separated from his mother, with his household registered in Xiongzhou while his father resided in the capital. In merely 2 or 3 sentences, he stirred ample curiosity while allowing for considerable interpretive freedom. Were he to meticulously document the full breadth of his lineage, the paper would scarcely suffice. Fortunately, under the leadership of the county magistrate Tan Xian, the atmosphere in Xiongzhou was exceedingly corrupt. With sufficient funds, all matters could be resolved. Thus, it was exceedingly easy for this resume to pass scrutiny, as long as the format was acceptable. The reviewers were unconcerned with the veracity of the contents. Moreover, everything Gu Jingyun penned was indeed truthful, albeit with many details omitted. "Tan Xian's avarice does have its benefits for us," sighed Li Baolu. Gu Jingyun replied with a cold laugh. "If he is incorruptible, I too possess means to navigate such integrity. I do not hesitate to offer my sincerity. Since a trivial sum can achieve what he seeks, why expend unnecessary effort?" In truth, Gu Jingyun held a disdain for such individuals, as they embodied uncertainty. If it were merely a matter of examination, he harbored absolute confidence in his talents, assuredly wielding control over his fate. Yet, under Tan Xian's administration, the equation shifted. Wealth dictated outcomes, enveloping everything in unpredictability. Let us not dwell on such disheartening individuals. We must prepare our belongings. "For we shall reside in the county town for a month," Li Baolu agreed. They did not possess an abundance of items, but their belongings were manageable. Zhang Yan had secured a small courtyard for them, consisting of 3 rooms. Gu Jingyun and Li Baolu shared one room, while the other was arranged as a guest chamber. The mat and bedding were provided by Zhang Yan, and after their departure, this courtyard would become Zhang Yan's refuge upon entering the city. Now, he had colluded with the guards at the city gate, significantly expanding his business, extending his procurement efforts to the good citizens. Were it not for his status preventing him from leaving Cheongzhou, he might have aspired to trade in Guangzhou as well. Not only Gu Jingyun, but even Li Baolu lamented Zhang Yan's talents. Had he been a law-abiding citizen, he would undoubtedly be a formidable businessman, poised to achieve great success. Gu Jingyun, with an impassive expression, remarked, "He is a criminal, and that is the crux of the matter. Unless he encounters leniency, such prospects are futile." The Zhang family differed fundamentally from the Qin family. The Qins had been exiled to Cheongzhou after failing in political strife, with the possibility of redemption based on merit. In contrast, the Zhang family had been banished for corruption, including land usurpation and legal malfeasance, and it was unlikely that their lineage would ever escape Cheongzhou. He took out his ink, brush, paper, and inkstone, placing them on the desk, then turned to Li Baolu and said, "Thus, we must educate our children well in the future, and never allow them to engage in such unlawful and disorderly conduct, lest one person's mistake brings calamity upon future generations." Li Baolu, seeing his serious demeanor regarding the education of children, suppressed a laugh in response. With only a few items, the two collaborated efficiently and soon finished their task. It was then that Gu Jingyun remembered they had yet to have lunch. He took Li Baolu's hand and said, "Let us go out to eat. We can also buy some rice and vegetables to prepare dinner ourselves tonight." The couple strolled hand in hand through the village, resembling an old married couple. They had become accustomed to this intimacy and were oblivious to any impropriety until they noticed the subtle glances directed their way. Only then did they release their hands. Nevertheless, Gu Jingyun continued to walk closely beside Li Baolu, their sleeves brushing against each other, signifying their closeness. Fortunately, the onlookers no longer scrutinized them too intently, merely perceiving them as siblings out together. They found a restaurant for their meal, then meandered to the market to buy vegetables and meat, before turning a corner to procure some rice and flour, finally making their leisurely way home. When Zhang Yan returned with gifts, he found Li Baolu had already prepared dinner. Spotting fish and meat on the table, he couldn't help but swallow and asked, "Did you buy pots and dishes? You should have brought them from home." "We didn't buy any," Li Baolu replied as she served him rice. "I brought 2 small pots for our use on the road. Since we are only staying here for a month, it isn't worth it to purchase those items." Though the Qin family had external support and lived comfortably compared to others, they could not afford to squander money. They had significant expenses for this journey, as Uncle Qin had given them a large portion of the family's funds, even selling several pieces of calligraphy to support them. While food and accommodation were necessities, they would economize in other areas, saving whatever they could. Zhang Yan nodded in agreement, saying, "That's how it should be. I'll go back to the village and gather some pots and dishes. There's no need to buy them." His business did not yield substantial profits, yet the household expenses were considerable. His parents were not accustomed to hardship. For the past 2 years, they had ceased fishing and farming, relying solely on his trade for sustenance. Thus they were not affluent. "I brought you gifts of the finest quality. Even the scholars should be satisfied," he added. In Cheongzhou Prefecture, there were few scholars, with only 7 in the vast county, each capable of recommending 3 candidates for examination. Scholars could receive some tokens of gratitude for their endorsements, but their primary role was to support the younger generation and foster connections. A scholar was merely exempt from personal labor and did not qualify for official positions. They still had to pass the township examination, a rigorous challenge for many. No one knew if any of the current candidates would surpass their predecessors and achieve success first. If even one candidate succeeded, the gratitude shown today would yield benefits in the future. Consequently, scholars were eager to provide recommendations, so long as the candidates possessed genuine talent and integrity, ensuring they would not bring disgrace upon themselves. Notably, this scholar had no endorsements, indicating his elevated standards. Of course, as Zhang Yan would put it, he was merely being tight-fisted, although this individual does not have a fixed price. He is unequivocally unwilling to guarantee anything if the gifts are insufficient and the monetary compensation is inadequate. Similarly, as long as one can afford the payment, he will not concern himself with whether the other party possesses genuine talent or knowledge, and he will issue a guarantee letter. Gu Jingyun prepared a lavish gift and presented an additional 5 taels of silver as a token of gratitude, convinced that the other party would not dare to maintain their aloofness. Zhang Yan felt a pang of regret at the thought of this expenditure, for it represented half a month's earnings. Li Baolu also felt the pinch. Typically, a common person coming to the county for examinations would not spend more than 2 taels of silver on accommodation, food, clothing, and other necessities. Yet a single guarantee letter had cost him 5 taels. Once I succeed in the examination, I shall recoup the expenses, she thought. Gu Jingyun reassured her, saying, when the time comes, I shall take you to a restaurant in Guangzhou. Have you not been yearning to savor roasted suckling pig? Li Baolu's eyes sparkled with anticipation as she licked her lips, exclaiming, you promised. Indeed I did. Therefore, after you accompany me to register tomorrow, you shall head to the port to seek a ship. Once the results are announced, we shall set off for Guangzhou. The county examination is held in Cheongzhou Prefecture, while the provincial and imperial examinations must be taken in Guangzhou. Chapter 50. Seeking a vessel. The educational development in Cheongzhou Prefecture has been rather unsatisfactory. The former county magistrate had laboriously secured 2 scholars to serve as instructors, but upon the arrival of Tan Xian, not only did he reduce educational funding, he also drove away the 2 scholars, ultimately hiring only 2 lesser talents. While the appointment of academic officials is typically sanctioned by the court, Cheongzhou, being exceedingly remote, had previously only been able to attract low-ranking scholars or those with connections. The situation had evidently improved during the tenure of the previous magistrate. Yet Tan Xian reverted everything back to its original state, even deteriorating it further. Consequently, the number of scholars in Cheongzhou has significantly dwindled, with merely 7 remaining in the entire county, 6 of whom were remnants from prior years, and only 1 having passed the examinations 2 years ago. This indicates that no one from Cheongzhou has succeeded in the provincial examinations for the past 2 years. In such a dismal educational environment, the scholars of Cheongzhou could only band together in private. Anyone aspiring to partake in the imperial examinations, even if they had never met, will be familiar with each other's mentors, for there are but 7 scholars in Cheongzhou. However, the 4 gentlemen who were invited had never heard of Gu Jingyun, and upon inquiring about his mentor, discovered he had entered the academy under his uncle, whose name was also unfamiliar to them. The 4 exchanged glances, somewhat reluctant to form a partnership with Gu Jingyun. Their misfortune compounded, as their originally agreed-upon companions either had prior engagements or were themselves delayed, leaving them isolated. They had finally managed to find 4 who had not yet formed any partnerships, yet they still lacked one. However, they did not know Gu Jingyun and were uncertain of his character. Thus, they hesitated to join forces. Gu Jingyun, perceptive as he was, could sense their apprehensions with a mere glance. He proposed, the most critical aspect of the county examinations lies in the 4 books and 5 classics. Each of you must have encountered questions. Why not pose one to me? If I answer them all correctly, shall we then form a partnership? The 4 exchanged glances. The county examination questions were not particularly intricate, primarily focusing on transcription and interpretation. Yet the scope was quite broad, encompassing the 4 books, 5 classics, poetry, prose, rites, and various collections. The unpredictability of the questions posed a challenge. Hence, while the county examination was considered straightforward, it also proved difficult, contingent upon the breadth and depth of one's reading and memory. If this individual could answer their randomly devised questions correctly, he would surely possess genuine skill, and a person of true capability would not resort to deceit. What then was there to fear? With renewed vigor, the 4 turned to their bags and extracted their books in search of questions. Gu Jingyun could not suppress a smirk. Should not these texts be memorized thoroughly? Why then do they need to consult their books for questions? Li Baolu cast a glance at Gu Jingyun, thinking, not everyone is as remarkable as you. Indeed, he was the anomaly, while she, among the ordinary, could still be considered a top student, having memorized all the texts that the young men presented. Gu Jingyun aimed for the top scholar title, Qin Xinfang had long ago stated that he had nothing more to teach, merely encouraging Gu Jingyun to study and comprehend independently. The questions from the four youths were undoubtedly not beyond his capabilities. It seemed he required no contemplation whatsoever. As soon as each question was posed, he effortlessly provided the answers, leaving the four young men astonished. One could not help but inquire, "Is your uncle also in Xiongzhou? Does he still accept students?" The remaining three looked at him with renewed interest, their eyes gleaming with curiosity. Gu Jingyun smiled and said, "My uncle is frail and does not take disciples. However, if you have any inquiries, you may visit him. May I ask where your esteemed uncle resides?" Gu Jingyun slightly raised her chin and replied, "In the village of Sin. Once you enter the village, you may inquire and find out. My uncle's surname is Qin." The four were momentarily taken aback. Then, after a pause, one of them queried, "How did Mr. Qin come to reside in Sin Village?" Gu Jingyun responded nonchalantly, "He was wrongfully accused and exiled to this village. Thus he resides here." The four fell silent, realizing he was indeed a sinner, and being scholars, they could hardly associate with a criminal. Yet, her uncle seemed quite formidable. With such knowledge at such a young age, perhaps they could seek his counsel. Unperturbed by their thoughts, Gu Jingyun produced the mutual agreement document and inquired, "Would you gentlemen be willing to engage in a mutual pact with me?" The four exchanged glances, despite the fact that her uncle was a sinner. If they let this opportunity slip, they might not find another scholar willing to engage in such an agreement before the registration deadline the day after tomorrow. With a resolute breath, they signed the document and pressed their seals, creating 5 copies, one for each. Li Baolu sighed in relief, having feared that the others might hesitate due to Qin Xinfang's status. Gu Jingyun carefully stored the documents and, after bowing to the four, took her leave. Li Baolu hurriedly followed in his wake, asking, "Why did you specifically mention your uncle?" If Gu Jingyun wished to conceal Qin Xinfang's identity, he surely had the means to do so, especially considering the naivety of those four youths. "We shall leave. My uncle must be lonely. I will find him some companions to play with," Gu Jingyun remarked dismissively as he climbed aboard the donkey cart he had hired that morning. "Let us go find that scholar and obtain the guarantee document." In comparison to the mutual agreement, the guarantee document was simpler to acquire. Gu Jingyun handed over a gift and presented 5 taels of silver he had prepared earlier. Upon confirming his origin, the other party promptly signed the guarantee document for him. Gu Jingyun then proceeded to the county's ceremonial office to register. Zhang Yin had already made arrangements for him, and the clerks, upon recognizing Gu Jingyun, registered him without delay, advising, in 5 days, the county office will announce the seating and examination times. Do remember to check. With his examination permit in hand, Gu Jingyun departed with a sense of joy. Li Baolu, who had been idly kicking stones at the county gate, perked up upon seeing Gu Jingyun emerge and eagerly approached him, asking, "How did it go?" Gu Jingyun smiled and nodded, stating, "It is settled. Now we await the examination. Tomorrow, have Zhang Yin accompany me, while you head to the port to find a ship. As soon as we receive our results, we shall depart." Li Baolu nodded enthusiastically, excited to witness the world beyond Xiongzhou. Gu Jingyun anticipated a 3-year absence. Before he left, he needed to ensure matters in Xiongzhou were in order. Zhang Yin, being a sinner, had his fate in the hands of others, making many things inconvenient. Yet, his mother, uncle, and all his cherished relatives remained here. If he could not guarantee that they received news and remained safe, how could he leave with peace of mind? Thus, he needed to make arrangements that Li Baolu need not be privy to. Li Baolu was uncertain about Gu Jingyun's intentions, but since he preferred not to involve her, she resolved to pursue her own endeavors. Early the next morning, she hurried to the Xiongzhou dock in search of a vessel. Xiongzhou, being an isolated island, was separated from a mainland by a strait, which served as a formidable barrier. The only means of crossing was by boat. Aside from the fishermen's boats and the transport vessels operated by boatmen, only merchant ships could carry passengers. After observing the fishermen and boatmen's transport vessels, Li Baolu considered Gu Jingyun's petite frame and decisively sought out a merchant ship. Ideally, she wished for a direct route to Guangzhou, sparing them from the arduous land journey, which was notoriously bumpy. Merchant ships varied in size, and she specifically inquired about those of medium size or larger. The steward, noticing her youth, dismissed her with a casual inquiry, stating that while the ship was headed to Guangzhou, it was laden with cargo, and passengers would need to disembark midway. Li Baolu, with humility, asked, "Where exactly is the midway stop?" "Guanghaiwai," he replied. "We must replenish our supplies there, and each passenger must pay 1 tael of silver to board." This fare was significantly higher than the 300 when quoted by Zhang Yan. Moreover, Guanghaiwai was not close to Guangzhou, and upon calculating the time required, Li Baolu felt it precarious to arrive in time for the provincial examination in April. Hence, she proposed, "Would it be possible for you to take us directly to Guangzhou? There are only the two of us, and our combined weight is negligible. It would not impede your cargo transport. We are willing to offer a greater fare for the journey." The steward twitched his lips, his expression reflecting disdain. He was not concerned with the loss of cargo, but rather with the implications of accommodating them before his employer. Transporting passengers was typically not the practice of cargo ships, and any income from such arrangements was shared among the entire crew. The steward regarded Li Baolu with a look of incredulity before waving her off. "If you wish to reach Guangzhou directly, you should seek a transport vessel instead. The transport vessels have shallower draft and are prone to roughness, which my young lord cannot endure," Li Baolu implored, unwilling to relinquish her chance with the largest and most luxurious ship available, which promised greater safety. She persisted. "What if we double the fare?" The steward raised an eyebrow. "That would amount to 2 taels per person, nearly equivalent to a year's expenses for a family of 5 in Cheongzhou. With such funds, one could easily hire a dedicated vessel." Curiosity piqued, the steward inquired, "What business do you have in Guangzhou?" "My young lord intends to participate in the provincial examination in April. He is not in good health, and I fear he may suffer from seasickness. Your vessel is the largest, most luxurious, and safest in Cheongzhou." She showered him with persuasive words, concluding with a cheerful smile, "Therefore, I kindly ask for your consideration in allowing us to travel directly to Guangzhou." The steward puffed out his chest with pride, contemplating for a moment before responding, "If it is for the examination, it may be worth a try. Our employer has a fondness for scholars. Please wait here. I shall consult with our head manager." In the rigid class structure of the Great Shu, merchants were barred from the imperial examinations. Yet, dealings with officials were inevitable in trade, prompting merchants to support scholars, for a successful candidate would owe them a debt of gratitude, thus ensuring their profit. The Baolai vessel was no exception. Upon hearing that a scholar wished to board their ship to Guangzhou for the provincial examination, Manager He promptly set aside his current affairs and came out to meet him. Upon seeing the young girl standing by the shore, Manager He was momentarily taken aback. What kind of family was this, sending a mere maid to discuss such an important matter? Having seen the world, he quickly composed himself and approached with a warm smile. Inquiring of Li Baolu, "My dear young lady, is it your master who intends to travel to Guangzhou for the examination?" Li Baolu nudda eajarli, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Manager He and asked, "Might it be possible for us to board your esteemed vessel directly to Guangzhou?" Chapter 51. Exam Preparations Manager He wore an expression of hesitation and inquired, "If you are to participate in the provincial examination, why not depart a few days earlier? I am acquainted with several managers whose ships will set sail shortly. I could certainly introduce you to them. It is prudent to arrive ahead of time for the examination." Li Baolu shook her head, responding, "My young master must wait to receive his results from the county examination before he departs. I have inquired throughout the dock, and only your esteemed vessel is suitable, coincidentally setting sail at that time." Manager He, a man seasoned by life's adversities, could not help but darken in countenance. "So your master has not even passed the county examination? I had assumed he was preparing for the provincial examination based on last year's results. Nonetheless, being a scholar is not something to offend." He forced a smile and remarked, "Should your master intend to sit for the examination in Guangzhou, he need only come to the dock, and our ship will surely accommodate him. The key is that he must pass." Manager He scrutinized Li Baolu's expression, which was radiant with optimism. "But do you have any proof for me? What if we prepare for your arrival and find you absent?" Seeing her confidence, as though she was certain of her master's success, he pondered briefly and instructed someone to fetch his nameplate from the ship. "This is the nameplate of my ship, Baolai. Simply present this upon arrival, and even in my absence, my crew will treat you well. However, May I inquire your master's surname? Li Baolu produced the nameplate she had prepared earlier, presenting it to him. My master's surname is Gu. He is currently occupied with his studies and cannot come to visit you in person. I hope you will forgive him. Manager, he opened the nameplate, and, though the writing appeared somewhat juvenile, it exuded a nascent brilliance. The Baolu ship is one of the largest trading firms in the Guangxi and Guangdong regions. Although manager, he himself was not scholarly. He had encountered numerous renowned calligraphers' works to curry favor with officials who appreciated fine arts. Thus, he could discern that the script on this nameplate already bore the mark of character, prompting him to regard Li Baolu with increased formality. Do not worry, I shall give the order shortly. As long as young Master Gu presents the nameplate, he will be treated as an esteemed guest. As for the fare, it shall be waived. Manager, he raised his hand to halt Li Baolu, smiling. My employer values scholars greatly, and since young Master Gu is devoted to his studies, though they have not yet met, their interests align. Perhaps they may become friends upon meeting. How could I dare to charge the fare of a friend of my employer? Manager, he indeed began to regard Gu Jingyun with newfound esteem. His uncle often remarked that a person's character is reflected in their writing. Observing the script of these scholars, particularly those who have yet to endure the trials of life, provides profound insight into their nature. Regardless of how this Gu might fare in the future, based solely on his writing, he appears to be an exceptional talent. Cultivating a rapport with such individuals can only be advantageous. In any case, their ships annually offer free passage for examinees to Guangzhou, providing not only free transport, but also meals and lodging, along with a set of writing supplies as a gift before they disembark. For impoverished candidates, these provisions are invaluable, but for Baolu, they are merely a matter of convenience. Candidates remember their kindness, thereby creating a pathway for Baolu in the future. If they do not, they can simply forget the encounter as if it had never occurred. Thus, they merely added Gu Jingyun's name to their records. Manager, he turned around and instructed his assistant to keep a vigilant eye on the announcement in front of the county office. He said, as soon as the results are out, go check immediately. If young Master Gu's name appears on the list, come back and report to me. The mere fact that he was so certain of his success before even taking the exam illustrated his audacity. Had he failed, it would have been a display of arrogance. But if he succeeded, it would signify confidence. Li Baolu hurried home, clutching the name card from Baolu. She found Gu Jingyun in the study, engrossed in his copying exercises, and exclaimed, I think I might have caused some trouble. Why is Baolu being so courteous? They even waive the shipping fees. Gu Jingyun took the name card from her hand, perused it briefly, and tossed it onto the desk. What trouble could you possibly cause? They are merely making an investment. We need not concern ourselves with them. Investment? Li Baolu tilted her head in contemplation. You mean networking investment? Gu Jingyun nodded. You need not harbor any suspicions. They have aided us this time, and I will remember their kindness. I shall repay them in due course. He retrieved a purse from beneath the desk and handed it to her with a smile. Haven't you been yearning for a broadsword? Take this money and visit the blacksmith. You have a month's time, so you should be able to collect it before we depart. Li Baolu grimaced slightly, but accepted the purse. I want to be forging one now. With all our luggage, how can we carry an additional sword? I can manage with the dagger my master gifted me. However, I will hold on to the purse. I should oversee our finances. We are to live outside for 3 years, and we cannot squander our money. Do you understand the saying, a poor family on a rich road? The annual remittance from the capital was limited, and the expenses here were modest. No more than 10 or so taels on food and clothing each year. The remainder was spent on stationery for the family, which was a significant expense. The Qin family would spend at least 50 taels yearly on education. Thus, they could save about 70 taels annually. And considering the need for medicine during inclement weather, by the time they left, the Qin family had accumulated 538 taels of silver. This sum was substantial in Xiongzhou, ranking them among the top 50 wealthy families. However, in the outside world, it was relatively meager. Qin Xinfang had retained only 100 taels, allowing Gu Jingyun to take the rest. Although the amount seemed considerable in an ordinary household and could sustain a family for 2 lifetimes, Li Baolu perceived it as insufficient. As they prepared to leave, they needed accommodation, food, clothing, and travel expenses. Gu Jingyun was not particularly robust, and she could not bear the thought of him lodging in a shabby place, eating coarse grains, wearing rough fabric, or traveling on foot. Thus, expenditures were bound to accumulate. Gu Jingyun aimed to participate in the imperial examination, so the funds for socializing and networking could not be neglected. His health was still fragile, necessitating a portion of their funds for medicine, while they also needed to set aside some for unforeseen circumstances. After careful calculation, it became evident that their available funds were indeed limited. The waiver of shipping fees had delighted her for some time, fearing that her attempts to save money for Gu Jingyun might lead to complications. Rushing home to seek his counsel, how could she possibly consider spending money on a sword? Her master had advised that while traveling, it was best to feign weakness to outsmart others, ensuring their longevity and prosperity. Thus, it would be wiser not to carry weapons. They had a bow and a crossbow in their luggage, and if those proved useless, she still had the dagger concealed on her calf. Worst case, she could simply carry Gu Jingyun and flee. Her agility had been tested and validated by her master. Li Baoju's eyes sparkled as she gazed at Gu Jingyun. Let me carry you on my back while practicing lightness skills. Gu Jingyun's ears flushed crimson as he turned his head away, muttering, We're in the middle of the county town. How could we possibly practice that here? Stay quietly at home meditating or practicing martial arts in the courtyard. Don't go wandering outside, she said, flustered as she hastily stuffed the name cards on the table into a drawer before rising. I'll go to the kitchen to see what we'll have for dinner. Li Baoju noticed his shyness and stifled a chuckle, deciding not to press further. Gu Jingyun had thoroughly mastered his books. Each day, he would spare a moment to discuss matters with Zhang Yin, then spend the rest of his time silently reviewing texts, playing chess with Li Baoju, or meditating to cultivate his inner energy. His constitution was delicate, preventing prolonged exertion. As Bai Yitong had explained, his internal organs were inherently weaker than most. While cultivating qi could strengthen bones and fortify the organs, their endurance had limits. Thus, his practice required gentle, measured discipline. Too much force would only backfire. Though he had developed inner energy earlier than Li Baoju, his progress was as sluggish as a tortoise's crawl. Fortunately, through careful energy regulation, consistent practice of the 5 animals exercise, and nourishing meals, his health had improved significantly. Though he still appeared frail, he was no weaker than an average person, one reason the 3 elders of the Qin family allowed him to travel. Yet perhaps, because his delicate exterior was so deceiving, compounded by his frequent illnesses and reliance on medicine, Li Baoju continued to treat him like a fragile porcelain doll. The two spent a tranquil fortnight together. When the county examinations arrived, Gu Jingyun rose early, taking the exam basket Li Baoju had prepared the night before. Li Baoju and Zhang Yin also woke at dawn. She busied herself in the kitchen preparing a warm congee, while Zhang hired a donkey cart. The mornings are still chilly, and I've heard the exam sheds are drafty. Have something warm first, Li Baoju said, handing Gu Jingyun a bowl of pork and vegetable congee. Zhang Yin pulled her aside and whispered, Is it wise for him to eat congee before the exam? What if he needs the privy? Rest assured, he is swift. Li Baoju had full confidence in his academic abilities. Gu Jingyun, brimming with even greater self-assurance, finished a bowl of rice before setting down his chopsticks and declaring, Very well. Let's depart. We must still queue for inspection. For the midday repast, I should prefer something light and delicate rather than meat dishes. Zhang Yin parted his lips slightly in surprise. But isn't today's examination supposed to last the entire day? Is it truly appropriate for you to emerge at midday in such a manner? Zhang Yin suddenly noticed that Gu Jingyun's examination basket contained only stationery, but no provisions. He immediately turned to Li Baoju and asked anxiously, Didn't we inquire thoroughly about the necessary food supplies for the examination? Why haven't you prepared any? Li Baoju was utterly perplexed. Since he had already emerged at noon, what was the necessity of preparing additional provisions? Zhang Yin gazed at Li Baoju in speechless silence for a long moment before finally remarking, He's confident, but how could you be so audacious? Li Baoju rolled her eyes at him and stood up to escort Gu Jingyun to the examination hall. A crowd of examinees had already gathered in front of the ceremonial hall, forming 2 orderly lines for entry. Officials stood at the front, meticulously inspecting each candidate before granting them admission. Nearby, anxious yet hopeful family members waited, their hearts heavy with concern and anticipation. Gu Jingyun observed that he was required to remove his outer robe and be inspected in his inner garments, which caused his expression to darken slightly. Li Baolu, aware of his mild aversion to cleanliness and his disdain for unfamiliar touches, immediately took hold of his hand in a gesture of comfort and said, "Just close your eyes and it will be over soon. This will be the case for every examination from now on. You must learn to adapt." Taking a deep breath, Gu Jingyun quelled his discontent and stepped forward to join the queue. The officials were relatively courteous to the candidates, yet they showed no leniency in their inspections. When it was Gu Jingyun's turn, the official conducting the search frowned upon discovering the empty food basket, cautioning, "The examination lasts an entire day. Why have you not prepared any provisions? The ceremonial office does not provide lunch. It is still early. You should send someone to fetch some supplies." Though well-intentioned, the official's remark lightened Gu Jingyun's previously somber demeanor, and he nodded in acknowledgement, saying, "I do not require lunch." Has the inspection concluded? May I don my outer robe now? The official cast a curious glance at him, surveyed him thoroughly, and upon ensuring there were no oversights, waved him on, saying, "Very well, you may enter." Chapter 52. The examination. County-level examinations typically test foundational knowledge, covering a broad scope without delving too deeply into complexity. The selection criteria are relatively lenient, prioritizing calligraphy before content evaluation. Gu Jingyun began practicing calligraphy at the tender age of 5, when he first learned to hold a brush. Over 8 years of diligent study, his Lu-style calligraphy has developed a distinctive elegance, bold yet refined strokes that reveal the strength of his technique. Li Baolu, though trained in the same Lu style, produces characters with a softer, more graceful flourish, truly a reflection of her nature. Despite her formidable martial prowess, her heart remains tender, infusing her brushwork with gentleness rather than sharp edges. In contrast, though physically frail, Gu Jingyun possesses an indomitable spirit. Qin Xingsheng often criticized him for being too unguarded in his expressions, advising him to temper his and learn subtlety from Li Baolu. As he poised his brush now, he paused briefly before commencing, his strokes flowing seamlessly thereafter without hesitation, while others carefully selected familiar topics first, returning later to more challenging ones. Gu Jingyun merely glanced at each prompt before writing, answering question after question without pause for deliberation. Thus, he completed the entire examination with remarkable speed, finishing all sections in under 2 hours. After reviewing for errors and finding none, he gathered his materials and submitted his work, his stomach already growling with hunger. Li Baolu and Zhang Yiyan, who had been waiting outside with chins propped in their hands, sprang up eagerly at his approach. "How is it?" they asked. "Were the questions difficult?" "Not difficult at all." Gu Jingyun handed the examination basket to Zhang Yiyan and remarked, "The questions are rather elementary. Securing the top position shouldn't pose any problem. I'm famished. Shall we dine at home or venture out for a meal?" Zhang Yiyan was just about to suggest dining at Wanfu Tower when Li Baolu, who had been attentively observing Gu Jingyun's expression, interjected, "Let's eat at home. I prepared congee this morning. We can simply whip up a side dish upon returning." "So simple. Shouldn't we celebrate after successfully completing an exam?" The young couple had already walked back intimately arm in arm, leaving Zhang Yiyan no choice but to follow behind. Li Baolu prepared some pickled vegetables and stir-fried a small dish for Gu Jingyun, who happily ate 2 bowls of plain congee with the pickles before setting down his bowl contentedly. "Let's go for a short walk," he said, "otherwise I'll doze off." Li Baolu glanced at the hourglass. It was his usual nap time, but since he had just eaten, sleeping immediately wouldn't be good, so she took his hand and strolled out with him. Zhang Yiyan, nearing 20 and still unmarried, wiped his face in resignation, deciding not to watch their affectionate display. Instead, he turned and went to inspect the tea house Gu Jingyun had recently opened. This tea house in Cheongju Prefecture served as a discreet channel for passing messages. Managed by a proprietor and 2 assistants, it was under Zhang Yiyan's control. No one knew of his status as a convicted exile. If all went well, his merchant operations would remain overt while the tea house operated covertly. The examination results were posted shortly after noon the next day. The county-level exam consisted of 4 sessions, held every other day, with only those who passed the previous round advancing to the next. Seating and entry order for subsequent sessions were determined by prior performance. Thanks to her nimble figure, Li Baolu darted to the front as soon as the list was posted, before the Yamen runner had even finished affixing the notice. She spotted Gu Jingyun's name at the very top. Unable to suppress her grin, she squeezed through the crowd and rushed home to deliver the news. "You came in first." Gu Jingyun couldn't help but curl the corners of his lips upwards, yet with an air of pride in his voice, he remarked, "Wasn't this outcome entirely within our expectations?" "As expected, I'm still delighted." Qin Xinfang mentioned that Gu Jingyun could participate in the provincial examination, meaning exams like the child scholar and licentiate tests would be trivial for him. Moreover, the county exam primarily assessed the breadth of reading and memory, areas where Gu Jingyun excelled beyond ordinary individuals, especially with his photographic memory. Thus, both assumed he would maintain the top position effortlessly, clinching the highest honor until the final round. However, when the results were announced after the last exam, Li Baolu was stunned. Gu Jingyun, who had consistently ranked first, had unexpectedly dropped to third place. Glancing at the rankings, Gu Jingyun merely raised an eyebrow, his gaze lingering briefly on the two names above his. Though surprising, it made perfect sense. How could Tan Xinji, with his greed, resist meddling in the county examination? Fortunately, he was also among the successful candidates, and his ranking was not too low. Otherwise, it would have been truly mortifying. The more astute examinees quickly grasped the underlying implications, their gazes inevitably turning toward Gu Jingyun standing before the announcement board. Previously unheard of, his name had now resounded throughout the literary circles of Cheongzhou Prefecture in recent days. Who remained unaware of him now? From a moment he secured the top position in the first examination, he consistently maintained his lead for 3 consecutive rounds. Yet, in the final test, ironically the least significant one on poetic composition, his overall ranking plummeted from first to third. Anyone with a shred of worldly wisdom could sense foul play at work, especially given Tan Qian's notorious reputation for corruption and cruelty, a name that echoed throughout Cheongzhou. Not even toddlers. The crowd eagerly awaited Gu Jingyun's reaction, expecting the impulsive outburst typical of a boy in his early teens. Yet, with nothing more than a faint smile, he courteously bowed to the onlookers before turning away, leading the indignantly Baolu by his side. Li Baolu had fervently hoped her young prodigy would claim the top honor, only to see it snatched away by usurpers. Fuming, she exclaimed, "Tan Qian's audacity knows no bounds. At the very least, he could have feigned subtlety. You dominated the first 3 rounds, only to be abruptly demoted to third, while those 2 promoted candidates languished beyond the top 10 in previous tests. Even if their poetic compositions were celestial verses worthy of the immortal poet himself, how could their overall scores possibly surpass yours to claim first and second place?" Gu Jingyun comforted her, saying, "This is already quite fortunate. At least I managed to retain the 3rd position, didn't I?" Fortunately, both the prefectural and provincial examinations were held in Guangzhou, so he couldn't interfere. He added, "This matter is already settled. There's no need for us to dwell on it. We should pack our belongings and hurry to Guangzhou." Li Baolu's thoughts were immediately diverted as she said, "Then I'll go to the dock later to find manager he and inquire about their ship's departure time. Aren't you going to gather with your fellow scholars?" After the examinations, everyone gathered together to dine and converse, aiming to forge connections, exchange experiences, and nurture camaraderie. Gu Jingyun pondered briefly before remarking, "Someone will surely invite me shortly. I need only make a brief appearance when the time comes." Despite his pride, Gu Jingyun recognizes that while many things in this world are easily attainable, true talent is exceedingly rare. Although those who seek his counsel may not possess knowledge that surpasses his own, they invariably have merits that exceed his. The adage in a group of 3, "There must be one who can teach me," has resonated with him since his youth. Over the years, as he has taught the village children, he has gained a deeper understanding of this principle. Though they may be intellectually inferior to him, they often excel in other aspects, whether in ability or character. Thus, he does not shy away from attending these gatherings. However, the candidates who come to seek his guidance are often filled with trepidation. For Gu Jingyun is regarded as aloof and proud among them. The youngest among them, yet the highest achiever, while others find themselves pressed for time during examinations. He consistently submits his papers well before noon, leaving everyone else at a loss for answers. Most candidates, residing in inns, engage in mutual study and discourse. However, Gu Jingyun, who does not live in the county town nor at the inn, stands apart with his serious demeanor. Even those older than him feel a sense of intimidation in his presence, perceiving him as haughty and difficult to approach. Yet, they do not deem this attitude as inappropriate. His remarkable talents undoubtedly grant him the right to such pride. The candidate who approached Gu Jingyun to invite him to the banquet was chosen by lot, drawing a red slip that designated him for this task. He had not anticipated being able to persuade Gu Jingyun, so when Gu Jingyun consented, his face flushed with excitement and tears shimmered in his eyes as he gazed at him. Gu Jingyun remained composed, and not only was this candidate thrilled, but the other candidates waiting in the Wanfu building for the banquet were equally exhilarated to see him, rising to pay their respects. Although Gu Jingyun officially ranked third, he is regarded as the first in the hearts of many. While it is often said that there is no first in literature and no second in martial arts, scholars tend to dispute one another only when their abilities are comparable. Gu Jingyun, however, has outshone them from the very beginning. Those in the know have even gleaned answers from the county officials who graded the examinations. Considering the time he took to complete his answers, even those who initially felt envy must now feel a sense of inferiority. Most candidates participating in the county examination are youths under 30, whose thoughts are still relatively uncomplicated. Their admiration for Gu Jingyun is openly displayed on their faces. Gu Jingyun raised an eyebrow, feeling a newfound appreciation for them. After several rounds of drinks, the candidates eagerly sought his guidance on their studies, rarely assuming the role of a teacher. And having dealt with the robust village children who have been trained by Li Baolu to ask questions without hesitation, he is accustomed to facing countless inquiries daily. Thus, when his peers sought his advice, he instinctively provided answers one by one. Unlike Li Baolu, who meticulously breaks down answers for her students, he offers only a hint or two, leaving the rest to personal insight. If one is unable to grasp the concept, they must continue to ponder. He is not one to coddle like a caretaker. Yet, for the candidates, this was indeed a rare opportunity. Many fragments of knowledge that they had only partially grasped became clear to them with just a hint from Gu Jingyun, illuminating their understanding. When they turned to gaze at Gu Jingyun again, their eyes sparkled with newfound clarity. Though his demeanor appeared haughty, his heart was kind, and, importantly, he was not possessive of his wisdom. In the jurisdiction of Cheongzhou, the highest academic rank is held by the county magistrate, who emerges from the ranks of the successful candidates in the imperial examination. Following him is the county vice magistrate, a scholar of the provincial examination. However, both of these officials are beyond the reach of public inquiry. Thus, individuals seeking knowledge must turn to the county's educational officials or the local scholars. Yet, these dignitaries, despite their status, often lack the intellectual prowess displayed by Gu Jingyun. At this moment, the examinees in the tavern came to the realization that Gu Jingyun's capabilities likely surpassed those of the local scholars, prompting many to approach him in a bid for favor, thereby igniting an unprecedentedly vibrant atmosphere. Gu Jingyun, however, abstained from wine, opting instead for tea as a substitute. Also receiving attention was Li Baolu. In stark contrast to Gu Jingyun's composed demeanor, appeared somewhat taken aback by the sudden adulation. Chapter 53. Altering the itinerary upon spotting Gu Jingyun's name topping the first examination results, the young clerk rushed back excitedly to report to Manager He. Though the manager hadn't anticipated Gu securing first place, he initially dismissed it as insignificant. After all, the county-level examination was merely the preliminary stage of the imperial examinations, and this was only the first round. However, when Gu Jingyun maintained his leading position for 3 consecutive sessions, Manager He could no longer remain indifferent, even if Gu ultimately ranked third in the final standings. The subtle manipulations apparent to the examinees certainly wouldn't escape the notice of a seasoned merchant like Manager He, a shrewd veteran who had navigated the treacherous waters of commerce for years. Upon learning that Gu Jingyun had calmly accepted the outcome without resentment or protest, they held him in even higher regard. This man possessed both talent and magnanimity, capable of bending without breaking, destined to become either a hero or a formidable figure, but certainly no ordinary soul. Such a person need not be fawned over, yet must never be slighted. Thus, when Li Baolu visited again, manager he greeted her with unparalleled warmth and hospitality. Though Gu Jingyun insisted their relationship was one of mutual benefit, a mere investment by Baolai firm, with favors to be repaid in due time, Li Baolu never saw it that way. To her, the weight of kindness should be measured by the receiver, not the giver. Consider a starving beggar collapsing by the roadside, pleading for alms. A wealthy man, moved by compassion, offers a bowl of porridge, scarcely a trifle to him, yet it spares the beggar's life. Should the beggar one day repay this debt, would a mere bowl of porridge suffice? Therefore, she could not bring herself to accept manager He's attentions with ease. Sensing her discomfort, manager He swiftly steered the conversation to the matter at hand. The ship departs the day after tomorrow. Young Master Gu need only arrive at the harbor by dawn. I wonder if you can make it in time. We have another vessel setting sail 5 days later, which you could also take. However, that ship will first stop at Lizhou Prefecture and make numerous port calls along the way. Baolai Shipping has many vessels and a great deal of cargo to procure, hence the varied routes. The ship you've chosen, Miss Li, will only pause briefly at Guanghai Garrison to replenish supplies before continuing. It's the fastest route to Guangzhou Prefecture. Manager he doubted Gu Jingyun could manage the imminent departure, having just finished his examinations. He would need rest, social engagements, and time to pack. Many candidates traveling with Baolai Shipping had opted for the later voyage 5 days hence. Yet, to his surprise, Li Baoji responded cheerfully. Then we shall take the ship the day after tomorrow. We will surely arrive at the harbor before dawn. Their belongings were meager and already prepared. Only minor arrangements remained. Gu Jingyun, having spent half a day at social gatherings, returned home to pack quietly with Li Baoju. Everything was loaded onto a cart, which they could simply push aboard. On the day of departure, under clear skies and a gentle breeze, waves lapped rhythmically against the shore. Gu Jingyun gazed at the seamless horizon where sky met sea, exhaling slowly before turning back toward home. With quiet triumph, he declared, "When we return, it shall be to escort uncle and the others away from here." Li Baolu nodded repeatedly, her eyes sparkling as she gazed towards the other side of the sea, her heart brimming with excitement. They were about to leave Cheongzhou to venture into the world. Ha ha! The rivers and lakes, the realm. Here I come, brave heroine. Sensing the emotional fluctuations of those around her, Gu Jingyun cast a condescending glance at her before making his way toward the ship, urging, "Let us proceed. We must not keep others waiting." Li Baolu promptly hurriedly pushed the cart and followed closely behind him. Master he was meticulously inspecting the goods to ensure nothing was overlooked. Thus the two were escorted into the cabin by a young attendant. The attendant respectfully addressed them. "Young Master Gu, this is your cabin. Should you find anything lacking, please inform me, and I shall make the necessary preparations for you." Gu Jingyun scanned the contents of the room and, pointing to Li Baolu, inquired, "Where will she be staying?" The young attendant cast a timid glance at Li Baolu and hesitantly remarked, "She is young Master Gu's maid, and it is only proper that she attends to you closely. However, if she prefers to have her own room, I can certainly request the innkeeper to arrange that." "That won't be necessary. Let her stay with me," Gu Jingyun replied. "But she is not merely my maid. She is my wife." The attendant's mouth fell agape as he stared at the slender, pale Gu Jingyun, then shifted his gaze to the dark-haired, childlike Li Baolu. After a moment of bewilderment, he finally closed his mouth and turned to leave in a daze. Li Baolu, amused, gave Gu Jingyun a playful nudge. "Look at how you frightened him." Gu Jingyun replied earnestly, "If they treat you as a mere maid, I fear my aunt will chastise me upon our return. Quickly, gather your belongings and organize them. We are to stay aboard the ship for several days." When Master he learned that Li Baolu was Gu Jingyun's wife, he couldn't help but drop his jaw in astonishment. He had not anticipated that Gu Jingyun would marry so soon, nor could he fathom which family would allow two young adolescents to embark on such a journey together for examinations. Even if the adults at home are preoccupied, there should be a cousin or someone of that sort to accompany them, shouldn't there? Though Master he was quite occupied, he still managed to take a brief respite to inquire about the young couple. expressing that they should not hesitate to reach out should any matters arise. After a conversation, he regarded Gu Jingyun with newfound respect. Gu Jingyun, in turn, did not treat him with disdain, nor did he feel diminished. Instead, he engaged in a discourse akin to that of friends, seeking his insights on matters pertaining to Guangzhou. They discussed a wide array of topics, from the current officials of the city to the number of markets, the esteemed taverns and inns, and renowned delicacies, covering nearly every conceivable subject. His demeanor was not overly humble. He was far from arrogant. Before they knew it, over an hour had elapsed, and had it not been for the attendant loitering at the entrance to report on matters, he might have remained oblivious to the passage of time. Master He and the steward exchanged remarks, marveling at the remarkable talent emerging from Cheongzhou Prefecture, truly a rarity. The steward inclined his body and suggested, "Shall we not elevate the gifts we have prepared for them by a further third? We can also provide accommodation and meals for them after they disembark, if they could be invited to stay at home temporarily." However, Master He shook his head, suggesting that excess is as detrimental as deficiency. Not to mention that Gentleman Gu, even his young wife, might not appreciate such gestures. It is best to maintain the status quo. Once the ship arrives in Guangzhou, a set of writing materials should be presented to him, accompanied by a visiting card bearing the He family name. The steward acquiesced, and only then did the two begin to discuss matters of business. Gu Jingyun stood on the deck, holding Li Baolu, gazing out at the boundless sea. The sea breeze rustled through their garments, producing a gentle, whistling sound. Unable to contain his curiosity, he tapped on the railing and inquired, "What do you think we shall do after the imperial examination? Are we heading to the capital?" Li Baolu asked in astonishment. "Wasn't it decided early on that we would go to the capital?" Gu Jingyun fell silent for a moment before shaking his head and replying, "I have no desire to go to the capital. My household registration is in Cheongzhou, and the provincial examination is to be held in Guangzhou. Next year marks the year of the grand imperial examination, and if I were to return to the capital, I fear that I would hardly settle in before being summoned back south for the provincial test. Moreover, it is uncertain whether we would even be permitted to leave the capital again." A glint of cold light flashed in Gu Jingyun's eyes as he added, "If I were a member of the Gu family, I would certainly ensure that I had no opportunity to rise." Li Baolu, taken aback, inquired, "Then where shall we go?" Gu Jingyun remained silent for a considerable time before finally speaking. "Let us travel to Hangzhou. He Chong, the governor of Zhejiang, is a cousin of my aunt, and we shall pay him a visit." Li Baolu's heart raced, and she, feeling parched, urged, I have not heard my uncle mention him. We would be better off seeking Uncle Chun in Hunan." In Hunan, Governor Chun Tong was a close friend of Qin Xinfang and had faced multiple demotions for advocating on Qin's behalf. Recently, he had diligently ascended to the position of governor of Hunan, yet he maintained a close relationship with Uncle Qin. However, Gu Jingyun chuckled as he tousled her hair, saying, "Silly child, it is precisely because we are unaware of He Chong's disposition that we must meet him. Uncle Chun is already aligned with our interests. What purpose would it serve to visit him again?" Li Baolu opened her mouth, and Gu Jingyun calmly analyzed, "Your uncle possesses numerous connections. These individuals have made considerable efforts, yet they have been unable to absolve him of guilt. It is evident that the current network is insufficient. We must seek out more influential allies and consolidate greater strength." "But on what grounds do you intend to persuade him? If even my aunt cannot. An aunt embodies familial bonds. Thus I shall entice her with benefits. One must meet me before she can resign herself to despair." Li Baolu observed his unwavering determination. A look of resolute ambition etched upon his face, and reluctantly acquiesced. "However, should any peril arise, you must heed my words. If I say to leave, you are obliged to follow." Gu Jingyun nodded with a smile, assuring her not to worry. Li Baolu rolled her eyes and retorted, "I'm not at all reassured." Chapter 54. Contemplations. Guangzhou Prefecture served as the provincial capital of Guangdong. Though situated in a relatively remote region, its flourishing maritime trade and bustling ports rendered the city remarkably prosperous. Even before disembarking, Gu Jingyun and Li Baoji were greeted by a cacophony of clamorous voices, dockworkers and laborers shouting as they unloaded cargo from ships, while on shore, an endless procession of ox carts, donkey carts, mule carts, and horse-drawn carriages stretched before them, some laden with goods, others ferrying passengers. Amidst the throng, elderly women and men wove through the crowd, balancing baskets of food on their shoulders, adding to the lively spectacle. Manager he escorted the pair ashore, presenting them with a set of fine writing implements as a parting gift. He then advised, "Young Master Gu, you may hire a donkey cart to enter the city. Along Front Gate Avenue, you'll find numerous inns and taverns. Choose one to your liking. Should any difficulties arise, seek out the He residence in Willow Lane and ask for Second Son He." Gu Jingyun expressed his gratitude, promising to extend an invitation once settled. Manager he smiled and nodded, assuming the words to be mere courtesy. The dock workers soon wheeled out their handcart, laden with belongings, while an enterprising attendant had already secured a donkey cart for them. Yet Li Baolu stood pensive, studying a nearby mule cart. Stroking her chin, she mused, "I never noticed before, but mules do resemble horses quite closely." Gu Jingyun lifted his gaze briefly to the animals before stepping onto the donkey cart as footstool. "And so," he inquired, "let us purchase a mule cart instead of a donkey cart." Gu Jingyun responded with an indifferent tone, "As you wish." Li Baolu cheerfully climbed onto the donkey cart and settled in. With merely 28 days remaining until the prefectural examination, followed immediately by the provincial examination, numerous scholars had gathered in Guangzhou. Upon learning that the pair had come for the examinations, the cart driver inquired solicitously, would the young master prefer lodging at an inn or renting a courtyard residence? Renting a courtyard naturally offers greater freedom and spares one from many troubles. Yet staying in an inn undoubtedly provides more access to information. Gu Jingyun gazed at the bustling, clamorous streets outside, his heart wavering with uncertainty. This place was nothing like Cheongzhou Prefecture. Though he seldom visited the county town, thanks to Zhang Yin, he was no stranger to it, and could handle matters as he pleased. But regarding Guangzhou Prefecture, he only had fragmented whispers heard from manager He and the scattered tidbits Zhang Yin had gathered from traveling merchants. The lack of information unsettled him. So after a brief silence, he declared, "We'll stay at an inn, one frequented by many examination candidates, with a solid reputation and decent surroundings." The coachman responded with cheerful promptness, for delivering guests directly to an inn's doorstep earned him commission. Clearly accustomed to ferrying examinees to lodgings, he swiftly charted a course and brought them to a relatively quiet street. Li Baolu, suspecting deception, instinctively shifted to shield Gu Jingyun, poised to strike if anything seemed amiss. After all, what reputable inn or tavern could possibly be this silent? As soon as she alighted from the carriage, Li Baolu realized her unnecessary worries. With a single glance down the bustling street, she noticed inns lining both sides, their half-opened windows revealing scholars pacing within, books in hand. This district was predominantly occupied by examinees preparing for the imperial examinations. No wonder it is so tranquil. Everyone is engrossed in their books. Even the passing vehicles slowed down to avoid disturbing the examinees. In that moment, Li Baolu finally grasped the essence of examination, murmuring to herself, "Now this feels like an exam." She swiftly turned to assist Gu Jingyun, unloading the cart tethered to the back of the vehicle, carefully taking down each piece of luggage. The inn's attendant had already come out, casting a glance over Gu Jingyun and Li Baolu before approaching Gu Jingyun with a smile, inquiring, "Would the young master prefer a meal or accommodation?" "Accommodation," Gu Jingyun replied, "but I intend to partake in the provincial examination in April." Gu Jingyun nodded, and the attendant's smile widened as he helped carry the luggage inside, enthusiastically stating, "May I inquire how many rooms the young master requires?" "We have several superior rooms available." Li Baolu, shouldering the remaining luggage, interjected, "How much for the superior rooms per night? What amenities do they offer? Besides superior rooms, what other types are available?" The attendant glanced at Gu Jingyun, noting his step back in deference, and quickly shifted his focus to Li Baolu, cheerfully responding, "The superior room is 500 won per night, equipped with a bathtub and unlimited hot water. There is also a small stove for cooking. The charcoal is provided by our inn. Furthermore, breakfast is included, though lunch and dinner are at your own expense." After surveying both individuals, he continued, "The superior room is not only spacious, but also features a small couch for the lady to rest during the night. It is furnished with a large writing desk, offering a serene and elegant environment, an ideal setting for study. Li Baolu raised an eyebrow, maintaining her gaze on him. The attendant, slightly disappointed, yet still beaming, added, "In addition to superior rooms, we also offer medium and standard rooms. The standard room has merely a bed and a blanket. If you desire a bathtub and hot water, those come at an additional cost, and breakfast is not included, priced at 31 per night. The medium room also contains a bed and blanket, with a bathtub and hot water included along with breakfast, priced at 81 per night. Which type would you prefer?" After a moment of contemplation and glancing at the composed and dignified Gu Jingyun, Li Baolu declared, "I would like to see the superior and medium rooms." "Certainly, please follow me," replied the attendant, assisting them in depositing their luggage at the counter before leading them upstairs. Li Baolu, carrying her pouch of money, urged Gu Jingyun to follow. The superior rooms were located on the third floor, where they first inspected the superior room before descending to view the medium room. The medium room contained only a bed and a dining chair. Separated from the washroom by a curtain, it felt exceedingly cramped. Li Baolu could barely turn around without bumping into something. In contrast, the superior room was nearly the size of 3 medium rooms combined, featuring a spacious bed, a window, and not far from it, a writing desk adorned with a pen holder and ink wash among other stationery. To the right front of the bed, a screen partitioned a washroom that housed a bathtub and wooden basin, complete with toiletries such as towels and soap. A small couch was positioned beside the writing desk, clearly intended for guests to rest after reading. Most impressively, a large screen in the middle of the room divided the interior from an outer area equivalent to a medium room, furnished with a round table for entertaining guests, splendidly safeguarding the occupant's privacy. As long as the occupant refrained from inviting others into the inner chamber, who could discern the secrets concealed within. No wonder a room costs 500 coins. It's exorbitantly priced, yet undeniably worth it. Li Baolu gritted her teeth and said, "We must stay here until the examinations conclude, which will be around 40 days. Could you possibly offer a discount?" The attendant immediately replied with a smile, "If guests stay for over a month, we will include dinner in the package, still at 500 coins per night." This is indeed a concession. Li Baolu calculated the expenses and nodded, "Very well. We shall take the room." The attendant, beaming, led them to complete the formalities. 500 coins per night for 40 days amounts to 20 taels, not to mention lunch and other expenses. Li Baolu felt a profound sense of financial strain. Gu Jingyun observed her pained expression and couldn't help but chuckle. Why not settle for a mid-range room? Li Baolu shook her head resolutely. "No. Staying in a poor room would surely dampen your spirits and affect your performance in the exams. If it's expensive, so be it. I'll think of a way to earn some money later." Gu Jingyun was both touched and helpless, asking, "How can you take care of me and still earn money?" Li Baolu pondered what she could do. Gu Jingyun then teased, "Embroidery and sewing aren't your strong suits. You can't possibly go out and carry heavy bundles. Can you? You underestimate me." Li Baolu shot him an exasperated glare. "Surely I could weave nets?" Among the skills of the female workers, only net weaving received full marks. Embroidery scored 5 points, and sewing slightly better at 7, but selling them was out of the question. Gu Jingyun stifled a laugh and nodded. "All right, while I study, you can weave by my side." The attendant watched the two with curiosity, thinking their interaction hardly resembled that of a young master and a maid. However, what else could this dark-skinned girl be, if not a maid? Surely she couldn't be his sister? The young master himself seemed peculiar. He could afford a superior room, yet had no attendant accompanying him. Who brings a maid to examinations? Oblivious to the attendant's thoughts, Li Baolu, though pained, promptly paid 20 taels in advance for the room before they ascended with their belongings. After several days aboard the ship, Gu Jingyun felt as though the ground beneath him was unsteady, his only desire being to sleep. Noticing his poor complexion and fearing he might fall ill, Li Baolu quickly asked the attendant to bring hot water for a bath, ensuring he was settled to sleep before she organized their luggage. Having shared a room since childhood, they had only been separated when Li Baolu turned 7. Having slept together on the ship for several days, they felt no unusualness in sharing a room again and began to arrange their belongings as a matter of course. However, the atmosphere outside the room was quite different. Among the scholars preparing for the examinations, very few had maids. Most were solitary, while others brought students. Those renting courtyards were mostly accompanied by students, with rare instances of wives joining. A solitary maid accompanying a scholar was virtually unheard of. Consequently, everyone speculated that the young master who had just occupied the superior room must be quite the libertine. Do not underestimate the propensity for gossip among intellectuals. When scholars engage in such discourse, it can be even more formidable, spreading with remarkable swiftness. Gu Jingyun and Li Baolu had only just taken residence in the inn at noon, yet by evening, when they emerged from their quarters after a refreshing slumber, rumors had already rippled through the entire street. The scholars from nearby inns were all aware that a wealthy and charming scholar had recently arrived at the Li Inn, accompanied by a maid, and upon entering his room, he had not stepped outside since. Furthermore, passers-by had reported hearing a series of thuds emanating from within. Li Baolu, while tidying their belongings, produced faint sounds. Chapter 55. Refutation. A certain individual, endowed with internal strength and keen hearing, found it impossible to feign ignorance of the whispered discussions around them. Li Baolu twitched her lips and pulled Gu Jingyun out of the inn. Although Gu Jingyun's hearing was not as acute as Li Baolu's, his eyes were certainly not blind. He had already noticed the peculiar gazes directed at them, especially when Li Baolu grasped his hand, causing the eyes of the scholars nearby to widen in astonishment. Ignoring the faint murmurs of disrespect that trailed behind them, Li Baolu led Gu Jingyun into the bustling streets. "Shall I buy you some books?" she inquired teasingly, and then tossed them aside. "We have ample money, after all." Gu Jingyun glanced around and replied, "Let us seek out a larger bookstore to find the classics of past examination candidates. My uncle suggested that studying others' works can help us improve." The pair meandered down a street lined with shops selling books, paintings, and various cultural supplies. Outside the stores, stacks of examination baskets were conspicuously placed, evidently in preparation for the upcoming provincial exams. As the examination period approached, the streets were filled with people, most attired in scholarly robes, their conversations muted as they exchanged hushed discussions. Gu Jingyun relished this atmosphere and nodded, saying, "Let us enter a larger bookstore and take a look." When purchasing books, especially newly released ones, it was customary to peruse them before making a decision. Gu Jingyun read swiftly. The books were not thick, each containing the insights of merely 10 individuals. He scanned through them and took mental notes. Dissatisfied with the viewpoints expressed in the texts, his brow furrowed, and Li Baolu, familiar with his demeanor, sensed his disdain. Standing beside him for a moment, she shifted her gaze to a nearby bookshelf and began to peruse books that piqued her interest. Scholars passing by the row of shelves were taken aback upon seeing Li Baolu. Some merely cast curious glances before quickly averting their eyes, their ears reddening with embarrassment as they hastily chose their desired books and departed. Others shot her disdainful and contemptuous glares, as if she were something unclean to be avoided. Li Baolu felt a surge of indignation. Driven by her temper, she brazenly approached those who had scorned her, positioning herself a mere 3 steps away. The startled individuals reddened and retreated, their eyes ablaze with anger. Li Baolu smirked inwardly, maintaining a composed facade as she sauntered a few steps further, effectively forcing the offenders to vacate the shelf. "Let us see who looks down on whom." Turning around, she unexpectedly met a pair of eyes, causing her to jump back slightly. However, her landing was utterly silent. Gu Jingyun cast her a helpless glance and quietly asked, "Is this amusing to you?" Li Baolu replied, "Do you not find the scholars outside to be quite peculiar?" Gu Jingyun shot her a sidelong glance and remarked, "You appear rather strange to them as well." Holding a scroll in his hand, he took her hand and led her outside. "There is nothing here that I seek in terms of classic insights, but I did find this interesting scroll. Let us go." The interesting scroll he referred to was an outdated court gazette. The official gazette typically records the latest policies enacted by the court, reports on calamities occurring in various locales, and includes commendations bestowed by the emperor, as well as opinions recently articulated by the cabinet and esteemed scholars regarding state affairs, all of which are sanctioned by the authorities. The gazette is published bi-weekly and is accessible solely to officials of various ranks, scholars, and retired officials, with the latter group generally presumed to be of at least 5th rank. Consequently, the gazette is not circulated among the common folk, making it quite challenging to obtain. Furthermore, No one dares to privately print and distribute the Gazette. Gu Jingyun had just stumbled upon a passage of profound significance, its peculiar arguments and evidence inciting his irritation, prompting him to shove the book back onto the shelf. As he turned, he inadvertently kicked something beneath the shelf. To prevent dampness, the bookstore refrains from displaying new books on the lower shelves. Instead, they stock used books that have been retrieved from external sources and deemed of little value. These are returned at scrap prices and sold for minimal profit. Gu Jingyun handed the retrieved Gazette to the shopkeeper, who perused it briefly and remarked, "These are last year's and the year before's Gazettes, priced at 10 won each. There are a total of 23 copies, amounting to 231. Li Baolu hastily produced the money to settle the bill, prompting Gu Jingyun to casually inquire, "Are the Gazettes still for sale? I thought they were meant for collection." The shopkeeper cast a sidelong glance at him and replied, "They're always fallen households." As he accepted the payment, he noticed for the first time that Li Baolu was a young woman, and could not help but frown, saying, "Why bring a woman into a bookstore?" He surveyed the shop and noticed several patrons casting disapproving glances in their direction, so he lowered his voice and cautioned, "Young master, perhaps next time you should leave your maid at home. Bringing a woman here is a disgrace to the sanctity of this place." Apart from Li Baolu's stunned expression and rigid posture, Gu Jingyun was equally astonished, his mouth agape, as he finally asked, "What do you mean women cannot enter bookstores?" The shopkeeper, seeing Gu Jingyun's genuine bewilderment, felt a slight easing of his mood and disdainfully glanced at Li Baolu, stating, "Women ought to remain at home, supporting their husbands and raising children. How can it be proper for them to roam about in public?" Li Baolu, having endured this long enough, could not restrain herself any further. Tilting her head in a seemingly innocent manner, she retorted, "So you look down on women? Is your mother not a woman?" She surveyed the shopkeeper from head to toe, smiling as she added, "So you crawled out from a man's belly?" The shopkeeper, red with anger, pointed at Li Baolu and exclaimed, "Indeed, only women and petty men are difficult to nurture. The sage does not deceive me." Gu Jingyun swiftly rolled up the Gazette and tucked it into his embrace, and indeed, he heard Li Baolu's scornful remark beside him, "Please do not insult the sage." The Analect states that by the age of 5, a child should have learned. Even a 5-year-old understands the meaning of this phrase. Your direct translation of women as female is a curious skill in itself. The reputation of Confucius has been tarnished by people like you. He never looked down upon women. Orphaned at 3, he was raised by his mother, and had he held women in contempt, he would not have earned the title of sage. During the reign of King Wu of Zhou, there were female ministers, and Confucius praised them for their talents, saying, "Is it not unexpected? In the times of Tang and Yu, it was a flourishing era, and there were women among them, only 9 in total." Li Baolu looked at the shopkeeper with a face full of mockery and said, "You pride yourselves as disciples of Confucius, yet your actions starkly contradict the very essence of your master's teachings. It seems that you are not scholars of Confucianism, but rather its adversaries. When it comes to arguments, I may not rival the renowned debaters, but I fundamentally challenge your understanding. If your knowledge is lacking, do not blame me." With a scornful expression, Li Baolu inquired, "Shopkeeper, there is something I have never quite understood. Confucianism advocates for governance through filial piety, which encompasses respect for both fathers and mothers. Yet if Confucianism looks down upon women, treating them as inferior, what then should be the attitude towards one's own mother? Furthermore, if your mother were to enter this bookstore, would you dare to chase her away? What audacity!" Li Baolu's expression darkened, and she continued, "If I were your mother, I would have drowned you at birth, choosing instead to raise only daughters, so as to avoid raising a son who looks down on his own kind." The shopkeeper, trembling with anger, stammered, You misconstrue my meaning. I. At that moment, a scholar, unable to bear the scene, stepped forward to intercede, ignoring Li Baolu and addressing Gu Jingyun, "My lord, perhaps you could temper the behavior of your maidservants. While the shopkeeper may have erred, he has learned his lesson. We all know the meaning of Yanghua in the Analects. It is merely a slip of the tongue, not a distortion of the sage's words. Everyone understands that in the Analects, the phrase 'only women and petty men are hard to raise' was a jest directed at Zigong and his peers, implying that they were as difficult to train as children and was not intended as an insult to women. Yet, It is unclear when this phrase took on a different interpretation, as even scholars, despite knowing its true meaning, often forget its original context. This is akin to modern internet vernacular, where existing terms are imbued with entirely different meanings and gain popularity. However, Li Baolu was not concerned with the phrase's meaning. Rather, she was troubled by the pervasive disdain towards women. Even now, the scholars in the bookstore mostly gazed at her with contempt, believing she was making a mountain out of a molehill, and considered the shopkeeper merely uneducated, not realizing that his disdain for women was inappropriate, even after her questioning. Li Baolu cast a glance at the oblivious scholar, took a deep breath, and solemnly apologized to the shopkeeper. "Shopkeeper, it is I who am in the wrong. And this is not your fault. How could I blame you?" The crowd was taken aback by this unexpected turn of events, wondering how the maidservant, who had been so aggressive moments ago, could now soften her stance. Some turned their attention to Gu Jingyun, speculating that she was afraid of her master's displeasure. However, Gu Jingyun's expression grew serious as she pulled Li Baolu behind her and addressed the scholar with gravity. "My friend, you are overly courteous. However, she is not my maid. She is my wife. Furthermore, the words of the sage are rare. If you claim to be a student of Confucianism, you should treat them with respect. Why then mock the sage's words as if they were a jest? Lastly, my wife is not only angered by the misuse of the sage's words, but also by the distortion of their true intent." Gu Jingyun sighed, lamenting that the teachings of the sages were intended for posterity to inherit their aspirations and to create a harmonious and prosperous society. Yet, while we revere him as our founder, we find ourselves straying from his path, using his words to justify ignoble deeds. Gu felt deep shame for the teachings of his mentors and for having studied the works of the sages for so many years. With a face full of embarrassment, he took Li Baolu and departed. The scholars in the bookstore felt an oppressive weight upon their hearts, as if a stone rested heavily upon them. Indeed, the words of the sage were clearly not meant to be interpreted in such a manner, yet they distorted his intent and argued their case with unwarranted confidence. In this display of disloyalty and ingratitude, how could they face their revered ancestor? Some pondered further, realizing that their study of the sage's teachings was merely a means to acquire knowledge to sell to the imperial family, seeking personal glory and protection for their descendants. But is that all there is to it? Who does not aspire to achieve greatness, to be of service to the people, to contribute to the state, and to be remembered through the ages? Just like Confucius, they too should strive to embody such ideals. Yet, they merely drift through their studies, failing to contemplate or discern the true meaning of the sage's words. How then can they aspire to become such individuals? Are they content merely to attain degrees and become bureaucrats, basking in the glory of their family's name? Chapter 56. Transformation. After Gu Jingyun led Li Baolu out of that half-street, the sorrow and heartache on his face faded away. He lightly tapped Li Baolu's forehead and playfully inquired, "How does it feel to argue?" Her heart raced, cheeks flushed, and a surge of anger sought an outlet for release. Controlling herself, Gu Jingyun maintained a gentle smile and remarked, "Our current identities do not permit us to act too recklessly." Li Baolu felt somewhat despondent. It seemed that society held women in low regard, even subjecting them to discrimination when entering a bookstore. Gu Jingyun had not anticipated this, and could only offer his consolation, "I value and respect you." At his words, Li Baolu couldn't help but smile, taking his hand and affirming, "This is what you said. So you must not allow yourself to be tainted by the common folk." Gu Jingyun nodded in agreement, though he noted that their perceptions appeared to diverge from those of the world. "When we return tonight, I shall seek someone to converse with, to prevent further unwanted attention." Li Baolu nodded, having noticed the unusually many gazes directed at them today. Having quarreled, their moods were not particularly bright, and they returned after merely strolling half a street. The inn was bustling with patrons dining and drinking, evidently more lively as darkness enveloped the sky, prompting the scholars to unwind. Li Baolu clutched the newspaper Gu Jingyun had purchased and requested the server to deliver her dinner to her room, leaving Gu Jingyun to remain behind. The day's events made the couple realize that Li Baolu's presence in the inn was not conducive to Gu Jingyun's inquiries. Once she departed, he surveyed the hall and found an empty table to sit at, instructing the server to bring the dishes while he turned to admire the poetry inscribed on the nearby wall. It was no wonder this and catered specifically to candidates for the examinations. A long table nearby was adorned with writing tools, allowing scholars to inscribe their verses upon the walls. Observing the spirited poetry, Gu Jingyun raised an eyebrow, his mood improving slightly. A nearby scholar, noticing him, handed over his brush with a smile, suggesting, "Why not compose a verse, my friend?" Gu Jingyun shook his head, smiling gently. "I possess no merit. How could I dare to present my inadequacies?" He glanced at the recent inscriptions, remarking with a smile, "Though the poetry may be lacking, the calligraphy is quite commendable, robust, and well-formed. With diligent practice, it may well be published one day." The scholar's heart raced. His pride lay in his fine calligraphy. His teacher had often said that if he persisted in honing his craft and retained the essence of his writing, he could attain recognition in 20 years. Perhaps even establish a small reputation in 30. A good hand in writing held significant weight in the literary world. Some individuals could rise to prominence solely based on their penmanship. He was astonished by Gu Jingyun's discerning eye and delighted by the compliment. Taking a seat beside him and introducing himself, "I am Zhao Ning from Huizhou, here to participate in the provincial examination. Seeing you so young, yet already advancing to the provincial test, attests to your talent. May I inquire about your origins?" Indeed, Gu Jingyun appeared quite youthful, seemingly no more than 13. While the scholars in the inn were predominantly in their 20s or even 30s, still considered young for the provincial examinations. This was a reflection of the educational disparities, as Guangdong's overall standards were relatively low in the eyes of those from the Central Plains and Jiangsu-Zhejiang regions. The two Guang provinces and areas like Yunnan and Guizhou were often regarded as remote and uncultivated lands. In the heart of central China, particularly in the regions of Shandong and Jiangsu-Zhejiang, youthful prodigies frequently emerge. Among these, Shandong, being the birthplace of Confucius, witnesses an even greater number of such talents. However, in Guangdong, the rare appearance of a young candidate captures the attention of the entire province. When Gu Jingyun arrived, whispers ensued, as no one had heard of him before. When did such a young examinee emerge in Guangdong? They pondered, astonished that he could pass the county examination. Moreover, Gu Jingyun's ability to bring a maid along for the examination and secure a room to stay raised suspicions, leading many to wonder if he had bribed the county officials to succeed in the exam. Yet, the matter of cheating in the imperial examination was not something anyone dared to voice openly, unless there was concrete evidence. One might inadvertently implicate fellow candidates from the same cohort, breeding animosity. Thus, they kept their doubts to themselves. At this moment, when someone approached Gu Jingyun to strike up a conversation, all ears perked up. Gu Jingyun smiled and introduced himself. "I am Gu Jingyun from Cheongzhou. As I am a newcomer and quite young, I ask for your understanding if I falter in any way." Zhao Ning, noticing his politeness, beamed with a broader smile. "Cheongzhou? I have never been there. I wonder what delicacies and amusements it has the two engaged in a dialogue that transition from culinary delights to local customs, and eventually to poetry and literature, culminating in discussions of the classics. Their rapport deepened with each exchange. Zhao Ning was astounded by Gu Jingyun's erudition, no matter the topic. Gu Jingyun seamlessly contributed, exhibiting a depth of understanding that surpassed his own. The surrounding crowd was soon captivated by their discussion, and before long, Gu Jingyun found himself encircled by an eager audience. It was unclear who initiated it, but the conversation shifted from the classics to personal inquiries about their scholarly struggles, prompting small groups to engage in spirited debate. After listening for a while, Gu Jingyun began to offer insights, and not only Zhao Ning, but others too were struck by his remarkable capability. While it is often said that scholars regard one another with disdain, that sentiment applies only to a minority. The vast majority respect others' abilities when they are made evident. This was precisely the case among the scholars in the inn, as their impressions of Gu Jingyun began to soften. A forthright student hesitated before gently tugging at Gu Jingyun's sleeve, whispering, "Junior brother Gu, it is ill-advised to bring a maid to the examination. Even a mere book boy would suffice." The moment these words were spoken, an abrupt silence enveloped the surroundings. Gu Jingyun raised an eyebrow, thinking to himself that after much socializing, someone finally broached the subject. He knew he would have to address it soon if no one else did. With feigned astonishment, he replied, "Pray tell, why do you say such a thing? My companion is not merely a maid. She is my wife. Does he not permit ladies to stay?" His face flushed slightly as he lowered his gaze, adding, "This is our first journey away from home, and we were unaware of such customs." The crowd was left utterly dumbfounded, staring at Gu Jingyun in disbelief. Cao Ning, after a moment's hesitation, ventured, "May I inquire, how old are you this year?" Gu Jingyun internally rolled his eyes, but maintained an air of modesty, responding shyly, "I am 13 in the earthly calendar and 14 by lunar reckoning." Zhao Ning chuckled awkwardly, saying, "You married quite early. Is this customary in Qiongzhou?" Gu Jingyun shook his head. "Not at all. It is due to my frail health. My family, unable to accompany me for the examination, arranged for my marriage early on so that she could care for me and accompany me on this journey. The region of Qiongzhou is rather secluded, leading to infrequent interactions with the outside world. This time, as we ventured out, we attracted curious glances. Could it be due to the rarity of individuals achieving such accomplishments at a young age? The crowd felt somewhat awkward, as they too were among those casting peculiar looks. Upon realizing that they were not master and servant, but rather a married couple, the onlookers' expressions normalized significantly. Many remarked that it was not uncommon for individuals to marry at the tender age of 12 or 13, particularly among fishermen and farmers. City dwellers, however, likely had little exposure to such occurrences. Zhao Ning cleared his throat and remarked that no one had anticipated Gu Shiwudi marrying so early, assuming that his companion was merely a maid, as they were accustomed to bringing servants along when venturing out. It was only natural that they would glance askance at the sight of him accompanied by a maid. Gu Jingyun felt that there was more to it than that. But with so many present, it was not the moment for deeper exploration. Thus, he merely nodded and smiled. Not only did the group resolve their long-standing academic inquiries, but they also satiated their curiosity before departing contentedly. Gu Jingyun then took Zhao Ning aside, saying, "Brother Zhao, I still have some questions I wish to discuss with you. Why not join me upstairs for a late-night snack while we converse?" It was then that Zhao Ning realized that Gu Jingyun had not yet dined, as the food on the table had grown cold. Feeling a pang of guilt, he thought that had he not engaged the young man in conversation, this predicament could have been avoided. Thus, he nodded in agreement. As they ascended the stairs together, Li Baolu had already prepared porridge and set it aside. She had caught a glimpse of them from the staircase and noticed they were too engrossed in conversation to touch their meal. Given Gu Jingyun's fastidious nature, the food, having been sullied by someone else's spittle, would undoubtedly remain untouched. Upon hearing the door, she did not rise, but instead called out from behind screen, "Shall I summon the servants to bring up more dishes? I've only prepared pickled vegetables for you. Come out and greet Brother Zhao." Gu Jingyun smiled apologetically at Zhao Ning and called for Li Baolu to come out and pay her respects. Li Baolu amarja, gracefully bowing to Zhao Ning with a cheerful demeanor. "Young Master Zhao, please take a seat. I shall have the servants bring some wine and dishes." Cao Ning, lowering his head, returned a half-bow, feeling somewhat constrained as he replied, "Sister-in-law, you are too gracious." Only after Li Baolu had exited did he exhale a sigh of relief. Gu Jingyun observed him curiously, "Brother Zhao, you all seem rather apprehensive of your wife." Zhao Ning cleared his throat, feeling somewhat uncomfortable, and replied, "After all, it is improper for men and women to engage too closely. How can one interact freely?" Gu Jingyun, having taught village children since childhood, had always mixed boys and girls in his classes. He had never perceived any significant difference, as children, regardless of gender, treated him with utmost respect. He realized that the world outside differed markedly from what his uncle had described. After a moment of reflection, he responded, "While that may be true, social interactions can occur as long as one observes proper etiquette. Must one refrain from speaking or associating simply due to gender distinctions? Not to that extent, but it is wise to exercise caution." Zhao Ning chuckled at Gu Jingyun's naivete. "This makes you seem like a typical 13-year-old boy. It appears you've been solely engrossed in your studies. Your ignorance of worldly matters is quite amusing. No wonder you hold your wife's hand while entering and exiting inns. You likely do not realize how shocking that behavior can be. At your age, if you were any older, such actions might invite public reprimand. Gu Jingyun, appearing somewhat bewildered, remarked, "Yet I have never encountered such distress in Cheongzhou. My wife and I have been schoolmates since childhood. Although our teacher imparted the distinction between male and female, he was never so stringent as to impose restrictions even on ordinary social interactions." Zhao Ning, taken aback, inquired with astonishment, "Has your sister-in-law indeed received an education? Is it not the case that women in Huizhou do not attend school?" Gu Jingyun replied, "For ordinary families, that is understandable, considering their limited means. But what are those affluent families? Do they not allow their daughters to pursue education?" Zhao Ning hesitated, finally responding, "Educating women may compromise virtue. Hence, many refrain from teaching girls to read. The prevalence of educated women has diminished not only in Huizhou, but throughout the entirety of Great Chu. Cheongzhou, being situated at the edge of the sea and separated by a vast expanse of water, may not yet be privy to such sentiments." At this, Gu Jingyun found himself at a loss, for was there not a girls' school in the capital? His uncle and aunt had previously discussed the prospect of returning to the capital for education, hoping that Baolu could also attend the girls' school, where she could not only make friends but also broaden her horizons. The girls' school has long been abolished. Even now, those few women who can read are mostly taught by their fathers and brothers, with very few venturing out to study. Zhao Ning chuckled, shaking his head. "It seems, Gu Shuedi, that you are rather behind the times." Chapter 57. Discomfort after bidding farewell to Zhao Ning. Gu Jingyun and Li Baolu exchanged silent glances while seated at the table, the world outside appearing rather unexpected. Through their extensive conversation that spanned the evening, Gu Jingyun not only gained a preliminary understanding of the customs beyond their confines, but also acquired some fundamental knowledge regarding the current political landscape. Having been distanced from the political core for too long, and with Cheongzhou lying on the fringes of the continent, Qin Xinfang received scant information even from friends, predominantly concerning the prince's reprimands from the emperor, the diminishing influence of various factions, or which minister had recently supported the fourth prince. Gossip about ladylands whispers to the emperor, calamities occurring in distant locales, and the ensuing dispatch of officials for relief efforts were commonplace, alongside inquiries regarding potential appointments as certain terms came to an end. No one would take the effort to inform Qin Xinfang of trivial matters, such as the abolition of female education or the necessity for women to don veils when stepping outside. Yet, the secular world was gradually evolving. In the mere span of 14 years since Zipei's exile, everything had transformed. The students they had nurtured felt increasingly out of place in this shifting reality. The gender segregation in the Great Chu was far more stringent than in previous dynasties. Since the rise of Qingzhu's moral philosophy, women's conduct had become more restricted, though it had never reached the severity seen today. Zipei and Qin Xinfang's love story was characterized by freedom. Both were the most exceptional students of Qingxi Academy. Their union prompted by mutual affection after their families arranged the match, a common practice at the time reflecting the prominence of female education and romantic liberty. Consequently, having their children study together, write, and embark on outings seemed unremarkable to them, especially as they were betrothed. In contrast, Cheongzhou's remoteness imposed lighter restrictions on interactions between the sexes. Women could work in the fields or manage businesses, while the mainland enforced far stricter regulations. According to Zhao Ning, his sisters had once studied alongside him, but at some point their parents began to impose restrictions, which he assumed was a prelude to their impending marriages. Not giving it much thought, however, societal demands for gender segregation became increasingly rigorous. In the past, women from Huizhou could roam freely with friends, yet at some point, it became mandatory for them to wear veils when going out, and eventually, they required the company of elders. Previously, his sisters wore veils when they ventured outside, primarily to shield their appearances from the dust of the world. These changes have been insidious, so Zhao Ning remained unaware of any discrepancies. Yet for Gu Jingyun and Li Baolu, who had always thrived in a more liberated environment, the sudden transition into this stringent reality was jarring. Li Baolu azitan li inquirat. Does this mean I cannot accompany you outdoors and must remain inside to sew and mend? Gu Jingyun rolled his eyes, retorting, can you endure that? To be confined in a cage-like space, unable to step outside, and speaking to men with your head bowed in avoidance. Li Baolu couldn't help but twitch her lips and shook her head. Why should we concern ourselves with the opinions of others? As long as we understand the situation, that is sufficient. Gu Jingyun paused momentarily before cautioning, in the future, refrain from holding my hand in public, otherwise, others may misconstrue your identity. Li Baolu siga, expressing her desire to uncover the identity of the individual responsible for abolishing the female academy, thus trampling upon the dignity of young women. I am aware of this. It is our mutual adversary, Lan Gui Fei, Gu Jingyun replied with a smile, enunciating each word clearly. Li Baolu opened her mouth in surprise, but she too is a woman, is she not? The most renowned female academy in the capital was Qingxi Academy, whose principal was the queen's cousin. In other words, the female academy served merely as a pretext for her to suppress the queen's faction. Furthermore, the queen herself hailed from Qingxi Academy and was said to have, in her youth, been unparalleled in the capital, with no one able to match her. Therefore, altering the status quo is quite feasible. One merely needs to wait for the crown prince's faction to prevail. Since Gu Jingyun sought to inquire further, she was determined to clarify the entire context. Ultimately, the decline in women's status and the increasing gender divide were merely consequences of the power struggles among the elite. Should those in power alter their attitudes, societal norms can shift at any moment. Gu Jingyun, well-versed in history, considered that even a societal transformation favoring women over men would not be unacceptable, provided that 2 or 3 female emperors were to ascend the throne. Li Baolu evidently shared this insight. Looking intently at Gu Jingyun, she remarked, "So our future hinges upon the crown prince?" Presently, it appeared so. The second prince, having been injured on the battlefield, could not ascend to the throne. The third prince had yet to be conferred a title, and their uncle deemed him weak and ineffectual, with his mother being merely a palace maid, thus lacking the qualifications to contend for the throne. The fifth prince was aligned with the fourth prince's faction, while the sixth prince had yet to reach adulthood. It seemed he leaned toward the second prince. Gu Jingyun continued, "When concubine Zhao gave birth, your grandfather risked his life to protect mother and child. Yet concubine Zhao could not even utter a word of gratitude on behalf of your grandfather. Such a person is unworthy of collaboration, by process of elimination. Only the crown prince remains suitable." Gu Jingyun sighed, her voice tinged with melancholy. "Regrettably, the crown prince's health is rather poor." Qin Xinfang had once been the crown princess tutor, and given their similar ages, they shared a rapport that was both mentor and friend. Although Gu Jingyun had never met the crown prince, she learned from her uncle that he was a magnanimous and exceptionally talented individual. He had been bestowed the title of crown prince at the tender age of 8, raised under the expectations befitting a future sovereign. Had it not been for this, her uncle would not have shouldered the blame during the incident when Lan Gui Fei framed the crown prince for treason. The Qin family was irrevocably tied to the crown prince. In the absence of other suitable heirs, Gu Jingyun had no choice but to continue her association with him. This had been her intention even before leaving Xiongzhou. But now there was an additional motive, to ensure a more comfortable future for themselves and to afford their future daughter a life of freedom. It was imperative that the fourth prince, born of Lan Gui Fei, did not ascend the throne. Having solidified her future objectives, Gu Jingyun set them aside and relaxed. Addressing Li Baolu, "What has been shall be again. We simply need to avoid appearing too intimate in public. Do you wish to be a wild man, ignoring societal conventions?" Gu Jingyun dismissed the notion with indifference. There is nothing wrong with being a wild man. To live freely and authentically. Who can criticize one with talent? Li Baolu suddenly felt a wave of delight as she reflected on the situation. "If you work diligently, I need not worry about being confined," she remarked. However, she added with a hint of concern, "If possible, do wear a hood when you go out." With a playful tone, Li Baolu inquired, "Do you not wish for my beauty to be admired?" "Not quite," he replied. "Your complexion is rather dark. It would benefit from some care, especially when standing beside me. Everyone assumes you're my maid, and the thought of explaining to each person that you're my wife is quite burdensome." Li Baolu fell silent, her expression contemplative. That evening, as she sat before the bronze mirror, she remained motionless for a while, her fingers tracing the contours of her face. "This is not darkness," she mused, "but rather a sun-kissed bronze skin tone. And my youthful age, My skin is delicate and full of elasticity. Where have I fallen short? She recalled her once fair complexion, attributing the change to her master, who, upon witnessing her rapid progress in martial arts, had taken a disliking to her. He dragged her into battles daily, and under the blazing sun of Cheongjo, even in winter, she had inevitably tanned over several months. Li Baolu, cradling her face in her hands, remained silent. Gu Jingyun tidied up the desk and lay back on the bed. Noticing her stillness, he chuckled. Enough of this. I do not mind your complexion. Hurry and sleep. Tomorrow, we shall explore Guangzhou. It is essential to familiarize ourselves with the city. You have suggested I wear a hood, yet you claim not to mind my complexion. Hypocrite. She retorted playfully. Shall you wear it then? I shall not. Gu Jingyun shrugged. See, I am not insisting you wear it. I merely suggested it, as it would make us appear more harmonious. Others would not immediately assume you are my servant. Li Baolu chastised. Do you still believe I am unworthy of you? Gu Jingyun opened his mouth, for the first time experiencing the exasperation of an uncle. He mused that sometimes women can be quite unreasonable, even when they are calm and composed. He closed his mouth and quietly observed Li Baolu, his expression tinged with sympathy. Realizing her own unreasonable behavior, Li Baolu cleared her throat and waved her hand dismissively. Enough of this. I am magnanimous and forgive you. Let us sleep. Gu Jingyun confirmed that Li Baolu had returned to her usual self and, content, lay down to sleep. It seemed that Baolu was more forgiving than his aunt, who had sulked for 3 days over a trivial matter, leaving his uncle to sleep in the study for the same duration. What a pity. Chapter 58. The provincial examination. Zhao Ning spent half the night as a guest in Gu Jingyun's quarters. By the following day, those acquainted with him were well aware of Gu Jingyun's background. It did not take long for the scholars at the inn to learn that Gu Jingyun's wife was not only his childhood sweetheart, but also his classmate. Although he possessed remarkable literary talents, he was somewhat naive regarding worldly matters. While he maintained an air of aloofness, he was not arrogant, being the youngest among them. Others naturally indulged him. As for Li Baolu, who remained inseparable from Gu Jingyun, she was no longer viewed with disdain. The two children, away from home, were inevitably anxious, and their reliance on each other was quite understandable. The ages of Gu Jingyun and Li Baolu were misleading. Li Baolu was merely 11, and Gu Jingyun was only 13. Moreover, with her chubby, childlike face adorned with twin hairpins, Li Baolu appeared even younger. Coupled with Gu Jingyun's haughty demeanor, it was difficult for anyone to perceive their bond in a sordid light. As time passed, the onlookers chose to overlook the improprieties of their relationship. When Gu Jingyun habitually took Li Baolu's hand in public, some adults would recite love poems in jest, to which Gu Jingyun would respond with a line or two, unabashedly. Over time, many were astonished to discover that Gu Jingyun had not brought a single book with him, yet he could engage in conversations on topics they discussed. What truly astonished them was his ability to converse not only about the 4 books and historical texts, but also to seamlessly connect with discussions on various miscellaneous writings. His breadth of knowledge was astonishing, particularly considering that many of his interlocutors were twice his age, if not more. Despite their envy or discontent, they recognized the necessity of maintaining a cordial relationship with him. Such talent guaranteed that he would eventually rise to prominence if he lived. Consequently, many were eager to curry favor with Gu Jingyun and cultivate a good rapport with him. Zhao Ning, already fond of Gu Jingyun, became more invested in nurturing their friendship upon witnessing his potential. Gu Jingyun held a favorable impression of Zhao Ning, thus making him the closest companion among the guests at the inn. Gu Jingyun's reputation swiftly spread among the examinees, with many seizing the opportunity to surround him under the pretext of seeking advice. Some even attempted to challenge him with academic difficulties. Yet Gu Jingyun remained unfazed by such attempts, using them to further his notoriety. Even the governor of Guangzhou became aware of the extraordinary talent among this year's provincial examination candidates. Was this truly without consequence? What if those in the capital learned of it? Li Baolu's concerns were not unfounded. Gu Jingyun had stirred quite a commotion, and now many knew of the genius emerging from Guangzhou. Gu Jingyun calmly replied, Guangzhou is half a great chew away from the capital. News travels slowly. How could they possibly know? My father likely doesn't even remember my name. He continued, rest assured, as long as no one in Guangzhou knows I hail from the loyal and brave marquis family of the capital, who would deliberately relay such information to the capital. Guangdong is too remote. The literary prowess here pales in comparison to Shandong and Jiangzhou, where prodigies abound. At nearly 14, I am regarded as a youthful genius in Guangdong. But in Shandong and Jiangzhou, there are countless 7- and 8-year-old prodigies. Indeed, Li Baolu had heard others at the inn speak of geniuses from other regions, most notably Su Jiuyin from Zhejiang and Qi Likong from Shandong. Su Jian achieved the status of a child scholar at the tender age of 8, and by 9, he had already distinguished himself as the top candidate in his examination for the title of Shiozai. Now at 16, it is rumored that he is preparing to partake in next year's provincial examination, with many already wagering on his success as the top scholar at Zhejiang. Qi Likong, equally impressive, also became a Shiozai at the age of 12, securing the same accolade of top candidate. Notably, he is lauded for his exceptional calligraphy. At merely 18, he has already developed a unique style from the Yin script, leading renowned scholars to predict that he is destined to become a master in the future. In addition to his original style, his execution of the Yin script is unparalleled. Even his mentor, the esteemed scholar Yin, remarked that in 10 years, none will surpass him. It is worth noting that Yin is widely recognized as the foremost scholar of the Yin script in contemporary times, and his praise attests to Qi Likong's remarkable talent. In contrast, Gu Jingyun's reputation pales in comparison to these two, as he rose to prominence rather late. Although he possesses a solid academic foundation, extensive reading, and exceptional literary talent, his other merits remain largely unrecognized. Thus, his fame is confined to the circle of young scholars in Guangzhou. Li Baolu, feeling at ease, continues to quietly observe Gu Jingyun from a corner, as if she were invisible. Many wonder why this couple insists on being together at all times, as if they were inseparable. When Gu Jingyun engages in discussions on history and philosophy, one might expect her to remain in their quarters. Yet she chooses to follow him closely. Gu Jingyun understands that Li Baolu's presence is a safeguard for his safety, thus disregarding the subtle advice of others, insisting on bringing her along wherever he goes. Li Baolu, being a practitioner of martial arts and often accompanying her master on hunts, can easily minimize her presence whenever she wishes. Over time, the scholars are oblivious to her quiet observation while they passionately debate historical matters or become animated in their critiques of others. Li Baolu, although not intending to take notes, cannot help but remember everything vividly, driven by her curiosity. In the evenings, she often finds herself inundated with the gossip that Gu Jingyun has accumulated. As Gu Jingyun's reputation grows, the provincial examination approaches. The provincial test is slightly more challenging than the county exam. Yet for Gu Jingyun, it is equally manageable. Once again, he does not hold back. He completes his examination early and submits it after thorough review. This time, the examiners cannot help but take notice, and the governor himself requests to review his paper. Upon completion, he cannot suppress his astonishment, exclaiming that he had not anticipated such talent under his jurisdiction. However, the deputy examiner shakes his head, cautioning that such arrogance, demonstrated by lingering only half a day in the examination hall, may hinder his future prospects. The Confucian principle of moderation suggests that regardless of one's talent, such exceptionalism may not endear one to others. The governor, however, chuckles, stroking his beard, stating that those with talent are often a bit haughty. He mentions that Gu Jingyun is yet to turn 14, and talents of his caliber are rare in Guangzhou in a century. The deputy examiner realizes the governor's intention to nurture him and falls silent. Gu Jingyun's literary talent is undeniably remarkable. His answers were all correct, his handwriting exquisite, and his presentation impeccably neat. However, due to his excessive pride, the deputy examiner and several other officials deliberated on awarding him a 3rd place to temper his arrogance. Nevertheless, upon the governor's insistence, they had no choice but to elevate him to 1st place. Once the results were announced, the innkeeper promptly returned the lodging fees contributed by Li Baolu, expressing his eagerness to cover their stay entirely, with the sole hope that when Gu Jingyun departed, he would inscribe a piece for his inn. Li Baolu calculated their expenses, decisively accepted the money pouch, and assured the innkeeper with a pat on the chest, "Rest assured, once I pass the imperial examination, I shall have him right for you." The innkeeper, aware of Li Baolu's influence over Go Jingyun, smiled broadly as he took his leave. Go Jingyun, standing behind Li Baolu, inquired with a hint of melancholy, "Is my calligraphy truly worth only 20 taels?" "At present, being valued at 20 taels is commendable," Li Baolu replied, joyfully counting the coins. "If you were to sell a piece of your writing now, it might fetch 1 tael at most, and that would be merely out of a desire to please you. We are to remain here for 3 years, with expenses flowing out but not a single coin coming in. We must be frugal." She continued, "This past month, your generous feasting has already cost us 12 taels, not including our own meals. In a couple of days, I shall need to visit the apothecary for some essential medicines, which will require a significant amount as well." Go Jingyun frowned and remarked, "In time, we should be able to secure some funds from Cheongzhou." Li Baolu shook her head, asserting, "Relying on others is less dependable than relying on oneself. Even if funds can be procured from there, Zhang Yin should keep them, as we must not forget our uncle and the others still residing there. My mother's health has never been robust, and since we cannot provide her care from afar, we ought to save diligently. Should any misfortune arise, having money to rely on could pave a way for us. Without it, we would be utterly lost." Go Jingyun nodded. "I understand now. You should keep the money." Li Baolu tucked the coins into her pouch and concealed it securely. They exchanged their larger sums for banknotes, keeping them close, while the smaller change, substantial in weight, was stored in her pouch for her to carry. 3 days after the provincial examination results were released, the imperial examination would commence, prompting all successful candidates to remain at the inn, diligently reviewing their materials in hopes of retaining as much information as possible. Conversely, those who had not passed the provincial exam either returned home immediately or lingered at the inn, eager for any tidbits of information. Yet, in their disappointment, many sought solace in drink, creating a stark contrast between the tranquility and tumult of the inn. With no books to read, Go Jingyun opted to stay in his room, engaging in solitary games of chess rather than seeking company as he usually would. Having performed exceedingly well, he found little joy in encountering those who had failed. It would only serve to deepen his own discontent. Zhao Ning approached him with a book in hand, and upon witnessing him leisurely engrossed in his game, could not help but smirk. "You seem quite at ease, while I am nearly consumed by anxiety. Your rank is commendable. Why the worry?" Go Jingyun replied. Zhao Ning offered a wry smile. "There are still candidates from last year's examination who have yet to pass. I may not make the list. That is why I came to converse with you. Should I focus on the study materials in these 3 days?" He had brought a considerable collection of texts, many of which he had procured from the bookstore, some even obtained through family connections. Gu Jingyun fell silent for a moment and said, "You have already perused these texts. Further examination would be futile. After all, these interpretations belong to others, and one cannot simply replicate them. It would be far more beneficial to retrieve the 4 books and review them once more, diligently noting the origins of the allusions and committing their meanings to memory." Zhao Ning's eyes sparkled with understanding, and he decisively clutched the volume in his arms, retreating to his room to exchange it for another stack. He flashed a charming smile at Li Baolu, saying, "I kindly request my dear sister-in-law to assist me by finding a suitable spot in the room for me to revise my studies." Li Baolu glanced at Gu Jingyun before pointing to a chair beside the desk, saying, "If Brother Zhao does not mind, you may sit there." Zhao Ning swiftly occupied the chair, retrieving his books. He had long since mastered the 4 books, yet each reading unveiled different depths of meaning, allusions, definitions, contexts, and influences. None could predict which aspects would be examined. There were always areas of uncertainty for him, and he merely hoped that Gu Jingyun would provide some guidance whenever he encountered questions. Gu Jingyun was never stingy with his knowledge. He answered every inquiry without hesitation. Zhao Ning remained quiet, unaffected by the presence of the other person, though he felt a touch of discomfort not having Baolu across from him. However, as he immersed himself in the intricacies of the game, he soon disregarded such feelings. Chapter 59. Purchasing a vehicle. As Zhao Ning stepped out of the examination hall, he swayed slightly, nearly losing his balance. His attendant, Bai Zhu, hurried to support him, concern etched across his face. "My lord, are you unwell?" Zhao Ning, however, had a gleam in his eyes and, tightly grasped by Zhu's arm, inquiring eagerly, "What of young Master Gu? Has he emerged yet?" To his elation, he discovered that 2 of the questions on the exam had been among those he had reviewed in the past 2 days, nearly sending him into a fit of joyous laughter. Young Master Gu had left before noon and was surely at the inn by now. Compared to the disheveled appearance of Zhao Ning, the frail Gu Jingyun appeared considerably better. Zhao Ning was half supported, half carried by his attendant onto a donkey cart. Hurrying back to the inn, Bai Zhu, drenched in sweat, urged, "My lord, I implore you to see a doctor." Zhao Ning, having consumed half a jug of water, shook his head with excitement. "There's no need. I am fine. A brief rest will suffice." He was eager to discuss the answers with Gu Jingyan, and consulting a physician would only delay him. This was the final examination of the imperial test, and the candidates collectively exhaled in relief. A few unfortunate souls had fainted and were carried away by their families or servants to seek medical attention. Most, despite their exhaustion, gathered to compare answers, eager to confirm their performance. As the top candidate, Gu Jingyun's exam paper was the one everyone sought to reference. Thus, the crowd hurried back to the inn, the first order of business being to seek out Gu Jingyan. The innkeeper swiftly intercepted the throng, stating, "Young Master Gu is unwell. Madame Gu has taken him to the doctor, and he is not in his room." The crowd paused, bewildered. Young Master Gu is unwell? Could it be that he did poorly? The innkeeper, perspiring profusely, reassured them. Not at all. Young Master Gu looked quite calm. He merely had some cold food, which upset his stomach, prompting Madame Gu to escort him to the physician. A collective sigh of relief washed over the crowd, though a hint of disappointment lingered, as they had feared Gu Jingyun had faltered. With Gu Jingyun absent, they could only discuss and await his return in the main hall. Others from different inns, drawn by curiosity, expressed their disappointment upon learning of Gu Jingyun's absence, but eagerly joined the discussions about the exam paper. Before long, the inn was bustling with countless candidates, reaching a point of overcrowding. The staff nearly wore themselves out running about, while the innkeeper, busy tallying accounts, wore a smile so broad it nearly obscured his eyes. His decision to waive Gu Jingyun's fees had proven wise, as the evening promised substantial earnings. Many candidates had come directly from the exam, hungry and thirsty, needing sustenance. Those who felt they had performed well sought to celebrate with wine, while those who believed they had fared poorly sought solace in drink. Even before the next year arrived, Gu Jingyun had created such opportunities for him. Indeed, the waiving of fees had proven to be a stroke of genius. Meanwhile, Gu Jingyun was at the cattle market, selecting a mode of transport with Li Baolu. Although termed a cattle market, it offered not only cattle but various large livestock, including horses, donkeys, mules, and sheep. They were to travel from Guangzhou to Hangzhou, with options for waterway followed by land or solely land. In terms of comfort and speed, the former was undoubtedly preferable. However, Gu Jingyun's journey served a dual purpose: to attend to matters for his uncle and engage in scholarly pursuits. Remaining aboard a vessel for prolonged periods would diminish the experience's value. Thus, Gu Jingyun resolved that their journey would take place overland. This necessitated some mode of transportation. After all, it would be impractical for Li Baolu to push a cart all the way to Hangzhou. Gu Jingyun contemplated purchasing a donkey, as a horse was beyond his financial means and capacity for care. A fine horse would cost at least 100 taels of silver, while a lesser one would still command around 80 taels, coupled with the need for quality fodder daily, essentially the expense of another mouth to feed. Given their decision to forego financial assistance from Cheongzhou, they needed to economize. In contrast to horses, donkeys were not only more affordable, but also easier to maintain. However, Li Baolu had taken a liking to a mule. The two found themselves at an impasse. Li Baolu presented compelling arguments. Mules were not only more aesthetically pleasing than donkeys, but also more durable. While horses and mules were strong, yet rather costly, she dismissed them from consideration. Nonetheless, the speed of mules surpassed that of donkeys, and they were more economical as well. Gu Jingyun's reasoning was straightforward and somewhat blunt, given the mule's notoriously fiery temperament. Could she truly tame it? He feared that instead of controlling it, they would be thrown off. Li Baolu turned to meet the gaze of a mule, which was a hybrid of a female donkey and a male horse, resembling a donkey yet larger in stature. At that moment, the mule's large eyes were fixed on Li Baolu, and it restlessly kicked its legs, even blowing air in her direction, displaying a temperament more irritable than that of the horse tethered nearby. The horse trader, observing their deliberation, playfully whipped the air and said with a grin, "Do not be misled by its temperament. It is a diligent worker, fast and resilient, equally adept for plowing or pulling a cart. If it misbehaves, a few strikes will set it right." Gu Jingyun shot a skeptical glance at Li Baolu, questioning whether she could bring herself to strike it. Li Baolu gently stroked the mule's neck before turning her attention back to the unattractive donkey, torn in her decision. "But the donkey is so unsightly and lethargic. Are you certain it can bear our luggage along with the two of us?" Gu Jingyun fell silent for a moment, his gaze inadvertently drifting towards a graceful and docile horse nearby. Li Baolu, too, found herself salivating at the sight of the horse. Her master often boasted of a magnificent chestnut steed he once owned, tall and imposing, its speed akin to lightning. Alas, it was seized after his capture, leaving her to wonder who had claimed it. Li Baolu had always dreamed of owning a horse. Gu Jingyun, noticing her longing gaze, smirked slightly and said, "Very well. Let us purchase the mule. If it proves difficult to train, we can always sell it and buy a donkey instead." Mules, being the offspring of a mare and a jack, were closer in appearance to horses and consequently more expensive, with one costing 25 taels. After haggling with the horse trader, Li Baolu managed to secure the mule for 22 taels. After finalizing the payment, they selected a cart and arranged for modifications to suit the mule perfectly. Anticipating a lengthy journey ahead, Li Baolu also acquired a large oilcloth to be affixed to the cart's roof, ensuring that in the event of rain, they could simply lower the cloth to shield themselves from the elements. As dusk approached, the young couple finally prepared their means of travel, with Li Baolu cheerfully guiding the mule-drawn cart back to the inn. The newly purchased mule complied well, trotting ahead, yet Gu Jingyun, seated in the cart, nearly turned pale from the jostling. Li Baolu had never learned to drive, and even though the roads in the city were relatively smooth, the bumpy ride nearly made Gu Jingyun nauseous. Aware of the issue, Li Baolu promptly acknowledged, "I will take the car out of the city for practice tomorrow. I will certainly master the skills before we embark on our official journey." Gu Jingyun, his face pale, nodded slowly. "Let us stop at the intersection ahead. I will walk back slowly." They had already passed the inn at the intersection. Gu Jingyun exited the vehicle in frustration, adamantly refusing to admit he was lost, attributing his disorientation solely to the bumpy ride. As he entered the inn, he was taken aback by the throngs of people inside. He overheard discussions about the exam questions from that day and witnessed a heated argument erupting among some patrons over differing opinions. Realizing the situation, he turned and exited, pulling Li Baolu, who was about to enter, aside. "Let's use the back entrance to the inn. We should discreetly give the attendant some money to keep our return a secret." Li Baolu peered into the inn and was equally startled, quickly guiding Gu Jingyun towards the rear entrance. "Rest assured, I will find the attendant shortly. You stay in a room and do not come out. I will fetch you something to eat from the street." Being a woman, Li Baolu could easily disguise herself to avoid recognition, thanks to societal norms. Scholars typically did not scrutinize females closely. After ensuring Gu Jingyun was safely locked in his room, she hurried to the market and purchased 2 bowls of wontons and several packages of snacks. Upon returning to the inn, she caught the attention of an attendant, instructing him to care for her mule and to keep their return a secret. The attendant, glancing at the coins in his hand, assured her, "Madame Gu, you need not worry. While I am here, no one will think of Master Gu before curfew." Li Baolu breathed a sigh of relief and took the food back to the room. After dinner, Gu Jingyun remained inside, listening to the commotion below, feeling a certain peace amidst the storm outside, akin to brewing tea while observing cranes in tranquility. Li Baolu, cradling a cup of hot tea, remarked comfortably, "Let us rise early tomorrow and leave. What if we are trapped in a room? With so many people, I will surely struggle to reach you if something goes awry." Gu Jingyun nodded. However, after tonight, everyone should calm down. Besides, the results of the courtyard examination will be announced in 3 days. It will not be long. Gu Jingyun's thoughts were indeed accurate. After a night of animated discussion, the candidates were considerably more composed the following day. Most had slept until well past dawn, while some had not awakened until nightfall. After 3 consecutive days of examinations, fatigue had already set in, and the previous night's debates and drinking had drained their energy. It was a wonder they could rouse themselves at all. Meanwhile, Gu Jingyun accompanied Li Baolu early in the morning to practice driving. Li Baolu first sought advice from a mule dealer at the cattle market, diligently noting all the precautions for driving before venturing out of the city. In essence, driving was about communicating with her mule, guiding it to move as she willed, and if she succeeded in that, she would have achieved her goal. The mule is indeed quite unruly. Upon exiting the city, it seizes the opportunity to gallop freely across the vast expanse. Li Baolu grips the reins tightly, refraining from striking the creature. Instead, she forcefully pulls on the bit attached to its nose, compelling the mule to kneel on its front legs. The mule raises its head and brays defiantly, but Li Baolu, drawing upon her inner strength, stands firm with her feet planted apart. With a decisive downward tug, she brings its head low once more. This process repeats 7 or 8 times until the mule, recognizing the futility of resistance against Li Baolu, gradually acquiesces. Yet, it still occasionally rebels. Thus, Li Baolu must engage in a test of patience and endurance with the creature. Each time it throws a tantrum, she suppresses her own frustration, forcing it down to the ground, rendering it immobile, and ultimately compelling it to submit. Over time, the mule learns the lesson of temperance and restraint. Chapter 60. The Invitation Before Dawn. Li Baolu rose from her slumber, for today marked the day of the results announcement, and she was eager to see her scores. She donned her clothes quietly, and upon turning around, was startled to meet the bright eyes of Gu Jingyun across the room. Realization dawned on her that he too had not slept well. With a slight smile, she thought he must have been confident about securing the top position. Yet it turned out he was not without his own anxieties. Seeing that Li Baolu was already dressed, Gu Jingyun lazily propped himself up against his pillow and suggested, "Let us have something to eat before heading out. The results will be announced at the hour of Chun. Arriving too early would only lead to a tedious wait. I'll go buy some buns from the street, so you might as well rest a little longer." Li Baolu swiftly completed her morning routine, took some money, and stepped outside. She believed she had left early enough, but to her surprise, a throng had already gathered in front of the announcement hall, occupying all positions before the notice board. With her nimble frame, Li Baolu squeezed her way to the front, eagerly awaiting the results. As the hour of Chun approached, the area before the hall was a sea of humanity. Not only the candidates and their families awaited the announcement, but even the inns catering to the examinees had sent attendants to witness the results. A row of officials stood by the side, ready to collect rewards after the magistrate proclaimed the results. Standing in the front row, Li Baolu gazed intently at the entrance of the hall, reminiscent of the anticipation felt while waiting for college entrance examination results in her previous life. As the hour struck, the doors of the hall slowly swung open, and the magistrate, accompanied by 2 deputy examiners, approached holding a red list. This was the first announcement, revealing the top 3 candidates, starting with the 3rd place. The magistrate began to call out the names before posting the list. Li Baolu's heart raced as she focused intently on the magistrate, the surrounding murmurs fading into the background. All she could hear was his voice, and with clenched fists, she fixated on him until she finally heard the name Gu Jingyun from his lips, allowing her anxious heart to ease slightly. Once the names were called, the magistrate handed the red list to a nearby official to display it. A second red list was then brought forth, revealing the names from 4th to 50th place. However, Li Baolu was no longer concerned with those. She pushed her way to the front to examine the newly posted list, and upon confirming that the first place name and its origin both belonged to Gu Jingyun, she couldn't contain her excitement and raised her fist triumphantly, determined to break free from the crowd. Meanwhile, the official had already mounted a swift horse, racing to the inn where the top 3 candidates were staying to deliver the joyous news. Li Baolu cleverly maneuvered her way out from the side, utilizing her lightness of foot to take a shortcut, arriving back at the inn ahead of the official. After all, the official had to circle the city to deliver the news, while she took the most direct route. Li Baolu dashed up to the third floor, leaving the examinees who remained in the inn, hoping to intercept her for news, with no time to stop her. They only realized their hands had barely raised when she whisked past them like a gust of wind. Internally, Li Baolu scoffed at those who chose to remain behind rather than witness the announcement, lamenting that their inaction forced her to run instead of utilizing her agility, lest she scare the scholarly gentleman. Bursting into the room, she jubilantly exclaimed to the occupants, "Jingyun, the results are out. You've secured the top position." The occupants of the room were momentarily taken aback. After a brief moment, Gu Jingyun revealed a smile, and Zhao Ning soon followed suit, rising to congratulate him. The others quickly caught on and extended their congratulations as well, though their subsequent conversation was somewhat distracted, clearly preoccupied with thoughts of the results. It was only then that Li Baolu noticed the number of people present in the room. She lowered her head, offering a shy smile to the crowd, before picking up the teapot from the corner to serve tea, saying, "I apologize for the oversight. I hope you all can forgive me. Soon, the officials bearing good news will arrive, so I must prepare some rewards." Zhao Ning promptly stood and said, "Sister-in-law, please go ahead. We shall descend to the main hall to await news and will not intrude further." Gu Jingyun escorted them to the door, and once it was closed, he eagerly inquired, "Did you see the list?" Li Baolu nodded repeatedly. "I verified it multiple times. The name, birth date, and place of origin are all correct." At this, Gu Jingyun's lips curled upwards in a triumphant smile. He had great confidence in his abilities, yet he understood that examinations were never solely a matter of talent. Until the results were finalized, anything remained possible. Li Baolu retrieved 5 taels of silver and hurried off to find the innkeeper, exchanging it all for copper coins to distribute as rewards. The innkeeper, surprised that the top scorer had emerged from his establishment, was overjoyed. Upon seeing Li Baolu with silver in hand, he patted his chest and assured her, "Madam, rest assured. The current exchange rate is between 1 tael to 1,001 to 1,002 copper coins. Would you prefer I exchange it at 1,002? "Thank you very much, innkeeper," she replied. Just as she obtained the copper coins, the sounds of gongs began to ring outside, and she soon heard the announcement of good news, realizing the officials had arrived. She quickly went out to distribute the rewards. She gave 2 strings of copper coins to the official, 1 string to a servant for distribution, and the remaining 2 strings to the beggars and common folk waiting outside. This had been arranged with the innkeeper earlier. While the rewards were not the most extravagant, they were certainly generous. Having distributed all the coins, Li Baolu felt a surge of joy as she prepared to return to the innkeeper to arrange the evening's feast. Since Gu Jingyun had excelled, it was only fitting to treat a few close acquaintances to a celebratory meal. Just as she turned, she was stopped by a robust middle-aged man. He hesitated briefly before glancing at Li Baolu and asked, "Are you the wife of young Master Gu?" Li Baolu smiled warmly and nodded. "Indeed, sir. What can I do for you?" "My master wishes to invite young Master Gu to a banquet this evening," the middle-aged man said, scrutinizing Li Baolu once more before handing her the invitation, adding, "I earnestly hope young Master Gu can attend." His words were rather direct. Li Baolu accepted the invitation and inquired with a smile, "May I ask which esteemed household this invitation is from?" The young master would surely recognize it upon seeing the invitation, the middle-aged man replied, clasping his fists in respect before departing. Li Baolu opened the invitation and saw that it bore the signature of Zhou Gongha. Zhou Yi, the governor of Guangzhou, was known for his mediocre talents and limited achievements in governance, having even hindered commercial development in Guangzhou due to his disdain for merchants. However, he held scholars in high regard and was particularly lenient towards literature, which was one of the reasons Gu Jingyun felt confident in his chances of success. After all, had he encountered an examiner like Tan Qian, making a mark would have been considerably more challenging. Li Baolu had not anticipated that. Before the announcement of the results had concluded, her household servants would come to summon Gu Jingyun. This attention might not necessarily bode well. Gu Jingyun evidently shared similar thoughts. He closed the invitation and remarked, "Have the innkeeper prepare a feast for the evening, as usual. I will request Zhao Ning to assist me in hosting. You shall accompany me to the banquet. What business could Zhou Gongha possibly have with you? It is likely either to solicit or to issue a warning. If it is the former, I shall have my own words to decline. If it is the latter..." Gu Jingyun's expression darkened. What could I possibly warn a warning for? Li Baolu looked at him with concern, clearly sharing the same apprehension. Zhou Gonghe might be aware of Gu Jingyun's origins and colluding with the loyal and brave Marquis's residence in the capital. If misfortune cannot be avoided, we should proceed regardless. Once the list is released, I shall have achieved recognition, and he would not dare to act against me openly. Besides, you are with me, are you not? Gu Jingyun smiled at her. If he truly intends to do something, you will surely be able to extricate me, won't you? Li Baolu's heart raced as she confidently declared, "Rest assured, I certainly can." Yet, she recalled the middle-aged man from earlier. His gaze likely harbored suspicions about her martial prowess. She could only hope that Zhou Gonghe's associates were as well-versed in hard skills as that man. The inn below was bustling with commotion. Candidates who had not gone to view the results lingered in the main hall, waiting for news, some rejoicing, while others despondent. Cao Ning, having learned from his own attendant that he had placed 16th, was nearly bouncing with joy. With a flourish, he rewarded the messenger officer with 5 taels of fine silver as a token of celebration, and then eagerly sought out Gu Jingyun. Upon hearing Gu Jingyun request his assistance in hosting a few friends, he waved dismissively. Why go through such trouble? Why not let me take care of it all? I shall cover the expenses for everyone, and we shall consider it a banquet for both of us. Coming from a wealthy family in Huizhou, Zhao Ning was not lacking in funds. Gu Jingyun pondered briefly and replied, "Then let it be considered your treat. However, do save me a bowl of wine. For when I return this evening, I shall toast to you. I have relied on your kindness these days." Zhao Ning immediately regretted his words. Even though he had no shortage of money, such an all-encompassing offer might suggest that Gu Jingyun was in need. Seeing that Gu Jingyun was unfazed, he breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. "That is only right. Do not mention a bowl. Even an entire jar left for you would be fine. But where shall you go tonight?" Gu Jingyun and Li Baolu exchanged glances, realizing that their previous words had been in vain. This man had not been listening. At that moment, the magistrate, just returned from the ceremonial room, was in conversation with his attendants. "So, did you encounter Gu Jingyun?" "I did not see Gu Jingyun, but I did see his wife." Zhou Gonghe paused, hesitating before inquiring, "If I am not mistaken, Gu Jingyun has not yet reached the age of 14. And he is already married? In Guangdong, children marry young, typically among the lower classes to minimize tax obligations and reduce household expenses. In the upper echelons, boys generally wed around 16 or 17, while girls marry after coming of age. Gu Jingyun was a scholar, residing in the inn's upper chambers, indicating considerable family wealth. How could he have married so early? Zhou Gonghe contemplated the implications, wishing to cultivate a relationship with him, perhaps even to act as a matchmaker. It is said that they were childhood sweethearts, and his family, concerned that he would not be able to take care of himself while away, arranged for his early marriage. His wife is even younger than he is, possessing a certain childlike innocence. However, she conducts herself with remarkable composure. The younger ones observe her adept management of the rewards, indicating that she's indeed a virtuous spouse. Furthermore, Chang Sui hesitated for a moment and remarked, "The way she moves gracefully suggests that she might have trained in martial arts." Chapter 61. Departure this time. Zhou, he was genuinely astonished. Who, aside from a scholarly family, would permit a girl to learn martial arts? The romanticized notion of chivalrous wanderers may appeal to the adventurous spirit, yet to those of noble lineage, it is viewed as a profession of the lowest order. Not only Zhou Yi, but even an average small landlord would scorn them. Prior to the Song dynasty, these individuals were known as itinerant knights, capable of aligning with virtuous leaders and achieving great deeds, earning admiration from even noble families. However, post-Tang, such individuals were branded as outlaws, and the relationship between these wanderers and the imperial court has since been far from amicable. Apart from the wandering heroes, only a handful of military families or aristocrats favored training their offspring in martial arts, predominantly insisting on male children, who would encourage a girl to pursue such pursuits. Zhou Yi pondered. Is Gu Jingyun from Cheongzhou Prefecture? Indeed, although Cheongzhou is separated from Guangzhou by a body of water, it remains under its jurisdiction. He had never heard of such a prodigy emerging from there before. Talent is a significant criterion for evaluating governance. The previous county magistrate of Cheongzhou was promoted due to his educational achievements, along with sufficient experience and no mistakes in agricultural management. If such a genius had emerged under his administration, he would certainly seek ways to elevate his reputation. Why then had Zhou Yi never heard of Gu Jingyun? Zhou Yi had persistently sought to elevate Gu Jingyun to the top of the examination list, not only for his remarkable literary talent, but also for his youth. After today, Gu Jingyun's name would undoubtedly begin to circulate, and many prefectures would soon recognize that Guangzhou had produced a youthful genius. If managed well, this could serve as a notable achievement for Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi was not foolish. He had simply not considered this angle previously. Now, having learned from Chang Sui that Gu Jingyun's young wife might possess martial skills, doubts began to creep into his mind. Qiongzhou is one of the regions with the lowest educational standards in Dechu. He had never questioned how Qiongzhou could produce a talent like Gu Jingyun, but now, rubbing his chin, Zhou Yi mused, Qiongzhou is rife with exiles, including many who have committed crimes. Gu Jingyun has never mentioned his teacher, and one can only fear that the name is not meant to be spoken aloud. If his wife could learn martial arts alongside exiled commoners, surely he could study literature under the exiled officials. Zhou Yi felt a twinge of disappointment. He genuinely admired Gu Jingyun's talent. Yet if he sought guidance from disgraced officials merely to advance, it would reflect poorly on his character. Such a person, regardless of talent, would not earn his esteem. Zhou Yi shook his head, regretting his insistence on placing Gu Jingyun at the forefront. Seeing this, Chang Sui blushed and said, "My lord, perhaps I have misjudged. I have only studied martial skills and am not well versed in the internal arts of the wandering world. If I were to hinder a scholar's future because of this, it would indeed be a grave mistake." Zhou Yi waved his hand dismissively. Regardless of the origins of Gu Jingyun's talent, if he does not amend his character, he will struggle to go far. Originally, Zhou Yi had intended to offer him a warning, but now he deemed it unnecessary. That evening, he would have the officials turn away any visitors, stating he was unavailable and that he would invite them at a later date when time permitted. Gu Jingyun was overly proud. Not only did some candidates resent him, but even the supervising officials held reservations. Despite his talent, his lack of humility was glaring. Zhou Yi admired his talent, which is why he promptly invited him after the results were announced, intending to impart a lesson of humility and remind him that one must not be deficient in social graces to forge a lasting path. However, upon suddenly realizing the dubious nature of his background, Zhou Yi was naturally reluctant to maintain any further association. Li Baolu and Gu Jingyun approached with great caution, yet they were turned away at the very threshold by the officials. Li Baolu was taken aback, while Gu Jingyun reacted swiftly, bowing to the steward of the governor and swiftly pulling Li Baolu away. Once they had distanced themselves, a subtle smile graced Gu Jingyun's lips as he mused, "Though I am uncertain why Zhou Yi summoned me only to dismiss me, he surely remains unaware of my true identity, which bodes well for me." Gu Jingyun's greatest concern was the possibility of the Gu family discovering his existence before he had fully developed his own wings, which would stifle his prospects. It sufficed to say, should the Gu family hint at anything to the Guangzhou government, they could easily suppress his academic credentials, preventing him from participating in the provincial examinations. However, once he passed those exams and transferred his registration to the capital, he would no longer need to fear. Despite the Qin family's downfall, his maternal grandfather had taught numerous students, and his uncle had pupils as well. With friends and peers also in the capital, the Gu family could not monopolize everything nor control him entirely. Upon reaching this conclusion, Gu Jingyun declared, "Tomorrow we shall pack our belongings, and we will set out the day after." As for Zhou Yi's mention of inviting him on another occasion, Gu Jingyun dismissed it entirely, recognizing it as merely a pretext. With their possessions being minimal, Li Baolu had only procured some medicinal supplies, and once everything was loaded into the carriage, they were ready to depart with ease. The onlookers were taken aback by Gu Jingyun's haste, urging him to stay a few more days, as it was rumored that the governor would host a banquet at Tianxiang Tower for this year's newly appointed scholars. Many past scholars and provincial candidates would be in attendance. The scholars were limited to the top 20 of each cohort, and only Gu Jingyun and Zhao Ning met the criteria. Each scholar could bring along 2 companions, and they were hoping to benefit from Gu Jingyun's quota, yet they were caught off guard by his swift departure. Uncertain of Zhou Yi's motives, Gu Jingyun recognized that allowing Zhou Yi to forget him was the most prudent course of action. Hence, he had no intention of attending the banquet, especially as he was eager to journey to Hangzhou. Zhao Ning, noticing Gu Jingyun's resolute decision, felt a twinge of disappointment and could only see them off to their carriage. Observing Gu Jingyun settle inside, while Li Baolu took the reins, Zhao Ning couldn't help but smirk and suggested, "Since you are venturing into the world, might it not be wise for me to provide you with a servant to accompany you?" Gu Jingyun shook his head, stating that they preferred not to have anyone trailing them. "There is no need for you to send anyone, Zhao Xuexiong. We shall be leaving the city now, and should we return to Guangzhou, I will certainly pay a visit." With the provincial examination approaching in the autumn, Zhao Ning had resolved to give it his all and had already arranged for a residence in Guangzhou for a prolonged stay, planning to return home after the examinations. "Then I shall not see you off any further. Take care, Gu Shuidi," he replied. Gu Jingyun nodded, lowering the carriage curtain, while Li Baolu, seated at the front, gave a slight nod to Zhao Ning before driving off. After 3 days of practice, her driving skills had improved significantly, ensuring a smoother journey on even terrain. Upon leaving the city, Gu Jingyun shifted his position to sit beside Li Baolu on the cart's yoke, where they enjoyed the gentle breeze while admiring the scenic landscape along the way. Initially, the outskirts displayed a patchwork of farmland, but by afternoon, their view was limited to the lush trees flanking the road. The weather had turned warm, yet the shade provided by the trees and the refreshing breeze rendered the heat bearable. Moreover, both Gu Jingyun and Li Baolu possessed profound internal energy, affording them comfort in both winter and summer. Li Baolu could not help but exclaim, "Indeed, mastering internal energy is an invaluable asset for both domestic life and travel. I am grateful for the effort I invested in my training years ago." With his eyes half closed, Gu Jingyun leaned against the cart and replied nonchalantly, "The sun is nearing the horizon. You should contemplate where we shall rest for the night." Li Baolu, with a cheerful smile, remarked, "Wherever those ahead choose to lodge. We can simply take a nap nearby." Gu Jingyun opened his eyes and scanned the front, but saw nothing. "Is there anyone ahead?" he wondered. The sounds indicated a convoy, to which Li Baolu responded with a grin. "Guangzhou's maritime trade is thriving, frequently transporting Western goods inland. Perhaps we are fortunate enough to encounter a merchant caravan." After another 15 minutes, Gu Jingyun finally spotted the convoy ahead. However, it was not a merchant caravan, but rather a security escort, evidenced by the flag prominently displayed at the front, inscribed with the words Wei Yuan Escort. Li Baolu commented, "Indeed, escorts often favor the name Wei Yuan." Gu Jingyun cast her a sidelong glance, but refrained from further inquiry, simply stating, "Since it is an escort, they are more familiar with this route. Let us follow them." Li Baolu quickened her pace to catch up, soon gaining clarity on the escort's formation. 6 male bodyguards wielding broad swords flanked 4 horse-drawn carriages, with 3 donkey-pulled carts trailing behind, filled with individuals clutching bundles. To Li Baolu's astonishment, she noticed women clad in short green garments seated atop the cart's yoke. They bore slender swords in hand, their hair neatly coiled at the back, their expressions serious as they gazed ahead. After scrutinizing them for a moment, Li Baolu affirmatively whispered, "They are female bodyguards. I thought women faced many restrictions nowadays, yet here we have female escorts." Gu Jingyun regarded them briefly and replied, "The wives of officials differ greatly from the women of the martial world." As they observed the members of the Wei Yuan escort, those within the escort were also sizing them up. One of the bodyguards discreetly advanced a few steps to the front of a horse-drawn carriage, whispering, "Young master, a cart is following us, driven by 2 young lads. Do not alarm them. Let us assess the situation first to avoid harming innocent bystanders." Understood. Chapter 62. Encountering rain, the group found themselves without a village or an inn, compelled to camp in the wilderness. Fortunately, Li Baolu was well prepared, the weather was warm, and the nights were not chilly, making it suitable for camping. Noticing that the people from the escort agency had halted to set up camp, Li Baolu selected a spot neither too close nor too distant from them and cleared a patch of grass. Gu Jingyun approached the escort personnel to exchange greetings, as they intended to follow closely behind, and it was only prudent to clarify their presence to avoid misunderstandings. As Li Baolu busied herself with preparing their camping area, she kept her peripheral gaze on Gu Jingyun, only diverting her attention when he returned after concluding his conversation with the escort agency. Her actions did not go unnoticed. The escort guards had been observing her scrutiny, and once Gu Jingyun departed, two of the guards reported back at the front of the wagon. The escort guard who received Gu Jingyun remarked, "They are bound for Hangzhou, which is not our route." I observed his demeanor. He does not seem intent on following us. Zhang Yi turned to another guard, who had been keenly observing Gu Jingyun and Li Baolu. He said, "Though that young master walks lightly, his feet crunch leaves underfoot," indicating he possesses some martial skill, albeit not refined. The young girl, however, is intriguing. She moves heavily, unlike a martial artist, yet her gaze has never strayed from him. It appears she is tasked with his protection. Young master, these two are quite young, daring to venture far from home. They are either naive or exceptionally capable, and we must remain vigilant. Zhang Yi pondered this for a moment before nodding. "You are right. We must exercise caution. However, the routes to Hangzhou and the capital overlap, at least for the next 3 days. We cannot simply drive them away. We could hasten our pace," suggested the escort guard. "I have been observing them throughout the journey. The two youths do not appear to be in a hurry." The items the young girl produced were ample, clearly indicating they do not intend to endure hardship. Therefore, if we quicken our travel, they will likely not keep pace with us. This indeed seemed an effective strategy to distance themselves. Zhang Yi considered it for a moment before agreeing. "Let us prepare to cook. Instruct someone to set up the fire and prepare provisions for tomorrow morning as well. We shall depart at dawn, aiming to leave them behind." The cargo they were transporting to the capital was of substantial value, allowing no room for negligence. Li Baolu gathered several stones nearby to construct 2 stoves, retrieved 2 pots from their belongings, and took out 2 water bags to wash the rice. Given the hot weather, she planned to make a pot of congee. Gu Jingyun assisted in gathering enough firewood for the night and, satisfied with their supply, pulled out a handful of vegetables from the wagon. He inquired of Li Baolu, "What do you plan to prepare?"